Supreme God Emperor Chapter 693 to Chapter 749. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations only 1000 points. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Bai Lung's attack had the power of White Tiger Mountain's inheritance. It was swift and powerful. However, it was hard to understand why Mu Yun could withstand it. How could she withstand such an attack? Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. However, even though they were shocked, Mu Yun's defense seemed to be affected once again. There were signs that it was about to break through. A buzzing sound was heard as the sky chime sword slashed out. Bai Lung had no choice but to retreat. Although Bai Lung was retreating, he raised both his hands and roared as he retreated. Dragon Tiger Roar. As a low roar sounded out, the figure of a white tiger that was over a meter tall rose up in front of Bai Lung. The moment the white tiger figure rose, a powerful sound wave attacked Mu Yun. Mu Yun did not feel any damage to her body from the sound wave, but it was a terrifying attack on her soul. If it was someone else, they would have been turned into an idiot by the roar. Even if their true soul did not collapse, it would have been reduced to 250, however, it was a piece of cake for Mu Yun at this moment. The moment the sound wave came, Mu Yun's true soul left her body and entered the chart of deity extermination in her mind. The sound wave attack turned into nothingness. Bai Lung was stunned when he saw this. Not dead, not injured, Bai Lung's face turned cold when he saw Mu Yun standing there unscathed. What was going on? Is there a need to be so ruthless? Mu Yun smiled as she looked at Bai Lung. Of course there is a need. Bai Lung laughed. In this Four Origins fiefdom, it's either life or death. I have more than 1000 points. If you have the ability, you can take them all. If you don't, you can only wait for death. Only 1000. Mu Yun suddenly laughed and said, sorry, I have close to 4000 on me now. 4000, this ranking was definitely within the top 20. Hearing this, Bai Lung's eyes immediately shone with excitement. Their 4 small worlds added together probably only had a little more than 5000 points. However, Mu Yun alone had close to 4000. This was simply unimaginable. However, no matter how unbelievable it was, Bai Lung already had a strong interest in Mu Yun at this moment. Now, I want to see if the points you have are real or fake. Bai Lung sneered as a white light suddenly appeared on his body. The moment the white light appeared, Bai Lung's entire body was like a glowing white tiger. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura. This was the strength of White Tiger Mountain. It was said that the founder of the White Tiger Mountain was fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of the divine beast, the White Tiger. After studying it with great concentration, he appeared out of nowhere and established the White Tiger Mountain in the small world. From then on, the White Tiger Mountain became the foundation of the sect for 10,000 years. From the looks of it, Bai Lung's martial arts were definitely shaped like the White Tiger. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless. He directly swallowed a red-green pill and put away the Skycry sword. Mu Yun could feel that the current him hadn't comprehended any sword Dao. Relying on the strength of his sword heart alone, he couldn't challenge those of a higher realm. If he could find a sword Dao that belonged to him among the myriad of sword Daos, his sword would contain the might of the laws of heaven and earth. That would be truly powerful. Since his sword arts were restricted by his sword heart, he could only use other methods to defeat Bai Lung. If it were before, Mu Yun would have turned around and fled the moment he saw Bai Lung. But now, after breaking through to the first level of life and death realm, his powerful strength made him feel that his body was filled with the true strength of various martial skills. This strength made Mu Yun even more confident. Facing Bai Lung, he might not necessarily be unable to fight. At this moment, the 5 sky confining chains suddenly shot out. However, they weren't aimed at Bai Lung, but at the people behind him. He didn't want to be captured by Bai Lung's subordinates after going all out against him. He had to clean up these small fries first. Only then would he be able to deal with Bai Lung at ease. Attacking my subordinates in front of me? You're too confident. Bai Lung chuckled. His figure was like a ferocious tiger as he pounced at Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with him at this moment. Instead, he directly attacked the people behind him. At this moment, Bai Lung's attack was tyrannical. Mu Yun wasn't foolish enough to face him head-on. Following the sky confining chains, Mu Yan's figure couldn't be controlled at all. He directly charged towards the other side. You guys should pay attention to your own lives while you're watching. They didn't expect that Mu Yan's speed would actually be faster than Bai Leng's. The complexions of the dozens of people from White Tiger Mountain immediately changed. However, at this moment, Mu Yan was already charging towards them. 9 yuan balls, explode. With a low shout, the 9 origin balls instantly exploded in the crowd. Under this kind of explosion, the rumbling sound directly sent everyone flying. The life and death realm martial artists were still fine. However, those martial artists below the life and death realm had no way of resisting and were completely crippled. Mu Yan. Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Bai Leng's eyes intensified. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm right here. I can hear you. Mu Yan joked. However, her footsteps didn't stop as she directly charged towards the remaining people. They didn't expect that Mu Yan would actually explode like a thunderbolt at the crucial moment. At this moment, no one dared to let this killing god get close to them. They all panicked and fled in all directions. The scene suddenly became a little funny. A group of people ran in front while Mu Yan chased from behind. Behind Mu Yan, Bai Leng was chasing from behind. Don't King run. Gather at my place. Bai Leng couldn't catch Mu Yan from beginning to end. He immediately became furious and shouted loudly. However, at this moment, Mu Yan was between them and Bai Leng. No one dared to run towards the back. Each of them was like a headless fly as Mu Yan took away a few more lives. Mu Yan, are you sure you want to do this? You're the one who said that whoever has the strength will be the boss. Then, do you dare to fight me head-on? Why wouldn't I dare? Mu Yan said with a smile. Then come at me. Mu Yan said again, no, I'm a man who wants to earn points. Naturally, points are the most important. As Mu Yan spoke, she punched a fleeing White Tiger Mountain disciple. With a palm strike, a fire dragon coiled around the disciple. The disciple immediately screamed and died on the spot. Life and Death Realm. The moment Mu Yan entered the first level of Life and Death Realm, she could clearly feel that some kind of power in her body had been greatly enhanced. This kind of enhancement was very, very obvious, however, Mu Yan didn't know what kind of power it belonged to. After pondering for a while, Mu Yan could only attribute this power to her bloodline. Only the power of her bloodline could possess such tyrannical power. Other powers simply couldn't do it. After completing the cultivation of the primordial blood codex and beginning to comprehend the first level of the indestructible blood codex, her understanding of her bloodline had also become stronger and stronger. Right now, it seemed like a spurt and an eruption had caused her understanding of her bloodline to become incomparably tyrannical. This feeling, my blood is boiling, my body and mind are carefree, awesome. Mu Yan couldn't help but shout loudly. Awesome, what the F***ck, hearing Mu Yan's shout, Bai Leng only felt like 10,000 F***ers were running wildly in his heart. This guy was completely toying with her, and she was actually addicted to it now. Let's stop here. Suddenly, Bai Leng shouted, unable to restrain his anger. At the same time, white veins appeared on his back. As the white veins intertwined, black veins also slowly appeared. Black and white alternated. At this moment, Bai Leng was like a divine beast from the 9 heavens, White Tiger, roar. In an instant, Bai Leng let out a strange cry that was neither human nor beast. The sound was deafening, and it made one's ears ring. Under this sound, Mu Yan only felt her entire body trembling. This trembling wasn't because of fear, but because of the violent roar that shook her body. Angry? Seeing this scene, Mu Yan smiled slightly. The 5 elemental dragons suddenly appeared. The 5 elemental dragons, which were 100 feet long, swarmed around Mu Yan at this moment, and the power of the 5 attributes gathered at this moment. Mu Yan, are you still going to chase me this time? Bai Leng snorted coldly and slapped out with his hand. However, the moment he slapped out with his hand, a huge white tiger claw, which was 100 feet long, appeared from behind him and slapped towards Mu Yan. The huge claw appeared without any warning. No one expected that a huge claw would appear at the empty space behind Bai Leng. Under such circumstances, Mu Yan instantly felt an extremely tyrannical and overbearing force rushing towards him. It was impossible to block the 5 elemental dragons. However, when she understood this moment, Mu Yun was already unable to react. The moment the huge claw landed, the 5 elemental dragons were completely shattered one by one, and they were unable to resist at all. Immediately after, the 3 bodies' protective chi on the surface of Mu Yun's body cracked. After holding on for a while, it completely shattered. This claw directly slapped Mu Yun's entire body 100 meters into the ground. The vital essence of heaven and earth gathered crazily, and the white tiger's huge claw landed again and again. Bang, 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 bang. Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you very good at running? Didn't you say that strength is the absolute truth? Bai Lung's claw landed again and again. Bang, bang, bang. The explosive sounds made everyone feel as if their hearts were about to collapse. If this continued, even if she did not die, she would be completely unrecognizable. Aren't you tired after putting in so much effort? However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from a mountain peak in the distance. Mu Yun, why did she go there? Everyone was stunned when they saw Mu Yun's figure appear there. What was going on? Mu Yun was clearly slapped into the ground by Bai Lung's claw just now, but now, she actually appeared on the other side. Bai Lung's claw just now, was it for nothing? Mu Yun, you're courting death. Seeing Mu Yun appear on that mountain peak, Bai Lung directly clawed at her. Bang, the sound of an explosion reverberated, and that mountain peak directly exploded. Crackling sounds of shattering resounded one after another. At this moment, the mountain peak was razed to the ground. Hey, don't tell me that your White Tiger Mountain's chief disciple, Bai Lung, has changed from killing people to digging up mountains? However, at that instant, another voice sounded from another mountain peak. 5 elements stirring the heavens and earth roar. In an instant, Bai Lung let out a roar that was neither human nor human. A roar that caused one's ears to tremble echoed throughout the entire stacking space mountain. In an instant, the shadow behind Bai Lung finally revealed its true form. It was a white tiger behemoth that looked completely real. The black and white patterns, the shiny fur, everything looked so real. Even though everyone knew that it wasn't a real white tiger, this scene still gave them a great shock. Kacha! The sound of a tree branch being broken suddenly rang out. Lei Feng, you want to run? Do you think you can escape? Bai Lung looked at Lei Feng and immediately shouted coldly. He took a step forward and clawed at Lei Feng. The white tiger's huge claws directly tore Lei Feng's body into pieces. Even his true soul was completely shattered. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the White Tiger Mountain immediately distanced themselves. However, the current Bai Lung didn't seem to be able to differentiate between them. After Lei Feng was killed by a claw, Bai Lung seemed to have entered a berserk state. Run! Suddenly, among the disciples of the White Tiger Mountain who were lucky enough to survive, one of them shouted. Everyone immediately scattered and fled. Run? Why are you running? Bai Lung's lips curled into a grin as he took a step forward. Boom! Boom, boom! A dull sound rang out. As he took a step forward, the white tiger actually swiped out with its claw. With a puff, a disciple of the White Tiger Mountain instantly lost his life and groaned in pain. Mu Yun directly grabbed a White Tiger Mountain disciple and shouted, "What's wrong with him?" Senior Bai used our White Tiger Mountain's secret technique. He used his true soul to communicate with the divine White Tiger. He can't control this secret technique. That disciple said in fear, once he's in a state of backlash, he'll be controlled by a strand of the White Tiger's soul. This isn't the first time something like this happened to Senior Bai Lung. The last time it happened, he killed his parents. I see. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded her head. The surrounding disciples fled one by one, but Mu Yun stood on the spot, not moving at all. In the end, when the person in front of him gradually disappeared, Bai Lung immediately glanced at the severely injured Mo Fan. You, die. Bai Lung looked at Mo Fan and swept his tiger tail towards Mo Fan. Seeing the tiger tail sweeping towards him, Mo Fan immediately closed his eyes. When he had fought with Zi Wujin earlier, he had already reached his limit and had almost been killed by a sneak attack. Now, he no longer had the strength to resist. He was already prepared to die. However, dying in a place like this was really hard to accept. Damn it! I, Mo Fan, as a genius of the giant devil clan, would actually die here. I can't accept this. As soon as Mo Fan finished speaking, he threw a punch forward. Even if he were to die, he had to make a final struggle. However, that punch was simply too weak. In front of Bai Leng, it could be said to be insignificant. Are you giving up so easily? However, just as Mo Fan was about to fight to the death, a voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. The instant the voice rang out, Mo Fan abruptly opened his eyes. Mu Yun suddenly appeared in front of Mo Fan, and the 5 elemental dragons appeared in an instant. However, the 5 elemental dragons at this moment were forged from the secret manuals of the 5 major forces. However, the 5 elemental dragons were no longer 100 feet long, but a step further, reaching a length of 500 feet. The 5 elemental dragons that were more than 1,500 meters long not only increased their length, but also their strength. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in front of Mo Fan and chuckled. I'll kill him, but you can't run. Otherwise, what awaits you is only death. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she immediately rushed out. Mo Fan felt a strong impact on his heart as he looked at the back of the figure. He and Mu Yun were both at the first level of life and death realm, but when facing Bai Leng, he did not even have the strength to fight back. However, Mu Yun was able to face difficulties head-on. The gap between the two was no longer as simple as the gap between them. At this moment, should he run or not, standing on the spot and looking ahead, Mo Fan was startled. Thinking of Mu Yun's words, he finally found a safe place and began to recover from his injuries. If he ran, he would still die if he encountered Mu Yun in the 4 elemental fief. Since that was the case, he might as well wait here obediently. At the same time, Mu Yun controlled the 5 elemental dragons and blocked the sweeping force of the white tiger's tail. The 5 elemental dragons swayed a few times, but in the end, they firmly stabilized around Mu Yun and did not shatter like before. Seeing this, the madness in Bai Leng's eyes intensified. You're not dying? Why aren't you dying? Bai Leng's voice was filled with malice. Because you're too weak to kill me. Hearing this, the cold light in Bai Leng's eyes intensified. Strands of blood-red light gradually appeared in his eyes, and the blood-red light grew stronger and stronger. Roar. In an instant, the roar of a white tiger finally sounded from Bai Leng's mouth. He had completely lost his mind. Haha, so it's because of you. All of a sudden, Bai Leng's voice changed into another tone. However, this voice was filled with disdain and disdain. Who are you? I don't want to kill you. If you know the immensity of heaven and earth, kill yourself to atone for your sins. Oh? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, I don't want to kill you either. If you know fear, get lost quickly. You're courting death. Mu Yun's mocking voice completely infuriated Bai Leng. Mu Yun knew that at this moment, Bai Leng was no longer the real Bai Leng, but a wisp of the white tiger's soul that he had summoned, or rather, prayed for, to occupy his body. Under such circumstances, it was useless to say anything more. Only by killing this fellow in front of her could everything be settled. Otherwise, even he would die here. I'll let you, a lowly human, see what a real white tiger beast king is. Bai Leng laughed strangely. The huge white tiger's body moved along with his body and charged toward Mu Yun. 5 elements stirring heaven and earth. Mu Yun let out a low roar. The 5 Yuan dragons trembled at this moment and completely merged into one. The 5 heavenly Yuan dragons seemed to have transformed into a single heavenly Yuan dragon at this moment, but also seemed to have separated into 5 heavenly Yuan dragons and completely exploded. The violent 5 elements origin force swarmed and gathered at this moment. Get lost. That white tiger pounced and grabbed the 5 elements origin dragon's head with its claws and started thrashing about. At this moment, the tiger's tail slapped toward Mu Yun. However, seeing the white tiger slapping the tiger's tail toward her, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with smiles. Good timing. Seeing this, Mu Yun chuckled. She gathered the heaven and earth origin force with her palm and crazily gathered power. Earth annihilating palm. This palm exploded and slapped toward the tiger's tail. With a loud boom, the white tiger was in pain. Instantly, the bodyguard exploded and turned into a beast king without a tail. A short-tailed dog? Seeing this, Mu Yun sneered. Damn it! A malevolent voice sounded from Bai Ling's mouth. This time, the white tiger was completely enraged by Mu Yun. Tiger roaring mountains and rivers. With a furious roar, the white tiger underwent an earth-shattering transformation. It opened its huge mouth and an invisible sound wave vibrated the air, turning it into a wave-like shape as it slowly spread out. Mo Fan was 1,000 meters away from this place. However, under such a terrifying roar, he had no choice but to retreat. Since you like sound wave attacks, I'll give it a try. After stepping into life and death realm, I'll see if the great sorrowless ghost roar of the primordial blood codex is even more powerful. Mu Yun smiled coldly and arrogantly, and directly spread out her legs. Great sorrowless ghost roar. In an instant, Mu Yun opened her mouth and her lips squirmed as if she was mumbling something. However, the sound was too soft and couldn't be heard clearly. But gradually, that soft voice seemed to have turned into a ghostly curse that demanded one's life as it gradually spread out. 2 sound waves shook the air and spread out. If one looked carefully, one could see that the sound waves were gradually spreading out in the air. It was as if 2 lakes had completely collided at this moment. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, in the sky, on the ground, in the entire space, the instant the 2 sound waves collided, a series of explosions rang out continuously. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a throbbing pain in their eardrums. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand it as the sounds of explosions faintly spread into the distance. Gradually, the sounds of explosions dissipated. The mountain range within 10,000 meters had long been razed to the ground. Because of this, the level of the ground had risen by a few meters. Mu Yun and Bai Ling were still standing at their original positions. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were panting heavily. Clearly, they had consumed a lot of energy. Kid, you're very powerful, but I won't let you go. Bai Ling snorted. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. At this moment, he could only kill Mu Yun to regain his dignity. Tiger pouncing on the sky. A muffled sound rang out. Bai Ling, who was controlled by the wisp of soul, changed his mind and decided to approach Mu Yun to attack Mu Yun in close combat. He was the soul of the white tiger. Although it was only a millionth of the white tiger's soul, its power was enough to control Bai Ling. Moreover, the transformed white tiger's body was even more powerful. The tiger tail that was cut off was already slowly recovering at this moment. With a pounce, it was as if the entire world was covering it. From top to bottom, it carried the momentum of pouncing on the sky. Seeing this scene, 3 protective auras condensed around Mu Yun. Dragon scales appeared on his hands, arms, and legs at this moment. However, it was different this time. Not only did the dragon scales cover his legs and arms, but they also covered Mu Yun's chest. Seeing such a strange change, Mu Yun was sure his bloodline had indeed changed. The dragon scales fused with the essence of the dragon blood. His dragonization could be upgraded, but other things didn't change except for the dragon blood. Only the dragon blood could strengthen his dragonization. Understanding this point, Mu Yun could be considered to have completely confirmed his thoughts. His bloodline had really become stronger. Therefore, he could display such powerful strength at the first level of life and death realm. Therefore, the power of the martial techniques he used was also getting stronger and stronger. Close combat? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios killing Bai Ling. Mu Yun sneered in her heart and took a step forward. Powerful energy flowed through every corner of her body, and the crackling sounds of her bones pierced through the clouds. At the same time, the scales all over his body began to clatter. This was the real her bloodline power had completely erupted. You know Tiger Pounce? I also know Dragon Leap. Mu Yun cursed under his breath and rushed out. With this rush, Mu Yun's body seemed to have transformed into a dragon shadow. At this moment, the shadow behind Bai Ling shrunk and disappeared into his body. But at the same time, the power in his body seemed to have increased by hundreds of times. The stronger a martial artist's cultivation, the more their body would be like a divine weapon. This was the feeling that Bai Ling gave Mu Yun at this moment. Powerful, but at this moment, Mu Yun was no longer the Mu Yun from before. The appearance of her dragon form greatly increased the area of her dragon scales. Mu Yun felt as if her entire body was possessed by a dragon soul, and her power had increased explosively at this moment. Kill. With a low roar, Bai Lung charged forward. Mu Yun did not dodge and threw a punch. Boom, an explosion sounded, and the scales all over Mu Yun's body rattled. The two figures engaged in a physical fight in the most primitive way. With a punch and a kick, cracks appeared on the ground that extended 1,000 meters away. At this moment, Mo Fan opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. The power of these two people did not seem like a fight between life and death realm experts at all. It was too overbearing. Even he couldn't help but admit that he was far too inferior compared to the two of them. Throat-sealing tremor palm. Earth-annihilating palm. The two palms instantly collided. Rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. The crackling sounds caused those people who were far away to feel as if their heads were about to explode. They were in extreme pain. This kind of fight was really overbearing. Brat, your body has the aura of dragon blood, it's very suitable for me to devour. Bai Lung chuckled, if you don't mind, you can turn the dragon blood in your body into your own. Of course I mind. Mu Yun let out a low snort and punched out. With a loud explosion, Mu Yun punched out and the ground cracked inch by inch. The ground under Bai Lung's feet turned into fragments. The entire ground looked like a cracked riverbed that had dried up. Numerous illusory figures began to appear behind the two figures amidst the rumbling. The white fur on Bai Lung's back flickered and sizzled. Behind Mu Yun, a seven-colored light was faintly discernible. Within the light, a blurry dragon shadow appeared. Mu Yun had absorbed a dragon's soul when she first formed her dragon form. At this moment, under the continuous nourishment and supply, the strength of the dragon's soul was becoming stronger and stronger. Scram! Bai Lung let out a low roar and struck out with his palm. Between the heavens and the earth, aura swirled and a white figure charged towards Mu Yun. The earth-annihilating palm struck out once again. A powerful force crackled in the air. Boom, the deafening explosion caused the few people present to feel as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. Under such circumstances, even though Mu Yun was in her dragon form, she could feel her aura fluctuating. With a loud explosion, she was completely thrown back. Her hands and legs were injured, and a few pieces of bloody scales fell off. Mu Yun was unable to resist Bai Lung's sudden outburst of powerful force. What was going on? Mu Yun looked at Bai Lung with a cold glint in her eyes. Your dragon form is too new. Your power cannot be compared to mine. So, you'd better accept your death obediently. Bai Lung sneered and took a step forward. However, Mu Yun's expression did not change when she saw Bai Lung charging towards her. Slowly, she stretched out her left hand. A calm force slowly gathered in her hand. Under the gathering of this force, Mu Yun's aura seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. In the end, there was an opportunity for her to disappear. What's going on? Bai Lung looked at Mu Yun. He did not dare to be careless and stared at Mu Yun cautiously. I don't care what you're up to. After I kill you, I will devour your dragon blood and dragon soul. I will be the most powerful existence. Bai Lung's face was ice cold. His fingers formed into claws. At the tip of the claws, his fingernails grew crazily. The scratching sound was ear-piercing. However, no matter what Bai Lung was doing, Mu Yun stood firmly on the spot. Her aura was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if she had disappeared from the spot. 9 elements heavenly gathering force, condense. With a low shout, the 9 elements heavenly gathering force condensed. Crackling sound suddenly rang out. 9 elements celestial annihilating palm, earth annihilating palm. Suddenly, Mu Yun let out a low shout. She raised her arms and waved her left hand slowly. However, under that seemingly slow push, there were crackling sounds that caused the heavens and the earth to change. Sky annihilation palm, 1 palm to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, when Mu Yun pushed out with his palm, the scales on his entire arm rustled and fell off. Fresh blood flowed out from his body. The cracked skin looked too terrifying. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun looked like a bloody man. It was abnormally terrifying. However, that palm strike was soft and weak. It did not seem to have any strength. In an instant, that palm strike was aimed at Bai Lung. Seeing the palm strike coming, Bai Lung sneered. He stretched out his 10 fingers and his sharp claws clanged. Break. With a low shout, Bai Lung grabbed the palm strike with his claws. Bai Lung exerted force with both hands. He actually wanted to crush that palm strike. However, gradually, Bai Lung felt a terrifying energy fluctuation. When that palm strike came down, crackling sounds rang out. Bai Lung was stunned on the spot. With a loud boom, that palm strike broke free from Bai Lung's claws and grabbed his entire body tightly. There was another crack. Bai Lung took a step forward. However, that palm strike did not move at all. It went through his body and disappeared. Everything you have done is in vain. After the palm strike disappeared, Bai Lung looked at Mu Yun and sneered. Is that so? With the heaven chime sword in her hand, Mu Yun leaned on the heaven chime sword. She placed all her weight on the sword. Isn't that so? You. However, all of a sudden, before Bai Lung could finish his sentence, his body suddenly stiffened. Crack. There was a soft crack on the surface of his body. That soft crack suddenly sounded at this moment. It was like a fallen leaf falling to the ground and being crushed by someone's foot. Gradually, that cracking sound became louder and louder. The weak sound was like a torrential river. It was endless. Bai Lung's body became weaker and weaker. At this moment, it was like a broken statue that was gradually breaking apart. Impossible, impossible. Bai Lung opened his mouth and his eyes were filled with fear. He could feel the shock in his heart at this moment. The crazy power made it impossible for him to withstand the damage. He was going to die. At this moment, Bai Lung could feel the intense death chi approaching him. He was completely stunned. However, time did not allow him to continue thinking. The cracking sound became faster and faster. Bai Lung's body completely shattered, turning into fragments that filled the sky and dissipated in the air. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun grabbed with her palm and a wisp of soul was sucked into her palm. It was just a light grab, but Mu Yun could not stop coughing. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was simply too exhausted. This kind of exhaustion made him want to lie down and rest. 9 Origin Deity Vanquishing Palm only had 2 palm strikes. One of them was the Earth Vanquishing Palm. With his current strength, he could not fully control its power. Not to mention the Sky Vanquishing Palm. The Sky Vanquishing Palm was powerful. Even though he was at the first level of life and death realm and had cultivated several body refining martial techniques, his body could not withstand the power of the palm strike. Under such circumstances, this was the result of forcefully executing it. Fortunately, he was able to withstand it. However, Mu Yun knew that he could not collapse now. Otherwise, those despicable people who were secretly coveting him would pounce on him immediately. Mo Fan! Mu Yun shouted. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Mo Fan from the giant demon small world. Now, follow me. Mu Yun did not say anything. His body staggered as he walked slowly into the stacking space mountain. Aren't you worried that I'll attack you? Mo Fan suddenly asked as he looked at Mu Yun. Attack? Mu Yun smiled and shook his head. If you really want to attack, it's best to do it now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have any chance. Looking at the smile on Mu Yun's face, Mo Fan's eyes flickered. In the end, he did not attack and left with Mu Yun. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun's gentle smile gave him a sense of danger. It made him unable to attack Mu Yun. Forget it, you're good. Mo Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. If he attacked Mu Yun now, he would still be the one to die. Under such circumstances, he did not believe that Mu Yun did not have any means to defend herself. He did not know how many trump cards Mu Yun had. However, he knew that Mu Yun definitely had more trump cards at this moment. Seeing the fear in Mo Fan's eyes, Mu Yun smiled. If Mo Fan really dared to attack, he did not mind using a blood essence pearl. The 3 blood essence pearls had been around his nascent soul for a period of time. After the transformation of his bloodline and the strengthening of his power, the power of the blood essence pearls seemed to be increasing at this moment. This was something that Mu Yun could clearly feel. The blood essence pearls in his body were absorbing his power and strengthening continuously. If Mo Fan really did something bad, Mu Yun could guarantee that 1 blood essence pearl would be enough to deal with him. What did Bai Lung ask you previously? Mu Yun said indifferently, it seems to be about the stacking space mountain. Yes. Mo Fan thought about it and did not hide anything. He said, every time we enter this 4 origins sealed land, there will be 4 sealed lands with unknown things sealed inside. These things could be humans or demonic beasts. Anyway, we don't know where the sealed things come from, but every one of them is unusually powerful. Which 4 sealed lands? Mount Daikong, the stacking space mountain, is one of them. The other one is said to be called the Earth Palace. The other 2 are called the Earth Falling Sea and the Heaven Filling Palace. Those 4 places are the most dangerous. Of course, the fiefdoms of the 4 essences lands change every year, so those 4 places will be the most dangerous this year. Mu Yun said in surprise, how did you know? Didn't 4 essences fiefdoms only transform once every 50 years? How do you know where the 4 fiefdoms are? Of course I wouldn't know. Mo Fan smiled bitterly, I heard it from the people of the Wuji Small World. Wuji Small World, Mu Yun asked again, what did they say? Wuji Ao Tian is the strongest person in thousands of small worlds. Do you think he only relied on his 7th level of life and death realm? That old man is connected to the immortal world, which is why the Wuji Lesser World has always been so strong. Mo Fan said calmly, therefore, the Wuji Small World is naturally able to find out things that we don't know from the immortal realm. Every year, they receive a large amount of information, so they are naturally extremely clear about this place, unlike us, who are like headless flies. Then your news. Before this, the martial artists of my giant demon small world once fought with the limitless netherworld's limitless netherworld. The result was that I was horribly pale. In the end, they escorted me out of here and I was able to survive until now. But now, even they have died. Mo Fan looked behind him and said sorrowfully. Limitless underworld? Yes. Mo Fan nodded and said, this person is a disciple of Limitless Sky Palace's 36 Sky Palaces, 2nd level life and death realm. However, this guy is much stronger than Bai Lung. I got it. Although the interior of the stacking space mountain does not appear to be very large, if you are not careful, you might enter the next space with a single step. The scenery of the mountain before your eyes might change completely. It is said that there are no less than a few hundred spatial stacks within the stacking space mountain. That's why it's called the stacking space mountain. Amazing. Mu Yun raised her head and looked ahead. She nodded and said, it seems that the people of the Wuji Small World have already gathered here? It should be. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and walked forward. Be careful. Mo Fan suddenly walked up and said, we are now within the range of the stacking space mountain. If we are not careful, we might be swept into another space. I want to be sucked into another space. Mu Yun smiled and said, in this place, if we are discovered by anyone, in our current state, I'm afraid we won't even know how we died, right? You mean, that's right. Let's find another space and heal our injuries first. Mu Yun smiled and took another step forward. Inside the stacking space mountain, there were layers upon layers of space. He did not believe that every space was incomparably dangerous. The 3 leaders looked down and landed on the ground. Here. A green-robed man with a head full of long green hair and a demonic face looked ahead and stopped in his tracks. That's right, it's Bai Lung's aura. He's dead. A red-haired woman stepped forward and asked in surprise. Dead. Hearing this, the green-haired man shouted in disbelief, Kaying, are you sure Bai Lung is dead? The red-haired woman did not answer the green-robed man's question. Instead, she said in confusion, there is a very strong fire yuan smell here. It seems like the battle has not ended for long. Qing Nidian, the 3 of us are closely related to Bai Lung. Can't you be sure whether he is dead or not? Qing Nidian was speechless and cursed in his heart, who killed him? Damn it. The 4 of us from the 4 small worlds have joined forces. Even Mingyue Xin and Luan Wuchang have to avoid us. Now Bai Lung is dead. Damn it. I told him to keep a low profile. He is not the only genius in the 4 origin fiefdom. Kaying snorted and showed a trace of sadness on her face. Xianxia, what should we do now? Qing Nidian and Kaying looked at the man who had not spoken and asked at the same time. What should we do? Xianxia laughed and said, of course he will die for killing the people from the 4 small worlds. Even the Heavenly Treasure small world and the 5 poison small world would not dare to do so. But he did. Him, who was he? Qing Nidian and Kaiying were stunned by Xianxia's words. Let's go. Xianxia said, let's go and see how many secrets are hidden in the Stack Space Mountain. Hearing this, the faces of the few people became solemn. The Stack Space Mountain was full of danger. If one was not careful or unlucky, one could enter a dangerous place and never come out. At the same time, outside the Stack Space Mountain, several figures flew over. The two women at the front were dressed in light green long dresses. Their figures were very similar, and both of them wore veils on their faces, making it impossible to see their faces. Sister, is this the Stack Space Mountain? The voice of the woman who was slightly further back was pleasant to listen to. Her voice was intoxicating and carried with it a sense of numbness. Yes. The woman in front looked down and said, the Stack Space Mountain is not big, but there are hundreds of layers of space inside. Each space is a small world. It is easy to enter but difficult to come out. So, everyone must be careful. Yes. This time, we are from the Heavenly Treasure Small World. We have not expected to find any treasures here. Now, our ranking is enough to enter the top 10. We are just waiting for the elimination tournament. So, don't worry too much about the points. Of course, if anyone causes trouble, you can kill them. The Miao family does not cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. Yes. Looking at the lush forest below, the woman nodded slightly. Everyone landed and slowly walked into the forest. Hee, even the people from the Heavenly Treasure Small World are here. Looks like the Stack Space Mountain is very attractive. After the group of people left, a figure jumped down from a tree in the forest like a snake. Seeing that the people from the Heavenly Treasure Small World had left, the black-robed figure bent down and stood on the ground, looking ahead. Under the black robe, the person stretched out his arm slightly, revealing an arm full of scales. The terrifying arm looked like it was filled with blood. However, it was like the skin of a human body. Following the black-robed man's actions, it wrinkled. Hee, Xiaohei, don't you think all these people deserve to die? The black-robed man looked ahead and muttered to himself. However, just as he finished speaking, the head of a snake suddenly appeared from between his arms. It looked extremely terrifying. The young man immediately raised his head and looked ahead. What kind of face was that? His face was white and clean, but there were scales that looked like snake skin on his face. They were so white that they shone. The young man looked like a venomous snake, causing people to be wary. Hey Dayu, can you not talk to that little bastard of yours every time? A figure suddenly walked out from behind the black-robed young man. Wu Qiu, why are you here? A snake head popped out from He Dayu's sleeve again. He looked behind him and said faintly. Aren't I worried about you? Wu Qiu chuckled and said, this place is very fun. I can't let you play by yourself this time. Naturally, you have to bring me along. Play? He Dayu chuckled when she heard Wu Qiu's words. You want to play, but I don't want to. This time, these people are all my Xiaoheis. You can't snatch any of them. Fine, I won't snatch them. Wu Qiu said impatiently, you're really something. Snakes are lascivious by nature. But look at you. When you're with a snake, you don't become lascivious. Instead, you dote on your little snake. I think you should live with your little snake in the future. I originally planned to spend the rest of my life with Xiaohei. Women are just tools for humans to reproduce. At the same time, figure after figure rushed towards the Stacked Space Mountain. It seemed that the news of the Stacked Space Mountain being one of the four great four-origin fiefdoms had already spread to everyone. At the same time, a figure stood proudly above a vast and boundless sea. His hands were behind his back as he looked in front of him. Whoosh 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 sounds could be heard as figures appeared one after another. The leader was Luan Yu from the Reincarnation Small World. Luan ran, you're actually here. Luan Yu looked at the young man in front of him. He had sharp eyebrows and eagle eyes. He didn't look handsome, but he was extremely calm. Why are you looking for me? The young man pursed his lips when he heard Luan Yu's words. What's the matter? Luan Wucheng is dead. You should know that, yet you're still in the mood to look at the sea? He's your big brother. You must be responsible for his death. Luan Yu looked at Luan Ran and said angrily. Responsible? Luan Ran turned around and reached out his hand. His tyrannical true yuan made it impossible for Luan Yu to resist. Luan Ran grabbed his neck and Luan Yu felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to move at all. Luan Yu didn't doubt that if he moved, that hand would immediately crush his head. Luan Yu. Luan Ran looked at Luan Yu and said seriously, you followed my big brother before. Luan Wuchang and I weren't born from the same mother. In his eyes, he was the son of the main wife and I was the son of a concubine. Therefore, everything should belong to him. Now that he's dead, shouldn't you go to hell to accompany him? Luan Ran said as he exerted force in his hand. In an instant, Luan Yu couldn't resist at all and was strangled to death by Luan Ran. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. You're called Luan Xianxia, right? Yes. Seeing this scene, Luan Xianxia didn't dare to breathe and quickly nodded. From today onwards, you're my assistant. I, Luan Ran, am in charge of the reincarnation small world. Yes. Who killed Luan Wuchang? Mu Yun. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Dragon imprisoning Lok Mu Yun? Upon hearing this name, Luan Ran was taken aback. He had heard of this person before, but wasn't she only at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm? Luan Xianxia immediately explained the cause and effect. After hearing this, Luan Ran laughed heartily. Luan Wuchang thought highly of himself, but in the end, he died like this. What a joke. Luan Ran sneered and said, but this is good too. Now that he's dead, I don't have to do anything. At this moment, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. On the surface of the sea in front of them, surging waves suddenly appeared. Looking at the waves, Luan Ran immediately stretched out his hands and laughed heartily. Earthfall Sea, the secret treasure at the bottom of the sea, belongs to me, Luan Ran. Amidst his laughter, Luan Ran's voice was cold as he shouted, all of you, guard the periphery. This time I, Luan Ran, will let all of you know what a true hero is and who is the true young pavilion master of the reincarnation pavilion. After saying this, Luan Ran's figure flashed and rushed into the lightning and thunder, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, between heaven and earth, the surface of the sea surged violently. Luan Ran's figure turned into an extremely small black dot on the surface of the sea. He was like a mayfly trying to shake the sky, overestimating himself. Within the stacked space mountain, rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. The geniuses who came here had suffered thoroughly. Little junior sister, be careful. In the forest, a figure suddenly stepped out. As that figure stepped out, he grabbed the person in front of him and pulled her back. That was close. Seeing this scene, Luo Shui couldn't help but pat her chest as sweat dripped from her forehead. If Do Tiando hadn't pulled her back just now, then she would have been swept into the spatial turbulence by now. Little junior sister, don't be careless. Okay. Luo Shui nodded. Looking at the calm forest in front of her, her heart couldn't calm down. Along the way, they encountered countless spatial turbulences and lost 2 disciples because of it. But in the so-called stacked space mountain, where was the true secret grounds of the stacked space mountain, of course, they had come here for the true treasures. The Sand Palace was one of the 4 great seals, but they hadn't found anything in their small world of battle armor. On the contrary, it was Mu Yun who obtained the Heaven Fusion art. It was truly rare. Mu Yun, thinking of this name, Luo Shui sighed in her heart. He did not know where Mu Yun was at this moment. She had not heard any news about Mu Yun since they parted in the underground palace. Moreover, he did not see the people from the reincarnation small world and the purple flame small world. If Mu Yun bumped into them, it would be hard to predict her life and death. She could not help but worry about Mu Yun. TSK. I was wondering who it was from the small world of battle armor. However, as the crowd moved forward, a voice suddenly sounded. That voice sounded evil and sinister. Luo Tianqing. Do Tiando immediately shielded Luo Shui behind him. Do Tiando, why are you so afraid of me? Luo Tianqing chuckled and said, your small world of battle armor has a good relationship with our great Luo small world. At this moment, if we join forces, we will be strong enough. It's impossible to say that we won't get anything in this stacked space mountain, right? Dream on. Hearing this, Do Tiando snorted coldly. What kind of dream am I having in broad daylight? Luo Tianqing's gaze landed on Luo Shue's proud figure and chuckled. Even if it's a dream, it's a beautiful dream of human interaction with Miss Luo Shue. It has nothing to do with you, Do Tiando. Shameless. Luo Shue snorted when she saw Luo Tianqing staring at her abdomen and thighs. I, Luo Tianqing, am not shameless. I walked out openly and cooperated with you, unlike some people who do shady things behind the scenes. Swoosh, as soon as Luo Tianqing finished speaking, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out. Crackling sounds instantly rang out, followed by screams and cries of pain. Long spears suddenly shot out. The long spears were powerful and filled with armor-piercing true essence. Poochie sounds rang out. Behind Do Tiando, a few disciples fell to the ground and died. Even Do Tiando's waist was pierced by a long spear that suddenly appeared. Blood flowed out continuously. Eldest senior brother. Luo Shue's face was filled with anxiety. She immediately walked forward and looked around, setting up a protective barrier. I'm fine. Do Tiando's bleeding abdomen couldn't be stopped. He looked around cautiously. Di Xianxia from Di Wang's small world. Do Tiando shouted when he saw the martial artist who suddenly appeared behind him. He was tall and had a ferocious expression. The Great Luo small world and Di Wang's small world had always been inseparable. The martial artists of Di Wang's small world worshipped body tempering techniques, so their arm strength was astonishing. If the long spear had been thrown by an ordinary martial artist, it wouldn't have been able to break his armor. But the people of Di Wang's small world had this ability. Do Tiando, you guys are really miserable. The tall and sturdy man with messy long hair chuckled. It seems like you guys suffered a lot before this. Of course, we're not as cowardly as the Great Luo small world and Di Wang's small world. No. Di Xianxia chuckled. Do you know how to hide your strength and bide your time? Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to choose the 5 elements small world. Di Xianxia, if you want to fight, then let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. I like your temper. Di Xianxia chuckled and said, Luo Tianqing, I'll leave the girl to you. Capture her first. We won't be able to enjoy a prideful girl like Mingyue Xian in this broken place. However, this Luo Shue can still pique my interest. Di Xianxia, if you don't mind, the 2 of us can. I didn't know you had such a hobby, but I like it. Haha, Luo Shue's face turned pale when she heard the 2's vulgar words. Little junior sister, run. Do Tiando looked at Luo Shue and shouted, it doesn't matter if we die, but you can't die. I'm not leaving. Luo Shue said stubbornly. If I die, I'll die with you. Do Tiando was stunned when he saw Luo Shue's determined expression. But now was not the time to be conflicted. Apart from Luo Tianqing, there were 2 other first-level life and death realm geniuses in the Great Luo small world, and so was Di Wang's small world. It would be difficult for the small world of battle armor to withstand the 6 of them against the 4 of them. Moreover, when they came out of the underground sand palace, they were severely injured and exhausted. Although they had recovered, they were still far from being comparable to Luo Tianqing and Di Xianxia. Leave? You're not going anywhere today. Luo Tianqing sneered and said, you are the fish that we caught in the first wave of fishing nets. If we let you escape, our previous concealment would be in vain. Cut the crap. Do Tiando shouted and took a step forward. Crap? Do you think I want to talk crap with you? Di Xianxia also took a step forward. He and Luo Tianqing formed a pincer attack and went straight for Do Tiando. The battle began in an instant. However, in the small world of battle armor, Do Tiando, Lu Ge, Su Tianyi, and Luo Shui each had their own small world of battle armor, and there were only about 20 people behind them. But Luo Tianqing and Di Xianxia had more than 100 people behind them. There was no need to watch to know the outcome of this battle. Do Tiando and the other 3 were barely holding on. Great Luo Divine Palm. Luo Tianqing shouted and took a step forward. He flicked his palm and golden light flashed. Vigorous true essence struck Do Tiando. Monarch's Fury. Di Xianxia also cupped his hands. Clanging sounds rang out as a gray energy rushed toward Do Tiando. Battle Berserk Armor. Do Tiando's armor shone brightly as he rolled. Martial artists in the small world of battle armor cherished their armor as if it were their second life. Armor could be said to be their most powerful martial skill. Do Tiando shouted, and a frenzied aura rose from his body. His armor shone with silver light. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled from Do Tiando's body. Seeing this scene, Luo Tianqing and Di Qianqiu both had proud smiles in their eyes. They seemed to have anticipated that Do Tiando would use such a method. Qianqiu, catch! No problem. Suddenly, a chain appeared in Luo Tianqing's hand. Dragon imprisoning lock. Luo Shui's face turned pale when she saw the chain. Not bad, little girl. You know about the dragon imprisoning lock. But it's too late. Luo Tianqing glared at Luo Shui as if he wanted to rip her clothes off. He chuckled and said, I'll deal with you later. With that, Luo Tianqing rushed toward Do Tiando. The moment the dragon imprisoning lock appeared, the two of them held it in their hands. They spun quickly and cooperated well. It was clearly not their first time doing this. In an instant, Do Tiando was bound by the chain. Gradually, the light on the chains grew brighter. However, the light on Do Tiando's body, including his armor, had completely dimmed. Senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Seeing this, Luo Shui and the others became very anxious. But they could only be anxious. They were tied down by the others and couldn't do anything. Do Tiando, you're the #1 genius of the small world of battle armor. Against the two of us and this dragon imprisoning lock, only death awaits you. Death? Do Tiando's face was full of hatred. Even if I die, the two of you will be buried with me. Do Tiando cursed fiercely. The moment he cursed, rays of light appeared from his body. These rays of light penetrated his body and illuminated everything. No, eldest senior brother. Luo Shui was stunned when she saw this. Do Tiando was using the small world of battle armor's secret manual, Battle Transformation Heaven Blessed. This martial skill used the powerful energy contained in the armor to absorb it into the martial artist's limbs and bones. Then, he would detonate his body and explode with powerful destructive power. A martial artist's body was very strong, especially a life and death realm martial artist. They had comprehended the true meaning of life and death, and the power in their body was comparable to a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. At this moment, Do Tiando detonated his body as if he was detonating a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. The power was boundless. Since we're going to die, then we'll all die together. Do Tiando looked at the two of them, unable to restrain his anger. Die together? Luo Tianqing and Di Qianqiu looked at each other, a trace of fear in their eyes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Just enough for me. It's not that the two of us are looking down on you, but if you want to perish together with us, we'll have to see if you have the right to do so. Luo Tianqing chuckled and took a step forward. A powerful pressure swept out. At the same time, Di Qianqiu also took a step forward. The two of them held the dragon imprisoning lock tightly as if there was an inexplicable connection between them. Do Tiando, this is the stacked space mountain. You want us to die? Then you can die first. Luo Tianqing chuckled and swung his hand. At the same time, Di Qianqiu followed closely. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have worked together hundreds of times. They straightened the dragon imprisoning lock and swung their hands. Bang! In an instant, there was a loud bang. Do Tiando, who was about to detonate himself, was completely pulled out. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. However, the two of them weren't done yet. Instead, they approached each other and swung their hands again. Crackling sounds suddenly spread out. Deafening rumbles came from the dragon imprisoning lock and lifted Do Tiando's body. Scram! Luo Tianqing and Di Qianqiu raised their hands. Rumbling sounds rang out again. The light in Do Tiando's body was completely covered and couldn't explode. The space in this stacked space mountain is overlapping. If you enter, self-destruct so that you won't harm others. Luo Tianqing chuckled. With a shake of his hand, Do Tiando flew out. With a poof, Do Tiando's body completely disappeared. Senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Seeing this, Su Tianyi, Luo Shui, and the others turned pale. Do Tiando wasn't just their leader, but also their spiritual pillar. Seeing Do Tiandu disappear into the stacked space, the martial artists in the small world of battle armor panicked. Their defensive methods also slowed down at this moment. Hehe, Luo Shui, your eldest senior brother has left. Stay and accompany us. Luo Tianqing looked at Luo Shui's curvy figure and a different look appeared in his eyes. He had been in this forge and fiefdom for a while and hadn't enjoyed the taste of a woman. It wasn't bad to release it once in a while. Luo Shui immediately tensed up when she saw several people surrounding her. In this place, there was no protection from this sect, and she didn't even know if her eldest senior brother was dead or alive. How should she face him? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Luo Shui's mind. If he was here, he definitely wouldn't be like this. Luo Shui smiled sadly. Why was he here? He must hate me to death. Gradually, a figure walked out from within the light. He looked at the crowd and smiled. Mu Yun. What? Seeing Luo Shui in a daze, Luo Tianqing and Di Qianqiu suddenly turned around. Who are you? Luo Tianqing looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing on the same spot. She was standing in midair. She had changed into a black martial attire. A strand of hair fluttered in front of her forehead. She had a slight smile on her face. Why do you care who I am? Suddenly, a sentence was spoken, and it completely destroyed this handsome scene. Let me ask you. Who was the one who threw this guy at me just now? Stand out. I promise I won't beat him to death. As Mu Yun spoke, a figure that was more than 2 meters tall appeared behind her. That figure carried a figure on his shoulder. It was Do Tiandu. However, at this moment, the light that Do Tiandu used to detonate himself was dim. It was as if he had been completely suppressed. However, he had fainted. Mu Yun was also speechless. She found a space to cultivate and recover from her injuries. As soon as she came out, she was in high spirits. Then, a corpse smashed towards her. Fortunately, she dodged quickly. The corpse crashed into Mo Fan, who was behind her. After taking a closer look, Mu Yun realized that it was Do Tiandu. Mu Yun didn't care about Do Tiandu's life at all. However, if this guy exploded, she would also die since she was so close to him. That was why she suppressed the power in his body. However, thinking that Do Tiandu was here, Luo Shui should also be here. Mu Yun hurried over. She had said that she would repay Luo Shui's life-saving grace. Seeing her in danger, Mu Yun naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. Good, good. You're very good. Looking at Mu Yun, Luo Tianqing snorted coldly and took a step forward. Di Qianqiu followed closely behind. Between the two, the dragon imprisoning lock restrained Mu Yun's body. Be careful, Mu Yun. That's the dragon imprisoning lock of the Daluo small world. It's very powerful. Boom. However, before Luo Shui could finish her sentence, Mu Yun grabbed the dragon imprisoning lock on both sides of her body and sneered. Good stuff. It's just right for me. Just right for me. Hearing this, Luo Tianqing and Di Qianqiu were fuming with anger. Kill her. The two of them pulled the dragon imprisoning lock, wanting to imprison Mu Yun like how they had restrained Do Tiandu. At this moment, Mo Fan brought Do Tiandu to Luo Shui's side. Here, your eldest senior brother. Mo Fan said indifferently. Hurry up and help. Seeing Mo Fan's calm demeanor, Luo Shui couldn't help but say, that dragon imprisoning lock is a grade 3 void immortal artifact. Mu Yun is only at the first level of life and death realm. She can't resist it. Him? Can't resist it? Mo Fan shook his head with lingering fear. Previously, with the help of Mu Yun's guidance, he was able to break through to the second level of life and death realm. However, when the two of them had recovered from their injuries, Mu Yun wanted to spar with him. In the end, he lost. Mo Fan swore that he would never tell anyone about this in his life. Don't worry. Just watch. Why are you like this? Luo Shui was anxious and said, aren't you his retainer? If you don't help him, he... Boom. However, before Luo Shui could finish her sentence, there was a loud explosion. Crackling sounds reverberated in the sky. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Luo Tianqing's abdomen was torn open and his intestines were penetrated by the dragon imprisoning lock. On the other side, Xianxia was in an even worse state. Both of his arms were shattered and his entire body was sucked in by the dragon imprisoning lock. He couldn't move at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Boring. Mu Yun shook her head and took out the dragon imprisoning lock, crushing the two of them. Not a single drop of blood fell. Weak, they were too weak. Mu Yun had to admit that these two people weren't qualified to be her opponents. After advancing to the first level of life and death realm, the most obvious change was her body. The root of all this was the change in her bloodline. However, an ordinary life and death realm martial artist could unleash a force of 1,000,000 Jin with a punch. Then, Mu Yun's punch would be a few million Jin, or even 10 million Jin. This was a qualitative change. The hidden energy in her bloodline was opened for the first time, which strengthened Mu Yun's cultivation of the Immortal Blood Codex. Moreover, after the previous battle, all the comprehensions of the battle were combined into one, which made her control and use of her strength even more perfect. The tyranny of the life and death realm was developed by her. If it was said that before the life and death realm, the martial artist's control over their body's strength was the increase of the fusion between the body and the soul. Using this to operate the power in one's body, it made the body and soul perfectly fuse. The higher the realm, the higher the fusion, and the stronger the strength. And now, Mu Yun's explosive power was at the peak of the first level of life and death realm, the true peak. Seeing the two first-level life and death realm martial artists die, everyone was stunned. The people of the Great Net Small World and Diwang Small World panicked and fled in panic. However, these people were all points, so Mu Yun naturally caught as many as she could. At this moment, looking at her points, Mu Yun was even more stunned. More than 6,800, almost reaching 7,000, and Mu Yun's ranking directly rose to the 11th place. 11th place. At this moment, looking at the ranking, Mu Yun found that the first place already had 15,000 points. 15,000, even Mu Yun couldn't help but be surprised. In the entire Four Origin Fief, more than 100,000 martial artists had entered at the beginning, and the first place had only killed 15,000. The second place had killed 10,000, the third had killed more than 9,000, and the fourth had killed more than 8,000. Adding up the top 10, they had killed more than 70,000 people. This was enough to show that there were only 30 to 40,000 people left in the Four Origin Fief, or even less. After all, many people had died in the secret zone of the Four Origin Fief. The top 10 were probably all rare geniuses, and most of them were probably in the top 5 small worlds. In the Wuji small worlds, Wuji Transformation Palace, Wuji Xing and Wuji Shui were famous. In the Fiendish Jade small worlds, Yuqing Tian. In the Sacred Light small worlds, Mingyue Xin. These four were definitely in the top 10. Mu Yun, are you alright? Seeing that Mu Yun was fine, Luo Shui felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart, and her expression returned to normal. It's too dangerous here. Your eldest senior brother is seriously injured. It's dangerous to continue staying here. It's better to leave quickly. Luo Shui understood that it would be very difficult for her to enter the top 10 in the small world of battle armors on this trip to the Four Origin Fief. On the other hand, the small world of 5 elements was bound to rise because of Mu Yun's existence. Watching the people from the small world of battle armors leave, Mu Yun could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, there was no safe place in the Four Origin Fief. However, this stacked space mountain was definitely abnormally dangerous. After watching the people from the small world of battle armors leave, Mu Yun turned around and looked at Mo Fan. Why aren't you leaving? Ah? Hearing this, Mo Fan was stunned for a moment and said slowly, I'm not leaving. I'm the only one left in the small world of Mo Fan. I want revenge. Revenge? That's right. That's why I have to follow you. Only by following you can I take revenge. Mo Fan said calmly, those people from the Wuji Transformation Palace will die a horrible death. Hearing this, Mu Yun waved her hand. I didn't say that I wanted to go against those people from the Wuji Transformation Palace. Old man Diwen just let me enter the top 10. Why would I provoke them for no reason? You will. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It's really you. The Wuji Heavenly Palace was ranked first in the thousands of small worlds. There were 36 heavenly palaces and 72 earth palaces. The Wuji underworld alone was able to kill all the elites of the giant demon small world. The Wuji heavenly palace was really powerful. So you're going to follow me? Muyan smiled as she looked at Mo Fan. That's right. Mo Fan said seriously, I'm going to follow you until we get out of the Four Essences fiefdom. Although I'll have an extra retainer and more power if you follow me, you'll also be a burden. Moreover, why should I believe that you won't stab me in the back? The martial artists of the giant demon small world have always been loyal to our words. The demon tribe always keeps its promises and will never go back on them. Mo Fan said calmly, if you don't believe me, you can give me an elixir or plant a contract in me. I will never betray you. My brothers and sisters were killed by the people of the Wuji small world. Of course, I'm going to take revenge on them. You will definitely meet them. I believe that they will send someone to deal with you. Muyan calmed down completely when she heard Mo Fan's words. It seemed that someone in the Wuji small world had taken a fancy to what she had. Each of the 9 elemental powers in her body was extremely domineering and powerful. Ever since she entered the Four Essences fiefdom, countless people had been eyeing her treasures. It seemed that she had to be more careful. Let's go. Muyan said again after a moment of thought. However, Mo Fan was slightly stunned when he saw Muyan. Did she really not worry about him? In the stacking space mountain, there were many layers of space. The two of them followed closely, not daring to be careless. Eldest senior brother, it should be in front, right? Muyan and Mo Fan chatted as they walked forward. There were close to 200 people in front of them. The two at the back stood where they were and watched the people in front of them open a path. It's the people from the demonic jade small world. Mo Fan said, they're from the demonic jade small world. They cultivate demonic arts and are ranked second. That person should be Xianxia. Be careful, don't get discovered. No. Mo Fan said confidently, I'm from the demon clan. I'm different from you humans. No matter how powerful Xianxia is, he won't be able to find me. But you, I won't either. Muyan's soul was kept in the scroll of extermination of Celestial. She was not afraid of Xianxia's investigation. The two of them were hiding in the rear. They wanted to see just what the people of the demonic jade small world were planning. Inside the stacked space mountain, there are many layers of space. It is because of the existence of the empty mountain. As long as we find the empty mountain, we can enter it. Xianxia said in a low voice, this time, we have to be faster than those people in the Wuji small world. We can't let them get here first. Yes. Empty mountain, Muyan could not help but sigh. Compared to the top 3 small worlds, the 5 elements small world was really backward. He knew nothing about this information and could only rely on the mouths of others. After Xianxia finished speaking, he glanced behind him. However, Muyan and Xianxia's disguise was very good. Soul detection could not detect them, so Xianxia could not detect them at all. Although he could not detect them, Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. The two of them did not dare to follow. Gradually, the large group in front of them advanced for 1,000 meters before the two of them moved to keep up. However, along the way, Muyan found that the further they went, the fewer layers of space there seemed to be. To be precise, the people of the demonic jade small world had been avoiding the layers of space and walking in the direction where there were fewer layers of space. They seemed to be moving forward with a purpose. Mo Fan said in a low voice. Yes. Muyan felt that something was strange as they walked. The path they took seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. It was as if they had entered the center of a large formation. Could it be that the so-called empty mountain was in the middle of a large formation? Muyan felt that the 4 elements fief looked strange. Not only was it strange everywhere, but there were also different formations everywhere. Moreover, these formations were very powerful, but they were only targeted at the life and death realm. If an immortal realm cultivator came here, the formations would be useless. This Four Essences fiefdom really lived up to its name. It really did look like a fiefdom, sealing away all sorts of unknown martial artists. Who knew what the hell was going on? Let's continue. The two of them paused for a moment and continued forward. However, at this moment, the people of the demonic jade small world suddenly disappeared. Where are they? Mo Fan walked out and looked in front of him, feeling puzzled. However, Mu Yun did not say a word and looked ahead. Along the way, the trees and forests were in a mess. However, at this moment, 2 rows of pine trees stood proudly in front of the two of them. In front of the 2 rows of pine trees was an empty space. "Follow me," Mu Yun informed and walked directly towards the 2 rows of pine trees. Suddenly, the scene changed drastically. The forest in front of the two of them disappeared and was replaced by a golden and glorious avenue. The avenue stretched for 10,000 meters and extended straight ahead. On both sides of the avenue, there were stone sculptures of ferocious beasts of different shapes sitting upright. They looked either ferocious, amiable, or laughing. "What is this place?" Mo Fan looked at the 2 sides and was immediately surprised. "As a demon, you don't know?" Looking at Mo Fan, Mu Yun was stunned. "I don't know. These people are the strongest experts of the Devil Clan. The 18 statues represent the 18 supreme experts of the Devil Clan. They represent the 18 great clans of the Devil Clan. 18 strongest demon clans." Mo Fan was stunned again. "The giant demon clan, your ancestor, it should be this." As Mu Yun spoke, she walked forward and looked at the stone sculpture that was close to 100 meters tall. It was baring its teeth and looked like a hyena. The ancestor of the giant demon clan. Mo Fan looked at the statue and was stunned. He then looked at Mu Yun with a face full of suspicion. "You're not lying to me, right? It's up to you to believe it or not." Mu Yun turned around and looked at the other stone sculptures. Among the thousands of great worlds, the demon clan occupied a domain called the Demon Domain. The 18 clans in the Demon Domain were extremely powerful. Even if all the humans united, they would not dare to attack them. At this moment, Mu Yun did not expect to see these sculptures here. She was also surprised. The two of them continued to walk forward. After walking for 10,000 meters, the scene in front of them finally changed. Between the two of them was a vast lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island floating in the air. Below, the black river water was rolling wantonly like boiling water, giving off steam. As far as the eye could see, there were a total of 18 tunnels surrounding the lake. These 18 tunnels were all locked by a chain that locked the floating island. It was as if the 18 chains were there to prevent the floating island from floating away. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun could see that there were many martial artists standing at the entrances of the other 17 tunnels. Limitless Underworld. Suddenly, Mo Fan's gaze fell on a tunnel on the left. There were more than 10 figures standing there. The person in the lead was dressed in black and looked extremely strange and mysterious. "That's him?" Mu Yun took a glance and turned her head away. She was not worried about the second level of life and death realm. "Mo Fan, although you're also at the second level of life and death realm, I advise you not to provoke him. You're not his match," Mu Yun advised. "Moreover, don't forget that you're my retainer now. You have to listen to my orders." "Don't worry, I won't attack him," Mo Fan said calmly, "but if he attacks me, I won't be polite either." "Don't worry, I can't wait for him to attack." Mu Yun chuckled and said no more. The Limitless Underworld should be one of the top 10 disciples in the Limitless Small World's Limitless Transformation Heavenly Palace. The second level of life and death realm was enough to look down on the top geniuses of the 5th to 10th small worlds. In the past, Mu Yun would definitely be cautious. But now, the Limitless Underworld was not enough to make her cautious and fearful. However, it was hard to say about the people in other places. At the same time, the people at the other entrances also began to size up the people around them. "Sister Xian, the Limitless Underworld is here too." At the entrance of a tunnel, Mingyue Shin was still like a white swan, leading the people of the Holy Light Small World. Glancing at the Limitless Underworld, Mingyue Shin said indifferently. "This guy won't give up on Sister Xian. This time, we can teach him a good lesson." "Don't be rash," Mingyue Shin said. "Yuqing Tian is here too. I don't have the competence to face him, so it's better to be careful." "Yes. Wu Qiu, look after the 2 women from the Miao family." On the other side, He Daiyu, who was dressed in a black robe, said in a low voice. "Don't worry, I know you need to collect their jade palaces. I'll help you." Wu Qiu looked at He Daiyu and chuckled, but next time, don't use a commanding tone. It makes me uncomfortable. In response, He Daiyu's eyes were fixed in another direction. There, the two leaders of the Heavenly Treasure Small World were wearing veils, watching everything. Indifferently. Sister, be careful of He Daiyu from the 5 Poison Small World. He's up to no good. I know. The two ladies from the Miao family came from the Heavenly Treasure Small World. Naturally, they didn't lack any Dharma treasures. On the other side, a group of 100 people looked around with keen eyes. Kaying, did you find him? Found him. Kaying from the 4 Poison Small World said coldly, it's him. As she spoke, Kaying pointed at Mu Yun with her palm. He's the one who killed Bai Leng. Qing Nidian and Xianxia immediately looked at Mu Yun. Swoosh. 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 Mu Yun naturally sensed their gazes. Mu Yun from the 5 Elements Small World, how dare you kill Bai Leng from the 4 Poison Small World? I think your 5 Elements Small World won't be able to stay in the top 10 this time. A shout suddenly sounded, and everyone's eyes fell on Mu Yun. 5 Elements Small World. Mu Yun. Hearing this, the younger sister of the Miao sisters in the Heavenly Treasure Small World suddenly raised her head. Her gaze was like a torch as it fell directly on Mu Yun. Empty mountain chain however, when Ni Qing Tian's words fell, everyone's gazes gathered on Mu Yun. It's over. We're famous now. Mo Fan coughed awkwardly. What a joke. Mu Yun replied in a loud voice, could it be that you martial artists from the 4 small worlds can only kill others when you enter the 4 essences sealed land, but not let others kill you? If Bai Leng was killed by someone from the Wuji small world, would you still dare to say anything? At this moment, Mu Yun did not deny it. Basically, the leaders of the small worlds were all in the life and death realm. When he fought with Bai Leng, the 9 Yuan Qi and Heaven Fire Qi were enough for the martial artists of the small worlds to investigate. There was no point in denying such a thing. Good, good, good. Qing Nidian looked at Mu Yun and sneered, Mu Yun, I'll remember you. Don't run away when you see me. No way. Mu Yun waved her hand and said nonchalantly, you're not Wuji Star or Yu Qing Tian. Why would I run when I see you? Haha, as Mu Yun's words fell, a giggle suddenly sounded. The laughter was too abrupt. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. It was the little sister of the Miao family from the Heavenly Treasure Small World. You Miao Lingyu frowned and scolded when she saw her sister laughing. He's still the same as the one I knew, wild and unrestrained. The woman stopped laughing, but her heart was filled with complicated emotions. At this moment, martial artists from various small worlds were gathered at the entrances of the 18 passageways. The limitless underworld of the limitless small world. Yu Qing Tian from the Magic Jade Small World, Mingyue Xin from the Holy Light Small World, the Miao Sisters from the Heavenly Treasure Small World, and He Daiyu and Wu Qiu from the 5 Poison Small World. There were also Kaying, Xianxia, and Against the Blue Sky from the Square Small World. Most of the martial arts geniuses from the 10 major small worlds were here. However, the crowd did not act rashly. Instead, they stood at the entrance as if waiting for something. On the other hand, the people from the major and minor worlds were constantly sizing up Mu Yun. As martial artists of the 10 major small worlds, they naturally paid attention to each other. They only knew that the 5 Elements Small World didn't send out the 3 great geniuses this time, but sent out Mu Yun. He had only heard that Mu Yun was at the 10th stage of the Feather Immortal Realm. But now, she was at the 1st stage of the Life and Death Realm. Moreover, she could kill Bai Leng. Bai Leng was a core disciple of White Tiger Mountain in the 4 Corners Small World, and was at the 2nd level of Life and Death Realm. Mu Yun was actually able to kill him despite being at a higher level. She was indeed incredible. That said, even if that was the case, there were still some people that did not care. For example, Yu Qing Tian from the Magic Jade Small World and Mingyue Xin from the Holy Light Small World. This time, when the two of them came here, only they would be each other's opponent. If Limitless Star and Limitless Snow of the Limitless Heavenly Palace were here, they would naturally be even more cautious. After all, the two of them were at the 3rd level of the Life and Death Realm. In the Life and Death Realm, the difference between each level was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference of one level was like 10,000 miles. However, this time, the people from the 4 minor worlds were determined to kill Mu Yun. Mo Fan, do you have the confidence to deal with one of the 3 of them? Of course. Mo Fan said calmly, although these guys are also at the 2nd level of the life and death realm, they are not like those from the limitless underworld. I can handle one of them. That's good. Mu Yun patted Mo Fan's shoulder and laughed, looks like you're not that useless after all. At least you have a little brother. It's still useful. Hearing these words, Mo Fan felt that Mu Yun was mocking him. While the crowd was pondering, a series of crackling noises could be heard from the island. The entire island was filled with black qi, as if a storm was about to arrive. Yuqing Tian of the demonic jade small world smiled faintly and stepped on one of the chains, walking towards the floating island. At the same time, on the other side, Mingyue Shen also waved his hand indifferently and walked up the chain. Instantly, the 2 chains started to resist violently like springs under heavy pressure. Clanking sounds rang out. At this moment, the iron chain was like a swimming dragon, crazily sweeping and waving. If it could let out a roar, it would have already shaken the entire mountain and caused the ground to crack. Seeing this scene, the others also followed suit and started to climb the chains. However, no matter how the chains shook, Yuqing Tian and Mingyue Shen remained unmoved, as if they were walking on flat ground. However, the others were not so capable. The people from the 5 poison small world, heavenly treasure small world, and the 4 minor worlds were all at the 2nd level of the life and death realm. However, when they walked on the chains, they wobbled and could not stand steadily. Let's go. Mu Yun took the lead and walked towards the chains in front of him. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Just now, he and Mo Fan had clearly followed Yuqing Tian and the others to enter. However, when the others appeared on another path, the 2 of them appeared here. Could it be that there was something mysterious about the chains? Mu Yun did not think too much and took a step forward. Clanking sounds instantly rang out. The chains were like mottled beasts that were completely awakened at this moment and waved crazily. F***ck. Even Mu Yun could not help but curse in his heart at that moment. The chain's reaction was too big. If the chains under Yuqing Tian and Mingyue Shen's feet were stepped on and bounced, then the chains under his feet were completely stepped on and immediately started to shake crazily. It was completely different. Serves him right. Seeing that Mu Yun was almost flipped over, Kei Ying's eyes flashed with coldness. It's better if he falls to his death. Qing Nidian smiled coldly and his eyes were filled with amusement. At the same time, Yuqing Tian and Mingyue Shen continued to move forward along the path as if they were walking on flat ground. However, as luck would have it, the 2 of them were standing right in front of each other. One was in the south and the other was in the north. Under such circumstances, the 2 of them would definitely be the first to reach the island. Mu Yun stood on the chains and swayed. There were a few times when he almost fell off. Mu Yun, this empty mountain is densely packed with treasures. How can a small fry like you enter? So. Die here. The people from the 4 small worlds were only a chain away from Mu Yun. Kei Ying snorted coldly and attacked Mu Yun directly. Divine Sparrow Transformation. Kei Ying shouted and stretched out both hands. The shadow of a vermilion sparrow suddenly appeared in front of her. The flames of the vermilion sparrow spread and blasted towards Mu Yun. The smugness in Kei Ying's eyes became even more apparent. Cunning villain. Mo Fan cursed when he saw this. You want to drag me down with you? Mu Yun sneered. Suddenly, a fire dragon appeared. The fire dragon was 1,000 meters long and as thick as a giant tree that would take 10 people to wrap their arms around. Its rumbling sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Roar! As the dragon roared, the shadow of a dragon pounced on the vermilion sparrow and tore it into pieces. Then, the fire dragon pounced on Kei Ying without mercy. Get lost. Kei Ying, Qing Nidian, and Xianxia attacked at the same time and dispersed the fire dragon. However, the 3 of them were unharmed. Some of the disciples from the 4 small worlds who were following them were unable to maintain their balance due to the resistance of the fire dragon. When the chains were attacked, they seemed to be enraged and went berserk. There were screams as 2 figures fell from the chains and fell into the lake below. the aura of the jet-black lake became even more intense. In an instant, the screams stopped and a few skeletons floated up from the lake. Mu Yun, you bastard! You're the bastard! Mu Yun snorted and said, those who kill will be killed by others. Alright, since you've also killed someone, you can wait for your death. Kaiying snorted and looked at Mu Yun with boundless killing intent. Wait. Mu Yun suddenly smiled and said, why should I wait? As her words fell, Mu Yun's feet stuck to the wall like a gecko and stuck to the chains. Then, Mu Yun sneered and 5 yuan dragons appeared behind her. At this moment, the 5 yuan dragons were 500 feet long and more than 1,000 meters long. When they gathered together, they illuminated the surroundings of the empty mountain and shone with 5-colored radiance. Seeing this, Kaiying and the others panicked. Quickly retreat. Disciples below the life and death realm, retreat. However, it was obviously too late. Kaiying's attack on Mu Yun reminded Mu Yun that there was no need to wait until they reached the empty mountain to shed all pretense of cordiality with them. If they shed all pretense of cordiality, he might as well peel off their skin and be done with it. It was better to make the first move and let the martial artists from the 4 small worlds suffer some losses. The 5 yuan dragons brandished their claws and fangs and attacked the martial artists from the 4 small worlds. After receiving another attack, the chains became even more berserk. Gradually, those disciples below life and death realm who didn't have time to retreat were unable to control their bodies and directly fell into the lake below, turning into skeletons. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. If it weren't for the fact that the chains under his feet were too explosive, he would have thought of ways to blast Kaiying, Niqing Tian, Xianxia, and the others down. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun had to divert some of his energy to do these things. After losing more than a dozen disciples, Kaiying's eyes were red. He looked at Mu Yun with hatred, as if he wanted to drink his blood. However, compared to this, Mu Yun didn't pay attention to him. If they attacked again, Mu Yun wouldn't mind letting them know what it meant to be unscrupulous. At this moment, Yuqing Tian and Mingyue Xin didn't pay attention to the crowd at all. They only cared about leading their disciples towards the empty mountain. The 2 of them were about to reach the end of the chains on the empty mountain. Suddenly, the 2 figures took a step forward and entered the mountain range at the same time. However, the moment the 2 figures entered the empty mountain, the 2 figures suddenly disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, the crowd no longer had any thoughts and just looked ahead blankly. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Softwood. Seeing that the 2 of them had disappeared, no one dared to act rashly. However, the people from Wuji Small Cosmos ignored them and sped up towards Empty Mountain. Wuji Small Cosmos looked at the crowd with disdain and coldness in his eyes. He stepped out and became the 3rd martial artist to enter Empty Mountain. After the 3 most powerful experts had entered, the crowd could not care less about the current conflict as they rushed towards the island with all their might. No matter what, there must be treasures in Empty Mountain. If they were late, the treasures might belong to someone else. One by one, the figures walked out and followed the chain towards Empty Mountain. Kaiying, let's go up the mountain first. There are only 2 of them and we have hundreds of people. It's not worth it to waste time with them. Jing Nidian looked at Mu Yun and said coldly. That's the only way. Kaiying gritted her teeth. Originally, she had wanted to launch a sneak attack and knock Mu Yun down. However, she did not expect that Mu Yun would still be able to remain standing on the raging iron chain. He was completely unmoved. Seeing that the people from 4 Cosmos Small Cosmos did not attack, Mu Yun naturally stopped. However, at that moment, it was not that he did not want to take advantage of the situation, but the chain under his feet was churning faster and faster. He had to go all out to deal with the damn chain. Clanking noises were heard as one figure after another swayed on the chains, heading towards the empty mountain. We're finally here. Looking at the end of the chain, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. However, looking at the inside of the mountain, it was all gray and hazy. It was impossible to see anything clearly. Mu Yun took a step forward and the scene changed drastically. His figure seemed to have passed through a sea of clouds and entered Empty Mountain. Mu Yun! A shout came from behind. It was from Mo Fan, but it seemed to have come from 1,000 miles away. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt a cold aura permeating his entire body. This aura did not come from the murderous aura of others but from his body. So cold. Mu Yun shuddered and immediately opened her eyes. At this very moment, he was in the middle of a sea. The bone-chilling cold wrapped tightly around his body. The cold air made him feel as if his body had stiffened. Right now, he was at the first layer of life and death realm. Yet, even he couldn't endure such coldness. It was simply inconceivable. After a moment of panic, Mu Yun immediately took out the black prison silver water and expelled the cold lake water from her body. Only then did she feel better. However, when she looked around, her surroundings were a blur. Everything seemed to be gray and hazy. Mu Yun did not know where she had fallen into the lake. She could only continue to dive upwards. Gradually, Mu Yun seemed to see a piece of wood floating on the water. Without thinking, Mu Yun grabbed the wood with both hands and prepared to float to the surface. Ah, a tender voice suddenly sounded. Mu Yun only felt that her hands were grabbing onto two soft things. It was soft and very comfortable. However, Mu Yun was puzzled. Was there such a soft piece of wood? It was more like, however, before Mu Yun could think about it, Mu Yun instantly felt the wood she grabbed fly into the air. She grabbed it even tighter, afraid that she would fall. With a splash, Mu Yun broke out of the water before she could think about it. When she raised her head and looked up, Mu Yun saw a beautiful face with a trace of anger, shyness, pain, and surprise staring at her. Her almond-shaped eyes, cherry lips, and long eyelashes looked lively and playful because of the water droplets. However, that playfulness was now accompanied by an uncontrollable anger. Her angry appearance was indescribably beautiful. She was definitely qualified to be compared with Qin Mingyao and the other girls. However, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about it at this moment. Mingyue Xin, the genius of the holy light small world, Mingyue Xin. It was actually her. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. She saw Mingyue Xin lowering her head and glaring at her. Then, she looked at the place where her hands were grabbing. Mu Yun was even more stunned. No wonder it was so soft. Bastard, let go. At this moment, Mingyue Xin was looking at Mu Yun with her almond-shaped eyes. She wished she could skin him alive. I'll let go. Mu Yun replied in a daze and immediately let go of her hands. However, the moment she let go, Mu Yun fell into the water with a splash. Caught off guard, Mu Yun drank a few mouthfuls of cold water before she floated to the surface. However, at this moment, Mu Yun saw that Mingyue Xin was still floating in the air, completely naked. Everything was displayed in front of Mu Yun. Bastard, close your dog eyes. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Mingyue Xin's voice was furious. Her pretty face was red as she looked at Mu Yun. She wished she could immediately rush down and kill Mu Yun. What does it have to do with me that you're naked? Besides, I'm below, and you're above. If you don't want me to see you like this, can't you put on your own clothes? Seeing Mu Yun acting so shamelessly, Mingyue Xin was even more furious. However, she still stood in the air and did not come down. Only then did Mu Yun observe her surroundings. At a glance, the endless water surface was suffused with a faint mist. The surrounding lake water was incomparably transparent. However, an icy cold aura permeated the entire lake. Such a big lake, Mu Yun did not understand. Even the entire empty mountain did not look as big as 1/10 of this lake from the outside. Where did this lake come from? However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not have the time to think about this. There was a living beauty hanging above. Seeing that Mingyue Xin was here, it did not seem to be as simple as taking a bath. Can you come down and put on your clothes? Mu Yun was speechless. Floating in the air naked is indeed very beautiful. However, I'm sorry, I won't have any improper thoughts about you. Mingyue Xin was instantly furious. Her breathing also became hurried. However, this hurried breathing stunned Mu Yun. Bastard, you're still looking. Don't be so anxious. Look at how you're panting. Let's talk things out. I didn't catch you on purpose, shut up. Okay. I'll shut up. Mu Yun was speechless. However, let me tell you. I didn't do it on purpose just now. I thought it was a piece of wood, so I wanted to grab. You're still talking. At this moment, a cold murderous intent erupted from Ming Yuexin's body as she looked at Mu Yun. This murderous intent immediately made Mu Yun feel that her body was even colder than the ice-cold lake water. Then can you put on your clothes now? If I can put them on, would I not put them on? Ming Yuexin spread out her arms and legs. Like a butterfly suspended in the air, she stretched her limbs without a single strand missing. That figure was completely in Mu Yun's eyes. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Mu Yun said speechlessly, "Then what are you doing? Isn't it all because of you?" Ming Yuexin snorted and said, "I was originally receiving the inheritance and cultivating the secret technique. It was you who broke my cultivation and caused me to come into contact with the restriction formation of the frigid ice lake. It was me who was bound. How can you blame me?" Before Mu Yun could finish speaking, Ming Yuexin glared at her. Fine. Then tell me, how can I make you come down or put on your clothes? Put it on for me. Ming Yuexin shouted coldly. Me? Put it on for you? Mu Yun was stunned and said, "I won't. Who knows if you're trying to seduce me and set up a honey trap to kill me in one strike. You. If I could kill you, I would have done it immediately." After thinking about it, Mu Yun indeed felt that it made sense. She nodded and flew into the air. She directly took out a set of clothes and put it on Ming Yuexin. "Your skin is so good." As she got closer, Mu Yun could see more clearly and could not help but speak. "You're shameless." Hearing this, Mu Yun pursed her lips helplessly and did not defend herself. "However, I think when you scold me, you should think about it. If someone else came, they wouldn't put on clothes for you. Instead, they would take off their clothes too." Hearing this, Ming Yuexin calmed down for a moment. Mu Yun was right. Although Mu Yun had seen something she should not have seen, at least she did not have any improper thoughts now. Slow down. At this moment, Mu Yun was floating in the air, holding her clothes for Ming Yuexin to put on. However, all these years, when she was with Qin Mengyao and the others, Mu Yun at most helped them put on dresses and blouses. She really did not help other women put on her clothes. Awkward, Mu Yun tried her best not to touch Ming Yuexin for a while, but in the end, she could not put on the clothes for Ming Yuexin. "Ming Yuexin, I'm sorry, let me touch you." Mu Yun chuckled. Her palm went around Ming Yuexin's back, wanting to put on the clothes. "Don't." However, before Ming Yuexin could say a word, Mu Yun had already made her move. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and Mu Yun felt as if her body was completely pulled by a force. Suddenly, a strong suction force came from the surface of Ming Yuexin's body and directly sucked him in. With a bang, Mu Yun's entire body directly stuck to Ming Yuexin's body. Her hands directly hugged Ming Yuexin from behind. Well, there was no need to put on the clothes now. Mu Yun directly became Ming Yuexin's clothes. "What are you doing?" Mu Yun's figure leaned over. Ming Yuexin immediately felt a unique masculine aura and panted. "Putting on the clothes for you." Mu Yun was speechless. "Now it seems that there's no need to put on the clothes. Who allowed you to touch me? I can't put it on if I don't touch you." "What about now?" Ming Yuexin asked anxiously. "Now, I'll directly put on myself as clothes for you. You don't have to worry about me looking at any part of you that I can't see. There's also clothes to cover your body." At this moment, Mu Yun directly used herself as clothes in front of Ming Yuexin. Indeed, she was covering Ming Yuexin's entire body. However, the appearance of the two of them together was really too strange. Mu Yun only felt that if it were Qin Mengyao and the others in this position, they would be very happy. However, now, facing a cold face, Mu Yun felt a little unfriendly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations spoil a good thing. However, if Ming Yuexin knew what Mu Yun was thinking at this moment, he would be so angry that he would bleed from all 7 orifices. "Don't get so close to me." Ming Yuexin finally could not help but shout. "I don't want to either, eldest Mississippi. Both of us are trapped now, okay?" Mu Yun said helplessly. Who knew that she would actually encounter Ming Yuexin when she barged into the Frost Lake, and he even treated her like a piece of wood. She simply wanted to cry but had no tears. However, Mingyue Shin clearly had no experience with men and women. Being so close to Mu Yun and not wearing any clothes, he appeared very bashful and uneasy. He twisted his body and kept moving around. It would have been fine if he did not move. However, this movement took Mu Yun's life. The two of them were so close. It would be strange if Mu Yun did not react. You. Suddenly, Mingyue Shin's face turned red. He looked at Mu Yun, and his face turned red all the way to his neck. You can't blame me for this. Can you not move? I can't control you if you move. Mu Yun said helplessly. Moreover, you have to think about it. I'm a normal man, okay? I won't move. Take care of your thing. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting it off. Cutting it off, how ruthless. However, once it was cut off, it could not be removed at all. Instead, it made Mingyue Shin even more uneasy. Mingyue Shin originally thought that it would be over after waiting for a while. He did not expect that this wait would last for 2 hours, and it was still the same. However, during these 2 hours, Mu Yun was indeed very well behaved. Mu Yun's eyes were also well behaved. He did not glance at her body, but he kept turning his head and looking at the sky above the lake. What are you looking at? I'm looking for the key to breaking the array formation. Mu Yun was speechless. Do you want to be hung here for the rest of your life? If I accidentally tear your clothes and cause damage to your body, who will be responsible? You. Mingyue Shin was just about to flare up, but he thought that if that really happened, he would never be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. If she was hurt by Mu Yun in this situation, then her pure body would be finished. She couldn't accept being conquered by such a man under such circumstances. I have a solution, but you have to promise me 2 things. Do you have a solution? Mingyue Shin's first thought was not Mu Yun's conditions, but Mu Yun's ability. You doubt my ability? Mu Yun smiled shamelessly. Didn't you see my ability? As she spoke, Mu Yun lowered her head and laughed strangely. Scram. Mingyue Shin snorted, what idea do you have? You don't need to know what method I have. I can break this formation, but you have to promise me 2 things. What is it? First, you can't kill me after I let you go. Second, I might tamper with your things after I break the formation. You have to bear with it. I won't kill you. Mingyue Shin nodded and said, but what do you mean by tampering with my things? It means, for example, my hands will be placed on your body. Aren't you placing them on my body now? Looking around again, Mu Yun said, think about it carefully. I'm only trying to break the formation and escape from here. I have no choice but to do this to you. It's all up to you whether you agree or not. Dream on. Mingyue Shin immediately snorted and said, stop looking for excuses. I can't see through this formation at all. What idea do you have? Don't worry about what idea I have. Anyway, boom. Before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, a roar came from above. The roar was deafening and made one's heart tremble. However, as the rumbling sound rang out, dozens of figures appeared in the sky. Those figures seemed to be standing on a transparent crystal less than 100 meters away from the two of them, looking down with their heads lowered. Luan ran. Looking at that figure, Mingyue Shin was completely stunned. Who is Luan Ran? Luan Ran of the reincarnation small world, Luan Wuchang's younger brother. Mingyue Shin said calmly, it is said that this kid's strength is not below Luan Wuchang's. It's just that Luan Wuchang is the son of the first wife, and he is the son of a concubine. He has always been suppressed, so he is not famous. Luan Wuchang's younger brother, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Luan Wuchang was killed by her own hands. If Luan Ran knew about it, she would be skinned alive. He couldn't let this woman be willful anymore. Otherwise, both of them would die. You, almost at the same time, the two of them spoke at the same time. You go first. Mu Yan said resentfully. Mingyue Shin nodded and said, break the formation as soon as possible. They want to come in from the outside. If they see you, you will die without a doubt. Die without a doubt? Luan Ran has been pursuing me. Mingyue Shin snorted and said. After saying this, Mu Yun became even more impatient. Originally, he had killed Luan Wuchang, and no matter what, Luan Ran would definitely take revenge. Now, if Luan Ran were to see him and Mingyue Xian in this state, it would be strange if he didn't kill him. Then I'll offend you. Mu Yun didn't say anything else. Her hands went down Mingyue Shin's back, and her 10 fingers formed a seal. An inexplicable force erupted. Instantly, Mingyue Shin felt Mu Yun's hands on his buttocks. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as he was about to scold her, he shut his mouth when he heard the roar above him. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about where her hands were placed. She just triggered it. On the surface of the lake, an ice blue silk thread suddenly appeared. The moment she saw the ice blue silk thread appear, Mu Yun's face was filled with joy. She stretched out her hand again. Continue. Mu Yun wasn't in the mood to see Mingyue Shin's expression and posture. She was just carried away. Her hands leaned on Mingyue Shin's body and formed a series of seals. Gradually, Mingyue Xian's face flushed red and her body began to weaken. She leaned on Mu Yun's shoulder and finally muttered something. No one knew what she was saying. The buzzing sound kept ringing. Strands of blue silk thread appeared. The moment the blue silk thread appeared, Mu Yun felt that she was getting closer and closer to the core of the formation. So that's how it is. Looking at the densely packed silk threads above that were emitting a faint blue light, Mu Yun was overjoyed. She took a step forward with a strong interest in her eyes. At the same time, the figures above the two of them took turns to smash the protective wall. The cracking sound became louder and louder. Mu Yun's forehead was covered in sweat. She was even more anxious. He had to break this formation before the people above broke the defensive formation outside. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed immediately if he saw Luan Ran. With that thought, Mu Yun immediately made a move. Mingyue Shin's body could be said to be a prominent node of the formation. With her body as the starting point, the entire formation could be activated. This time, Mu Yun didn't care about where she had touched Mingyue Shin. She only cared about touching Mingyue Shin's body and forming seals to break the formation. The buzzing sound became more and more hurried. Finally, with the last buzzing sound, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Mu Yun's hands stopped forming seals. However, she felt something soft again. She immediately withdrew her hands awkwardly. Looking at the blue silk threads above her head, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. It's over? Yes. Then why aren't you breaking this restriction? No problem. Mu Yun smiled and said, but you have to remember what you said. Don't worry, I won't forget. Mingyue Shin's entire body was covered in fingerprints. Her face was completely red. Boom, however, at this moment, a loud boom suddenly sounded. Pieces of sparkling and translucent fragments that looked like crystals fell from above. With a swoosh, a figure rushed down first. Quickly break the formation. Mingyue Shin said anxiously. She had already suffered a great loss when Mu Yun saw her naked body. If others saw it now, she really didn't need to live anymore. All right. Mu Yun smiled faintly and took a step forward, taking the lead to leave. The formation has been broken. Mingyue Shin only felt her body suddenly relax. She didn't have time to think and put on the clothes that Mu Yun had draped over her back. Mingyue Shin. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded with surprise. It was Luan Ran. Luan Ran looked fairer and more tender than Luan Wuchang, but his pair of eyes looked more hazy. Who are you? Luan Ran's eyes fell on Mu Yun and asked in surprise. However, Luan Ran's eyes fell on the two of them. As he looked left and right, his face became more and more unsightly. In the end, it completely turned green and white. Mingyue Shin's body was draped in men's clothes. It only covered the important parts, leaving her thighs and neck exposed. Even if Mingyue Shin tried her best to hide the red handprints on it, how could she hide it? You too, Luan Ran looked at the two of them, trembling with anger. Mingyue Shin, I, Luan Ran, am confident that my strength and talent are not inferior to yours. I once told you that in the future, the small reincarnation world will definitely belong to me, Luan Ran. After you become the ruler of the small sacred light world, the two of us will become husband and wife. Who can stop us? However, I didn't expect that after rejecting me, you would have such an affair with this gigolo here. You, Luan Ran, watch your words. I have nothing to do with Mu Yun. Ming Wuxian felt even more wronged and immediately shouted. Mu Yun. You are Mu Yun. Hearing this name, Luan Ran was instantly enraged. He looked at Mu Yun with overflowing killing intent. It's over. Hearing Ming Wuxian call out her name, Mu Yun instantly felt bitter. This woman is simply a fool. You killed Luan Wuchang. Looking at Mu Yun, Luan Ran laughed and said, however, you killed him well. Otherwise, I would have had to kill him myself. However, I originally thought that after you killed Luan Wuchang, if you were willing to submit to me, I would definitely treat you well. However, I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. You even dare to touch my woman. Your woman? I am not. However, at this moment, Mu Yun and Ming Wuxian spoke almost at the same time. Seeing that the two of them spoke almost at the same time, Luan Ran was even more furious. He couldn't wait to kill Mu Yun immediately. Still trying to deny it? Luan Ran pointed at Mingyue Xian and shouted, you're wearing his clothes without a single strand on your body. That handprint, could it be yours? Shut up. Translator, trans and editor, trans and the two fought. Ming Wuxian, are you going to kill me to silence me because I found out about your affair with Mu Yun? Luan Ran snorted coldly. Are you afraid that I will expose your affair and ruin your image as the saintess of the holy light small world? Luan Ran, you are shameless. Ming Wuxian did not care. He struck out with his palm and leaped into the air, charging at Luan Ran. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun looked around, trying to find a way out. Now, whether it was Luan Ran or Mingyue Xian, the two of them were not people he could deal with. If it was only because of Luan Wuchang's death, Luan Ran might not have made up his mind to kill him. But now, Ming Wuxian had been tormented by him. Not only had he seen everything, but he had also taken advantage of her. It would be strange if Luan Ran did not kill him. In addition, although Ming Wuxian had promised not to kill him, the promise between martial artists was not binding at all. The two of them were proud sons of heaven. Now that they were fighting because of a disagreement, it did not mean that when the two of them reacted, the one who would die the most miserable death would be him, Mu Yun. You want to run? Do you think you can? Just as Mu Yun turned around and was about to leave, a sneer suddenly sounded. Luan Ran looked at Mu Yun with a sneer in his eyes. Luan Xianxia, kill this person. Yes. As Luan Ran's words fell, figures rushed down from above. The person in the lead was Luan Xianxia, a life and death realm martial artist in the reincarnation small world. He and Luan Yu were the leaders. However, at this moment, only Luan Xianxia and not Luan Yu, Mu Yun was a little puzzled. However, without seeing Luan Yu, Mu Yun's heart calmed down. Without a second-level life and death realm martial artist, no one could trap him. If he wanted to escape, it would be a piece of cake. Ming Wuxian, I, Luan Ran, have treated you with sincerity, yet you're having an affair with such a cowardly person. Look at your eyes, are you completely blind? Luan Ran, stop pretending to be a gentleman here. Ming Wuxian said disdainfully, in the thousands of small worlds, who doesn't know that I, Ming Wuxian, am a virgin, which is of great benefit to a warrior's cultivation. You're just looking for an excuse for your ambition. Good, good, good. Luan Ran said good 3 times in a row. His fingers trembled as he said, if that's the case, I'll let you know what true ambition is. Luan Ran shouted and took a step forward. His aura skyrocketed, revealing that he was also at the 3rd level of life and death realm. In terms of cultivation base alone, Luan Ran had concealed it deeply enough. In the thousands of small worlds, there were only a handful of 3rd level life and death realm geniuses. Which one of them wasn't famous? However, Luan Ran was unknown, and very few people knew about him. He had indeed concealed it deeply enough. However, Ming Wuxian was still a genius of radiant cult in the holy light small world. How could he be afraid of Luan Ran? The two figures directly started fighting on the surface of the lake. At the same time, Mu Yun was surrounded by a few life and death realm martial artists led by Luan Xianxia. These people had also displayed great strength in the underground sand palace, and Mu Yun had also experienced it. However, at this moment, looking at these people, Mu Yun wasn't worried in the slightest. Everyone, I really have nothing to do with Mingyue Xin. Please be magnanimous. Mu Yun looked indescribably humble as she cupped her hands and said. Nothing to do with her? Luan Shanhua looked at Mu Yun and chuckled, Kid, you're quite capable. You even managed to deal with Mingyue Xin. If you surrender and tell us what Mingyue Xin's voice and taste like, we might let you go. Everyone, I really have nothing to do with Mingyue Xin. Kid, who are you trying to fool? Luan Shanhua's voice was like muffled thunder as it pressed down on Mu Yun, we all saw it. If young master didn't suddenly barge in, wouldn't the two of you have fought for another 300 rounds? Mingyue Xin, do you know? I don't know how many people dream of taking this woman as their subordinate. I didn't expect that you would get her first time. Kid, you're really lucky. I heard that whoever gets Mingyue Xin's first time will obtain a special power in her body. It's incomparably powerful. You brat, you're just a lucky bastard. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. What first time? Insufficient power? It had nothing to do with him. However, this Mingyue Xin didn't seem to have a simple identity. Fortunately, he didn't act recklessly. Otherwise, even if Mingyue Xin didn't kill him, those old fogies in the Holy Light small world wouldn't let him go. Kid, if you don't want to talk, then we won't be polite. We'll capture you first. There are plenty of ways to make you talk. If I can ride Mingyue Xin even once in my life, it'll be worth it even if I die. A burly man laughed loudly. The few of them immediately surrounded Mu Yun in the center. Their voices were indescribably mocking. With 6 or 7 of them working together, even if Mu Yun had the ability to reach the heavens, he could only die. The burly man looked at Mu Yun and took a step forward. His face was full of fat as he shouted. Boom, however, when the burly man shouted, a loud boom spread out in an instant. Before the burly man could react, his expression changed and he let out a roar before he went silent. Dead, at this moment, the burly man was killed by Mu Yun. What happened? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. However, Mu Yun quietly retracted his hand, and a silver needle disappeared. Everyone, be careful. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Luan Shanhua didn't dare to be careless. Although Mu Yun was also at the first level of life and death realm, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, even if Luan Wuchang was heavily injured, he wouldn't have fallen to Mu Yun. 6. Looking at the 6 people surrounding him, Mu Yun faintly smiled. His eyes were full of sinister light. 5 Yuan dragons. With a low roar, 5 primordial dragons appeared around Mu Yun. The primordial dragons, which were more than 1,000 meters in front of him, roared wildly. At this moment, the 5 Yuan dragons were tightly wrapped by 5 heaven-confining chains. The abundant 5 Yuan chi combined with the heaven-confining chains might was incomparable. The 5 Yuan dragons that had evolved to the second stage were already extremely powerful. At this moment, with the heaven-confining chains might, the heaven and earth changed color. This was the wondrous effect of the 5 Yuan dragons. The heaven-confining chains were distributed among the 5 Yuan chi. Each Yuan had its own powerful effect. The fire Yuan burned the heaven-confining chains, causing their power to rise sharply. The abundant fire chi supported the heaven-confining chains' scorching chi. The metal Yuan made the heaven-confining chains' powerful impact force unstoppable. The earth Yuan made the heaven-confining chains' defensive power. Each of the 5 Yuan chi was different. The 1,000-meter-long giant dragon roared and instantly attacked the 6 people. Mu Yun raised his sword and attacked one of the 6 people. With his current strength, the 3 body protection, dragon transformation, 9 Yuan immortal exterminating palm, spirit sealing cauldron, and various other treasures, the strength he could erupt with was much higher than that of a second-level life and death realm martial artist. It didn't take long for the 6 figures to completely disperse. They were all dead. The 6 people were simply not Mu Yun's match. Putting away the 5 heaven-confining chains, Mu Yun looked up. The battle between Mingyue Xin and Luan Ran was getting more and more intense. The more the two of them fought, the angrier they became. Each of them unleashed an endless stream of techniques. Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh. These two were truly worthy of being from the third and fourth ranked small worlds. Their foundations were deep and unfathomable. Mu Yun, you're here. Mu Yun stopped to watch. Just as he was about to retreat, a delicate shout suddenly rang out. The person who came was dressed in fiery red clothes. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her words gave people the feeling of a fiery aura. It was King of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Black Tortoise Sex Xianxia and Azure Dragon Sex Xianxia stood on the left and right respectively. A dozen people followed behind them. They looked at Mu Yun with anger in their eyes. So it's you. Seeing the people who came, Mu Yun smiled and said, everyone, long time no see. How are you? Bullshit. King looked at Mu Yun and snorted coldly. I just met you. You're here. Just nice. Prepare to die. Wait. Suddenly, Mu Yun said, you can't kill me. Huh? Didn't you see that the two of them are fighting for my life? My life belongs to one of them. If you kill me, the two of them will rush up and crush you. Can't kill you? King laughed and said, Mu Yun, you think too highly of yourself. If I don't kill you, I can cripple you and let the two of them deal with you. As soon as King finished speaking, she took a step forward. Boom, in an instant, a series of explosions rang out. The shadow of a vermilion bird immortal beast appeared behind King. The shadow was more than 100 meters tall and was extraordinarily mighty. The clanging sounds made people feel as if their minds were being destroyed. At the same time, Qing Nidian and Xianxia attacked together. The two of them seemed to have sensed Mu Yun's strange means. If Mu Yun accidentally escaped, it would be a huge loss of face for them. He took a step forward, and three figures immediately surrounded Mu Yun from all directions. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun had no way to retreat. However, at this moment, in the middle of the battle between Mingyue Shin and Luan Ran, a hissing sound suddenly rang out. Then, Mingyue Shin let out a painful groan. In an instant, a figure descended from above, bringing with it a powerful aura that filled the sky. Xianxia, Qing Nidian, and King had no choice but to retreat. However, the beautiful figure was heading straight for Mu Yun. Mu Yun wanted to retreat, but the figure came crashing down and there was no way for him to do so. With a bang, Mingyue Shin's figure fell directly into Mu Yun's arms. Catch them. At this moment, Luan Ran descended from the sky and shouted. Beside Luan Ran, a figure stood proudly. He was dressed in black and his whole body was covered in a black robe. Between the long sleeves of the black robe, there was a snake head spitting out its tongue. There was blood at the corner of its mouth. Mu Yun looked at Mingyue Shin again. How could he not understand? This person must have suddenly appeared to kill Mingyue Shin while he was fighting with Luan Ran. Luan Ran, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Mingyue Shin's face was green and black blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Humph, Mingyue Shin, so your virginity hasn't been broken. Haha. That's great, that's great. You, Mingyue Shin, must be Luan Ran's woman. Hearing this, Mu Yun found it strange. How did Luan Ran know? However, at this moment, he didn't allow himself to think too much. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Water God Palace, hold on to me. What? Mu Yun asked in confusion when she heard Mingyue Shin's words. I asked you to hold on to me. Mingyue Shin glared at Mu Yun. Her eyes were filled with determination. I promise not to kill you. However, we are on the same path now. If I die, you will die too. So, as Mingyue Xian finished speaking, she grabbed Mu Yun's arm tightly. With a splash, the two figures immediately dove into the water and disappeared. Chase. How could Luan Ran let Mingyue Shin escape? Young Master Luan. The black-clothed man with the head of a snake sticking out of his sleeve was He Daiyu from the Five Poisons Small World. He Daiyu said, Young Master Luan, we have to hurry. Mingyue Shin was bitten by my Little Black. The poison in Little Black's body has a strong aphrodisiac effect. Mingyue Shin won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, you better find her now and guarantee that she will listen to you. You can do whatever you want. He Daiyu chuckled. All right. Luan Ran snorted. There is nothing going on between the two of them. Mingyue Xin is still a virgin. I have a way to make her listen to me obediently and become my subject. When the time comes, the holy light small world will belong to Luan Ran. At this time, we have to find them and kill Mu Yun. This woman belongs to me. Luan Ran looked at the people from the 4 small worlds below and said, everyone, Mingyue Xin belongs to Luan Ran. Mu Yun belongs to you. How about we cooperate? Alright. Almost without thinking, Kaying immediately agreed. We only want Mu Yun's life. As for Mingyue Xin, we did not see it. I like to cooperate with smart people. Luan Ran laughed and jumped into the water. Then, the black-cloaked He Daiyu followed. It was not until He Daiyu had entered the water for a while that the people from the 4 small worlds followed. I didn't expect that He Daiyu from the 5 poisoned small world would follow Luan Ran, Qing Nidian said with a frown. Nothing is impossible. But Xianxia said, in the face of absolute power and interests, anything is possible. Enough. Kaying said impatiently, the 2 of you can stop saying such things here. Hurry up and chase after him. Be careful of that black ribbon jade. A warrior from the 5 poisoned small world has poison all over his body. Be careful of him poisoning the water. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them followed him again. On the other hand, Mu Yun was suffering unspeakably. Instead of saying that Mingyue Xin only let her hold on to her, it was more like she was holding on to him tightly. The surrounding lake water was bone-chillingly cold. Mu Yun used all her defense to resist the cold lake water around her, but Mingyue Xin did not care at all. He just held on to Mu Yun tightly and dived down. The surroundings became darker and colder. Gradually, even with the black prison silver water resisting the cold, Mu Yun could not bear it anymore. Moreover, the black prison silver water was a first-class special water in the world. The lake water in this lake seemed to be extraordinary too. Naturally, there would be some competition between the 2 spiritual waters. The resistance became more and more intense as Mingyue Xin dived down rapidly with Mu Yun. However, it was getting darker and darker. If not for Mingyue Xin's hand holding on to her tightly, she would not be sure if Mingyue Xin was still beside her. Where are you taking me? Mu Yun did not know how many times she had asked. However, Mingyue Xin remained silent. Gradually, Mu Yun could feel that Mingyue Xin's breathing was getting heavier and heavier. His entire body seemed to be burning hot. However, at that moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to care about that. He focused all his attention on resisting the cold lake water. However, gradually, even though he used all his skills, the cold feeling enveloped him directly, causing his consciousness to gradually dissipate. Am I going to die? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Mu Yun's mind. However, before he had time to think further, a strong sense of oppression directly attacked his entire body. In the next moment, he did not have time to defend himself and directly lost consciousness. When he woke up again, Mu Yun suddenly realized that he was naked from head to toe. Most importantly, his hands, legs, and even waist were bound by ice blue ribbons. The ribbons wrapped around his hands and legs, leaving marks on them. The more he resisted, the more obvious the marks were. After struggling for a long time, Mu Yun realized that he could not resist at all. What was even more terrifying was that at that moment, his entire body seemed to have disappeared. Even the chart of extermination of deity could not sense it at all. It was as if he had become an ordinary person at that moment, a completely ordinary person. What's going on? Mu Yun looked at the crystal palace-like ceiling above his head and was in a daze. That was the first time he felt so dispirited. Aside from breathing, he was just an ordinary person with no other power. You don't have to struggle anymore. Mingyue Xin. Seeing Mingyue Xin, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said, You said that you wouldn't kill me. I won't kill you. Mingyue Xin stood beside Mu Yun and turned his head to look. Only then did Mu Yun realize that his body was lying on a square-shaped crystal. However, the cold aura on the crystal made Mu Yun feel even colder. Then what are you doing? Mu Yun looked at Mingyue Xin and felt uneasy. He called Old Tortoise 10,000 times in his heart, but he could not sense Old Tortoise's aura at all. That was the first time such a situation had happened. You don't have to struggle anymore. Mingyue Xin leaned against the bed and looked at Mu Yun. His face was red, and he was panting heavily as he spoke. What do you want to do? I won't kill you. Don't worry. All of a sudden, Mingyue Xian's tone seemed to have changed. She had completely turned into another person. Then what do you want to do? I'll give you a great opportunity. Mingyue Xin said calmly, this opportunity originally did not belong to you, but now that I've encountered a disaster, I can only choose you. What do you mean? This is the Water God Palace, the ruins of the Water God. Here, I have an opportunity. Mingyue Xin said, originally, if you didn't appear and Luan Ran didn't appear, this opportunity should belong to me, Mingyue Xin, alone. But now that the two of you have appeared, I can't bear this opportunity alone, so I can only accept it with you. The Water God Palace? The Water God? Mu Yun was shocked. Even in his previous life, he was only an immortal. As for gods, they only existed in legends. You're willing to share such a good thing? Mu Yun looked at Mingyue Xin in disbelief. Of course I'm not willing to share. Mingyue Xin's breathing became heavier as he spoke. He sat on the crystal bed and gradually began to adjust his clothes. It's just that, if I don't want to share, I'll die, so. I have to share with you, obviously, seeing that Mingyue Xin was not right, Mu Yun probed, are you okay? I'm fine, but you might be in trouble next. Me? That's right. The Water God Palace was built by the Water God. It was created by me back then. I'm just here to take my own opportunity, but you inadvertently got involved. It might only be bad for you and not good for you. Wait. Mu Yun suddenly looked at Mingyue Xin in shock and shouted, you said, you're the reincarnation of the Water God? Nodding, Mingyue Xin did not deny it. However, he inadvertently moved closer to Mu Yun again. His jade-like hand brushed across Mu Yun's chest. It was extremely flirtatious. This place was originally used by the thousands of worlds to suppress those evil people. I set up a restriction here years ago to deceive everyone. So this time, I tried my best to come here to find the opportunity back then. But you're lucky to have met me. Fortunately, I was trapped by the restriction before, otherwise you would have died. But now, I won't kill you. Why? Because I need you. As soon as Mingyue Xian finished speaking, her clothes were torn to shreds and she pounced onto Mu Yun's body. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Don't you miss me when you see me? Mingyue Xin sat on Mu Yun and smiled, at this moment, you only need to show your most primitive side. Forget it. Mu Yun shouted, I have wives who are not inferior to you. Don't be so smug. Don't tell me you want to use force? If you don't agree, I can use force. I prepared for decades for this place. How can I miss a step now? Even if you're unwilling, I'll use force to make you help me detoxify. Detoxify. When he heard this, Mu Yun immediately said, wait a moment, wait a moment. After being shouted at by Mu Yun, Mingyue Xin sat on Mu Yun and looked at Mu Yun strangely. I'm a very powerful alchemist. Let me go. I can help you detoxify without the two of us doing that. Believe me, I can do it. The poison in the 5 poisons small world is nothing to me. Mingyue Xin looked at Mu Yun with a strange expression in his eyes. Mu Yun, you have to know that if you obtain my body, your cultivation will definitely skyrocket. It's not impossible for you to directly cross the second layer of life and death realm. The Water God's power is incomparably powerful. I've only unlocked one seal. I don't need it, okay? Mu Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. Forced, what's going on? I like to increase my strength bit by bit. I won't make any mistakes. Don't worry about that. After this matter is settled, the increase in your strength will definitely be real and without the slightest bit of exaggeration. Mu Yun was completely speechless. But I have a way to detoxify you. But I can't take the risk. Mingyue Xin's face was completely red and his body was burning. At this moment, his words were also blurred. I'll let you go. I can't restrain you now. If you run away, I'll definitely die, so, before Mingyue Xin finished his sentence, he had already pounced on Mu Yun. It's over. There was only this sentence left in Mu Yun's mind. However, when he thought of his wives who were eagerly waiting for him, Mu Yun suddenly became firm in his belief. In his mind, he forced himself to calm down. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Mu Yun didn't react at all, Ming Wuxian suddenly panicked. She had to get Mu Yun to help her. Otherwise, she would definitely die. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, do you understand? Mu Yun was speechless. If you force me, I won't do as you wish. Oh? Is that so? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. She was raped. In the end, Mu Yun was unable to withstand Mingyue Xian's 18 types of martial arts. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to surrender. A great battle between the two of them had begun. At the same time, many figures emerged from the icy lake. Those figures were shivering and their faces were pale. They stood on the surface of the lake and looked down with lingering fear. Hey Dayu, do you know why the lake is so cold? I don't know. Hey Dayu said coldly, this place is very strange. It makes one feel cold, but it is not as cold as ice. It is very strange. Luan Ran looked down and said with lingering fear, damn it. I wonder where Ming Wuxian brought Mu Yun to. Can the two of them withstand the cold aura? Hey Dayu shook his head slowly. On the other side, the people from the 4 small worlds were in an even worse state. Damn it. It is so cold. How can anyone go into the water? Qing Nidian was speechless. Kei Ying's face was cold. She cultivated the Holy Sparrow technique of the Vermilion Bird Palace and her physique was of the fire attribute. If she could not withstand the cold, how could the others? Wait. Kei Ying suddenly said, if he doesn't come out, we will wait here. I don't believe that Mu Yun can withstand it better than us. The lake is extremely cold and strange. This guy will definitely not be able to withstand it. The lake was very cold, but Mu Yun's body was burning. Deep inside the palace at the bottom of the lake, 2 figures were wrestling with one another. After an hour, the 2 figures finally came to a stop following a deep roar and a satisfied gasp. Ming Wuxian lay on Mu Yun's body weakly. He felt as if he had used up all his strength. She had not felt so tired even after she had completed her cultivation. However, at this moment, she felt satisfied. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ming Wuxian said faintly. Powerful? At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was like dead ashes. Even though her body was released, her heart was dead. What was this? She had been raped. Even though it was with a great beauty, it was still hard for him to accept this kind of grievance. Look at your little face, it's filled with unwillingness. Do you want to do it with me again? Ming Wuxian's expression changed again. She looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. This woman changed her attitude time and time again. It was as if there were 2 people living in the same head. Sometimes, she was cold and clear. Sometimes, she was like a venomous woman, hiding a knife in her smile. You're not thinking of King me before killing me, are you? Mu Yun said nervously as she looked at Ming Wuxian. At this very moment, the surface of his body was still bound. If Ming Wuxian wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake. This woman's poison had been cured. Of course not. Ming Wuxian chuckled and said, I still need you to help me. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Wuxian flicked her finger, and the ribbons on Mu Yun's hands were untied. Ming Wuxian helped Mu Yun up. The 2 of them met each other honestly and looked at each other. Just thinking about how she had been in negative contact with this perfect body just now, Mu Yun felt strange in her heart. What else do you want to do? Do what? Ming Wuxian smiled sweetly and said, do it again. What? I'm just joking with you. Ming Wuxian chuckled and said, next is the real big opportunity. You'd better grasp it. As Ming Wuxian spoke, she pointed her finger. Suddenly, Mu Yun felt that everything that belonged to her had sunk into emptiness. Including her thoughts. Seeing Mu Yun sitting on the spot in a daze, Ming Wuxian smiled. However, that smile gradually turned cold and detached. Ming Wuxian directly lifted Mu Yun's hands and placed them on Mu Yun's body again. He kept circulating the vital essence in his body, and the 2 of them merged again. However, this time a tyrannical power emerged from Ming Wuxian's body. That power was very weak, but it was as vast and boundless as the sea. Gradually, that power flowed from Mingyue Shen's body and flowed into Mu Yan's body. However, the moment that power flowed into Mu Yan's body, it circulated once and then returned to Mingyue Shen's body. However, more than half of this power had already disappeared. When it returned to Mingyue Shen's body, there was only a trace of it left. But this tiny bit of power was incomparably pure. Streams of power continuously flowed into Mu Yan's body. It was as if at this moment, Mu Yan had become a container that was being filtered. The power that Mingyue Shen could obtain was all the core power, while Mu Yan could only obtain a part of it. Although this part was a lot, it could not be compared to what Mingyue Shen had obtained. This lasted for a full 2 hours. Slowly, Mu Yan opened her eyes. The first thing that she saw was a full body. She exclaimed, only to find that Mingyue Shen was sitting on her body again. "What are you doing again?" Seeing Mingyue Shen's posture, Mu Yan shouted. "Nothing." Mingyue Shen seemed to have recovered his cold attitude again. He snorted and said, "I have already forced myself on you once. This is only the second time." Women were fickle, however, Mingyue Shen's expression changed every second. "As compensation for forcing yourself on you, the power in your body is enough for you to break through to the second level of life and death realm. Think about it yourself." Mingyue Shen looked at Mu Yan coldly and stood up. With a wave of his hand, a long dress covered his body. The long dress covered his legs and neck. Along with it, the scratches and kiss marks on his body were also covered. After doing all this, Mingyue Shen looked at Mu Yan coldly and stood up. His figure flashed as he left the place. "You only have 2 hours here. If you don't come out after 2 hours, you will die without a doubt." Mingyue Shen's words came faintly, and Mu Yan's expression changed. 2 hours? Then let me go." Mu Yan looked at the iron chain under her feet and her face immediately turned bitter. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. However, at this moment, how could she be in the mood to care about this? Mu Yan began to use all her strength to break the shackles on her feet. However, even with all her strength, the ribbons were still extremely tough and couldn't be broken at all. This stinking woman, could it be? Mu Yan calmed her mind and sat upright, no longer speaking. At this moment, he could feel streams of vigorous energy coursing through his body, his limbs, and his bones. However, she couldn't control this energy at all. It was chaotic, coming and going. It was very chaotic. However, under this chaos, Mu Yan gradually figured out a way. She sat cross-legged and her dragon form rushed up. Mu Yan's entire body was immediately covered by Lin Clan. The berserk energy continued to fill the dragon scales. At this moment, dragon scales gradually appeared all over Mu Yan's body. Dragon scales appeared one after another, causing Mu Yan's entire body to look like a colorful rainbow stone. However, gradually, as Mu Yan urged the energy to strengthen her dragon form, Mu Yan also began to control the energy and temper her body. At the same time, she began to comprehend the life and death profound. All of this, from the initial panic and uncontrollable state to the current ease, only took less than an hour. As the energy was continuously transferred, Mu Yan's body was also continuously strengthening. 7 levels of life and death realm, 3 levels of life, 3 levels of death, and the last level of life and death. Mu Yan naturally understood the life profound. However, to combine this life profound with her body, she needed a powerful energy. And now, she already had a powerful energy. This time, Mu Yan was going through the tempering of this energy to comprehend the life profound and accelerate her growth. At the same time, outside the palace, Mingyue Shen stood proudly in the lake, wearing a white dress. She still looked like the cold and arrogant Mingyue Shen. However, when her eyes fell on Mu Yan, there was a trace of curiosity. "Curious?" Mingyue Shen muttered to herself. "I can't believe I'm curious about such a weak human. It seems that after all these years of reincarnation, I've become weak and indecisive. I have to change. Gods can't have feelings." As her words fell, Mingyue Shen's figure flashed and disappeared. At this moment, Mu Yan was at the bottom of the sea. She looked at the palace above her head and stood up. Wearing a long black robe, Mu Yan smiled bitterly. Thinking back carefully, he was forced by a woman. As a man, he was really sullen. Mingyue Xin, water god? Mu Yun shook her head and smiled bitterly, asking, Old tortoise, what's a water god? One of your so-called gods? Brat, did you feel good just now? Good, your head. Mu Yun scolded angrily, are you having fun being a coward? Aren't I doing this to fulfill your wish? Guei chuckled and said, although I really want to break through that woman's restriction and watch the two of you fight, I respect your privacy, so I let it go. Mu Yun had to hand it to Lu Xian for being able to say such shameless words. Tell me, what kind of existence is the water god? You won't understand even if I tell you. This little girl should be a reincarnation of the water god. It's completely different from your reincarnation. She's a god. Her death is more powerful than your reincarnation. Guei curled his lips and said, do you understand now? Don't keep saying this, immortal king. In her eyes, you're nothing before your reincarnation. Mu Yun knew that talking to Guei about this was asking for trouble. I'm too lazy to talk to you about this. Now that I've entered the second level of life and death realm, it won't be so easy for those people above to join forces to kill me. Mu Yun chuckled and said, this time, I'd like to see how they'll join forces to kill me. Mu Yun didn't stay for long and directly rose into the sky. The moment Mu Yun's body was about to touch the palace, there was a cracking sound, and the palace suddenly exploded. Immediately, the lake water covered the sky and covered the earth, directly enveloping Mu Yun's figure. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Black-Scaled Jade Snake Dragon Form. With a low roar, dragon scales appeared all over Mu Yun's body. This time, the dragon scales did not cover Mu Yun's chest, arms, or legs, but covered his entire body. Under such circumstances, the seawater could not penetrate Mu Yun's body at all. Mu Yun seemed to be wrapped in a sealed container, and the lake water could only flow outside the rainbow scales. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to have become a fish in the water, carefree and free. With a plop, Mu Yun's body woke up from his slumber. He raised his head and looked up, crying out in joy. I'm finally out. Haha, Mu Yun came out of the water and completely relaxed. Mu Yun, how dare you appear? However, at this moment, a delicate voice suddenly sounded. Mu Yun turned around and saw Kaiying and the others standing above the lake, waiting for him. Just the few of you? Where's Luan Ran? Mu Yun asked as he looked at the dozen people. Humph, shameless boasting. Qing Nidian laughed and said, Mu Yun, your time of death has come. Don't you know how to die? You're dead for killing Bailing from the Four Corners Small World. Luan Ran is already chasing after Mingyue Xin. We're waiting here for your life. 1, 2, 3. Looking at Kaiying and the others, Mu Yun laughed and said, are there only the three of you who don't know what's good for you? The Four Corners Small World's warrior is ranked 7th. I wonder how strong he is. Today, I, Mu Yun, will check. How dare you? Xianxia also said coldly, Mu Yun, we thought that if you could repent and hand over your points, we would spare your life. Now, it seems that there's no need for that. Points? Mu Yun chuckled and said, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Oh right, it's time to give me your points. With your points, it won't be a problem to rank in the top 10. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun took the initiative to attack. Her dragon form appeared in an instant. Dragon scales covered her entire body. From afar, she looked as majestic as Mu Yun in a rainbow-colored battle suit. With a wave of his hand, the dragons of the 5 elements appeared once more. However, this time, the 5 elemental dragons were tightly bound by the dragon-trapping chains. The 5 elemental dragons, which were nearly 10,000 feet long, roared madly as they charged toward the group. What the hell is this? Wasn't this guy's strength just now? Second level of life and death realm. This guy actually broke through again. Seeing this change, Kaiying and the other 2 were shocked. However, the 3 of them were also at the second layer of life and death realm. How could they be intimidated by Mu Yun's seemingly grand actions at this moment? Divine Sparrow Transformation. Azure Dragon Seal. Black Tortoise Soaring Sky. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures displayed their respective abilities. Powerful True Origin energy completely erupted at this moment. It's useless. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun faintly smiled and said, "When I stepped into the second layer of life and death realm, no one in the second layer of life and death realm would be my opponent. Being invincible in the same realm has always been my strongest reliance." With a smile, Mu Yun directly slapped out with his palm. Asterisk bang, asterisk in an instant, a series of rumbling sounds resounded as Mu Yun took a step forward. Earth exterminating palm. That palm carried the powerful 9 elements heavenly gathering technique and directly attacked Kaing. This woman was the most chatty of all, wanting to kill him. Mu Yun naturally knew how to be protective of the fairer sex. However, if she wasn't fragrant and wasn't a jade, then he wouldn't be protective at all. Asterisk bang, asterisk in an instant, another rumbling sound resounded. Mu Yun's earth exterminating palm contained astonishing might. 9 elements immortal exterminating palm originally only had 2 palms. Earth exterminating palm, from the outside to the inside, and sky exterminating palm, from the inside to the outside. The rumbling sound transmitted into everyone's ears. In an instant, Qing Midian and Xianxia had no choice but to retreat under this eruption. However, Kaing bore the brunt of the attack and didn't have the chance to retreat. With a single palm strike, the 2 figures were directly blasted back. However, the figure in the middle, from the outside to the inside, his skin, organs, and bones began to turn into powder. 1 palm, dead. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. 1 palm, dead. Retreat. At this time, Qing Midian and Xianxia completely understood why Mu Yun said he was invincible in the same realm. This was true invincibility in the same realm. Mu Yun was so powerful that he was able to kill Bai Leng when he was in the first layer of life and death realm. Now that he was in the second layer of life and death realm, the 3 of them weren't his match at all. "You too, aren't you going to accompany her?" Mu Yun attacked again, and the 5 elements dragon directly coiled around the 2. The 5 elements dragon combined with the heaven confining lock was unexpectedly powerful and difficult to contend against. At this moment, the 5 Yuan dragons, which were over 10,000 feet long, were displaying their cruelest side. Biting, roaring, and bellowing, Qing Midian and Xianxia's figures disappeared. 2 second-layer life and death realm geniuses were directly killed. Clenching his fists and looking at the surging power on the surface of his body, Mu Yun was full of confidence. With the help of Mingyue Shin's power, he was able to break through to the second layer of life and death realm. Moreover, if it weren't for the fusion of life and death profound with his body, he would have directly stepped into the third layer of life and death realm. But now, he needed to take it step by step. Mu Yun had always paid attention to stability and not speed when it came to increasing his cultivation base. After all, he knew that there was still a long way to go before he could return to the Immortal King realm. During this period, the foundation of each cultivation base had to be absolutely safe. This kind of foolproof foundation required steady progress. Retracting his power, Mu Yun looked at his feet and suddenly opened his mouth. "Come out." This voice was directed at the calm surface of the lake, but when he suddenly raised his head, Mu Yun directly struck out with his palm. Boom, a powerful explosive force completely sounded at this moment. Mu Yun's body was suddenly hindered and he took a step back. In the void, a muffled groan suddenly sounded at this moment. A figure slowly stepped out. "It's really you. You recognize me?" "No, I don't." Looking at the black-robed man in front of him, Mu Yun shook his head and said, "I don't know you, but I know that you're Luan Rant's dog. I guess you're not a nobody." 5 poison small world, hey Dayu. The black-robed man's voice was a little hoarse. 5 poison small world? Mu Yun was a little surprised. "It seems that I've misjudged you. You shouldn't be Luan Rant's dog. Maybe the 2 of you are in cahoots. Your mouth is really poisonous." "No matter how poisonous it is, can it be more poisonous than the poison of your 5 poison small world?" Seeing Mu Yun's glib tongue, a white light flashed across He Dayu's eyes. Between his hands, in the 2 sleeves of his robe, 4 green eyes were staring at Mu Yun with a cold light. "Little Black, don't be anxious. He will soon be your meal." He Dayu calmed the 2 snake heads in his sleeves and smiled slightly. "Snake? Then you should be from the snake poison branch, the head of the 5 poison small world. The supreme immortal beast of your snake poison branch should be the black-scaled jade snake, right?" Hearing this, He Daiyu looked at Mu Yun seriously for the first time. You even know this? Is it strange that I know this? Mu Yun curled her lips and said, in the 5 poison small world, among the 5 poison small world, snake poison is the most powerful. It seems that you, He Daiyu, are the leader of your snake poison branch. I just don't know how powerful your snake poison branch is. He Daiyu chuckled and said, it's not as good as the seniors of the 5 poison small world, but it's more than enough to kill you. You will be punished for boasting. No. He Daiyu looked at Mu Yun and chuckled, because it's boasting to you, but it's the truth to me. As soon as He Daiyu finished speaking, he directly struck out with his palm. 2 whooshing sounds were heard at the same time. In an instant, 2 snake shadows flew directly toward Mu Yun. These 2 snake shadows carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Snake poison was the most powerful of the 5 poisons and the most powerful of all poisons. The 5 poisons small world was ranked 5th among the 10 major small worlds not only because of its powerful strength, but also because of its frightening poison. Among the thousands of small worlds, it could be said that 90% of the poison masters came from the 5 poisons small world. The so-called poison masters refined poisonous pills that were specialized in harming people. This kind of alchemy master was the most feared and feared. Think about it. If you offended an alchemy master, the alchemy master would at most send people to find trouble. However, if you offended a poison alchemy master, the poison alchemy master would probably be able to kill you himself. However, at this moment, Mu Yun looked at He Daiyu without fear. Poison, with the heavenly fire in his body, Mu Yun was the least afraid of poison. Therefore, if He Daiyu wanted to defeat him, he would have to be stronger than him. Poison would not work at all. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and cleared the poison from his body. 3 heavenly fires surrounded Mu Yun. Any poison was instantly dissolved by the flames and could not get close to Mu Yun's body. However, at this moment, He Daiyu was not in a hurry. He seemed to know that it was impossible to trap Mu Yun and kill Mu Yun purely by relying on these poisons. However, he had to use these poisons. Damn it, Mu Yun! Seeing Mu Yun rushing over with the heavenly fire, He Daiyu laughed sinisterly and raised both his hands. Boom! In an instant, a rumbling sound was heard. The snake head that was originally the size of a cup between He Daiyu's sleeves actually shot out of He Daiyu's body and expanded rapidly. Hiss! Hiss! In an instant, the gigantic snake that was more than 10,000 feet long waved in front of Mu Yun, twisting its body. The snake's heart moved in and out, and it was at least a few hundred meters long. It was like an endless stretch of red silk. However, this silk was filled with the smell of blood. Black-scaled jade snake. Looking at the 2-headed snake that was more than 1,000 feet long, Mu Yun was immediately stunned. According to the information he had received, the black-scaled jade snake should not have appeared here. However, one had appeared beside He Daiyu. Damn that old thief Diwen. Didn't you say that the black-scaled jade snake was the most precious treasure of the 5 poisoned small world? It should not be taken out easily. Why did it appear now? Mu Yun cursed inwardly and hurriedly retreated. Why aren't you attacking? He Daiyu looked at Mu Yun and smiled slightly. F***ck your mother. Mu Yun cursed. The black-scaled jade snake is the most precious treasure of your 5 poisoned small world. Am I courting death by attacking it? Hearing this, He Daiyu smiled slightly. However, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. No, Mu Yun suddenly looked at the black-scaled jade snake and a little light appeared in his eyes. This was indeed a black-scaled jade snake. However, this black-scaled jade snake was not an adult yet. The power of the blood bead. Seeing this, Mu Yun's eyes suddenly revealed a smile. On the other side, He Daiyu was stunned when he saw the smile in Mu Yun's eyes. What are you smiling at? I'm laughing at myself for being an idiot, okay? Mu Yun smiled again. I thought you were a big snake, but it turns out that you were just a small snake. I scared myself. You, however, He Daiyu seemed to be even angrier when he heard Mu Yun's words. You insulted Little Black, which is the same as insulting me. Little Black? Mu Yun chuckled and said, this little snake of yours, is it male or female? He Daiyu was even more furious when he heard Mu Yun's question. Little Black was his partner. They grew up together, and he could not tolerate Mu Yun's insult. However, Mu Yun did not care about this at this moment. His eyes landed on Mu Yun, as if he wanted to dig Mu Yun's eyes out. However, Mu Yun was fearless at this moment. The angrier He Daiyu was, the happier he was. The smile in Mu Yun's eyes deepened when he saw He Daiyu completely break down. Little Black, you have to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, this person will continue to insult you with his cheap mouth. Hiss, the black-scaled jade snake kept flicking its tongue when it heard He Daiyu's words. Its entire head looked abnormally terrifying, especially its forehead. It looked like a black glow had appeared, making one's heart palpitate. Mu Yun looked at the black-scaled jade snake calmly and spread out his perception. He Daiyu had been hiding here for half a day. Who knew if anyone else would appear? It was better to be safe than sorry. He did not want to capsize at such an easy task. You don't have to worry. He Daiyu looked at Mu Yun's nervous expression and said with a smile, no one will pay attention to this place, including if you die here. Ming Wuxin has already left, and Luan Ran has gone after her. The reason why I stayed here was to prevent the trash from the 4 small worlds from being unable to keep you here. Now, it seems that I was right to stay here. Right to stay here? Mu Yun chuckled. Don't you feel that you are too arrogant like the 3 of them? Mu Yun could not be bothered to waste He Daiyu's words and threw a punch. As he threw He Daiyu's fist, He Daiyu's eyes widened, He Daiyu's eyes Daiyu's jade snake Daiyu's body. At that moment, a loud rumble was heard. The black-scaled jade snake coiled around Mu Yun and flew towards him. On the other side, He Baiyu sneered and took a step forward. This series of changes happened in the split second the 2 of them made their moves. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions made the 2 of them feel as if the mountains were collapsing. Boom. Boom, a muffled sound rang out. At this moment, the 2 figures suddenly collided with each other, exchanging blows with a loud bang. In this collision, Mu Yun could feel that although He Daiyu was also at the 2nd level of life and death realm, he was not someone Qing Nidian and the others could compare to. Between experts, a single move was enough to reveal the truth. Blackie, swallow him. Hiss. Hiss, He Daiyu's order rang out, and the He Daiyu's mouth drooled as it looked at Mu Yun with desire. On the other hand, Mu Yun took a step forward. His aura rose from his body as he transformed into his dragon form. The surface of his body was completely covered by dragon scales. From afar, he looked as if he was wearing a rainbow-colored robe, looking extraordinarily mighty. Get lost. With a loud and clear roar, Mu Yun took a step forward. A rumbling sound rang out at this moment. Mu Yun's shout caused the entire air to tremble. How could an ordinary sound compare to a dragon's roar? Dragon? Seeing Mu Yun's transformation, He Daiyu's face revealed a trace of astonishment. However, this astonishment did not last for long before disappearing. It was replaced by a smug look. Blackie, it seems like your feast is bigger than I imagined. He Daiyu said. With a wave of his hand, the 2-headed He Daiyu's black-scaled jade snake tore through the air and flew behind He Daiyu. The 1,000-zhang-long snake god coiled around He Daiyu's body. The 2 snake heads rested on He Daiyu's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, the black-scaled jade snake's body was also extremely shrunk. Crackling sounds could be heard. He Daiyu looked like a ghost from the night, with the snake heads on his shoulders and the snake body around his waist. Let me show you the power of the snake venom of my 5-poison small world. He Daiyu chuckled and took a step forward. 10,000 poison kill. With a low roar, the black-scaled jade snake arched its body. He Daiyu also bent his waist and grinned. Hissing sounds could be heard continuously. Not long after, layers of black poisonous gas spread out from the snake god. The poisonous gas continued to spread and covered the entire lake. Slowly, He Daiyu's figure disappeared in the snake venom. Mu Yun stood in the black fog and looked up. His eyes were cold and detached. Snake venom, to an ordinary person, it might be fatal. However, to him, it was useless. The purple lotus demonic fire, 1,000 calamity ghost fire, and soul-devouring fire spread out and wrapped Mu Yun's body tightly. The moment the poisonous gas got close to Mu Yan's body, it was burned to ashes by Tao Wu's heavenly fire. It could not get close to Mu Yan's body. Seeing this, He Daiyu's expression changed slightly. However, in the dark, his figure was moving back and forth. The black-scaled jade snake's body also approached step by step. It gradually expanded and became 1,000 zhang long again. With the help of the snake venom, Mu Yan could not detect all of this. Even if the snake venom can't bind you, you must die. He Daiyu suddenly attacked. Mu Yan's body was instantly wrapped by the black-scaled jade snake's body. The huge serpent god wrapped itself around Mu Yan's body without leaving any gaps. Mu Yan didn't even have time to react to the sudden change. 5 Yuan dragons. With a roar, 5 Yuan dragons suddenly appeared around Mu Yan's body. The huge 5 Yuan dragons kept struggling, but they could not break free from the black-scaled jade snake's entanglement. The black-scaled jade snake was the supreme being of the snake venom lineage in the 5-poisoned small world. It was extremely powerful. This kind of power was not something that could be explained with just a few words. Even though the snake in front of them was not an adult, it had the ability to overturn the heavens and the seas. Moreover, its body was extremely poisonous. The 5 Yuan dragons resisted the black-scaled jade snake's entanglement. However, the black-scaled jade snake's body gradually emitted snake venom. As the snake venom spread, the black-scaled jade snake's body gradually accumulated. Except for the fire dragon, the other 4 dragons were covered by the snake venom. Their bodies sizzled as they were unable to withstand the snake venom's invasion. Only the fire dragon stood tall and did not fall. What an evil creature! Mu Yan snorted coldly in her heart. The coldness on her face became even more apparent. She took a step forward and an explosion sounded. Kill! The annihilating earth palm struck out. The powerful explosive force forced the black-scaled jade snake to retreat. Boom! As the palm exploded, the black-scaled jade snake let out a miserable cry. Hearing this sound, He Daiyu's face suddenly hurt. Come on! Mu Yan smiled and struck out with his palm again. Boom! Crackling sounds were heard. In the blink of an eye, 2 palm prints appeared on the black-scaled jade snake's abdomen. Seeing this, Mu Yan was stunned. He was very clear about the power of the annihilating earth palm. Just now, with 2 palms, it almost killed everyone in the small world. But now, it only injured the black-scaled jade snake a little. This big guy's defense was just too freakish. I don't believe you can withstand much. Mu Yan bellowed and struck out with his palm again. Annihilating earth palm. The palm fell. In an instant, a huge palm print flashed with a strong light from the black-scaled jade snake's abdomen and attacked He Daiyu. Seeing that He Daiyu was about to be attacked, how could the black-scaled jade snake ignore it? It coiled around its body even tighter. But how could He Daiyu not see the power of this palm? His face suddenly changed. But it was too late. Puff! With a puff sound, Mu Yan's annihilating earth palm struck the black-scaled jade snake's abdomen. Blood burst out and the black-scaled jade snake's body exploded at this moment. It would have been fine if that was all, but the moment the palm landed, Mu Yan immediately stuffed a blood essence bead into the black-scaled jade snake's abdomen with lightning speed and immediately fled. Little Black. Seeing this, He Daiyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He rushed forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar reverberated through the sky. The moment the roar fell, the entire surface of the ice lake exploded. Waves of water up to 1,000 meters high rolled out. Seeing this scene from 10,000 meters away, Mu Yan was completely dumbfounded. The blood essence bead exploded. It could produce such power. Mu Yan stood in the same place in a daze. He did not move at all. His mind was already in a complete daze. He knew that the 3 blood essence beads used his own blood essence as the foundation. They extracted the power of the blood essence and detonated the blood essence beads to produce a powerful force. But he did not expect that the power of the blood essence beads explosion was not inferior to the power of a grade 3 void immortal artifact. Powerful. Little Black. Immediately, a loud and clear roar could be heard from the surface of the lake. The moment the roar sounded, He Daiyu's figure flew out of the lake in a sorry state. Looking at the flying ashes in the sky, He Daiyu's face was ashen. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Little Black was dead. He Daiyu was completely dumbfounded. You're going to die with Little Black. He Daiyu looked at Mu Yun. He was completely enraged. As his personal spiritual beast, Little Black was very powerful. It was comparable to a level 3 life and death realm martial artist. But at this moment, it was killed by Mu Yun. The terrifying explosion of the blood essence bead had directly blown Little Black into powder. Everything dissipated. His heart died along with it. Why bother? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. If you let go of your obsession and don't want to kill me, I won't kill you either. Let go of my obsession and don't want to kill you. He Daiyu snorted. Mu Yun, as a member of the 5 Elements Small World, you should have known what your status is. The top 3 small worlds and the 10 major small worlds are extremely powerful. The strength of the 4th small world of reincarnation is also unfathomable. Do you think that you've become a treasure in Di Wen's hands just because you've entered the top 10 and continue to maintain your position in the 5 Elements Small World? Luan Dongsong is a very protective person. If he knows that you've killed Luan Wuchang, it would be strange if he doesn't kill you. An ant should act like an ant. If you've honestly maintained your position in the 5 Elements Small World, it's fine. But now, if you want to go further, then prepare to die. He Daiyu was furious. He looked at Mu Yun with eyes full of killing intent. At this moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to explain. In the eyes of these high and mighty people, other than them who could be called geniuses and were respected by everyone, the rise of others deserved to die. The weak should act like a weakling. This was what those geniuses thought was the most correct thing. However, who was strong and who was weak was not for them to judge. Mu Yun's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. This smile was filled with bitterness, contempt, and murderous intent. Since you think you deserve to die, then you can die. True strength. He never believed in destiny. He only believed that his own life should be in his own hands. 9 Yuan blood wheel. 9 Yuan Qi gathered above the blood wheel and appeared with a loud bang. The 5 heaven-trapping locks appeared again and wrapped around the 5 Yuan dragons. The enormous 5 Yuan Qi and 9 Yuan Qi resonated with each other. However, after doing all this, Mu Yun still had no intention of stopping. She stretched out both hands, and the protective auras of the Diamond Saint Body, 100 Refinement Golden Body, and Bone Refining Saint Body appeared again. This was the complete Mu Yun, the true Mu Yun. She used her true strength. Looking at He Daiyu opposite her, Mu Yun smiled and said, He Daiyu, without the black-scaled jade snake, your strength is almost halved. Let's see what you can do. As Mu Yun's words fell, the majestic aura in her body exploded again. Aries Art Level 1. In an instant, everything around Mu Yun increased crazily. Aries Art increased a life and death realm martial artist's explosive power. Level 1 doubled, Level 2 quintupled, and so on. Aries Art Level 2. Mu Yun did not stop. The true Yuan in her body surged, and her strength increased 5-fold. At the life and death realm, a 5-fold increase in strength could be said to be tyrannical. At this moment, Mu Yun was on the verge of exploding. Her body was at the edge of what she could bear. You're courting death. Seeing Mu Yun's aura increase, He Daiyu was shocked. However, at this moment, if he retreated, he would die. Therefore, he could not retreat. Taking a step forward, He Daiyu's entire body was covered in black aura. Great Jade Snake Tualuo. With a low shout, He Daiyu's entire body surged with black aura, and he directly pounced in front of Mu Yun. He belonged to the snake venom lineage. The enemy was ruthless, but he was even more ruthless. At this moment, he could not hesitate, or he would be the one to die. Heaven Fusion Art, Fusion Power. Mu Yun muttered in her heart and took a step forward. The first level of the Heaven Fusion technique was martial fusion. It fused the martial artists' martial skills together to increase their strength. Mu Yun's 3 bodies protection chi was formed by the fusion of the Vajra Sacred Body, 100 Refinements Golden Body, and Bone Refining Sacred Body. Her defense was more than 10 times stronger. The second level was fusion, which was used to refine the opponent's attack power. At this moment, Mu Yun was using the fusion power. It melted He Daiyu's attack and consumed it within its own body. In an instant, He Daiyu felt as if all his attacks were being absorbed by Mu Yun, and he was unable to resist at all. How was this possible? He Daiyu was confused. However, at this moment, Mu Yan's earth-shattering attacks were already sweeping over. The 5 origin dragons attacked first, followed by a palm strike of the 9 origin heavenly gathering technique. Next was the 9 primordial blood wheel. 3 powerful attacks. At this moment, under the support of the Aries art, the potential that could be unleashed was unimaginable. Boom, with a loud explosion, pillars of water once again appeared on the surface of the lake. Those water pillars rose into the sky with a ferocious aura, completely engulfing He Daiyu's entire body. Slowly, the waves calmed down. Standing in the same place, Mu Yan's face was pale, and she exhaled slightly. He Daiyu was dead. Mu Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Her points rose again. She was ranked 6th with 9,600 points. That was enough. Mu Yan was satisfied. Her points had risen to within the top 10. Even if she was ranked last in the ranking competition, she had fulfilled Diwen's instructions and won the top 10. After this, she did not need to worry about the points anymore. Looking at the calm surface of the lake, Mu Yan did not stay for long. She directly flew upwards and left. After a full hour, a figure suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the lake. TSK. Hey Daiyu, I've already told you that allying with the Luan Ran was like asking a tiger for its skin. What happened now? You're dead. The person who appeared was Wu Qiu from the 5 Poisons Small World. Facing the death of He Daiyu from the 5 Poisons Small World, Wu Qiu did not have a trace of sadness. Look this time. Not only did Mingyue Xin not die, but his strength seems to have increased greatly. Now, Mu Yun too. This time, I think you're completely finished. Oh, no, you're completely finished. After Wu Qiu finished speaking, he looked up and said quietly, Xia He, Bai Jian, and Yan Quan should have finished their work. Now, the 2 sisters from the Heavenly Treasure Small World should be affected. You're dead now. You almost ruined our 5 Poisons Small World's big event. Wu Qiu shook his head, finally sighed, and left the place. The surface of the lake completely calmed down. Mu Yan walked out of the sealed area alone. Only then did she realize that the entire empty mountain was not big. However, this small empty mountain was filled with mushrooms that were as tall as a person. And he walked out of a mushroom that was as tall as a person. A mushroom, an entire world. Understanding this, Mu Yan's eyes revealed a smile. It seemed that this empty mountain was not only what it looked like on the surface. There were also spaces inside. Mingyue Xin entered the empty mountain and walked directly towards his target. After obtaining the inheritance, he would leave immediately. Then, there should be many strange places in this empty mountain. After making up her mind, Mu Yan walked among the huge mushrooms. She casually tapped on a mushroom, and Mu Yan immediately disappeared from the spot. In front of her was a blue sea. Below her feet was all seawater. The waves were turbulent and abnormally fierce. On the surface of the sea, there were huge beasts with big and sturdy bodies. At this moment, they were tumbling and rolling, and immediately caused a tsunami. Mu Yan did not stay for long and left directly. The seal of this space had obviously been broken by someone. It should have been explored by someone. Turning around again, Mu Yan entered another mushroom. As he entered the mushrooms one after another, Mu Yan discovered that most of the mushrooms seemed to have had their restrictions broken and examined by someone else. It was not until she entered the 70th mushroom that Mu Yan stopped and did not leave immediately. In this mushroom world, there were huge and lush trees growing majestically. However, Mu Yan caught a weak aura between the huge trees. Save me! A very weak cry for help attracted Mu Yan's attention. Carefully, she flew down and walked among the trees. Mu Yan was getting closer and closer to the place where the voice came from. In the end, Mu Yan was very sure that the cry for help was behind her. But no matter what, Mu Yan could not find the ultimate source of the cry for help. I beg you, save me, the weak voice sounded again. Mu Yan suddenly turned around and looked at a huge tree behind her. With a sizzling sound, a piece of bark fell from the huge tree. A figure fell to the ground with a bang. It was only at this moment that Mu Yan realized that the person was using the huge tree as a disguise. Using a magic treasure, the person's body was hidden on the tree trunk. Even she did not notice. Walking forward, Mu Yun carefully placed her palm under the woman's nose. Poison. Feeling the scorching aura between her fingers, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. What a tyrannical poison. It seems to be the poison of the gecko. The gecko was a gecko. It was just a gecko that ordinary people saw. It was not harmful at all. However, a gecko that had cultivated into a spirit had a strong poison. The gecko was also one of the 5 poisons. It's someone from the 5 poisons small world again. Mu Yun was now basically sure that He Daiyu was not the only powerful person from the 5 poisons small world who had entered Empty Mountain. This woman's aura was weak, but she was at the 2nd layer of the life and death realm. To be able to poison a woman at the 2nd layer of the life and death realm, her strength was definitely not weak. Who are you? Mu Yun looked at the woman with a weak aura and opened her mouth. However, when the woman jumped down from the tree trunk and saw Mu Yun in front of her, she pounced over and began tearing Mu Yun's clothes with her hands. Without saying a word, she kissed Mu Yun's neck. Damn it! Mu Yun cursed in a low voice, and a flame shot out from her fingertip. 10,000 calamity ghost fire could burn a martial artist's true soul. The burning and stabbing pain of the true soul was the best way to keep a martial artist awake. It's this kind of chaos poison again. Mu Yun couldn't help but admire the 5 poison small world's martial artists. Whether it was a man or a woman, the most primitive desire was that kind of thing. Therefore, no matter what kind of poison it was the most difficult to guard against a poison that could arouse the thoughts of men and women. This kind of poison wouldn't take a person's life, but it could make a martial artist's mind think of those kinds of things. If a man was poisoned, even if the one standing in front of him was a sow, he could still be treated as a fairy. Moreover, when a person was poisoned, their true soul would be bewitched, and they wouldn't have any ability to resist. Instead, they would become someone else's plaything. This kind of poison was the hardest to guard against. Calm down. Mu Yun slapped the woman's face. This slap stunned Mu Yun. The woman was dressed in a long green dress. Her clothes didn't cover her body as she was fleeing. At this moment, her face was revealed. It was pure and beautiful, and there was a different kind of charm to it. However, when Mu Yun looked at this face for a while, she felt that it was very familiar. However, Mu Yun didn't have time to think too much as the woman pounced on her again. Freeze! With a low shout, the 10,000 calamity ghost fire appeared and made the woman feel completely comfortable. Wisps of ghost fire entered the woman's mind. A scream was heard. In a panic, the woman opened her eyes in a daze. You are, looking at Mu Yun, the woman was unsettled. However, when she saw that her clothes were disheveled, she hurriedly tidied them up. Who are you? Why are you poisoned? Before the woman could ask, Mu Yun spoke first. Younger sister. However, after Mu Yun asked the question, the woman was stunned and said in a daze. Younger sister? Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. What younger sister? Mu Yun was completely confused by the woman's question. Who are you? The young woman looked at Mu Yun again and asked cautiously. Hey, can you figure out the situation? I'm the one asking you now. Who are you? Mu Yun spoke again. It's up to you to say it or not. I don't have that much patience to wait for your answer. After saying that, Mu Yun looked as if she would leave if the woman didn't say anything. Wait a minute. Seeing that Mu Yun was really about to leave, the woman panicked. I'm from the small heavenly treasure world. My name is Miaoling Yu. Now, can you tell me who you are? Why should I tell you? Mu Yun stopped and looked at the woman. She chuckled and said, however, since you're from the heavenly treasure small world, you naturally have a lot of treasures on you. Why don't you share some treasures with me after I save you? Mu Yun was now ranked in the top 10. She wasn't in a hurry to accumulate points at all. Instead, she had treasures. It was said that every warrior in the heavenly treasure small world wore gold and silver. This gold and silver didn't refer to gold and silver, but real treasures of heaven and earth. All right. However, after hearing Mu Yun's words, the woman was resolute. She didn't refuse and said, I can give it to you, but you have to promise to help me find someone. Who? Call me Master Boom." Hearing the woman's words, Mu Yun's body involuntarily emitted a powerful aura. "Miao Lingyu's younger sister, Miao Xianyu?" "Say that again." Mu Yun could not help but ask. "I said, my sister, Miao Xianyu, was taken away by the people of the Five Poisons Small World. I don't know where she is now. If you help me find her and save her, my grandpa will give you whatever you want in the Heavenly Treasure Small World." "Your grandfather? What's your grandfather's name?" "Miaoqing." "Miaoqing?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was completely stunned. "Could it be, where is your sister?" "How would I know?" Miao Lingyu was so anxious that tears began to flow out of her eyes. "I was separated from my sister and the others just now. I fled here alone to avoid being hunted down. I don't know where my sister and the others are now." "Miao Xianyu, my good disciple," Mu Yun's heart thumped. Back then, the sacred pill sect was basically annihilated. He had also looked for Grandmaster Miaoqing and Miao Xianyu. But there was no news of them. Who would have thought that after so many years, he would hear news of the two of them here again? When Mu Yun was in Baiyun City, she had sensed that Great Master Miaoqing's identity was not simple. Later on, when she found out that Miaoqing was an alchemist from the sacred elixir sect, she did not think much of it. However, from the looks of it now, their identities were far from simple. Back then, the two of them were in the Pale Yellow Small World. Now that they had appeared in the Heavenly Treasure Small World, it meant that Grandmaster Miaoqing knew how to enter the Pale Yellow Small World. He had to find Miao Xianyu immediately. Immediately, Mu Yun made up her mind. She looked at Miao Lingyu and asked, "Do you have a way to detect Xianyu's aura?" Immortal language. Miao Lingyu was taken aback by the way Mu Yun addressed her. She nodded slowly. "Then use the secret technique to see where the immortal language is." Yeah. Miao Lingyu lowered her head and took out a bell. However, the bell was colorless and looked very strange. However, Miao Lingyu held the bell and didn't move for a long time. "Start already," Mu Yun urged when she saw that Miao Lingyu didn't move for a long time. With you here, I can't let go." Miao Lingyu lowered her head and said, "I always have bad thoughts in my mind, so I can't focus on searching." The moment he said that, how could Mu Yun not understand what he was referring to? "Let me detoxify you first." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, 3 heavenly flames shot out at the same time. The scorching flames enveloped Miao Lingyu. Miao Lingyu couldn't help but let out a seductive moan. Upon hearing this, Miao Lingyu finally realized that she had lost her composure. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was not paying attention to this. She was only controlling the heavenly fire to invade Miao Lingyu's body. Phew, slowly, Mu Yun exhaled, and a relaxed expression appeared on her face. "We can begin now." "Ah? Okay, I'll start now." At this moment, Miao Lingyu checked her body and felt that the strange touch had completely disappeared. She was relieved. However, she still found it strange that Mu Yun cared so much about her sister. "Mu Yun, did you know my sister before this?" "I think so." Mu Yun wasn't very sure if Miao Xianyu was his precious disciple. Was that girl with 2 ponytails, her voluptuous breasts, looking up at him with her tender face and telling him that she would marry him when she grew up? Was that really her? Mu Yun wasn't sure. Mu Yun urged, "Hurry up. If it wasn't for her, I would have done you a favor. At least, I would have formed a good relationship with your Heavenly Treasure Small World." Miao Lingyu wasn't sure if Mu Yun was sincere or not, but she had no other choice now. Her sister was now in the hands of the people from the 5 Poisons Small World. If anything happened to her, she was afraid that her grandfather would go crazy. Nodding, Miao Lingyu began to shake the bell in her hand. The bell didn't ring with a clear tinkling sound, but with a dull buzzing sound. However, not long after the buzzing sound was heard, the buzzing sound suddenly turned back. "Over there!" Miao Lingyu shouted and rushed out instantly. Mu Yun didn't say anything and followed her. "Please don't let anything happen to her." Mu Yun muttered in his heart and sped up. However, he didn't know where Miao Lingyu was. Fortunately, he pulled Miao Lingyu up and ran all the way. In the middle of the endless forest of giant trees, there were lush towering trees everywhere. Standing in the middle of the forest, a person's figure was really too small. In In the quiet forest, a scream suddenly rang out. At this moment, in an open area in the forest, a figure was suspended in midair. This person was wearing a plain white dress and looked like a butterfly with broken wings. She was imprisoned in midair. However, at this moment, the woman's face was still covered with a white veil. Her curvaceous figure looked even more lifelike because of the pain she was in. Yan Quan, you have a way. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch this little girl. Figures shuttled back and forth below. Among them, a short man in a black robe laughed. The two sisters in the Sky Treasure Small World are not weak. In addition, they have a lot of treasures. If you want to catch them, you have to be as strong as Luan Wucheng and Mingyue Xin. Yan Quan was tall and serious. His eyes were the size of sesame seeds, but his nose was straight and his mouth was loud. This person was definitely someone who could leave a deep impression with just a glance from afar. However, this impression was not one of handsomeness, but of ugliness. Ugliness was unparalleled and unforgettable. Bai Jian, are you sure the formation you set up is fine? Yan Quan turned around and asked a tall and thin figure shrouded in a black robe. Don't worry. The hoarse voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears. I'm sure it's fine. Bai Jian laughed and said, it's just that those good-for-nothings let Miaoling you run away. Otherwise, Xiahe could have enjoyed the taste of the two sisters. Can you not make me sound so unbearable? Xiahe said unhappily, I'm a handsome and elegant young master. Why do you have to make me sound so unbearable? However, I'm very satisfied without my sisters. Bai Jian and Yan Quan cast disdainful gazes at Xiahe when they saw him say such shameless words so naturally. Alright, let's extract the energy from this woman first. Bai Jian said calmly, when this woman is no longer valuable to us, you two can do whatever you want. Understood. Let's do it. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them performed their respective superpowers. Streaks of energy directly hit the figure in midair. Ah! Another cry of agony could be heard. At the same time, outside the forest, two figures shuttled quickly. Over there. Miaoling Yu heard the sound of the bell in her hand and said hurriedly. Got it. Mu Yan's figure flashed and disappeared quickly. Her speed skyrocketed. With a swoosh, Mu Yan appeared directly in the forest. Who's there? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Your grandfather. Mu Yan threw a punch. With a bang, the disciple at the 10th level of the heavenly celestial stage exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Someone's intruding. The sound of the explosion was heard. Apparently, it had alerted the people inside. Swoosh. 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 The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Instantly, several figures rushed out of the forest and appeared in front of Mu Yun. Who are you? This is the place that the Five Venoms sect discovered in the Five Venoms Small World. Be sensible, hurry up, boom. However, before the figure could finish his words, Mu Yun had already thrown a punch. You talk too much. Mu Yun charged forward, ignoring the people around her. Stop right there. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward. Senior brother Luo. Seeing the burly man, the surrounding people immediately made way. Who are you? Luo Jingtian looked at the person in front of him and shouted, this is the place that the Five Venoms sect discovered and explored. All of you, get lost. Idol? Luo Jingtian, don't you recognize me? At this moment, a delicate voice was heard. Miaoling Yu came to the place and looked at the person in front of her as she shouted sternly. Miaoling Yu, how dare you come here? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Hell, you talk too much. However, before Luo Jingtian could finish his sentence, Mu Yun could not take it anymore. This person was too talkative. With a low shout, Mu Yun took a step forward. With a rumbling sound, Mu Yun threw a punch. Seeing Mu Yun rushing over, Luo Jingtian did not hold back. Five Venom Seal Punch. Luo Jingtian threw a punch. Get lost. Mu Yun was even more ruthless. She did not hold back and threw a punch. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Followed by a cracking sound. Luo Jingtian screamed as his body was smashed into the ground. He was completely silent. Luo Jingtian, what's going on? At this moment, a figure appeared again. Senior Kuming. Get lost. When Mu Yun saw the person who came out, she rushed out again without saying a word. Poor Senior Kuming, he did not understand what was going on and was directly faced with Mu Yun's fist. Before he could say anything, he was directly beaten by Mu Yun. Mu Yun, hurry up, it's right in front. Miao Lingyu suddenly spoke at this moment, her eyes full of anxiety. However, Mu Yun was more anxious than her. Mu Yun's figure turned into an afterimage as he flew straight into the depths. What's going on outside? Yan Quan heard the shouts and could not help but frown. Focus on the matter at hand first. With Luo Jingtian and Kuming here, unless what? However, before Bai Jian could finish his words, a cold snort suddenly sounded. The moment the figure appeared, she threw a punch between the three of them. Clang, however, the protective wall between the three of them did not budge in the slightest after being smashed by the fist. Seeing this, Mu Yun frowned. Huh? Is it a formation? Mu Yun murmured. Who are you? However, the absorption of Miao Xianyu's power was interrupted. Bai Jian and the other two looked at Mu Yun with vigilance. Master, however, suddenly, the woman floating in mid-air, with a pale face and body like a falling leaf, raised her head slightly, looked at Mu Yun, and shouted softly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Hard Gang Trio, my good disciple, I've wronged you. Mu Yun nodded and tried his best to calm himself down. He smiled and said, my good disciple, just bear with it for a while longer. Master will save you now and take care of these people who harmed you while I'm at it. Miao Xianyu's face was pale and her voice was weak. Master, disciple, Xia He, Bai Jian, and Yan Quan were stunned. Miao Xianyu was one of the two flowers in the heavenly treasure small world. Since when did she have such a young master? Brat, we don't care who you are. You can't afford to be responsible for delaying the 5 Venom Sect's plan. Xia He said coldly. Can't afford to be responsible? Mu Yun sneered and said, did I say I'll be responsible? You want to trap my precious disciple with a mere formation? The three of you are the ones who are courting death. Mu Yun snorted. Her figure flashed and appeared behind the three of them. Mu Yun took a step forward and pulled her hands toward the ground. Bai Jian. Seeing this, Yan Quan shouted, didn't you say that your formation is foolproof? How is it possible for this kid to see through the core of your formation with just a glance and break it immediately? Impossible. Bai Jian was also dumbfounded and completely speechless. Mu Yun had just arrived. When he was setting up the formation, Mu Yun did not see it at all. How could she find out where the formation core was? Mu Yun, be careful. However, at this moment, Miao Lingyu, who had just arrived, shouted. Mu Yun did not even turn her head and directly slapped behind her. With a bang, that palm directly caused the person behind him to let out a muffled groan and take a step back. Xia He's face was a little ugly. He looked at Mu Yun and cursed softly. Sneak attack? Looking at the three of them, Mu Yun snorted and said, in a while, the three of you will suffer. How dare you attack my precious disciple? The three of you must be tired of living. Mu Yun took in 3 disciples in Baiyun Academy back then. Qi Ming, Moyang, Miao Xianyu. These 3 people were different from his former students. They were Mu Yun's true disciples. Once she accepted a disciple, it would mean something completely different to Mu Yun. He pulled his hands out again, and a rumbling sound echoed out as the spell formation in front of him exploded. Boom, with a rumble, Miao Xianyu's body fell rapidly. Without saying a word, Mu Yun directly flew up and caught Miao Xianyu's figure. Master, at this moment, Miao Xianyu's face was deathly pale and she looked extremely weak. Don't speak. Mu Yun said in a rare gentle tone, you can still remember this cheap master of yours. You little girl, when we parted back then, you didn't even say goodbye to me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Master, all right, you rest first. If you have anything to say, wait until I've dealt with these annoying geckos and toads first. Yes. As Mu Yun's words fell, a drop of blood dripped out. The blood was red, but if one looked carefully, there was a trace of gold in it. However, the gold was very fragile and not obvious at all. Ordinary people would not be able to notice it at all. Muyun knew that this was a drop of her blood essence, which was extremely powerful. She would first stabilize the power in Miao Xianyu's body, and then deal with the rest. Miao Lingyu, take good care of my disciple. If anything happens, you'll be responsible. Got it. Miao Lingyu took Miao Xianyu and said in a muffled voice, your disciple? She's my sister. Sister, you're fine. It's all thanks to your omnipotent master that elder sister managed to escape. Miao Lingyu smiled and said, Sister, when did you know Muyun? Didn't this guy come from the Five Elements small world? Back then, you and Grandpa seemed to have arrived at the pale yellow small world. How did you end up in the Five Elements small world? Boom, before Miao Xianyu could speak, there was a loud explosion on the other side. Damn it. The three figures gathered together, and Yan Quan could not help but curse. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so powerful? Yan Quan could not help but shout. Is this still the time to think about this? Bai Jian scolded, let's think about how to capture Miao Xianyu first. If we can't capture this woman this time, then everything will be in vain. This trip to the Four Essences fiefdom will also be in vain. The scorpion crane said angrily, what's wrong with He Daiyu and Wu Qiu? The news has been sent out for half a day. Why haven't they arrived yet? He Daiyu is dead. Mu Yun said expressionlessly, if you want to see him, go to hell and meet him. What, dead? Hearing this, the four of them were completely stunned. He Daiyu was dead? How could it be? Among the disciples of the Five Venoms sect, snake venom was the most important. Among them, He Daiyu was the most powerful and unstoppable. How could he be dead? Who killed him? Bai Jian looked at Mu Yun and said angrily. Me. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly took a step forward. The five elemental dragons appeared once again. The five elemental dragons, together with the heaven-confining lock coiling around her body and the spirit-sealing cauldron on the head of the leading golden dragon, charged at the three in an awe-inspiring manner. Scorpion God Fist. Palace Guarding Kill. Toad Swallows the Sky. The three figures unleashed all of their skills and attacked the dragons of five elements. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was at the second layer of life and death realm. The five elemental dragons could be considered to have evolved to the third stage. Each of the dragons was 1,000 zhang long. Under such an awe-inspiring posture, they looked extremely astonishing. The attacks of the five elemental dragons were even stronger than when she fought with He Daiyu. Mu Yun understood that her comprehension of the five elemental dragons had improved by a notch. To be precise, the power she borrowed from Tian Minjiyu's body after fighting with her wasn't completely digested by her. But now, it was being consumed bit by bit in the battle. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Mu Yun could feel her improvement with every passing second. How can this guy be so strong? The three of them joined hands, but were still suppressed by Mu Yun. At this moment, they had completely lost their will to fight. Earth Exterminating Palm. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was in high spirits. She slapped out a palm and directly slapped at the short scorpion crane. Bang! In an instant, Scorpion Crane was unable to dodge this palm. His arms immediately turned into dust. A miserable shriek followed. Damn it! Ah! Scorpion Crane let out a deafening roar and retreated explosively. This kid can't be resisted. Let's go. Seeing this scene, even a fool would know that Mu Yun was powerful. The four of them were at the second level of life and death realm, but the three of them weren't her match at all. Damn it! If He Daiyu and Wu Qiu were here, the five of us would join hands and kill this kid. Yan Quan was unwilling to admit defeat and said angrily. Don't think so much. Hurry up and retreat. Bai Jian pulled Scorpion Crane up and said helplessly. Retreat? Do you think you can retreat now? Mu Yun's figure suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Mu Yun, don't go too far. Scorpion Crane suddenly flew into a rage and snorted, the three of us aren't your match. But if we join hands, it's not impossible to kill you. It's just that, just what? It's just that if we kill you, it'll be a waste of our accumulation. We don't want to kill you. Hurry up and get lost. The three of us won't bicker with you. Otherwise, if He Daiyu and Wu Qiu come here, you'll definitely die. Hearing that, Mu Yan smiled slightly. It's fine. If you can obtain the treasures on my body after killing me, I guarantee that you'll make up for your losses. So, don't hesitate and kill me directly. Hearing Mu Yan's words, how could Scorpion Crane and the other two hold back? If the three of them continued to endure such blatant ridicule, they would be tortoises. Moreover, Mu Yan had no intention of letting them off at this moment. They had no way out. Let's do it. Scorpion Crane looked at Bai Jian and Yan Quan and couldn't help but shout. The three of them stood in a triangle formation and separated. Double-toothed Scorpion, come out. Scorpion Crane's arms were shattered. He could only shout at this moment. A blood-red figure slowly crawled out from between his sleeves. The blood-red figure grew bigger and bigger. It finally stopped growing when it was about 100 meters in size. At that moment, that crimson silhouette's final appearance was revealed. It looked like an ordinary poisonous scorpion. Merely, it was slightly larger. However, its pair of enormous teeth were exceptionally frightening. Furthermore, its curled tail was extremely sharp. It was filled with crimson venom. Zzzzzzzzz, Gong Gong Jade Tiger. Bai Jian also shouted at this moment. A huge gecko broke out from the ground and crawled out. The gecko's body was covered in spots. It looked extremely uneven and ugly. However, its eyes were rolling around as it continuously sized up Mu Yan. Purple Jade Toad, we can't disgrace ourselves. Following Yan Quan's shout, a gecko's figure appeared in front of him. The surface of the gecko's body emitted a faint light. However, the lumps that were emitting bubbles were incomparably ugly. When they saw the gecko, not only Mu Yan, even Bai Jian and Scorpion Crane had expressions of disgust. The lumps of the toad that were over a meter long burst open. Streaks of poisonous gas were emitted, making one feel that it was incomparably stinky. Is this what the three of you are talking about? However, with He Daiyu as a precedent, Mu Yan was not frightened at this moment. Regardless of whether it was the black-scaled jade snake, the double-toothed sky scorpion, the Gonggong jade tiger, or the purple jade toad, these four great poisonous creatures were all supreme-level pseudo-immortal beasts in the Five Venoms sect. However, at this very moment, these three great poisonous creatures were not the true poisonous fog of the Five Venoms sect. Mu Yan was not afraid at all. However, Scorpion Crane and the other two were completely dumbfounded. Mu Yan was actually not afraid. Could it be that this brat did not know about the Five Venoms sect's five great supremes? Haha, the three of you, don't use these half-baked things to scare me. Mu Yan laughed and said, if they were the true ancestors of your Five Venoms sect's five great poisonous creatures, I would immediately turn around and not take half a glance at them. Don't you feel that it's too childish to try and trick me with half-baked things? You. Damn it. Go. White mustard grass good. Looking at the three, Mu Yan's fighting spirit soared. Mu Yan didn't have the slightest hesitation in killing the three. 5 heaven confining chains shot out, and Mu Yan was completely immersed in battle. At this moment, he felt the desire to fight in his bones. This desire caused him to descend into madness at this moment. Heaven confining chains, go. With a low roar, Mu Yan slapped out with his palm. Crackling sounds resounded as Mu Yan charged out. 5 heaven confining chains wrapped around the dual-fanged scorpion's body, which bore the brunt of the attack. With a shout, the purple lotus demonic flame followed the chains and charged towards the dual-fanged scorpion. The dual-fanged scorpion wanted to use its fangs to shatter the chains. However, when its fangs fell, creaking sounds resounded. Not only did the heaven confining chains not show any signs of damage, but the dual-fanged scorpion's fangs started to crack. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Xianxia was completely stupefied. The dual-fanged scorpion's fangs were even more powerful than its tail. However, it couldn't break the heaven confining chains. He couldn't believe it. Of course, it was impossible, Mu Yan sneered in his heart. He knew how powerful the heaven confining chains were. This heaven confining lock was forged by the third-level life and death realm extreme wisdom Yin, who had spent 1,000 years accumulating innumerable natural treasures from his 5 elements small world. Its offensive power wasn't very strong, but its defensive power was top-notch. Trapping the dual-fanged scorpion wasn't a problem at all. Burn! Mu Yun growled as the heaven flame approached. Purple Lotus Demonic Flame, Mu Yun replaced the former fire spirit and became the fire spirit of the Purple Lotus Demonic Flame. The advantage was that the heaven flame could never devour her. The disadvantage was that the heaven flame would be suppressed and its strength would be reduced. However, the current Mu Yun had already reached the second level of life and death realm, and the heaven flames might have increased once again. At this time, burning the dual-fanged scorpion wasn't a problem. Come and save me. Seeing this scene, how could Xianxia sit still? He's here. On the other side, Bai Jian and Yan Quan urged the Jade Tiger and Purple Jade Toad beneath them to quickly approach the Scorpion Crane. However, with the heavenly fire spreading and the Purple Lotus blooming, how could the two of them get close to the heavenly fire? Come quickly. He shouted anxiously when he saw the two of them being blocked. We can't get close. Bai Jian was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it. Sensing that the flames were getting stronger and stronger, the double-toothed sky scorpion could no longer resist. The Scorpion Crane was completely dumbfounded. However, at this moment, on the other side, Miao Lingyu let out a soft cry as her body fell limply to the ground. A figure suddenly appeared behind Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu. Miao Lingyu screamed as her body fell to the ground. She was no longer breathing. The black figure directly grabbed at Miao Xianyu. Put it down. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was completely stunned and hurriedly rushed over. Hurry up and leave. The black-robed man immediately shouted as he looked at Bai Jian and Yan Quan. At this moment, the two of them finally reacted and no longer cared about the Scorpion Crane. They immediately urged the Supreme Beings under their feet to escape. Hee. Mu Yun, no matter how powerful you are, you can't stop me, Wu Qiu. The black-robed man chuckled as he took a step forward and left. However, Miao Xianyu's body fell limply to Mu Yun. Xianyu. Seeing Miao Xianyu's body flying over, Mu Yun hurriedly caught her. However, at the same time, Wu Qiu immediately turned in another direction and left without looking back. Xianyu. Mu Yun caught Miao Xianyu, only to find that Miao Xianyu's body was extremely cold. Her essence, qi, and spirit had suddenly disappeared. Her hands touched Miao Xianyu's back and blood dripped out. Poison. The poison of the 100-legged sky dragon. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was completely stunned. Miao Xianyu's flawless white back was as delicate as jade. However, at this moment, there were streaks of brown blood on her back. Miao Xianyu's aura was also slowly fading away. However, when the fading life force reached a low point, it suddenly stopped. However, such a stop made Miao Xianyu seem like a living dead person. Only a weak aura proved that she was still alive. Sister. Miao Lingyu flew over with her eyes filled with annoyance. What's wrong with you? Mu Yun shouted sternly, I told you to look at her. Is this how you look at her? Miao Lingyu's voice turned sluggish and her eyes were filled with annoyance. She did not expect that there would be someone who could avoid her detection and directly attack her sister. Who is Wu Qiu? The disciple of the second poison sect of the Five Venoms sect, Centipede sect. So it's him. Mu Yun's voice was ice cold. She turned around and looked at the Scorpion Crane that was trapped by the heavenly fire. What are you trying to do? Scorpion Crane panicked when he saw his friend abandoning him. What am I trying to do? Mu Yun snorted, and the Purple Lotus demonic fire exploded. Scorpion Crane screamed as he was covered by the heavenly fire and turned into ashes. Poison was most afraid of fire. The fierceness and heat of fire were the greatest restraints against poison. Otherwise, alchemists would not need fire to refine pills. Damn it. Mu Yun used all her strength to deal with the three people. She did not expect that someone would sneak an attack from behind. If she was not wrong, the poison that Miao Xianyu was poisoned with was the poison of the Five Venoms sect's 100-legged dragon. However, according to Miao Xianyu's cultivation, it was impossible for her to withstand the poison. However, Miao Xianyu managed to withstand it. However, her cultivation and aura were very weak now. There was no sign of struggle at all. Why do they care so much about Xianyu? At this moment, Mu Yun finally remembered and looked at Miao Lingyu. Because what? Because Xianxu's body contains the flower soul of the divine flower, 9 spirits green lotus. 9 spirits green lotus. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was completely stunned. You know about the 9 spirits green lotus? Miao Lingyu asked in surprise when she saw Mu Yun's shocked expression. No, of course I don't know. Mu Yun denied. I only know about the divine flower. I have never heard of the divine flower. That kind of flower probably only exists in the so-called divine realm. That's right. Miao Lingyu said, Grandpa said that the flower soul in my sister's body is very special, but he doesn't know what exactly it is. That's why he brought my sister to explore thousands of small worlds back then, hoping to find some clues. Later, when they arrived at the pale yellow small world, grandfather and Xianxia seemed to have met an old man. With the help of that old man, sister's strength improved by leaps and bounds over the years, and she could control the power in her body. Old man, thinking of Miao Qing and Miao Xianyu in Baiyun City, Mu Yun was puzzled. There seemed to be only the god-burying mountain range from 10,000 years ago. There was nothing special about the current Baiyun mountain range. What kind of fortuitous encounter could she have there? However, now was not the time for Mu Yun to think about this. What's so special about the 9 spirits green lotus that you mentioned? I don't know either. However, grandfather has been very protective of Xianxia since she was young. After returning from the small world, he cherished sister even more. Later on, I don't know how the 5 Poisons small world found out about this matter. Hence, those people from the 5 Poisons sect wanted to kidnap sister. This is not the first time they have done so. 9 spirits green lotus. In her previous life, Mu Yun had heard of this flower. However, it was just a rumor. Legend had it that this flower was the best among the divine flowers. After cultivating to become an immortal, it would transform into a human form. It did not have strong attacking power, but it had strong celestial core power. Whoever could devour this flower would definitely have his immortal cultivation power skyrocketed. However, this flower only existed in legends. No one had ever found it. Back then, Master Meng Zimo had also searched for the 9 spirits green lotus, but the result was nothing. The poison in Xianxu's body should be the poison of the Baizu dragon. As the young lady of the Miao family in the Heavenly Treasure small world, you should know about the white myrtle flower, right? White myrtle flower. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Miao Lingyu suddenly said excitedly, I know. We saw this flower in another mushroom just now. Where is it? Take me there. Mu Yun shouted almost immediately. Okay. The two immediately set off. They left this mushroom world and walked towards another mushroom world. However, the outside was very colorful. The mushrooms did not look very different from each other. The two walked around the mushrooms for more than a dozen times before finally entering the world that Miao Lingyu was looking for. After entering this mushroom world, Mu Yun was surprised to find that everything in front of her was like a fairy tale kingdom, full of 7 colors. It's in this world. Miao Lingyu said with absolute certainty, my sister and I saw the white myrtle flower. It's just that the white myrtle flower was in a large area of bloodthirsty white myrtle grass, so we gave up on taking it. Bloodthirsty white myrtle grass, Mu Yun frowned. Mu Yun had naturally heard of bloodthirsty white myrtle grass. This grass grew beside the white myrtle flower. It relied on draining the spirituality of other flowers and herbs to devour the white myrtle flower. Once goods approached, the bloodthirsty white myrtle grass would be filled with a crazy bloodthirsty attitude. Firstly, blood could stimulate the white myrtle grass's bloodthirstiness. Secondly, the white myrtle grass protected the white myrtle flower. They did not allow any danger to approach the white myrtle flower. The powerful and magical part of the natural world was here. The white myrtle flower had a high spirituality and was very valuable. However, it had no ability to protect itself. On the other hand, the bloodthirsty white myrtle grass had a strong protective ability to protect the white myrtle flower from being damaged. Mu Yun carried Miao Xianyu and followed Miao Lingyu to the place where the two sisters came from. What entered her eyes was a white myrtle flower with 4 petals in full bloom. Around the white myrtle flower were blooming white myrtle grass, with a bright red visual impact, gently floating in the wind. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. There was nothing to talk about. Be careful. Seeing that Mu Yun was about to step out and enter the attack range of the bloodthirsty white dragon grass, Miao Lingyu hurriedly shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard. The bloodthirsty white dragon grass immediately transformed into heaven-devouring titanic beasts and pounced towards Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun reacted quickly and took a step back, dodging the attack of the bloodthirsty white dragon grass. The bloodthirsty white dragon grass that was fluttering wildly in the air quietened down completely. It returned to its previous peaceful state. Go! Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. The heaven-imprisoning lock in her hand extended continuously and charged towards the white dragon grass in the middle of the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the air-piercing sounds could be heard again. The bloodthirsty white dragon grass were like loyal servants. They extended their grass branches again and bound the iron chains tightly. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt that she was unable to break free from the strong pulling force of the bloodthirsty white dragon grass. With a low shout, Mu Yun released 4 heaven-imprisoning locks again. The rustling sounds could be heard through the bloodthirsty white dragon grass. As expected, the remaining bloodthirsty white dragon grass burst out again and wrapped around the chains. Seeing this, Mu Yun pondered for a moment and threw out all the rootless heaven-imprisoning locks. The frenzied bloodthirsty white dragon grass fell into complete chaos at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the 5 heaven-imprisoning locks were completely covered by the white dragon grass. I'll show you how powerful you are. As Mu Yun laughed sinisterly, 3 streaks of heaven fire condensed into 3 fire snakes and shot out. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. The bloodthirsty white dragon grass were completely flustered at this moment. They were ignited by the heaven fire and actually let out a series of screeching sounds. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not say anything and immediately soared into the air. Her hands formed into claws. While the bloodthirsty white dragon grass was not paying attention, Mu Yun's figure was like lightning and rushed into the bushes. The screeching sounds became louder and louder. The bloodthirsty white dragon grass had obviously discovered Mu Yun, the intruder, and screeching sounds could be heard from the bushes. It's too late to realize it now. Mu Yun smiled and stretched out her palm. She was only a hair's breadth away from the bloodthirsty white myrtle grass. Whoosh, however, just at this moment, a whoosh sound was heard. The Bai Wei Hua that was about to be obtained was suddenly snatched away by an extended black hand. Mu Yun was furious, but she had no choice but to retreat. Those bloodthirsty white Wei grasses had already run up to him. If he didn't retreat now, with the heavenly fire suppressing him, he wouldn't be able to retreat even if he wanted to. Damn it! Cursing softly, Mu Yun withdrew her figure. She activated the 5 heaven confining locks again and looked at the other side. White Wei grass, I've been waiting here for a long time, but I couldn't find an opportunity. I didn't expect you to help me obtain the White Wei grass as soon as you appeared. Mu Yun, not bad. Your method is very good. The figure looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile. Limitless underworld. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was clearly not in the mood to joke with the person before her. The limitless underworld, the heaven's pride of the limitless small world. According to Mo Fan, this person was gloomy and ruthless. He was at the 2nd level of the life and death realm, and could be considered a top figure in the limitless small world. Within the limitless sky palace, there were 36 sky palaces and 72 earth palaces. There were a total of 108 palaces. The strength of each palace was abnormally strong. The limitless underworld seemed to be from one of the 72 earth palaces. No matter which earth palace's genius he came from, this person couldn't be underestimated. I think, I risked my life to obtain this White Wei grass, but you reaped the benefits from it. It seems a little inappropriate, right? Mu Yun suppressed the anger in her heart and chuckled. Oh? It does seem a little inappropriate. The limitless underworld chuckled and said, but so what? I, the limitless underworld, do things based on my preferences and don't ask for reasons. Therefore, I, the limitless underworld, will definitely obtain this White Wei flower. Hearing this, Mu Yun still suppressed her anger and said, I know that I'm from the limitless small world, but my friend is severely injured. I only need 1 petal of the White Wei flower. How about it? The heavenly treasure small world's Miao Xianxia? The limitless underworld's gaze fell on Miao Xianyu, then smiled and said, "But, speaking of which, what does this girl's life have to do with me? The white wave flower has 4 petals, and each petal is extremely valuable. If I give you 1 petal, my loss will be much greater. So, there's no room for negotiation?" "Not really." The limitless underworld chuckled and said, "If you can give me the heavenly flame, I can consider giving you 1 petal of the flower." "All right." Muyun smiled and directly attacked with the purple lotus demonic flame. The purple lotus demonic flame turned into purple lotuses and exploded at this moment, charging directly towards the limitless underworld. "Looks like there's no room for negotiation." The limitless underworld's expression did not change. With a wave of his hand, a green light curtain appeared in front of him, blocking all the traces of the exploding heavenly flame. Then, with a flip of his hand, green tokens appeared in his hand. The moment those green tokens appeared, they immediately transformed into a green longsword. The longsword slashed out soundlessly. Crackling sounds suddenly rang out at this moment. Muyun's body also slashed out at this moment. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Muyun's body rushed in front of the limitless underworld. With the sky chime sword in hand, 7 seals of life and death were slashed out. However, the 7 seals of life and death were all in front of the limitless underworld. But every wisp was blocked by the limitless underworld's command, and did not hurt the limitless underworld at all. At this moment, after the sword slashed out, Muyun finally understood why Mo Fan was so afraid of the limitless underworld. This guy was indeed much stronger than the people from the 4 Corners Small World and the 5 Poisons Small World. To be precise, they were both at the 2nd level of life and death realm, but the limitless underworld's means and strength were more powerful. Dragon transformation. With a low shout, Muyun's whole body was covered in scales, as if she was wearing a 7-colored scale armor. She looked majestic. Amazing. Seeing this scene, the limitless underworld praised, "I didn't expect a martial artist from the 5 Elements Small World to have such means. It's really an eye-opener." Although he was praising, the limitless underworld looked at Muyun with disdain, as if he was looking at an idiot. However, Muyun was too lazy to pay attention to him. Taking a step forward, Muyun's whole body was shrouded in 7-colored light. She punched out with both fists and attacked the limitless underworld. Between the two of them, a hand-to-hand battle had begun. Limitless Skyheart technique. However, at this moment, the limitless underworld did not fight Muyun head-on at all. He was just feigning civility and dealing with her skillfully. "Muyun, hurry up, Xianyu can't hold on any longer." Miao Lingyu's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Hearing this, Muyun was completely stunned. If Miao Xianyu could not hold on, then all his efforts would be in vain. Earth Annihilation Palm. Muyun's expression changed, and he struck out with his palm. "Oh? Angry out of humiliation? I like it." Seeing that Muyun had used his true means, the limitless underworld immediately chuckled. He flipped his palm and struck out a seal. Limitless Sky Seal. Boom, the seal was struck out, and 2 roars instantly sounded. Muyun's Earth Annihilation Palm completely turned into nothingness at this moment, and the seal in front of the limitless underworld also suddenly dissipated. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Muyun was taken aback by this scene. He was deeply aware of the power of the Earth Annihilation Palm. This was the first time that someone could not block the Earth Annihilation Palm with his powerful strength. It was simply unbelievable. Heaven Annihilation Palm. However, at this moment, Muyun would not give the limitless underworld any time to react. He struck out his palm again. Seeing the murderous intent in Muyun's eyes, the limitless underworld smiled slightly and struck out another seal. Limitless Sky Seal. This time, the limitless underworld seal underwent a strange change, and a powerful seal spread out in a straight line. Under those seals, the limitless underworld's body was completely displayed. The seals were endless, and the power gradually accumulated and reached the peak. The limitless underworld's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Boom, the 2 figures were knocked back by the collision. 2 mouthfuls of blood sounded, and the 2 of them spat out blood almost at the same time. Seeing the pool of blood in front of him, the limitless underworld's eyes widened, and there was no longer the mocking expression in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of oppression. Spit out blood. Mu Yun actually forced the limitless underworld to spit out blood. It was a great humiliation, unforgivable. The limitless underworld looked at Mu Yun and went completely crazy. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was also anxious in her heart. Because of the power of the 9 spirits' green lotus soul, Miao Xianyu could resist the 100-legged dragon's poison, but she didn't know when she would be unable to hold on. She didn't have time to waste here with the limitless underworld. You forced me to do this. Mu Yun looked at the limitless underworld and suddenly said. You also forced me to do this. The limitless underworld looked at Mu Yun and said at the same time. At this moment, the two of them were like old enemies who had been fighting for 1,000 years, staring at each other without any distracting thoughts. 5 elements sky seal, 1 seal of life and death. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Mu Yun's heart. The 5 elements sky seal was comprehended in the 5 elements sky palace. However, this void immortal technique could be said to be a supreme technique that was close to an immortal technique. However, the current Mu Yun was only at the 2nd level of the life and death realm, and she was still far from comprehending this immortal technique. However, at this moment, if she wanted to kill the limitless underworld, ordinary secret techniques would be useless. The 5 elements sky seal, whether it worked or not, it had to work. He had to give it a try. However, on the other side, how could the limitless underworld not see that Mu Yun had already used her trump card? How could she still hold back? Fine, I'll let you see the ultimate technique of my limitless sky palace, limitless sky heart technique. The limitless underworld sneered and looked at Mu Yun. He chuckled and said, Kid, even if you die, you have to know that the limitless small world is the leader of these thousands of small worlds. Even the pale yellow small world back then can't compare to it. So, it's not wrong for you to die in my hands. As soon as the limitless underworld finished speaking, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence carried a bit of green light and was overflowing with killing intent. You talk too much nonsense. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 9 Heaven Immortal Origin Sword First Seal of Life and Death. Wuji Ming Tian. 2 roars sounded almost at the same time, and 2 figures rushed out at the same time. Boom, in an instant, the whole world was filled with the sound of explosions. Even the bloodthirsty white myrtle grass, which was so tough, could not withstand the violent power of the 2 figures and was uprooted. Seeing this, Miao Lingyu hurriedly took out an ancient copper coin. As soon as the copper coin appeared, it expanded in the wind and turned into a wall in front of the 2 figures. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions sounded as if there was no end to it. The 2 figures faced each other from a distance, and they had no intention of giving in to each other. Seeing this, Miao Lingyu, who was holding Miao Xianyu in her arms, did not know what to do. At this moment, she did not know whether to go forward or not. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from between the 2 lofty figures. Wu Jiming Tian. Seeing Wu Jiming Tian step out, Miao Lingyu's heart trembled. In the end, Mu Yun still lost. However, before this doubt in her heart could be dispelled, Wu Jiming Tian's figure suddenly fell to the ground with a plop. On the other side, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, and a smile appeared on her face. I said, don't try to be brave. Mu Yun spat out this sentence and walked toward Wu Jiming Tian. Her steps were unsteady, but she was very determined. Mu Yun took out the white myrtle flower and looked at Wu Jiming Tian's corpse with a smile. Even if you are from the Wuji small world, I, Mu Yun, was once from the myriad great worlds. Without looking at the corpse, Mu Yun took the white myrtle flower and hurried to Miao Xianyu. Take off Xianyu's clothes. Ah? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Miao Lingyu was stunned. What ah? Hurry up and take it off. Do you want me to do it? Oh, okay. Although Miao Lingyu was the young miss of the Heavenly Treasure small world, she was not as experienced as Mu Yun in handling matters. She was naturally very worried when Miao Xianyu's life was in danger. In a fluster, Miao Lingyu removed Miao Xianyu's clothes. Miao Lingyu sat in front of Miao Xianyu, looking at Mu Yun behind Miao Xianyu, her face flushed red. You're not the one who was undressed. Why are you blushing? Mu Yun said indifferently. Miao Lingyu didn't say anything, but she was cursing in her heart. Previously, when she was poisoned, she was also saved by Mu Yun. At that time, when she saw Mu Yun, she only felt that she was the most attractive thing in the world, causing her to involuntarily indulge herself. That was really embarrassing. Hold up properly. Mu Yun didn't care about what Miao Lingyu was thinking at this moment. At this moment, Miao Xianyu's back was completely exposed to Mu Yun. However, his back, which was originally as smooth as jade, was now riddled with finger-sized bloody holes. Pitch-black blood dripped out of the wound. The 100-legged heavenly dragon was 100 feet long, and it had 100 legs. The feelers on each leg were highly poisonous. This kind of poison would not only continuously absorb the true origin energy in the martial artist's body, but it would also gradually devour Mu Yun's vitality. Fortunately, Wu Qiu's 100-legged heavenly dragon was not yet an adult, and it had only been for a short time, so it didn't absorb too much of Miao Xianyu's vitality. Otherwise, Miao Xianyu wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Moreover, Miao Xianyu's body was special. When Mu Yun placed her palm on Miao Xianyu's back, she immediately felt a trace of delicacy. However, in that delicacy, there was a faint, crystal-clear, gentle power that maintained the operation of Miao Xianyu's body. 9 Spirits Green Lotus. Almost instantly, Mu Yun realized that this was the power from the 9 Spirits Green Lotus. As expected, it's worthy of being called the top immortal flower in the world. Mu Yun murmured in her heart, and directly took out the white myrtle flower. The white myrtle flower was pure in nature. Although it grew among the bloodthirsty white myrtle grass that was full of blood, it was full of holy power. Moreover, this flower didn't need to be made into an elixir at all. It was more effective to use it directly. However, there weren't many people who knew how to use this flower directly, and Mu Yun happened to be one of them. Looking at the white myrtle flower in her hand, Mu Yun directly held it up with both hands. The 4 petals slowly floated up under Mu Yun's palm. Without saying a word, Mu Yun directly struck out with her palm. The true origin energy in that palm was evenly distributed, and it directly pounced on the 4 petals without any difference. Mu Yun shouted in her heart, and the 4 petals completely exploded at this moment. The petals instantly turned into flour paste and mixed into a ball. Seeing this scene, Miao Lingyu exclaimed, "What are you doing?" She didn't understand why Mu Yun crushed the white myrtle flower and rolled it into a ball. Wouldn't this greatly reduce the medicinal effect? However, Mu Yun didn't pay attention to her at all. The white myrtle flower turned into flour paste, and Mu Yun's palm was like an exquisite chef, kneading the flour paste into round balls of paste. A total of hundreds of balls of paste directly pounced, and all of them hit Miao Xianyu's back. Dull thumping sounds were heard. When the balls of paste hit Miao Xianyu's back, they immediately turned into streaks of pure white light and merged into Miao Xianyu's back. Gradually, as the balls of paste merged, dots appeared on Miao Xianyu's back. However, those dots gradually covered Miao Xianyu's back, and some of the dark green color gradually disappeared. Slowly, when the dots merged into Miao Xianyu's back, they also dissipated bit by bit. Suddenly, Miao Xianyu groaned, and a trace of redness appeared on her face. She gradually opened her eyes. "Sister, good sister, you're awake." Seeing Miao Xianyu wake up, Miao Lingyu's heart gradually calmed down. However, after saying that, Miao Xianyu's eyes opened and closed, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. What's going on? The poison has gone too deep into her body. Although the white myrtle flower can clear the poison very quickly, Xianyu also needs to expel the poison from her body. Let her rest first. Miao Lingyu put on Miao Xianyu's clothes and leaned on her. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly recovering. The continuous battle had also consumed a lot of his energy. Although he had reached the 2nd layer of life and death realm, his Zhengyuan was vigorous, but under such circumstances, even if he recovered quickly, it would be difficult to recover. The 2 figures sat cross-legged on the ground, and Mu Yun looked around cautiously. The limitless underworld was dead, and this time, he had offended the limitless underworld. It seemed that he was destined to go against these small worlds. Calming his mind, Mu Yun separated a wisp of his soul to check the safety of the surroundings, and began to reflect on himself. Currently, by relying on the martial fusion energy of the Heaven Fusion technique, the Vajra Saint body, the 100 refinements golden body, and the bone refining saint body, he was able to form 3 protective auras. In addition to his dragon form, his body was covered in dragon scales. In terms of defense, he was even stronger than before. In terms of offensive means, apart from the 9 elements immortal vanquishing palm, there were the 5 elements dragons and the 5 heaven confining chains. The 5 elements heaven sealing seal was, after all, a little too profound. The power of one seal was enough to consume a lot of his Jin Yuan to activate, and its power couldn't be fully displayed. It seems that I need to choose 1 or 2 martial skills to strengthen my means. Mu Yun murmured and began to search the memories in his mind. It would be best if the offensive martial skills could match the power contained in his body. After thinking about it, Mu Yun finally chose a martial skill from his previous life, the 9 Underworlds Palm. The 9 Underworlds Palm was obtained in an ancient land when he was still in the 3,000 small worlds. This palm technique focused on Yin damage. The 9 Underworlds Palm came from the 9 Underworlds. There were a total of 9 palms, 1 palm and 1 shadow. 9 palms and 9 shadows. If the overlapping 9 shadows could be gathered, they could condense into a powerful palm shadow. Moreover, this palm technique condensed Jin Yuan and injected it into the opponent's body, causing a powerful destructive force. This palm technique was divided into 4 palms, and each palm had a change. Each change was incomparable. The first palm controlled the sky, the second palm broke the sea, the third palm burned the void, and the fourth palm destroyed the 9 underworlds. Even in the past, this palm technique was famous. However, 10,000 years had passed. How many people could still remember this palm technique? After making up his mind, Mu Yun began to murmur in his heart. Brat, is the 9 elements immortal vanquishing palm that I gave you not good enough? Guei said angrily when he saw Mu Yun cultivating other martial skills. Good, very good. But I can't just slap anyone who comes, right? Mu Yun said helplessly. Moreover, the 9 elements immortal vanquishing palm uses the 9 elements qi to form the earth vanquishing palm and sky vanquishing palm. It consumes too much energy. If I use the sky vanquishing palm now, it's still not enough. You should have said so earlier. I could have given you a new martial skill. A new one? Hearing Gui's words, Mu Yun's spirit was roused. Tell me about it. Don't you cultivate in sword techniques? That's right. Mu Yun said with some regret, it's a pity that my sword heart has comprehended to 100% and can't improve further. Otherwise, with a perfect sword heart, I wouldn't be afraid of facing a 3rd-level life and death realm martial artist. Guei chuckled and said, that's easy. I have a sword technique here. Not only can it improve your sword technique, but it can also improve your sword heart. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun was surprised. Not only could it improve sword technique, but it could also improve martial artists' comprehension of sword heart. What kind of sword technique was this? 9 Heaven Immortal Vitality Sword. Guei snorted and said, this sword technique can actually become an immortal technique. However, the creator left behind a trace of regret. This sword technique has some flaws, so it can't be listed as an immortal technique. But for the current you, it's just right. Tell me about it. 9 Heaven Immortal Vitality Sword is also the power of the 9 Elements Sky Gathering Technique transformed from your 9 Elements Sky Gathering Technique. It's called the 99 Guei Sword. This sword technique only has 3 moves, but these 3 moves can be divided into 9 moves. 9 Heaven Immortal Vitality Sword has 3 Immortal Vitality Swords in 1 move, 6 Immortal Vitality Swords in 1 move, and 9 Immortal Vitality Swords in 1 move. When the 3 moves are used together, it's the final move, the Triple Guei Sword. Guei chuckled and said, the 4th move, the Triple Guei Sword, is actually a combination of the first 3 moves. Although it sounds simple, it's extremely difficult to combine the 4th move. Only with a perfect sword heart can it be completely combined. Perfect sword heart, this is the mystery of this sword technique. Firstly, the martial artist can improve his sword heart, so the power of this sword technique can become stronger. But conversely, the power of this sword technique is also very useful for the martial artist to improve his sword heart. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Sky Mountain Seal of course. Then I'll teach you. As soon as Guei finished speaking, a vast aura gushed out from the picture of extermination of deity and entered Mu Yun's mind. However, you must remember that if you encounter any treasures with primitive ancient Qi in the future, you must let me enjoy them. No problem. Guai had mentioned treasures with primitive ancient Qi countless times, but Mu Yun had not encountered any. If Mu Yun discovered such treasures, she would not hesitate to give them to her. However, since she had not discovered any treasures, she owed Guai a favor. However, it was not the first time that she owed Guai a favor. Thank you, I'll remember your favor. Mu Yun chuckled and immediately stopped talking. She began to study the 9-heaven celestial vitality sword seriously. Although Mu Yun had always been proficient in swordsmanship, this time, the swordsmanship was strange. After studying it for a long time, Mu Yun did not find anything. At this moment, a muffled groan was heard. Mu Yun, my sister is awake. Seeing Miao Xianyu open her eyes, Miao Lingyu immediately spoke. Xianyu, master. When Miao Xianyu saw Mu Yun, excitement flashed in her eyes. She hugged Mu Yun and could not contain her excitement. I thought I would never see you again. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't expect you to become so powerful in the past few years when I haven't seen you. Mu Yun patted Miao Xianyu's head and laughed. Master, ahem, while the two of them were talking, Miao Lingyu coughed and said indignantly, Sigh, I've been worried for a long time. I didn't expect my sister to not see me. How pitiful. Sister, Miao Xianyu blushed. Her face was full of satisfaction. Over the past few years, she had accompanied her grandfather to various small worlds. What she missed the most was the obscure Baiyun city, where her most respected master lived. Recalling the words she had said when she was young and ignorant, Miao Xianyu's face became as red as an apple. Master, where is mistress now? Also, why are you in the 5 elements minor world? Aren't you supposed to be in the pale yellow minor world? Mu Yun, did you come from the Tsonghuang small world? Miao Lingyu was also surprised. No wonder little sister knew such a master. Yes. Mu Yun smiled and said, let's talk about these things later. Xianyu, I want to ask you, how did your grandfather bring you into the Tsonghuang small world and how did he come out? I'm not too sure about that. Once we get out of this 4 essences fiefdom, I'll take you to ask Grandpa about it. Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, Master also underwent many changes later on. In the 3,000 small worlds, he was forced to leave by the people of the Floating Mountain sect. As for your master's wives, I don't know, master's wives. Hearing this, Miao Xianyu curled her lips in a slightly aggrieved manner. Hee. Xianyu, I didn't expect your master to have such good luck with women. Master's wives, it seems like he found you quite a few. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled awkwardly. However, when his eyes met with Miao Lingyu's, Mu Yun felt very strange. After entering the 4 essences fiefdom, in this empty mountain, he was still very uncomfortable when Mingyue Xin raped him. Later on, when he met Miao Lingyu, if Miao Lingyu's strength was not weaker than his, he would have been raped again. All of this was because of the 5 Venoms sect. These guys were really despicable. Mu Yun sat where he was and kept silent. Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun seriously, waiting for Mu Yun to speak. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw the 2 sisters looking at him. Mu Yun was stunned. Both Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu belonged to the upper echelon of beauties. Especially when the 2 sisters were together, it could be seen that Miao Lingyu was slightly more mature, while Miao Lingyu was a little more pure. However, the difference between the 2 sisters was very small, and needless to say, their figures were also very similar. Mu Yun still remembered that when he was reborn in the Baiyun Academy class, it was Miao Xianyu who deliberately made things difficult for him. At that time, this little girl's ponytail was tied up, and her chest was puffed out. She was a killer weapon that made Mu Yun's heart ripple. However, now it seemed that Miao Xianyu had become more mature. To be more precise, she was more feminine. However, when they met again, Mu Yun's heart was filled with tenderness and love. This kind of love was not the same as for Wang Xingya and Xiao Yuner, but the love of an elder for a junior. It's really embarrassing to be stared at by the 2 of you. Mu Yun chuckled and said, well, the 4-origin fief is not over yet. Do you know why Mingyue Xin and Yu Qingtian came here? Even Luan Ran is here. The 3 of them are at the 3rd level of life and death realm. They are definitely not here to explore these mushroom worlds aimlessly. For the empty mountain seal. Miao Lingyu said without hesitation. Empty mountain seal? That's right. Miao Lingyu said, it is said that there was an old ancestor in the Void-Fold Mountain in the past. This old ancestor has a divine weapon called the Empty Mountain Seal. This seal is like an emperor's jade seal. It is square in shape, and there is a towering mountain carved on it. This mountain can be big or small, and its power is extremely tyrannical. It is said that if a martial artist below the 4th level of life and death realm is hit by this seal, there is no way for him to survive. Empty mountain seal. Mu Yun murmured in his heart. Where is this seal? Miao Lingyu shook her head and said, it is said that this seal is in the empty mountain, but no one knows where it is. I didn't expect Luan Ran to come this time. I wonder if Luan Wuchang is here. He won't be able to come. Mu Yun said, when Luan Wuchang was injured, he was killed by me. I'm afraid he won't be able to come. Hearing this, Miao Xianyu looked as if it was expected, but Miao Lingyu opened her mouth in surprise, but did not say anything. Mu Yun killed Luan Wuchang. She did not believe this from the bottom of her heart. However, since Miao Xianyu did not say anything, she did not want to argue with Mu Yun. It seems that this empty mountain seal is quite powerful. Otherwise, Mingyue Xin and the others would not have spent so much effort to come here. Mu Yun nodded and said, since they're here, they must know something. We're like headless chickens. Let's take a break and search this small world. Who knows, we might be able to find something. Mu Yun stood up and looked at Miao Lingyu. She smiled and said, Miss, I just learned a set of palm techniques. I wonder if you can teach me to train my strength. Of course. Miao Lingyu did not believe that Mu Yun could kill Luan Wuchang. Even if Luan Wuchang was injured, even if he was not Mu Yun's match, escaping was not a problem. He still felt that Mu Yun was bragging. Now, it was a good time to test it. If you pick up the martial skill that you threw away, your body might be uncoordinated. Be careful, Mississippi, okay? Miao Lingyu's figure flashed and she took a step forward. The two figures came and went, crisscrossing, and the wind from their palms filled the air. Master, be careful. Don't hurt my sister. No problem. Miao Lingyu almost vomited blood when she heard Miao Xianyu's words. What do you mean by be careful? Don't hurt my sister? You little salted fish. Are you helping an outsider to look down on your sister? Miao Lingyu snorted. You should be worried about your precious master. Don't get hurt by me. Miao Xianyu stuck out her tongue and did not say anything. I was poisoned just now, so I couldn't use my strength. Otherwise, I could have killed Mu Yun in the limitless netherworld. Hearing those words, Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun mischievously without saying a word. Mu Yun's strength was unparalleled in her heart. The amazing feats of Beiyun Academy were still vivid in her mind. Miao Xianyu carefully recalled the memories of her teenage years. She could still feel the strength and conviction of the person in front of her. This was the mentor Mu Yun that she respected. A few years had passed, but he had not changed at all. Heaven controlling palm. With a low shout, Mu Yun directly struck out with her palm. The palm print suddenly appeared. The palm print slowly expanded from the size of a palm to dozens of meters. The fingerprints on it could be seen clearly. As long as it was a palm technique, the palm print would become illusory as it gradually expanded. That was the loss of control of the power, which would cause the power of the palm technique to gradually decrease. But now, Mu Yun's palm technique was expanding, and the fingerprints on the palm print were getting clearer and clearer. This was a form of absolute control over power. Mu Yun's control of power was actually so strong, Miao Xianyu was secretly surprised when she saw Mu Yun's palm print. Today, she was no longer the innocent little girl who only knew how to play pranks. Seeing Mu Yun's change, she felt even more proud. This was her former master. Poor Miao Lingyu, who was being suppressed at this moment. If she knew what her sister was thinking at this moment, she would probably vomit blood immediately. I don't want to fight anymore. In the end, Miao Lingyu was suppressed by Mu Yun's palm technique. She felt indignant and shouted. What kind of palm technique is this? Why do I feel that my true essence is constantly being suppressed by you? and my offensive true essence seems to have been absorbed by you. Hearing this, Muyan smiled slightly. The reason why Miao Lingyu had this feeling was that the nine-hell palm itself had this kind of suppressive ability. Secondly, he had used the Heaven Fusion technique, which dissolved part of Miao Lingyu's attack. The coordination between martial skills could actually increase the power of the martial skills to another level. This kind of combination was also a kind of training for Mu Yun. When different martial skills were quietly used and unleashed, the effect would often be more unexpected. Seeing that Miao Lingyu had stopped, Mu Yun stood on the spot and kept fiddling with his posture, as if he was digesting what he had just learned. The nine-hell palm was indeed one of his core secret techniques in his previous life. However, it was inevitable that there would be mistakes when he used such a core secret technique again in this life. Now that he was using it, Mu Yun had a different understanding of it. Hey, stop looking. If you continue looking, you will see stars. Miao Lingyu waved her palm and looked at Miao Xianyu and giggled. Oh, sister, you are so annoying. Miao Lingyu blushed and said, you don't understand. Mentor Mu was a great hero in my heart back then. He led our class from the trash class to the strongest class. You can't experience that kind of feeling. Of course boom. Translator, Transin editor, Transin mountain range with seal technique, what's going on? Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu turned pale. Someone is attacking the entrance of this space. Mu Yun said calmly, before we came in, I set up a restriction array. Someone should have discovered this place by now. Then what should we do? Let's go inside first. Mu Yun looked at the exit above and saw many figures gathering there. He said, they will need some time to break through the restrictions I set up. Let's go deeper and take a look. When they are done with their investigation, they should leave. Mu Yun wasn't sure who the intruder was, so she couldn't guarantee that she could deal with it. The best thing to do now was to take the two sisters away from this place. The three of them walked toward the other side together. Originally, the three of them were in a grassland. However, as they walked deeper, forests began to appear behind them. As they walked deeper, mountain ranges began to appear behind them. The continuous mountain peaks were thousands of meters high. If one were to look carefully from the bottom to the top, they would see that the top of each mountain range looked like a verdant world from afar. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun felt as if she was in the most primitive forest. Swoosh! 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 However, at this moment, before Mu Yun could stretch her arms and release her unruffled emotions, a series of ear-piercing sounds came from behind her. Damn it! Did these guys come straight for these mountains? Master, let's hide first. Miao Xianyu said. We sisters are fine. Even a fourth-level life and death realm genius won't be able to discover our soul power. But Mu Yun, you, what? Hearing Miao Lingyu's words, Mu Yun was stunned. She was worried that Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu wouldn't be able to hide their soul power and would be discovered. But now, the two of them were worried about her. Can the two of you still find me if you try now? As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu immediately probed. As expected, they couldn't find any information about Mu Yun's soul. That's great. Miao Lingyu smiled and two fish slices appeared in her hand. The fish fillet was oily black in color and emitted a faint glow. It looked unremarkable. However, when Miao Lingyu hung the two slices of fish on her chest, Mu Yun suddenly realized that she couldn't detect their auras at all. Not only was his soul power hidden, even his breathing was like the vegetation in the mountains, undetectable. Mu Yun gave him a thumbs up with a smile in her eyes. Since that was the case, there was nothing to be afraid of. The three silhouettes hid in the bushes and disappeared. At the same time, the piercing sounds had already arrived in front of the three of them. However, the dozens of figures flying over one after another did not discover the aura of the three of them at all. Mingyue Shin. Yuqing Tian. Luan Ran. Among the dozens of figures, 3 figures stood out the most. Mu Yun was very familiar with the 3 leaders. As for the people behind them, their auras were not weak either. There were quite a few second-level life and death realm martial artists, and even first-level life and death realm disciples. There was not a single one below the life and death realm. It seemed that the closer to the final stage of the 4 origin fief, the stronger ones would be the ones left. Survival of the fittest was the law of nature, and it was also an iron law for humans. Follow them, Mu Yun said in a low voice. The three figures stuck close to the ground and followed forward. If they were only martial artists from various small and medium worlds, Mu Yun would not be so concerned. However, these people were obviously working together and flying towards the space. This was too much of a coincidence. Mu Yun could not help but suspect that these people had the same goal, the empty mountain seal. If the empty mountain seal was really as powerful as Miao Lingyu said, then it was not difficult to understand why these people were working together. The group of dozens of people entered the mountain forest. It was obvious that they were moving in a direction and did not hesitate at all. If it were not for some secret treasure, even Mu Yun herself would not believe it. Yuqing Tian, the empty mountain seal you mentioned is in this mountain range? The dozens of figures stopped. Mu Yun and the other two hurriedly stopped as well. They were 100 meters away, and their auras were completely concealed. Mu Yun was not afraid that they would discover them. Luan Ran, if you don't believe me, you don't have to follow us. Facing Luan Ran's doubts, Yuqing Tian of the Devil Jade Small World frowned and said impatiently. You. Qing Tian looked like an elegant young master. However, as the leader of the second-ranked Devil Jade Small World, it would be strange if he was just an ordinary young master. Hearing Yuqing Tian's words, Luan Ran tactfully shut his mouth. At this moment, there was no need to offend Yuqing Tian. Luan Ran, you'd better shut up at this moment. Mingyue Xin, we're not done with you yet. However, just as Mingyue Xin opened his mouth, Luan Ran immediately shouted. With this shout, everyone was even more astonished. There was often some communication and contact between the various small worlds. They knew that Luan Ran had always been crazy about Mingyue Xin. Even if Luan Ran was scolded harshly, he would never change his mind. However, when the two of them met today, they scolded each other. It was simply unbelievable. Unless Luan Ran saw something that he should not have seen. Could it be that he saw Mingyue Xin flirting with other men? How could that be possible? Mingyue Xin was very arrogant. Even if it was someone as talented as Wu Jixing, he did not put Mingyue Xin in his eyes. No one could make Mingyue Xian willingly give up her body, unless it was those few little monsters in the various small and medium worlds that could be called heaven-defying. However, if Mu Yun knew what everyone was thinking at this moment, he would definitely scold them. Mingyue Xin looked very cold on the outside, but she was flirtatious one moment and cold the next. Moreover, she even used force on a man like him. However, Mu Yun knew that if this kind of thing were to spread, everyone would think that Mu Yun was crazy. Mingyue Xin used force on him. It was simply a fantasy, unless pigs could climb trees. Master, why are you looking at Mingyue Xin with so much hatred? Miao Xianyu was puzzled. Mingyue Xin is known as the #1 genius in thousands of small worlds. Her status, strength, and appearance are all first class. I don't know how many young talents want to get close to her, but they were all coldly rejected. Tisk. Hearing this, Mu Yun said disdainfully, what genius? Isn't she what? Isn't she going to be conquered by men sooner or later? She's going to be driven like a horse. Vulgar. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Miao Lingyu immediately frowned and said. I'm just speaking the truth. Is Mingyue Xin going to be single for the rest of his life? Isn't marriage like a horse? Stop. Why does it sound so unbearable when you talk about the matters between men and women? Mu Yun snorted and said, it depends on the man and the woman. For example, Mingyue Xin, Mu Yun treated him like a horse for no reason. Seeing her master's slightly disgusted expression towards Mingyue Xin, Miao Xianyu was very happy. At this moment, the three figures in the sky were doing things separately. Luan Ran led a group of people and walked directly to one side. Mingyue Xin and Yuqing Tian did the same. Another group of people spread out in groups of 3 or 2 and began to search. However, they seemed to be discussing what they were searching for through soul telepathy. Mu Yun and the other two did not know. It seems that we'd better wait here. Seeing dozens of people spread out, Mu Yun lowered her figure and said. We can also go in. Miao Linger smiled proudly and said, they are searching. Can't we also go in and search? Do you know what they are looking for? Of course I know. Miao Linger said, waving a magic treasure that looked like a conch in her hand, and said with a smile, even if it's soul telepathy, I can hear it if I want to. A voice suddenly floated out from the conch. Everyone, spread out and search for the mountains with the Dharma seal. Yu Qingtian's gentle and elegant voice suddenly spread out. The mountains with the Dharma seal. His words came out of nowhere and left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. Let's be careful and go in to take a look. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he led the two of them inside. Right now, if Luan Ran were to see him, he would probably rush over immediately. He wouldn't even care about the treasures and would only want his life. He also did not know where Wu Qiu and the others were now. Luan Ran alone was almost enough for him to deal with. If a group of people appeared, he would not be able to deal with them. The three of them followed the path and went all the way to the depths. After climbing over the mountain, Mu Yun suddenly realized that there were countless mountains in front of her, one after another. It was really tens of thousands of mountains connected together. Under such circumstances, looking for the mountains with the Dharma seal was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Mu Yun did not know what these guys were doing and just followed them all the way. As they continued to move forward, Mu Yun could see that these people were very meticulous in their search. It was so detailed that every mountain peak was slapped with a palm, revealing the structure of the mountain peak. There were even some short mountain peaks that were directly split apart by those people with a single palm strike. These guys, what are they looking for? Mu Yun was puzzled. However, although she was puzzled, Mu Yun still followed them. However, all of a sudden, Mu Yun realized that something was amiss behind him. Stop. Mu Yun suddenly stood on the spot and turned to look behind. No, what's wrong? Mu Yun murmured. What's wrong? Master. Didn't you notice that there are some subtle changes in the mountains we walked past? As soon as Mu Yun said this, the two sisters turned to look behind. There's no change. Miao Xianyu was even more confused. Yes. Miao Lingyu said casually, except that a few mountains seem to be a little shorter, there's nothing else. A little shorter, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. Stand here and don't move. Mu Yun said again. Xianyu, is your master sick? Miao Lingyu looked at Mu Yun's expression and was suddenly stunned. You're the one who's sick. Good for you, you even dare to scold your sister for your cheap master. Miao Xianyu said with a smile, Sister, take a good look. Master Mu must have found something. Maybe it's the Skyhill seal. Skyhill seal? Miao Lingyu sneered in her heart. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Pulling Mountains. However, at this moment, Mu Yun obviously did not care about how Miao Lingyu was criticizing him in her heart. Step by step, Mu Yun came to a mountain peak that he had passed before. This mountain peak was only a few hundred feet tall, and the entire mountain peak was lush and verdant with dense forests. Halfway up the mountain, the palm print had created a huge pit that was 100 meters deep. Mu Yun walked forward and looked at the huge pit, feeling very strange. The palm print looked very powerful, but what made Mu Yun feel strange was not the palm print, but the mountain peak. When the other mountains were hit by the palm print, most of them would have a vertical crack that extended to the bottom of the mountain peak, but this mountain peak was indeed cracked horizontally. It was obviously different. After careful observation, Mu Yun found that 9 of these mountains were cracked horizontally. Xianyu, go and see if there are any more mountains like this ahead. Okay. Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu went forward together. The two of them also saw something unusual. The two of them immediately walked forward quietly. At this moment, Mu Yun finally realized that the strange thing about these mountains was not the mountains, but the feet of the mountains. Mu Yun moved back and forth among the 9 mountains, walked to the bottom of a mountain, and stomped his foot. A slight cracking sound was heard, and the ground under the mountain directly shattered. After doing these actions in one breath, Mu Yun directly flew up. Standing in the sky, looking at the 9 cracks on the ground that he had avoided, Mu Yun's mind kept recalling the previous memories. I see. Haha. Mu Yun laughed heartily and landed on the ground. He had already seen the difference between these mountains. Master, there are no more in front. At this moment, Miao Xianyu and Miao Lingyu turned around and returned. No, of course there are no more. However, Mu Yun was only talking to himself, and the two of them stared at Mu Yun as if they were looking at a fool. This guy is definitely crazy. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not have time to explain to them. This was a great opportunity. Relying on the knowledge of his previous life, he once again fished in troubled waters. This is a formation, and it's only in the periphery of the mountain range. The mountains with seals that those people are looking for are these 9. Mu Yun immediately explained, it's just that they think that the Sky Mountain seal should be in one of the mountains, but they don't know that the Sky Mountain seal is under the 9 mountains, and it should be extremely huge. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu and Miao Xianyu. It, the Sky Mountain seal, it, the Sky Mountain seal, the seal, it, the Sky, and the Sky Mountain seal. As expected of a supreme treasure. No wonder these people are so cautious. However, this supreme treasure belongs to me now. Master Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun, dumbfounded. The two of you hide. Don't be discovered. They have already searched this place, and they definitely won't think that the Sky Mountain seal is still here. They will definitely search deeper. This period of time is enough for me to dig out the seal. Dig it out. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the two of them were stunned. It could only be said that Mu Yun's idea was really crazy. However, at this time, the Sky Mountain seal was here, which was something they did not expect. Now, they could plan well. If they could get the Sky Mountain seal, it would also be a guarantee for their safety. Okay. Miao Xianyu spoke first without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Xianyu pulled Miao Lingyu and flew out of the mountains. You're leaving your master here just like that? Miao Lingyu exclaimed, do you know what kind of treasure the Sky Mountain seal is? Grandpa has always been concerned about it. You let Mu Yun go alone to get it. Aren't you afraid that he will be in danger? Hearing Miao Lingyu's words, Miao Xianyu was in a daze and looked at Miao Lingyu. Why are you looking at me like that? Sister, I thought you would blame me for dragging you here and letting Master get the Sky Mountain seal alone. I didn't expect, you're worried about Master. Miao Lingyu said with a teasing look in her eyes. I just feel that he's your master, and he saved our lives, that's all. Is that so? Miao Lingyu's face turned red under Miao Xianyu's stare. She could not help but snort. You little girl, how dare you mock me now? I think you're the one who has feelings for your master. When you heard about master's wives, look at yourself, sister, I didn't say that you have feelings for my master. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. Miao Xianyu looked up at the sky and said softly, Master is a very charming person. He knows that he can't do it, but he does it. In other people's eyes, he's a fool. But for some reason, when he does it, he shines brightly, making it impossible for people to think that he's a fool. I think Master's wives are also phoenixes among women. Otherwise, they're not worthy of Master. Sister, Miao Lingyu looked at Miao Xianyu and said, if you like this guy, I'll snatch you away. Even if you don't agree, you'll have to agree. Moreover, he's your master. Don't let the goodies flow into the fields of outsiders. Sister, Miao Xianyu's face turned red as she said angrily. What are you afraid of? You're the pearl of heavenly treasure small world's Miao clan. Even Grandpa doesn't dare to provoke you. This Mu Yun, I think he's just a little cultivator from Pale Yellow Small World. It's his fortune to marry you. Pale Yellow Small World is no longer as magnificent as it was tens of thousands of years ago. The cultivators there have fallen behind because of the seal for tens of thousands of years. Sooner or later, the seal of Pale Yellow Small World will be completely broken. Various small worlds will pour in, and those secret treasures will be opened. At that time, Pale Yellow Small World will be in chaos. Open the seal? Yes. Miao Lingyu said, all the 7th level life and death realm mold monsters in the top 10 small worlds are already preparing to strike. Once the 4 essences fief is over, the Pale Yellow Small World will definitely be opened. At that time, won't Master's home be, this kid doesn't care about his life. What do you think? Miao Lingyu snorted and said, so, if you marry Mu Yun, as the son-in-law of our heavenly treasure small world's Miao clan, who will dare to attack his old friends and family? At that time, our heavenly treasure small world will definitely protect him. Hearing this, Miao Xianyu was in a daze as she looked at the figure in the sky. Previously, when she talked with Mu Yun had told her. It was Diwen from the Five Elements small world who arranged for him to fight. The two had reached an agreement that Diwen would do everything possible to send him back to Pale Yellow small world. But now, it seemed that all of this was a conspiracy. No, I have to tell Master. Miao Xianyu understood everything and said hurriedly. Xianyu, what are you doing? Miao Lingyu didn't expect her words to cause such a big reaction from Miao Xianyu. You're crazy. Buzz, however, just as Miao Lingyu pulled Miao Xianyu down, a buzzing sound resounded in the sky. Immediately, the 9 glowing dots on the ground were activated. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The 9 light spots converged into 9 silk threads and enveloped Mu Yun's body. At the core of the 9 light rays was Mu Yun. Rise. At this moment, Mu Yun used all of his strength and roared as he rose from the ground. A rumbling sound suddenly rang out at this moment. As the sound rang out, rays of light shot into the sky. Rumble, the earth trembled completely at this moment. Mu Yun's body kept rising as he flew into the sky. Under such circumstances, the 9 surrounding mountains were uprooted. However, because the roots of the mountains were connected, it wasn't just the 9 mountains that were uprooted. Mu Yun stood in the air. The 9 mountains, along with the surrounding mountains, were forcefully uprooted by a domineering force. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Mu Yun didn't expect such a situation at all. He knew that this was a hidden array. However, he didn't expect this array to be so difficult to break. The 9 mountains and the surrounding mountains were uprooted, but only a crack appeared on the ground. Under the crack, Mu Yun saw a mountain peak breaking out of the ground. As Mu Yun's power continued to increase, a crack gradually appeared between the 9 mountains. Then, a mountain rose from the ground with a loud rumble. A mountain, under the seal of the 9 mountains, was actually a mountain. However, at this moment, as the mountain peak continued to rise, a square stone platform suddenly rose from the bottom of the mountain peak. Sky Mountain Seal. Seeing this, Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu were completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the Sky Mountain Seal wasn't on any of the mountains here, but buried deep underground? I'll go and help. As soon as Miao Xianyu finished speaking, she flew up and came to Mu Yun's side. No need to help me. Leave this place quickly. Mu Yun's face was dripping with sweat as he shouted, leave this place quickly, or else, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Leave quickly. I have a way to escape. Leave quickly. Seeing that Miao Xianyu was still standing at the same spot, Mu Yun couldn't wait to speak. Miao Xianyu understood Mu Yun's way of doing things. She turned around and immediately hid. Sky Mountain Seal. Along with the sound of something breaking through the air, a figure came first and exclaimed when he saw the mountain peak under Mu Yun's feet. At this moment, the towering mountain peak was lifted by Mu Yun to a height of 1,000 feet. Below the mountain peak was the square stone platform. To be precise, the green mountain peak and the green stone platform were the Sky Mountain Seal that people yearned for. Good, good, good. After saying good 3 times, Yu Qingtian looked at Mu Yun with joy in his eyes. You found the Sky Mountain Seal. Which sect are you from? Whatever you want, just say it. I, Yu Qingtian, will definitely satisfy your request. Yu Qingtian's eyes were filled with joy as he said, as long as you say it, I can find anything for you in exchange for the Sky Mountain Seal. This was also the agreement that Yu Qingtian had made with everyone. If anyone could find the Sky Mountain Seal, they could ask for anything from Yu Qingtian. Looking at Yu Qingtian, Mu Yun opened his mouth slightly and said, anything? That's right. Alright, then I want the Sky Mountain Seal. Yu Qingtian, this Sky Mountain Seal belongs to me, Mu Yun. Mu Yu responded and roared as he lifted the mountain angrily. Boom. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Mingyue Shin made a move. How dare you? However, seeing Mu Yun's actions, it was obvious that she wanted to keep the Sky Mountain Seal. How could Yu Qingtian allow Mu Yun to take such a precious treasure? With a loud shout, demonic aura filled the sky. Yu Qingtian's handsome face was distorted as he attacked Mu Yun with his claws. Get lost. Mu Yun did not want to give in. With a roar, she swung the sky chime sword and blocked Yu Qingtian's figure. This short moment of blocking was enough for Mu Yun to lift the Sky Mountain seal. With a clang, Mu Yun's body expanded again, and her power swept out. Crack crack crack, as the ground cracked, the entire world began to tremble. Yu Qingtian could not help but sway. Rise! With a low shout, the Sky Mountain seal was completely pulled out from the ground. Seeing the Sky Mountain seal in its full form, everyone was completely stunned. The mountain peak, which was thousands of feet tall, stood on a square stone platform. The entire mountain peak looked extremely majestic, the squarish base looked even more majestic and extraordinary. This empty mountain seal, just by looking at its powerful aura, was enough to make people feel shocked. However, at this moment, everyone was not only attracted by the Sky Mountain seal's powerful appearance. Keep! Mu Yun shouted again. The Sky Mountain seal, which was thousands of feet tall, suddenly shrunk and finally became the size of a fist. It stood quietly in Mu Yun's palm. Kept, was he going to accept it so easily? Seeing Mu Yun's method, everyone could not help but be puzzled. Was the Sky Mountain seal so easy to keep? However, this was not the time to think about this. Mu Yun, are you sure you want to do this? Yu Qingtian looked at Mu Yun and sneered. You have searched this place. Did you find the Sky Mountain seal? Mu Yun smiled. Since you did not find it, I found it and took it out. Shouldn't the Sky Mountain seal belong to me? Of course not. Yu Qingtian's handsome face became cold again. The Sky Mountain seal is a treasure of heaven and earth. Whoever has the biggest fist can get it. How can an ant like you get it? However, the Sky Mountain seal fell into the hands of an ant like me. As Mu Yun's words fell, everyone was stunned. Did this guy not know who he was talking to? Yu Qingtian was the favored one in the entire myriad small worlds. Even if Wu Jixing and Wu Jishui were here, they would not speak to Yu Qingtian. Good, you are very good. Yu Qingtian looked at Mu Yun with ridicule in his eyes. You are a mere ant from the small five world. You are an ant from the small five world. You as an ant is to stop. 2. To block. I have never complained about my long life. Mu Yun replied coldly. However, in my opinion, you are complaining about your long life. Luan Ran was in the crowd. When he saw Mu Yun, he wanted to attack her immediately. Mingyue Xian, on the other hand, still looked indifferent. Before entering the lake, Luan Ran had slandered her and Mu Yun. After coming out of the lake, she was really having an affair with Mu Yun. However, Mingyue Shen seemed to have forgotten about it. He just looked at the two of them arguing. Ding, there was a ringing sound. A thin knife appeared in Yu Qingtian's hand. The knife was 3 feet long. The tip of the knife was slightly curled. It looked very strange. Yu Qingtian leaned the long sword on her arm and looked at Mu Yun as if she was looking at a dead person. It seems that Yu Qingtian is really angry. You want to kill your little lover? Luan Ran looked at Mingyue Shen and sneered. I don't think it has anything to do with you. Mingyue Shen frowned. She looked at Luan Ran and said coldly, the man that I choose has nothing to do with you, Luan Ran. Even if he is a beggar on the roadside, as long as I, Mingyue Shen, like him, Luan Ran can't do anything about it. Okay. You are stubborn. Luan Ran shouted, then let's see how your little lover dies. Yu Qingtian had already charged at Mu Yun. Ding, when the long sword and the scimitar clashed, a ringing sound spread out and shook the heaven and earth. Yu Qingtian was at the 3rd level of life and death realm. She was only one step away from comprehending the death reversal profound and reaching the 4th level of life and death realm. At this moment, the power of her blade carried the power of heaven and earth. However, Mu Yun was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was at the 2nd level of life and death realm, he was not afraid of Yu Qingtian, who was at the 3rd level of life and death realm. At most, he would detonate another blood bead. It was still unknown who would win. Mu Yun was not worried about Yu Qingtian. Instead, he was worried about Luan Ran and Mingyue Shen. If the two of them suddenly attacked him, he would not be able to escape death even if he had the ability to defy the heavens. If Luan Ran could kill him with one stab, he would definitely not kill him with two stab attacks. As for Mingyue Xin, he could not figure out what was going on in her mind. He was the one who was being raped. This woman was just using him as a tool. Who knew what she was thinking? Mu Yun blocked Yu Qingtian while observing the two of them. He was really exhausted. Great Jade Gong Blade. With a low shout, Yu Qingtian flipped his palm. 1,000 zhong long blade light slashed towards Mu Yun. The blade light had an astonishing momentum. In its path, the peaks of all the mountains within 100 zhong radius were all shaved off. That was not all. The blade light was not only domineering, but when it slashed towards Mu Yun, it actually broke apart inch by inch. The saber light that had been split apart finally gathered together to form a saber blade. 9 Heaven Immortal Elemental Sword, 1 Sword, 3 Immortal Elemental Sword. Mu Yun shouted and slashed out with his sword. This sword contained the 3 elemental chi of 9 elemental chi gathering. The metal elemental energy was fierce, the earth elemental energy was vigorous, and the fire elemental energy was domineering. When the 3 elemental energies merged into one, the sword carried a tricolored radiance and slashed forward. Asterisk clang, asterisk a loud clang resounded as the blade and sword clashed. Yu Qingtian's charging figure paused, but Mu Yan's figure retreated rapidly. Hee, kid, do you think you are the #1 emperor god? What kind of martial technique can you learn with one look? Guei laughed and said, this 9 Heaven Celestial Origin sword has an astonishing momentum. How long have you been practicing it? Practicing it in the space-time fortress is different from your actual combat. Of course I know. Mu Yun said helplessly, but now, is there a better way? Mu Yun was indeed helpless. The shortcoming of his swordsmanship was not his swordsmanship, but his sword heart's stubbornness. His sword heart had not reached perfection. The power of his swordsmanship was stuck at a throat and could not break through. It had been like this all this time. Previously, with his swordsmanship, he could easily kill someone of a higher level. Now, what he lacked was a strong sword heart. Guei also understood that Mu Yun wanted to hone his swordsmanship under such circumstances. However, this method was too risky. If he failed, he would not even know how he died. Seems like your swordsmanship is not that great. At this moment, Yu Qingtian looked at Mu Yun and smiled. Your saber skills can't kill me either. Mu Yun shouted, I really don't know what you are so proud of. You can't suppress me, who is at the 2nd level of life and death realm. Do you feel proud? Hearing this, Yu Qingtian was completely enraged. He could not stand Mu Yun's mockery and ridicule. Guiyuan 3 Saber Art. Yu Qingtian did not waste any more time and slashed out 3 saber attacks. At this moment, Yu Qingtian seemed to be really angry. 3 Saber Art. After Yu Qingtian said that, Mingyue Xian's face suddenly changed. Her figure flashed and she appeared in front of Mu Yun. Holy light bathing. A delicate shout was heard and a light screen appeared in front of Mingyue Xin. It was like water pouring down from the heavens and earth, flowing endlessly. At this moment, only this beautiful figure was left in front of Mu Yun's eyes. At least you still have some conscience. You sullied my body and still know how to save my life. Mu Yun chuckled. You still have the mood to joke? Mingyue Xin looked back and shouted, run immediately, or you will definitely die. Yu Qingtian's strength is not something you can understand. Are you worried about my life now? Mu Yun joked, not bad, not bad. At least you still have some conscience. You didn't leave after eating and drinking. However, while Mu Yun was joking, on the other side, Luan Ran was completely in an uproar. Yu Qingtian, did you see that? Luan Ran immediately jumped out and shouted, I already told you that Mingyue Xin and Mu Yun are having an affair. Do you believe me now? This bitch has already had an affair with Mu Yun. Mingyue Xin, what are you doing? I'm not doing anything. Mingyue Xian smiled and said, Yu Qingtian is ranked in the top 3 of the Wuji Small World, the Demonic Jade Small World, and the Saint Light Small World. Everyone knows that my Saint Light Small World's radiant religion is not weaker than your Demonic Jade Palace. Then, how can I, Mingyue Xian, be inferior to you? You want the Sky Hill seal, and I, Mingyue Shin, also want it. Mu Yun knew that this woman was not so kind to help her. At most, she was only doing it for the Sky Hill seal. You mean to say that you wish to see who is stronger between the two of us? Of course. As you wish. Yu Qingtian smiled and said directly. Luan Ran, I'll leave Mu Yun to you. Regardless of life or death, I hope that the Sky Hill seal, don't worry, I only want his life and other things on him. The Sky Hill seal is yours. That's great. Yu Qingtian seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense. She looked at Mingyue Shin and smiled. Then, she flew out at an extremely fast speed and attacked Mingyue Shin. At this moment, Yu Qingtian seemed to be using all her strength to fight against Mingyue Shin. It seems like I've been underestimated. Mu Yun curled her lips and said helplessly. Don't worry, Yu Qingtian might underestimate you, but I won't. Luan Ran stepped out and looked at Mu Yun. He chuckled and said, after all, you were able to kill Luan Wuchang at the first level of life and death realm. Even if he was injured, your strength still amazed me. So, I'll go all out against you now. What you said makes sense, so I'll go all out too. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk as soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun raised her sword and attacked. At this moment, she would be too stupid to talk nonsense with Luan Ran. When this guy saw the scene of him hugging Mingyue Xian, he didn't care about anything else and wanted to kill him. It was a simple attack. The two figures rushed out without saying anything. Dragons of the 5 elements. The voice sounded in her heart. The 5 elements dragons appeared around Mu Yun with the heaven-trapping lock wrapped around them. The 5 elements dragons had different trajectories and charged towards Luan Ran. At the sight of this, Luan Ran sneered in his heart. His hand spun continuously as he struck out one seal after another. A Dharma spiritual wheel mark suddenly appeared in front of him. The Dharma spiritual wheel mark gradually expanded until it was 100 feet in diameter. The dragons of the 5 elements collided with it instantly. However, the moment the dragons of the 5 elements collided with it, a clanging sound was heard. The dragons of the 5 elements dragons were dizzy. At this moment, the 5 elemental dragons seemed to have lost their target and had completely disappeared. Is this the power of the dragons of the 5 elements? Luan Ran looked at all of this and said with a snicker, Mu Yun, is this all your attacks have? Seeing that the dragons of the 5 elements dragons were restrained and dizzy, Mu Yun struck out with her palm. Earth Annihilating Palm. Dharma Spiritual Wheel Rotation. An explosion was heard as the Earth Annihilating Palm struck out. However, the Dharma spiritual wheel in front of Luan Ran spun and rolled out along with the Earth Annihilating Palm. Although the Earth Annihilating Palm was rolled out, a crack appeared on the Dharma spiritual wheel in front of Luan Ran. Is this all you have? Luan Ran sneered again. He did not care about Mu Yun's attack at all. Mu Yun, I am not the severely injured Luan Wuchang now. You want to fight with me? Isn't that a little too childish? Mu Yun's face turned gloomy after Luan Ran blocked her consecutive attacks. However, this gloominess did not last for long. Luan Ran looked at Mu Yun and continued to mock her. What else do you want to do? You can say it now and do it. I will accept it one by one. Really? Mu Yun suddenly raised her head and looked at Luan Ran. I am afraid you will not be able to accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun slapped out with his palm. The empty mountain seal also smashed out. Suddenly, the empty mountain seal, which was originally the size of a palm, expanded to a size of several hundred feet. 500 feet, the length, width, and height of the stone platform below were all increased to 500 feet. The empty mountain seal did not say anything and directly smashed towards Luan Ran. Boom, a loud explosion suddenly sounded at this moment. Crack, the empty mountain seal of the elements of the empty mountain seal, the Dharma spiritual wheel wheel. How is it? Does it feel good? Mu Yun laughed coldly and once again controlled the empty mountain seal to smash down. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bung, a deafening boom suddenly sounded at this moment. Everyone was even more stunned at this moment. No one expected that Mu Yun would immediately use the empty mountain seal after her previous attack was ineffective. She began such a barbaric smash, the contrast was simply too great, causing the crowd to be stunned on the spot. I will smash you until the sky turns dark. Mu Yun continued to control the empty mountain seal to smash Luan Ran's body. The ground gradually caved in within 500 feet. Luan Ran's voice changed from the initial resistance to dejection. In the end, there was no sound. What was going on? Could it be that Luan Ran, who was at the third level of life and death realm, was smashed to death? Do you really think that I am not your opponent? I am only using you to practice my sword. Retracting the empty mountain seal, Mu Yun was gasping for breath. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. These few smashes were very satisfying. However, they had almost exhausted all the strength in her body. As expected of the empty mountain seal. Using it is like using a brick. The effect is obvious, but the exhaustion is also obvious. It should be known that Mu Yun was at the second level of life and death realm. Not to mention holding a huge cauldron, she could even lift a 10,000-meter tall mountain with ease. But now, she had only expanded the empty mountain seal to several hundred feet in size. After swinging it a few times, she was already gasping for breath, as if her strength had been completely exhausted. At first, the empty mountain seal was 10,000 feet in size. If she really restored the original appearance of the empty mountain seal, a third-level life and death realm martial artist, no, a fourth-level life and death realm martial artist, would probably be smashed to death. At this moment, the bones in Luan Ran's body creaked. Just when he wanted to move, his entire body emitted crackling sounds. Can you still laugh now? Looking at Luan Ran, Mu Yun chuckled. Luan Ran stretched out his finger and pointed at Mu Yun. You still dare to point at me? Without saying another word, she directly slashed out with her sword. With a puchi, Luan Ran's entire palm was separated from his body. Luan Ran wanted to shout, but when he moved his body, he felt as if his tendons were being pulled out and his skin was being peeled off. He couldn't shout at all. This kind of pain was almost taking his life. Haven't you been clamoring to kill me? Can you still kill me now? As Mu Yun's voice faded, she directly slashed out with her sword. Ding. Just as Mu Yun's sword was about to take Luan Ran's life, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. A simple stone suddenly appeared at this moment. That stone looked like the simplest stone, but it easily bounced off Mu Yun's full-strength sword. Enough is enough. In the next moment, a slightly shaky voice suddenly rang out. A figure suddenly appeared behind Mu Yun. A voice rang out beside her ear. Mu Yun, you've already gained enough. Why kill him? The cold voice was almost inaudible, but this person could easily get close to her, which made Mu Yun feel deeply terrified. With a puchi, Mu Yun didn't have any reaction at the next moment. Without any warning, a dagger directly slashed through his chest from the back, revealing his appearance. The tip of the dagger even carried bits of his body's broken organs. Although this dagger didn't pierce his heart, it was infinitely close. Without hesitation, she directly slapped her palm behind her. The person holding the dagger immediately retreated and dodged that palm. A line of blood directly shot up. Master! At this moment, a delicate shout suddenly rang out. In the direction where Mu Yun retreated, two figures directly rushed out. It was Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianxia. In this instant, Mu Yun felt as if the whole world seemed to be spinning. He had never felt so desperate before. It was as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. As he turned around, he saw a figure. That person was wearing a pure white robe. There was not a speck of dust on the robe. That person floated in midair elegantly like an otherworldly child, looking exceptionally ethereal. The moment he saw this person, Mu Yun felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Wuji Star! Such a delicate shout rang out beside Mu Yun's ear. Instantly, it was as if he had completely lost all vitality. Strong, this seemingly harmless young man was extremely powerful. Mu Yun didn't even notice how this person got close to him just now. Moreover, under the extreme reaction of his body, the three body protection and dragon form were all activated, but that seemingly inconspicuous dagger still stabbed into his back accurately. Wuji Star. He was Wuji Star, the representative of the outstanding generation in the entire Wuji Heavenly Palace, a figure standing at the peak of the pyramid. Puff, even though Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu were supporting him, Mu Yun was still vomiting blood. The blood turned from purple at the beginning to dark purple at the end, and finally became black blood clots. It was that simple dagger that almost took his life. Why do you have to be so fierce? Isn't it enough to kill Luan Wuchang? Your points should be enough to rank you in the top 10 now, right? Wu Ji-star looked at Mu Yun with a pair of starry brows and faint eyes. He casually played with the dagger in his hand and smiled. You need to know that there's always someone better than you. You're not the strongest, so don't go too far. In the future, when the people from the reincarnation small world see you, they will also be merciful to you, right? Woo-woo, Mu Yun was just about to speak when blood flowed out from his mouth. Puff puff puff. I never like to go too far when doing things. Mu Yun said with difficulty, Wu Ji-star, I have no enmity with you, but you are so ruthless. I have no enmity with you. Wu Ji-star played with the dagger in his hand and smiled. I only attacked because I don't like the look of you. What a great line. I just don't like you. It was as though Wu Ji-star had the power to decide one's life and death. He seemed to have become the master of this fiefdom. Who do you think you are? Wu Ji-star looked at Mu Yun and smiled. You just got some opportunities and used your little tricks to get along in this four-origin fiefdom. You're like a fish in water, and your strength has increased. But so what? There's no room for discussion when you meet me. I can take your life with a single dagger. Do you have any dissatisfaction with that? Wu Ji-star chuckled. Even if you have any dissatisfaction, what can you do to me now? You can't. Because I'm stronger than you. No matter how great your calculations and schemes are, it's useless now, right? Oh? Is that so? However, looking at Wu Ji-star's solemn expression, Mu Yun forcibly stopped her churning chest from bleeding. She said proudly, but I'm a person who won't turn back until I've reached the southern wall. I'm stupid. I know it's a mountain, but I still want to climb it, unless I die. Seeing that you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Wu Ji-star finished speaking, the dagger was about to leave his hand. Brother, why are you in such a hurry? At that instant, a charming voice could be heard in the air. As the wind stopped, a figure floated in midair and looked down with a smile. Wu Ji-shui. It was rumored that the two genius disciples of Wu Ji Sky Palace were inseparable. Wu Ji-shui would always be by Wu Ji-star's side whenever he appeared. Without a doubt, this woman was Limitless Snow. Wu Ji-shui was dressed in a snow-white long dress, which set off her graceful figure with an air of arrogance and nobility. Her pair of jade-like feet lightly tapped the ground, making one's imagination run wild. The woman looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. She had the aura of a young girl. You're here. You've seen the show. I can send him on his way now. Don't. Wu Ji-shui said coquettishly, he's such an interesting person. I'm interested to see how far he can go with his little tricks. That's all he can do. The domineering. Wu Ji-star, Wu Ji-shui, I, Mu Yun, will remember what happened today. Only one of us will survive in the Four Essences sealed land. You can't kill me now, and it's even more impossible for you in the future. Mu Yun suddenly shouted when she saw the dagger charging towards her. Ignorant. You sure talk big. Wu Ji-star and Wu Ji-shui looked at Mu Yun as though they were looking at a pitiful creature. Pity overflowed from their hearts, but they did not stop attacking. Mu Yun clenched her teeth when she saw the two charging towards her. Two blood beads suddenly appeared between her hands. You want to kill me? You'll have to pay a higher price for that. She threw out the two blood beads as soon as she finished speaking. Boom boom boom, in an instant, a series of rumbling sounds resounded in the entire world. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground. With Mu Yun as the center, the crack spread out in all directions. Thunderous cracking sounds rang out as the crack continued to open. In the end, it split into two and tore at Wu Ji-star and Wu Ji-shui. Under such circumstances, Wu Ji-star and Wu Ji-shui did not dare to fight head-on. They quickly retreated. Dong, however, the crack extended out to a distance of 10,000 feet. In the end, it was like the ground had exploded with thunder, and the sky resounded with a thud. The intense roar caused everyone present to feel their hearts tremble. Under such an explosion, everyone felt their ears buzzing. They could not hear the surrounding sounds clearly. As the rumbling sound exploded, the three figures flew away. They ran away? The tremors lasted for nearly half an hour before it ended. Wuji Star stood at the front with a dagger in his hand. He looked at the scene of devastation and smiled faintly. Looks like they ran pretty fast. Wuji Shua's eyes were filled with mockery as she chuckled. Forget it. They're just defeated soldiers. There's no need to pay attention to them. This kid will definitely appear in the ranking battle. At that time, it won't be too late to take back the empty mountain seal. Brother, you're really amazing. Wuji Shua looked at Wuji Star and smiled with admiration. However, this trash is really useless. Wuji Star turned around, looked at Luan Ran, and sneered, Luan Ran, a mere Mu Yun can make you look like this. If he reaches the third layer of life and death realm, won't you die even more miserably? I only fell into his trap. Without the empty mountain seal, killing him is as easy as killing a dog. Luan Ran said weakly as he lay on the ground. You're still in the mood to say such things? Wuji Star smiled and said, I admire you too. You're really thick-skinned. You speak as if Mu Yun has a Dharma treasure and you don't. Luan Ran really had no way to refute. Mu Yun had the empty mountain seal, but Luan Ran was a warrior from the small world of reincarnation. He naturally had many tricks up his sleeves. However, the moment the empty mountain seal appeared, it almost took his life. It was really unexpected. Alright, don't quibble here. Think about it carefully. If you meet Mu Yun alone next time, can you still survive? Hearing Wuji Star's words, Luan Ran's face suddenly changed. Wuji Star was right. When he faced Mu Yun with the empty mountain seal, she could make him look like a dead man. Now that he was missing a palm, how could he fight with Mu Yun? However, at the same time, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Ming Wuxin, who was fighting with Yu Qingtian. Ming Wuxin, I don't understand. What's so good about Mu Yun? Wuji Star looked at Ming Wuxin and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to let Luan Ran down. You chose him and even gave your virginity to him. You really have deep feelings for him. Wuji Star seemed to know everything. He looked at Ming Wuxin and said with a smile. Could it be that it's because this guy has more endurance and can serve you more comfortably, so you'll give your virginity to him? Wuji Star, don't you think you're being too long-winded? Ming Wuxin did not have any explanation for this in his heart, nor did he defend himself verbally. Forget it, forget it. The top 10 spots have basically appeared. This Mu Yun is in 6th place. I'm very curious. 6th place, hearing this, the few people present were instantly stunned. There must be people from the Wuji small world in the top 3 spots. Yu Qingtian had 1, Ming Wuxin had 1, and Luan Ran had 1. There were 5 of them. In that case, Mu Yun's accumulated points were almost second only to the top 3 small worlds. Such personal ability could be said to be powerful. Wuji Star, do you have to be so despicable? Ming Wuxin looked at Wuji Star and said coldly. At this moment, Wuji Star had announced Mu Yun's ranking. It was undoubtedly pushing Mu Yun to a dead end. Those small worlds and martial artists who were ranked slightly lower would definitely track down Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun was almost hit by Wuji Star's attack just now. Most of her strength had disappeared. At this moment, if someone started to look for her, she would be in great danger. Despicable? Wuji Star laughed and said, I can tell everyone without hesitation that I, Wuji Star, am in 1st place with 17,000 points. Whoever wants it can come and take it. It's a pity that these people don't have the guts. What a pity, Wuji Star laughed and left the place. Ming Wuxin, do you think that you can help Mu Yun just because you want to? This guy will definitely die. Yu Qingtian, want the Skyhill seal. Yu Qingtian shouted coldly. Her eyes were full of malevolence. However, compared to Yu Qingtian's indifference and malevolence, Ming Wuxin did not care at all. He just stood there with disdain in his eyes. It was as if the fight between the two of them had not happened at all. When the crowd saw Wuji Star and Wuji Shua leave, they felt relieved. Mingyue Xian, I reckon that some of the ruthless people in the top 10 are looking for Muyun now. Let's see if you can still save a pretty boy like you. Yuqing Tian, I will save him if I want to. What can you do if I don't want to save him? Mingyue Shin did not care at all. He sneered and said, but I need to remind you that this guy was only at LV10 Feather Immortal Realm when he entered the Forge and Fief. Now, he is at LV2 Life and Death Realm. Yuqing Tian, I remember that you were at LV3 Life and Death Realm before you entered. Are you still at LV3 Life and Death Realm now? After Mingyue Shin finished speaking, he left directly. He did not care about Yuqing Tian's embarrassed expression. Bitch. Seeing Mingyue Shin leave calmly, Yuqing Tian's face was cold. The ruthless people who have accumulated the top 10 points are emerging one by one. Those mutant geniuses from different small worlds are also beginning to show their strength. Muyun is nothing. The first one to die will definitely be him. Yuqing Tian murmured. She chose a direction and left immediately with a few people. Gradually, the dozens of martial artists who had gathered here left one by one. Muyun was ranked 6th. The 6th place had more than 9,000 points. They weren't interested in knowing how Wuji Star had found out about this. However, Muyun's points were something they coveted. Whoever was able to obtain more than 9,000 points would be able to raise their ranking by a notch. Especially those who were ranked in the top 10. As long as they could get Muyun's points, the top 5 could even be ranked first. The bottom 5 could also be ranked higher and enter the top 5. Entering the top 5 meant that the status of the small world would rise. In the future, they would have a great say in the conflicts between the small and small worlds. Not to mention the huge profits and other potential benefits, these were all extremely tempting to everyone. Compared to the disputes on Empty Mountain, at this moment, there were endless killings in other places. It was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river. On the plains, a group of 100 or so people were working together and running forward. Among the fleeing group, there were people who looked back from time to time. However, when they looked back, their lives were completely lost. Xiao Tianming, you are now ranked 10th. The 11th place is 1,000 points behind you. Why do you still want to kill us? In front of the group of 100 people, a young man shouted sternly. That's right. Why? A weak voice suddenly sounded. However, the voice did not come from behind the group. Instead, it came from the front. A figure in a black robe appeared in front of the group of 100 people. Xiao Tianming. Seeing the person who had come, the leader of the group trembled. I have never felt safe, so I can only kill all of you. As soon as Xiao Tianming finished speaking, he spread out his hands. Puff. 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 An invisible wave swept out from between his hands. A series of attacks that were like sound waves suddenly spread out. As the wave slowly spread out, Xiao Tianming's hair fluttered and his smile was terrifying. Puff. Puff, miserable screams accompanied by the sound of blood gushing out. The group of 100 people did not even have the ability to resist. Their corpses were scattered all over the place. It was an extremely bloody scene. Senior brother Xiao Tianming, your bone metamorphosis dark art is even more powerful. At this moment, a group of people caught up from behind. The leader looked at the blood on the ground and cupped his hands with a smile. We are only ranked 10th. The person in the 11th place also seems to be running forward. How troublesome. Xiao Tianming said helplessly, it seems that we haven't killed enough people yet. We still need to continue killing. This time, we have senior brother Xiao in our Tianming small world. It is absolutely foolproof. Foolproof? Xiao Tianming shook his head. Continue chasing. Yes. Senior brother Xiao, senior brother Xiao. Just as Xiao Tianming was about to lead the group away, a call suddenly sounded from behind. What is it? Big news, big news. I just received news that the identity of the previous generation's ranking has been exposed. First place is Wuji Star with 17,000 points. 10th place is senior brother Xiao. Wuji Star? Xiao Tianming muttered, this person's cultivation is indeed above mine. It is normal for him to be first. Not that. That disciple hurriedly said, most importantly, the top 5 are all from the 3 great small worlds. However, the 6th place is Mu Yun, a reference disciple from the 5 elements small world. Mu Yun, this name was indeed unfamiliar. Senior brother Qiao, that Mu Yun was severely injured by Wuji Star. She is probably half dead now. Should we, of course. Xiao Tianming's voice was filled with excitement as he chuckled, the heavens are really looking after my Tianming small world. 6th place is worth more than 9,000 points. I have more than 7,000 points. With the 9,000 points I have, I can fight for 1st place. Immediately begin searching for Mu Yun's whereabouts. Those who find Mu Yun will receive important rewards. I don't need to say much, right? Yes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 10,000 feet shadow. At the same time, in a forest, several figures spread out and began to look for opponents. These people were all dressed in animal skins. On their exposed shoulders, there were strange patterns that seemed to be innate and carried a strange power. Senior brother He-Wen, we're now ranked 9th in points. Next, we should cast a long line and catch a big fish. A woman with a slender figure suggested. In front of her was a burly man. His strong body was wrapped in animal skins, and his powerful limbs were bursting with power. Cast a long line and catch a big fish? He-Wen grinned when he heard that. Junior sister, you're too naive. He-Wen chuckled. Which of the top 10 isn't as smart as a monkey? Even if we think of ways to catch others, won't they think the same way? Senior brother, you mean, maintain the 9th place. 8,000 points will be enough for us to get out. If we can rank in the top 10 this time, the warriors of the Wenning small world will be invincible in the next 50 years. He-Wen's faint voice slowly spread. Senior brother He-Wen, good news. At this moment, a figure came over and said excitedly, the news just spread. Among the top 10 in the 4 essences fiefdom, there's a person called Mu Yun from the 5 elements small world who is seriously injured. He has more than 9,000 points and is ranked 6th. 9,000 points and he's ranked 6th. Are you sure it's not a rumor? I'm sure. The disciple said affirmatively. Now, many people have begun to look for Mu Yun. If we can get him with more than 9,000 points, we'll be close to the 117,000 points. Haha, He-Wen laughed when he heard that. The competition in the 4 essences fiefdom has come to this point. There are less than 20,000 people left out of the 110,000. At this time, it's difficult to kill those who are still alive. The most orthodox method is to rob others of their points. I didn't expect Mu Yun to be injured at this time. He's courting death. Pass down my order. Warriors of the Wenning small world are not to split up. Everyone, stay together. Find Mu Yun and kill him without mercy. Yes. At the same time, between the mountains, 2 groups of people split up to search. Xiaohe, are you sure that Mu Yun is seriously injured? Of course. At the entrance of the mountain, 2 figures stood proudly, supervising the cultivators who were searching inside. Xianxia, your great Qin dynasty and my great Xia dynasty each occupy 2 small worlds. This time our 2 dynasties joined forces and opened up the monarch Qi, which caused our strength to advance by leaps and bounds. It's also because of this that the 2 of us are ranked at the 7th and 8th position now. Don't drop the ball now. Of course not. Xianxia looked at Xiaohe in front of him and said with a smile, don't worry. That Mu Yun can be said to be a piece of fatty meat now. Everyone wants to grab a bite of her. With the 2 of us working together, even if those from the top 3 minor worlds aren't a match for us, we should at least be able to protect ourselves. Yes. Xiaohe sneered, this time, we'll just take it as trying our luck. If we're lucky, we might meet Mu Yun. Killing her will be a piece of cake. Alright. Everyone in the entire forage and fiefdom went crazy. There were countless people who wanted to kill Mu Yun. Even if they had never seen Mu Yun's appearance before, they were still concerned about Mu Yun's points at this moment. It didn't matter if they had never seen Mu Yun before. Immediately, people who had seen Mu Yun made portraits of her and sold them widely. Even the martial skills and techniques that Mu Yun used were gradually being memorized by some of them. The news of the empty mountain seal almost killing Luan Ran spread more and more widely. Everyone spread rumors about Mu Yun, but they were not worried at all. This was because this person had been severely injured by the Wuji star and almost lost more than half of his life. Even if a lion could suppress mountains and rivers, after losing its sharp fangs and claws, it was just trash. Therefore, everyone mobilized in order to find Mu Yun in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, when this guy recovered, it would be difficult to deal with him again. In the Forge and Fiefdom, the four more famous wondrous places were the Xianxia Underground Palace, Stacking Space Mountain, Falling Earth Sea, and Filling Sky Palace. These four places were practically turned upside down by the crowd. However, there was only one place that no one would think of at all. Empty Mountain, the original place where the incident happened. In the Empty Mountain, at this moment, several thousand feet deep underground because of the appearance of the Empty Mountain seal, three figures were sitting cross-legged. On the left and right were Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu. And the person in the middle was Mu Yun. At this moment, the blood on Mu Yun's black martial attire had condensed, and the blood scabs on his wounds could be seen through the torn clothes. Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu sat cross-legged on the ground, but they were nervously looking around. Previously, when Mu Yun caused the two blood pearls to explode, Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu originally planned to drag Mu Yun away directly, but Mu Yun was unusually determined to stay. The three's methods of concealing soul fluctuations were top-notch, and Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu were originally worried that Wujixing would discover them. But who would have thought that none of the people present actually stayed to investigate, and all of them immediately left this place, as if they could not wait to find Mu Yun. Under such circumstances, the three of them were actually lucky enough to escape a calamity. The principle of darkness under the light was understood by all the great geniuses. It was just that they did not expect Mu Yun to be so bold as to choose to hide his tracks under the light at this moment. It had to be said that this move of Mu Yun's was very dangerous, but the result was a success. Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu still could not calm down at this moment. It was too thrilling. Once someone thought of this, they would immediately be besieged and die without a burial place. Sister, will Master be okay? He should be fine. Miao Lingyu was also not sure. Wujixing's sudden sneak attack was originally stronger than Mu Yun, and coupled with the sudden attack, it was already incredible that Mu Yun did not die immediately. From the looks of it now, Mu Yun's condition was not very good. Her face was completely pale, without a trace of blood at all. Her breathing seemed to be about to stop at any time. This situation was very bad. Don't worry, I won't die. Suddenly, Mu Yun opened her eyes slightly and said, Master, it's just that the loss of blood essence is serious. It's not a big deal, so I won't die for the time being. Okay. Miao Xianyu nodded at Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand, and the Skyhill seal suddenly appeared. The moment the Skyhill seal appeared, it kept expanding, and immediately blocked the light above the three of them. Gradually, the hole above the three of them was covered. Looking from above, it was like a towering mountain, and there was no difference among the mountains. I need to go into seclusion here for a period of time. The two of you can also stabilize your strength and make breakthroughs. Mu Yun closed her eyes and said indifferently, now that Wujixing has found me, when I go out again, either he or I will die. Master, Xianyu. Seeing that Miao Xianyu still wanted to say something, Miao Lingyu shook her head. Let's talk about everything after I recover. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she completely shut her mouth. Seeing that Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged and no longer speaking, Miao Xianyu and Miao Lingyu also stopped talking. Time passed bit by bit. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt as if there was a shadow standing in his mind. The loss of blood made him feel a strange change in his body. That shadow was tens of thousands of feet tall, wearing a blood-red cloak, and looked like the ruler of heaven and earth. A pair of blood-red eyes looked down. This pair of eyes had a shocking blood-red color. With just a glance, Mu Yun felt as if the whole world had completely fallen at this moment. Mu Yun could clearly feel that this was not the power of the painting of extermination of immortality, nor any power in heaven and earth. However, it really existed in his body. Who are you? Looking at the shadow in front of him, Mu Yun seemed to have become a tiny existence between heaven and earth. It was an indescribable feeling of being like an ant. what is this? Mu Yun was completely stunned. Even when he was the immortal king in his previous life, he had never felt this way. The huge shadow, wearing a blood-red cloak, looked down at Mu Yun from above. Slowly, the shadow squatted down and gently stretched out its palm. However, that palm was after all a shadow. It wanted to hold Mu Yun in its hand, but it directly passed through Mu Yun's body. Who are you? Looking at the huge shadow, Mu Yun spoke again. Blood inheritance. Immediately, the illusory figure opened its mouth slightly. However, before it could finish its sentence, a single word of blood was uttered, and it immediately dissipated. In an instant, Mu Yun only felt that all the power in his body disappeared at this moment. He seemed to have returned to his most primitive self. Everything disappeared, and only the blood flowing in his body, with the soul in his mind as the core, spread throughout his body. His soul trembled, and his blood boiled. Mu Yun felt endless comfort. Mu Yun did not know how long this process lasted. However, gradually, when he opened his eyes, the huge shadow above his head was still staring at him calmly. At this moment, Mu Yun's fatigue disappeared, and he only felt that he was full of vitality. However, when he looked at the huge shadow again, he was still like an ant. Who are you? Crack. Mu Yun was about to speak again, but the shadow completely collapsed at this moment and disappeared. Heaven and earth regained clarity, and Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Who are you? A roar directly startled Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu from their meditation. Master! Mu Yun! Looking at Mu Yun, the two of them were dumbfounded. She was fine before, but she suddenly woke up from her meditation, and this strange sentence came out of nowhere. It was really too strange. How long has it been? 2 hours. 2 hours? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Domineering or without much hesitation, Mu Yun asked Guai directly. That's not the power of the chart of extermination of deity. If it's not your power, then what is it? The power of my bloodline? Mu Yun asked suddenly. He had always remembered what Guai said. All things in the world were born from souls. Souls gave birth to blood, blood gave birth to bones, bones gave birth to flesh, and flesh gave birth to skin. Even if he was reborn, his soul was still the soul of his previous life. His bloodline was the current Mu Yun's bloodline. However, after he cultivated the power of his bloodline again and again, it seemed that his bloodline had undergone a strange change because of his true soul. This change had nothing to do with this life and could not be separated from his previous life. He still remembered Guai's nervous tone when he told Guai that he had climbed out of the coffin. And that God Burial Mountain Range, everything was rather strange. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that there was more to it. How would I know what's going on? Guai began to carry out his usual shameless thinking at this moment. He was speechless. You don't even know where you came from. How would I know? Although he knew that Guai was lying, Mu Yun could not touch or hit him at all. How could he subdue this guy? You win. Mu Yun said and returned his consciousness. He smiled awkwardly when he saw Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu looking at him in horror. Master, are you all right? Me? I'm fine. Mu Yun smiled and said, not only am I fine, but I'm even better than before. Better than before? How could it be? 2 hours ago, Mu Yun looked like he was on the verge of death. How could he recover after resting for a short while? Boom. However, before the two of them had time to think, a roar suddenly sounded. Instantly, the mountains between heaven and earth trembled. What's going on? Someone is attacking the mountain. Attacking the mountain, however, after answering, Mu Yun immediately thought that she was stupid. Thinking that he was clever, he placed the empty mountain seal above this bottomless pit and restored it to its original state. If someone came here, they would definitely notice something wrong. Logically speaking, since the empty mountain seal had been taken away, there should be a cave here. Now that he had blocked the hole, it was purely to arouse suspicion. Under such circumstances, even if he said 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it was too late. Let's go out and have a look. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. But, Master, your injuries, I'm fine now. Mu Yun smiled, and the empty mountain seal immediately shrunk. Mu Yun immediately flew out of the cave. When Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu saw this, they immediately followed suit. Previously, Mu Yun had been holding back her anger. Now that she had nowhere to vent it, she wanted to see who it was, courting death. He didn't mind fulfilling her wish. Eh? It really disappeared. Seeing the thousands of meters tall mountain in front of them suddenly disappear, many figures hurriedly surrounded it and looked at the deep hole in the ground. This Mu Yun, could it be that she didn't leave at all and just stayed here? How is that possible? If that's the case, this guy's temperament is simply too strong. Xiaohe and Xianxia led their disciples here and looked at the deep hole in the ground. Everyone stood at the entrance of the hole and looked down. Roar, however, right at this moment, a loud and clear roar suddenly rang out. The moment the roar sounded, it directly rose up. From the hole in the ground, a 5-colored light suddenly rose. Quickly retreat. Seeing the 5-colored light, Xiaohe and Xianxia suddenly cried out. 5-colored, the first thought in their minds was Mu Yun. This person's 5 elemental dragons didn't have much of a deterrent to the two of them, but for Life and Death Realm and Feather Immortal Realm disciples, it was simply impossible to resist. It's too late. However, at this moment, a shout was heard. Mu Yun's figure directly flew out from the ground. The 5 elemental dragons soared into the sky and scattered in all directions, tearing at everything. Mu Yun, it's really you. I didn't expect you to be so daring to stay here. It's dark under the light, and you almost escaped. Xiaohe and Xianxia immediately shouted. Didn't you guys still discover me? Mu Yun's figure stood in the void, looking at the two. Third layer of Life and Death Realm, apart from the peerless geniuses of the 3 major small worlds, it was Mu Yun's first time discovering someone of the third layer of Life and Death Realm in other places. At least you know your place. Hurry up and hand over the empty mountain seal and your points. Perhaps the two of us can spare your life. Xiaohe looked at Mu Yun and said in a calm voice. Even though Mu Yun seemed normal on the surface, they knew that this guy had been severely injured by the Wuji star, and it was impossible for him to recover now. He was just a tiger made of paper. Attack together, kill him. All right. After all, Xiaohe and Xianxia were both at the third layer of Life and Death Realm. How could they be afraid of Mu Yun, who was at the second layer of Life and Death Realm? Joining hands, they were like tigers, and majestic auras directly surrounded Mu Yun. Scram! The sky chime sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand, and he slashed out. Xiaohe's figure flashed, dodging the sword. He looked at Mu Yun and laughed. Even your sword was broken by the Wuji star? Mu Yun, you're really pitiful. Hee. Xianxia continued, who in the 4 origin fief doesn't know that the siblings Wuji Star and Wuji Shui are fiends. Getting close to them is courting death. You actually dare to make them your enemy. Make them my enemy? Mu Yun was speechless. He didn't know how far the rumors about him in the 4 origin fief had reached. However, Mu Yun didn't really care about these things. Wuji Star's shameless sneak attack had turned into a head-on suppression. These guys had really praised Wuji Star to the heavens. Broken sword, it's enough to kill you. The Sky Chime sword was originally a broken sword, and its blade wasn't perfect. However, in Mu Yun's hands, it had recovered to its strongest state. Grade 4 Void Immortal Artifact. Today, facing 2 third-layer Life and Death Realm martial artists, Mu Yun didn't feel any fear in his heart. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. This change came from his heart. Previously, when Mu Yun faced the third-layer Life and Death Realm martial artists, although he didn't show any fear on the surface, he kept telling himself that there was no need to be afraid. However, when he really fought, the so-called confidence wasn't true confidence. Now, Mu Yun truly felt that there was no fear in his heart. This was an instinctive feeling. Even if the person standing in front of him was Wuji Star, he wouldn't be afraid at all. 9 Heaven Immortal Origin Sword. With a low roar, Mu Yun directly slashed out with his sword. 1 sword, 3 Immortal Origin Swords. He raised his hand and the sword fell. Whoosh! 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 3 streaks of sword chi flew in different directions, like dragons swimming in the sky. They were unstoppable. The space followed the sword chi and calmly spread out like water ripples. Break! When Xiaohe saw the sword chi attack, even if he underestimated Mu Yun, he still used all his strength to block it. Emperor Xia's imperial qi. A protective qi formed from true origin qi suddenly appeared on the surface of Xiaohe's body. However, the protective qi seemed to have a boiling hot aura, like boiling magma. It would explode with a touch. A streak of sword qi directly attacked Xiaohe. With a clank, the sword qi was directly broken into pieces. Immediately after, the second streak of sword qi attacked. Xiaohe looked at the sword qi and sneered. He grabbed it with one hand. With a cracking sound, the sword qi that had condensed into a sword shape was broken again. Slowly, the third streak of sword qi attacked. Scram! Xiaohe directly crushed that streak of sword qi into pieces as if he was demonstrating his power. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes were full of mockery. Not to mention that Mu Yun was deliberately hiding his serious injuries. Even if he was really as strong as before, it was impossible for him to block Xiaohe's attack. Is it powerful? Xiaohe looked at Mu Yun provocatively, his eyes full of mockery. Powerful. Mu Yun's face was expressionless as he looked at Xiaohe. So, you'd better obediently hand over the Skyhill seal. You have to understand that even if you rely on the Skyhill seal, you can only suppress one of us. However, the other person is enough to kill you. Is that really so? Hearing Xiaohe's words, Mu Yun raised his eyebrows. The Skyhill seal suddenly appeared in his hand. Skyhill seal. Looking at the treasure in Mu Yun's hand that was like the imperial seal of the great Xia dynasty, Xiaohe's eyes were full of passion. Mu Yun, the Skyhill seal is a complete waste in your hands. Only when combined with the domineering aura of the great Xia dynasty can the true power of this seal be unleashed. Xiaohe said coldly, in the entire Fororigin fiefdom, even the 5 elements don't dare to say that they understand the Skyhill seal better than Xianxia and I. The Skyhill seal is the personal treasure of the Skyhill patriarch back then. It is very powerful by itself. In addition to the years of painstaking refinement by the Skyhill patriarch, it is a waste. In your hands. Xiaohe shouted, if it is used by someone from my dynasty, it will have the domineering aura of a king. Only then can it unleash its true strength. Domineering aura of a king? Mu Yun's eyes suddenly bloomed with light, and his aura skyrocketed. The domineering aura of a king you mentioned, is it this aura of looking down on the world? As Mu Yun spoke, a violent aura rose from his entire body. Seeing Mu Yun's aura, Xiaohe and Xianxia were stunned. Thank you for the reminder. Mu Yun smiled slightly and flipped her palm. The Skyhill seal, which was originally the size of a palm, suddenly expanded with the wind and slapped directly at Xianxia. Damn it! Domineering aura. Although the aura released by Mu Yun was not the domineering aura, it gave people the feeling that it was stronger than the domineering aura of a king. The domineering aura of a king was very mysterious and ethereal. It was only a kind of aura and did not embody any strength. Xiaohe and Xianxia were originally people of a dynasty. They were born with a lofty aura that looked down on their subjects. Now, such an aura actually appeared on Mu Yun's body, causing the two of them to feel a great pressure directly on their faces. As expected, I am much more familiar with it. Controlling the Skyhill seal, Mu Yun smiled and said, thank you for your reminder. This Skyhill seal seems to be more compatible with my intentions. So, in order to express my gratitude, I will use the Skyhill seal to kill him. Mu Yun pointed with her palm, and the Skyhill seal rolled directly towards Xianxia. As the wind whistled, the Skyhill seal expanded with the wind, becoming 100 feet in size and colliding with Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his body to block the Skyhill seal. However, the Skyhill seal, which was 100 feet in size, was powerful and its speed was strange. This collision caused Xianxia to continuously retreat. Alright, not bad. The method you taught is very good. The power of the Skyhill seal is enough to wear this guy down for a while. It's your turn now. See Fall Divine Pearl Sword? You want to fight me with your sword? Xiaohe sneered, it's not that I look down on you, but your sword technique, 3 immortal elemental energy in one sword. However, before Xiaohe could finish his sentence, Mu Yun's sword had already slashed out. This time, the 3-sword chi split into 3 and combined into 1. The sword aura surged endlessly like a huge wave in the sea, each wave stronger than the previous one. Sword heart. Seeing this sword, Xiaohe finally understood that Mu Yun's previous attack was more of a probing attack. What level is your sword heart? However, how could Mu Yun give Xiaohe time to think? He took a step forward and slashed out again. Aura, Xiaohe's words reminded him of something. Since his rebirth, he knew that he was full of aura when facing powerful enemies. However, that kind of aura was more or less restrained in his heart. Today's sudden change made Mu Yun understand that no matter if it was fear or apprehension, it was meaningless. What was the point of being fearful? 6 immortal elemental energy in one sword. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care how Xiaohe resisted his previous attack. He had already slashed out with his second attack. 6 streaks of sword chi fanned out and headed straight for Xiaohe. Damn it! Seeing the 6 sword chi, Xiaohe immediately cursed inwardly. The 3 sword chi in front of him had just been dealt with, but another 6 came. Moreover, these 6 sword chi seemed to be more than twice as powerful as before. It was simply too exaggerated. Was Mu Yun seriously injured? However, it didn't seem like it at all. Bastard, do you really think that I can't deal with you? Xiaohe only reacted at this moment. He was at the 3rd level of life and death realm. He understood the essence of life and death better than Mu Yun. How could he be suppressed by Mu Yun at this moment? Ancient Elephant Nether King. With a low roar, Xiaohe bent his body and soared into the sky. Behind him, the silhouette of a giant elephant suddenly appeared. The elephant phantom was 100 zhang tall and sturdy. The elephant's power was vigorous and majestic. When it erupted, it was like a tsunami. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the seals in front of Mu Yun shattered, and the power of the giant elephant pounced over. Earth annihilating palm. However, Mu Yun still didn't try to avoid it. With a single palm strike, the momentum of the entire world changed completely. It was as if everything did not exist. Aura, Mu Yun's aura completely exploded at this moment. Boom, when the palm struck out, crackling sounds could be heard. In the entire world, it was as if only the 100-foot palm print in front of Mu Yun existed. Everything else gradually disappeared. This was the power of the momentum of heaven and earth. As the rumbling sound rang out, Mu Yun completely let loose at this moment. Xiaohe's figure was fiercely suppressed. At this moment, the gigantic elephant illusion completely collapsed from the outside to the inside. Everything seemed to flow naturally. No, with a loud cry, Xiaohe watched as the illusory figure in front of him completely collapsed. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body involuntarily retreated. His voice was completely drowned out by the roar. It's not over yet. The 5 elemental dragons appeared once again. The 1,000-meter-long 5 elemental dragons carried the crazy 5 elemental chi. Under the entanglement of the heaven-confining lock, they swept out and wrapped around Xiaohe's entire body. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment, and Xiaohe's entire body was drowned in the 5 elemental dragons. Dead, seeing this scene, not only was Xianxia stunned. Even Mu Yun herself was somewhat astonished. Dead, so powerful, Mu Yun had never felt that she could explode with such tyrannical power. It was simply inconceivable. However, even though it was inconceivable, this real feeling made Mu Yun feel a strength that she had never felt before. It was confidence. In a state of confidence, she could explode with even more power than usual. This kind of power was comparable to heaven and earth. It could communicate with the sun and moon, and it existed with heaven and earth. Empty mountain seal, smash. Mu Yun did not hold back. With a roar, she stood on top of the empty mountain seal. With a stomp of her foot, the entire ground exploded. Under the empty mountain seal, Xianxia's body knelt on the ground and could no longer stand up. Xianyu, how about I give you a greeting gift when I meet you? Mu Yun spoke at this moment and looked down with a smile. Greeting gift? This guy should have a lot of points. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of coming here to kill me to increase his ranking. Even if he's not in the top 10, he's not far from it. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'll give these points to you. It's also a gift to Master Miao Qing. Take it as a greeting. Hee hee. Since it's from Master, I won't stand on ceremony. Ah, Xianxia knelt on the ground and roared crazily under the empty mountain seal. Mu Yun, you'll die a horrible death. You'll definitely be killed by me personally. What awaits you will be the most complete death, Death? Don't worry. At least, you'll die before me. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Let me do it. Miao Lingyu did not treat him as an outsider. A small saber appeared in her hand and slashed out. With a slash, the saber ended Xianxia's life. More than 8,500 points. Miao Lingyu was stunned when she saw her ranking rise from the 13th place to the 5th place. However, when she looked at the rankings, she realized that Mu Yun, who was originally in 6th place with more than 9,000 points, had disappeared. Instead, there was a person in the 1st place with 18,000 points. After killing Xiahe, Mu Yun's points increased by more than 9,000 points and rose to the 1st place. Miao Lingyu was originally worried that it would be troublesome for her to enter the top 10 in the Heavenly Treasure Small World. Now that she had killed Xiahe and Xianxia, her ranking rose to 5th. Moreover, with the death of Xiahe and Xianxia, she realized that the two of them were originally in 7th and 8th place. No wonder these two fellows wanted to kill you. Their ranking is only behind yours. It was not difficult to guess their ranking when she saw the changes in the rankings. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. However, I really have to thank Wuji Star this time. Mu Yun was not as angry as before. Instead, she was extremely calm. It's all thanks to him that my strength has increased by another level. Seeing Mu Yun's confident smile, Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu felt that Mu Yun had indeed changed in that short period of time. His entire person looked reserved, but he had an aura of disdain for the world. This aura was neither ostentatious nor low-key. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. Moreover, the two of them could feel that Mu Yun had become more charming. This was a woman's intuition. Let's go. Mu Yun suddenly said as she looked around. This time, I won't let Wuji Star have the chance to kill me. Mu Yun said with a smile. I don't want to suffer the same lesson twice. At the same time, the entire forage and fief was in an uproar. Not long after Wuji Star said that he was number 1, he was surpassed. Now, the 1st place had 18,000 points, and the 2nd place was Wuji Star with 17,000 points. The 3rd place had 15,000 points, the 4th place had 12,400 points, the 5th place had 12,000 points, and it was the Miao sisters. The 6th place had 10,000 points. As for the 7th and 8th place, they had thousands of points, but not more than 10,000 points. The top 6 had 10,000 points, which was basically 70 to 80,000 lives in total. Now, there were probably less than 20,000 people left in the entire forage and fief. However, everyone knew that these 20,000 people, whether it was those who had been waiting to strike or those who had been lucky enough to escape, were not simple people. 18,000 points. At this moment, a few figures were standing on top of a palace. Wuji Star was dressed in a spotless white robe as he said coldly. Brother, is it Wuji Luyun? That guy has been getting more and more dishonest recently. Wuji Shue's voice was slightly childish, and a trace of anger appeared on her porcelain doll-like face. No. The corners of Wuji Star's mouth cracked open, and he chuckled. It seems that us siblings have underestimated that Mu Yun. Previously, he was ranked 6th with more than 9,000 points, but now, he's gone, and there's an extra 18,000 points. It can be seen that the current number 1 is Mu Yun. Him? How is that possible? Wuji Snow said in disbelief. Big Brother's dagger was obtained from Boundless Heaven Palace. It was Ancestor Boundless Heaven's 9 nether dagger. Even Wuji Luyun wouldn't be able to defend against that dagger. This guy clearly, that's why we've underestimated him. Wuji Star chuckled. Good sister, it seems that this time, it's interesting. Our opponent isn't just Wuji Luyun. This guy has been hiding until now and hasn't made a move. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't care. Wuji Shui pursed her lips and said proudly, I only know that I'll take the life of anyone who threatens my brother. Good sister. Wuji Star rubbed Wuji Shui's hair affectionately, and joked, take my life? In another 100 years, let alone these geniuses, even those monstrous geniuses from Wuji Heavenly Palace who have lived for hundreds of years will drag them down one by one. Luan Rant's body was currently standing on the surface of the sea. Looking at the churning waves, Luan Rant's mouth cracked open, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Yuqing Tian, Mingyue Xin, Mu Yun, do you all think that I, Luan Ran, am a shameless person? Then I, Luan Ran, am one. Luan Ran looked at the surface of the sea and smiled sinisterly. However, if you all think that I, Luan Ran, am just shooting my mouth off, then you're all too naive. Patriarch Fallen Sea, please bestow upon me supreme power. Let those who despise you become a drop of water in the sea. Luan Ran raised both of his hands. Suddenly, waves surged into the sky from the sea as the sea roared. Amidst the churning waves, a drop of water surged up from the sea. The Seafall Pearl. Luan Ran's entire body trembled the moment he saw the water column. He had entered the Four Origin fiefdom precisely for the Seafall Pearl. Now that he had the pearl in his hands, Luan Ran's wish had been completely fulfilled. Fuse! With a shout, Luan Ran reached out with both hands, and his entire body seemed to become one with heaven and earth. To be precise, he was one with the Seafall Pearl. This combination made Luan Ran's heart throb. Break through the mysteries of death. Boom, as Luan Ran's words fell, the Seafall Pearl exploded, turning into sparkling and translucent blue fragments that fused into his body. Berserk power of heaven and earth spread out around Luan Ran's body. Fourth level of life and death realm, I, Luan Ran, am coming. Quadripartite enchantment. With a roar, the waves in front of him churned, and the sea turned into a huge roaring mouth at that moment. The huge mouth rose into the air as if it was going to fly up into the sky and swallow the entire world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically converged as Luan Ran's body suddenly flew out. Go completely crazy, for Essence's fiefdom. With a loud shout, a series of roars resounded throughout the entire world. On the surface of the sea, waves rose to the sky. As of this moment, the 4 secret areas of the Four Essences fiefdom were completely developed, and the sky was now completely black. The inky color gradually spread out to cover the entire Four Essences fiefdom. This shocking change quickly spread out and spread to the faces of all the survivors. What happened? Seeing this, Luan Ran was also surprised. At this moment, Mu Yun and the Miao sisters were standing on top of an empty mountain. They were even more astonished when they saw this shocking change. At the same time, Wu Jixing, Wu Jishui, Yuqing Tian, Mingyue Xin, Qiao Tianming, and the others were at a loss as to what to do. This change came abruptly, and the way it swept through the area was endless. Boom 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 boom, all of a sudden, the entire world began to crumble. Underground Sand Palace, Stacking Space Mountain, Earthfall Sea, Palace of Heaven. A pillar of light shot up into the sky from one of the 4 famous fiefdoms of the Four Essences fiefdoms. The instant the pillar of light rose, a square-shaped barrier appeared around the crowd. At this moment, the sky of this region had become like the starry river at night, flickering with endless light. What the hell is going on? Who did this? Looking at this scene, everyone was completely stunned. At this moment, the light screen that erupted from the 4 fiefdoms formed a square screen. Rather than calling it a screen, it looked more like a 4-sided barrier. Above everyone's heads, a curtain fell from the sky above the barrier. The brilliant Milky Way looked even more attractive at this moment. While his heart was beating, it was palpitations. The weather has changed. Seeing this, Miao Xianyu muttered to herself. That's right, the weather has changed. Although Mu Yun was shocked, she was still able to remain calm. These changes were definitely not sudden. Instead, there was a reason behind them. Thinking about the underground sand palace being broken open and the empty mountain seal being taken out from the stacking space mountain, Mu Yun guessed that perhaps the secrets of the so-called Full Heaven Palace and the Earthfall Sea had already been discovered by others. Only when the secrets of the 4 most dangerous lands were revealed would the world change. Buzz, while everyone was pondering, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded above the resplendent starry river. Then, a beam of starlight descended from the sky. Boom, in an instant, the entire world seemed to be shaking. As of this moment, there were less than 20,000 people left in the Four Essences fiefdom. When they saw what was happening, some people were astonished, some people were shocked, some people were terrified, and some people were delighted. A phenomenon descending from the heavens. It's either the birth of a supreme treasure, or a calamity. Wuji Star looked at everything and said, "Let's go and take a look." Big brother, don't worry, little sister. Wuji Star chuckled and said, if it's a blessing, it's not a calamity. If it's a calamity, we can't avoid it. If we don't go and take a look now, when the real calamity comes, we'll be at a loss if we want to avoid it. One by one, figures flew up quickly. Let's go. On the other side, Mu Yun shouted in a deep voice. Go? Where to? To the place where the star fell, of course. Mu Yun said with certainty, it seems that something unexpected has happened this time. It's probably going to be a calamity. Perhaps all of us will die here. Ah? When Miao Lingyu heard this, she was completely stunned. Everyone would die here, just hearing about it was enough to make one feel terrified. One had to know that the remaining 20,000 people were all geniuses of various small worlds. If they died here, the thousands of small worlds would be in chaos. Mu Yun did not bother to explain. At this moment, it was obviously abnormal for something like this to happen. Moreover, the galaxy above their heads was not something that a small world should have. This kind of celestial phenomenon only existed in thousands of large worlds. But at this moment, how could it appear here? This was very abnormal. At the same time, figures rushed to the center of the Four Essences fiefdom. The fall of the star had already attracted the attention of most of the people present at the scene. Naturally, some warriors rushed to the edge of the barrier in an attempt to break it. However, the barrier looked extremely sturdy. Even when they attacked with all their might, it was at most like a stone falling on water, causing a ripple. Then, there was no sound. At this moment, everyone had completely given up on this idea. This barrier could not be broken at all. Gradually, more and more warriors gathered at the center. At a glance, there were already more than 10,000 people. However, if one looked carefully, most of these 10,000 people were in the life and death realm. There were very few feather immortal realm warriors. More than 110,000 people had entered the Four Essences fiefdom, and less than 1/10 of them were left. These 10% were also the top warriors of various small worlds. Seeing this, Mu Yun's eyes searched the crowd. Mu Yun. Just as Mu Yun turned around and looked around, a figure suddenly approached quickly. Mo Fan, you're not dead? Hearing Mu Yun's special greeting, Mo Fan's entire face darkened, and he said in a low voice, do you want to die? Are you cursing me to die? That's not it. It's just that I didn't see you in Empty Mountain. Hee, I had some fortuitous encounters in Empty Mountain. After I came out and heard about your deeds, I was completely stunned. Mo Fan looked at Mu Yun and sized her up. Not bad, not bad. Your body is still healthy. Moreover, you were able to handle that woman, Mingyue Xin. Amazing. Hearing this, Mu Yun's face was immediately filled with black lines. Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu's faces also flushed red. Mingyue Xin is the apple of Holy Light Small World's eye. If you can even handle her, the position of Holy Light Small World's son-in-law will definitely be yours. Moreover, it's said that you'll be a perfect match with this woman. There will be many benefits. Mo Fan looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise, second-level life and death realm, and not just any ordinary second-level life and death realm aura. Oh my, this Mingyue Xin is simply a treasure. Bang, are you done? However, just as Mo Fan was about to continue nagging, Mu Yun gave him a flick of his finger. Mo Fan wanted to continue explaining, but when he saw Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu looking at him, he immediately shut his mouth. Moving closer to Mu Yun, Mo Fan chuckled and said, Brother Mu, not bad. You got Mingyue Xin, and now you have two delicate sisters. If you can get everlasting snow, I'll be convinced for the rest of my life. Aren't you afraid that Mingyue Xin will skin you alive if he hears what you said? What's there to be afraid of? Mo Fan said indifferently, she's already your woman, and I'm your little brother. What can you do to me? I'll kill you. However, as soon as Mo Fan finished speaking, a cold voice sounded behind him. Immediately, cold sweat broke out on Mo Fan's forehead. He turned around, only to see a cold face. He was completely stunned. Mingyue Xin. Mingyue Xin looked at Mo Fan and ignored him. He directly said to Mu Yun, come with me. The two arrived at the edge of the crowd. Mingyue Xin looked at Mu Yun and said, just treat what happened in the ice lake as a dream. I will never walk together with you. You don't have to rely on me. What does this have to do with holy light, small world? I've obtained the antidote from you and unsealed the seal in my body. You've also obtained a huge boost in strength from me. We don't owe each other anything. We don't owe each other anything? Mu Yun felt aggrieved. I was obviously raped by you, and you still have the nerve to say that we don't owe each other anything. This change is caused by the 4 major seals in the Origin fiefdom being broken. It's a disaster. Run if you can. This is my only advice to you. Ming Wuxian wanted to say something after he finished speaking, but he sighed and turned to leave. At this moment, the two of them stood together, causing the crowd to discuss animatedly. Look, Ming Wuxian and Mu Yun are together. I heard that the two of them are having a great time in the water of Empty Mountain. They're not just bad. They really know how to have fun. They're even in the water. What do you know? This is called romance. I didn't expect Mu Yun to be so lucky. Ming Wuxian is a famous beauty in many small worlds. She's also very powerful. Who wouldn't want a woman like her? Hearing the faintly discernible discussions around her, Mu Yun smiled bitterly in her heart and returned once again. What did you whisper? Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun and said sourly. She told us to run away quickly. Run away? Miao Xianyu was stunned and said, why doesn't she run away herself? Moreover, how can she run away from this place? Mu Yun nodded and said, this place is indeed dangerous. No matter what happens later, as long as the boundary is opened, we'll immediately retreat. Even if an immortal artifact appears, don't go. Do you understand? Okay. I'll listen to you. Mo Fan looked at Mu Yun and grinned. At this moment, more and more warriors gathered here. When the incident happened, most of them were trapped in the boundary and were unable to get out. Some of them gave up after trying and turned back again. Perhaps it was not a disaster, but a great opportunity. They should also come here and try their luck. Wu Jixing and Wu Jixue brought some people from Wu Ji Heavenly Palace and appeared outside the meteorite. Yu Qing Tian was followed by a group of warriors from Mou Small World. They were also looking at the meteorite falling from the sky. Ming Wuxian stood alone in front of the falling star. She was in a daze and no one knew what she was thinking. Not only these people, but some other warriors that Mu Yun had never seen before were also looking at the meteorite with a solemn expression. They were very careful. These people were able to survive until now, so they were not bad at all. It was necessary to be careful, however, during this period, Mu Yun felt a few unfriendly gazes firmly locked onto her. It seems that many people are after my points. Looking at those gazes, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. Ka! Infernal race, move aside. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone immediately retreated. However, along with the sound of cracking, cracks appeared on the surface of the meteorite. The entire meteorite was completely shattered. However, when those cracks spread across the entire surface of the meteorite, the cracking sound suddenly stopped. What was going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. However, among the crowd, a few bolder cultivators gradually appeared and approached the meteorite. Cracks covered the entire surface of the meteorite. However, the meteorite was firmly embedded in the soil and did not break. What kind of bird shit is this? Some impatient cultivators couldn't help but curse when they saw the scene. Boom, however, cracking sounds suddenly rang out from the surface of the meteorite the moment those curses rang out. The moment the cracking sound was heard, the fragments on the entire meteorite exploded. Rumbling sounds filled the air in an instant. The explosion completely swept out. For a time, screams, wails, and cries of alarm rang out one after another. The instant those screams rang out, the entire seal seemed to have turned into a sea of fire. The sea of fire gradually spread, growing larger and larger as if it was a prairie fire. However, that wasn't what was terrifying. Instead, it was the figures that suddenly stood up in the sea of fire. All the cultivators that were enveloped by the sea of fire were instantly turned into flaming people. Those living people stood where they were and looked at their own bodies in a daze. They didn't scream or cry of alarm. They just stood where they were in a daze. Roar, in an instant, a loud and clear roar suddenly rang out from the ground. Inside the meteor, a majestic figure stood up with his head held high. However, that voice was too illusory. It was simply impossible to determine what it was. However, when that figure let out a loud and clear roar, all the flaming people instantly started shouting crazily. Kill! This roar was clearly heard by almost everyone present. Immediately, those people that had turned into living people seemed to have been reduced to tools of slaughter. They wantonly slaughtered the crowd. The screams were even more shocking than before. Master, what exactly is going on? Infernal race! Seeing this, Mu Yun suddenly exclaimed. What clan? Infernal race! Mu Yun's nerves were completely taut. The infernal race is one of the most evil races in the world. There are very few infernal race members, but every one of them has a way to control other creatures. Once you are controlled by the infernal race, your entire body will burn with flames and you will become a man of fire. You will completely lose your humanity and will release all the suppressed thoughts of a martial artist. Killing, plundering, bullying, and any negative emotions will become the dominant emotion. And the most terrifying thing about this race is that once a creature is under their control, it will become their slave and won't stop until they die. Hearing this, Mo Fan exclaimed, My goodness, this is even more powerful than the Soul Clan recorded by our Mo Clan. You also know about the Soul Race? Mu Yun looked at Mo Fan and nodded. Compared to the Soul Race, the Netherflame race is much weaker. However, it is not something that a small world can deal with. Mu Yun wasn't worried about this. Instead, she was worried about why the Netherflame race would appear here for no reason. This was simply too strange. The Netherflame race was hated by both humans and gods in the thousands of large worlds. Humans wanted to kill this race as soon as possible. Moreover, in the thousands of large worlds, the strength of martial artists was tyrannical. Even if the Netherflame race caused trouble, they would at most occupy a small part of the world and would be killed very quickly. However, it was different in a small world. In a small world, the Netherflame race could be said to be an overlord. In addition, these fellows didn't rely on the reproduction of their race to delay their spread. Instead, they relied on infecting many creatures. Powerful saint beasts, void immortal beasts, and life and death realm martial artists could all be controlled by the Netherflame race. Once these Netherflame race martial artists spread out, everyone in the Four Origin fiefdom would die. More importantly, this kind of spark spread out extremely quickly. It probably wouldn't take long for it to spread like a prairie fire. Mu Yun could almost imagine how much effort the various small worlds would have to put in to deal with the Netherflame race. What do we do now? What do we do? Run. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he immediately flew toward the edge of the boundary. Ah? Mo Fan was stunned. As he ran, he shouted, Run? How can we run out? It's completely sealed off on all sides. Who told you to run toward the edge of the boundary? Run upward. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he flew directly to the edge of the barrier. Then, she soared into the sky and flew upward. Can we run away? Mo Fan muttered when he saw the scene. However, when he turned around and saw the flaming people rushing over, Mo Fan didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately flew up. The others were running in all directions at this moment. When they saw the scene, they panicked and didn't know where to go. They also ran upward. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk after 3 consecutive stabs, he finally killed a first-level life and death realm flaming person in front of him. Wuji Star's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Damn it, the Netherflame race. Doesn't this race only exist in legends? Wuji Star shouted, the Netherflame race controls everything. After everything is burned, it directly becomes the work of their sect master. Their defensive power increases, and so does their explosive power. Everyone, be careful. Once you're killed by these fellows, you'll immediately become a fire slave and become a walking corpse. Fire slave, hearing this, some of the people from Wuji Sky Palace were shocked. They were all flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. They were usually trained and didn't hesitate to kill people. When had they ever seen a foreign race? Moreover, it was such a perverted foreign race. Go up. The only exit is up there. Wu Ji Star had just finished speaking when he realized that many people had already turned into streams of light and rushed into the sky. When he saw the figure in the lead, Wu Ji Star's face turned cold. Mu Yun. Wu Ji Star recovered his tone and looked up. He chuckled and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, some of the people from Wu Ji Sky Palace flew upward. Gradually, when they saw some people rushing upward, the others didn't care whether they were dead or alive and followed. Woo woo, seeing this scene, a whining sound suddenly came from the center of the meteorite. Suddenly, many flaming figures rushed into the sky like fireballs. In this short period of time, thousands of people had already been assimilated into fire slaves and began to kill others. Most importantly, the fragments of the fallen stars were constantly emitting fragments of stone. Anyone who was hit by those fragments of stone would be turned into a fire slave without any ability to resist. This was simply faster than the cruelest plague infection. Above was a sea of stars. The sea of stars was like a whirlpool of starry sky, giving people a refreshing feeling. Mu Yun stepped into the sea of stars without hesitation. Buzz, in an instant, Mu Yun felt that the scene in front of her changed drastically. Swoosh 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 sounds were heard, and figures followed closely behind. When they reached the top, everyone realized that this place was completely different from what they had imagined. To be precise, it was very different. Originally, he thought that since the meteorite fell from here, it should be very dangerous. However, it seemed to be a magnificent scene. What is this place? Luan Ran walked out from the crowd, looked at Mu Yun, and questioned. However, Mu Yun pretended not to hear Luan Ran's question. I'm asking you, what is this place? How would I know? Mu Yun looked around and said impatiently. If you don't know, why are you running toward here? Mu Yun looked at Luan Ran and said indifferently, I'm running toward here, but I didn't ask you to run toward here. You don't have to follow me. Luan Ran was surprised for a moment. He bent down and looked at his feet. Those fire slaves were trying to rush in under the sea of stars, but they couldn't succeed at all. Going back at this time was simply courting death. At this moment, there were close to 2,000 to 3,000 fire slaves below. Once they were beaten up by a group, they would become fire slaves after death. Everyone, we should work together and turn back to kill those fire slaves. Then, we can destroy the meteorite. At this moment, a hot-headed martial artist shouted, we have more than 10,000 people here. There are only a few thousand fire slaves below. Yes, that's right. Yes, we can definitely do it if we work together. Okay, count me in. Immediately, some martial artists agreed. However, Wu Jixing, Yu Qing Tian, Ming Yuexin, and the others did not say anything. These people could be said to be the strongest people present. If they spoke, hundreds of people would respond to them. This method would definitely work. Mu Yun, I think what they said makes sense. Mo Fan said thoughtfully. If one can't defeat one, 3 to 5 should be enough, right? Then you should go with them, I'm just saying, that's all. Mo Fan scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. If it's really that simple, I won't run. Mu Yun looked at those people speechlessly and sighed. The fire nether race's strength lies in their own bodies. Do you see that big guy below that is covered in meteorite? At this moment, everyone was in the middle of a sea of stars. Below them, a ball of fire was burning, and it was exceptionally terrifying. However, the ball of fire was shrouded in meteorite, so they could not see its true appearance. I see it. What's wrong? The point is not those fire slaves, but the only fire nether race member. If we go down, we can kill all those fire slaves. However, those fire slaves will treat us as enemies and attack us. Mu Yun explained, if the strongest fire nether race member attacks us, none of us will be able to resist him. His killing power is the greatest. It's not good to be hot-headed. We have to be rational. Mu Yun exhaled and looked at Wu Ji Star and the others. Otherwise, look at them. They should have stood out to be heroes long ago. Why are they keeping silent? Mo Fan followed Mu Yun's gaze and saw that Wu Ji Star, Yu Qing Tian, Luan Ran, and Ming Yuexin were indeed standing where they were and did not say anything. These old foxes. Mo Fan cursed softly. They aren't old foxes. It's just that as a proud son of heaven from one of the top 10 small worlds, they still know some secret manuals. The infernal netherworld race is the overlord of thousands of small worlds, so if they know how dangerous it is, they naturally won't speak. Then what should we do? Mu Yun looked at those people and smiled. Sit down and have a good rest. What? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Zhan Yu Qingtian. Mu Yun was speechless when she saw Mo Fan and Miao Lingyu's shocked expressions. Why are you so shocked? Is it strange? No, it's not strange. It's very strange. Mo Fan said anxiously. We're in such a dire situation and you still want to sit down and cultivate? Aren't you just waiting for death? What if those fire slaves rush up? None of us will be able to escape. How can there be so many ifs? Mu Yun slapped Mo Fan's head and snorted. You're a genius disciple of the giant demon small world. How can you be so foolish as the representative of the Four-Origin fiefdom? If it's really dangerous, then aren't Wuji Star and the others more anxious than you? Mo Fan scratched his head when he heard Mu Yun's words. This fellow's words seemed to make sense. Wuji Star, Yu Qing Tian, Mingyue Xin, Luan Ran, and a few other hidden powerful cultivators were not anxious at all. Why should he be anxious? Even if the sky fell, there was still someone tall to hold it up. Mu Yun scratched her head and squatted on the ground to focus on cultivating. At the same time, the cultivators who had originally proposed the plan saw that the leaders of the various small worlds were not speaking at all. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Wuji Star. Someone looked at Wuji Star with dissatisfaction and shouted, "You're the strongest person in the Wuji small world. Lord Wuji Outyin is the ruler of the Wuji small world and has a chivalrous heart. Why aren't you speaking at this moment?" However, Wuji Star was not angry at all when he heard that person's question. Instead, he stood in place and smiled. "Brother, do you want me to kill him?" When Wuji Snow said this, the person who had spoken immediately took a step back, his face pale. "No need." Wuji Star stopped Wuji Snow and looked at the person in front of him. Palace Master is indeed a chivalrous person and has a heart of benevolence and righteousness. However, being benevolent and righteous does not mean that you're stupid. If we continue to attack now, we'll definitely die. Let's not talk about those fire slaves. Have you all forgotten how the fire slaves were infected? Those people from the Netherworld race are there. If we turn back, we'll be dead. If you don't believe me. Limitless Star directly lifted the second layer life and death realm martial artist up and snorted, "I can let you go down and try." As soon as he finished speaking, the Limitless Star directly slammed the person under its feet. It passed through the barrier and fell down with a boom. At this moment, the fire slaves that looked like walking corpses immediately turned into a ball and charged into the sky. However, before the fire slaves could get close, the sound of the wind breaking echoed and sparks flew out from the Dark Flame clan member's body. The sparks ignited the man's body, and another fire slave appeared. Now, who else wants to give it a try? Seeing this, Wuji Star asked. Hearing this, everyone shut their mouths completely. Facts speak louder than words. Just now, the Wuji Star had already proven that if they went down, they would definitely die, but they couldn't just stay in this imaginary space forever. However, Wuji Star wasn't in a hurry. Seeing that everyone was silent, he found a place and sat down cross-legged. No one knew what he was thinking. Yuqing Tian from the demonic Jade small world and Mingyue Xin from the Holy Light small world had already sat down and seemed to be recovering. "Miss Miao, how long do you think we should wait?" The demon race had always had strong bodies and didn't recover as slowly as the martial artists. Mo Fan couldn't help but ask when he saw that apart from some people who were still whispering, the rest were sitting down and cultivating. "How would I know?" Looking at Mo Fan, Miao Lingyu snorted. The demon race had always been all brawn and no brains. She originally thought that Mo Fan, who was the leader of the 8th giant demon small world, would be smarter. Who knew that he was still a one-track mind? Miao Lingyu's tone was naturally unfriendly. "Let's wait for Master to recover first." Miao Xianyu said, "I have a feeling that this is the calm before the storm. An even bigger storm is still to come." Looking at Mu Yun, Mo Fan nodded. However, right at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly opened her eyes and looked ahead. I think I've rested enough. Mu Yun suddenly said. If you've rested enough, then you. Before Mo Fan could finish his words, he followed Mu Yun's gaze and saw a figure standing proudly, looking at Mu Yun with a smile in her eyes. Yu Qing Tian, seeing Yu Qing Tian staring at Mu Yun with a smile, Mo Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Mu Yun, you should have rested enough, right? Yu Qing Tian walked forward and came to an open area. She smiled and said, since you've rested enough, I think it's time to settle the score between us. At this moment, Luan Ran followed Yu Qing Tian. However, Luan Ran's aura was fluctuating from head to toe. It was unknown what realm he was at. Mu Yun couldn't see through him at first glance. Fourth level of life and death realm. Gue suddenly said in Mu Yun's mind, this guy has reached the fourth level of life and death realm. Moreover, his body seems to have fused with a water attribute treasure. Be careful. Looking at Yu Qing Tian and Luan Ran, Mu Yun walked forward at the same time. 2 against 1, or what? At this moment, there was no need for any nonsense. Yu Qing Tian would definitely not let the matter rest because he had taken away the empty mountain seal. If it weren't for Mingyue Shen's interference and Wu Ji Star's appearance, they would have already fought. No. Yu Qing Tian looked at Mu Yun and shook her head. Brother Luan Ran is preventing your woman from attacking again. I alone am enough to kill you. The words your woman immediately caused a heated discussion among the crowd. However, Mu Yun didn't care. Mingyue Shen acted as if he wasn't talking about her, as if he wasn't involved. However, the more Mingyue Shen acted like this, the more Yu Qing Tian didn't dare to be careless. Previously, when this woman had promised to help him find the empty mountain seal, she had also made a solemn vow. However, in the end, this woman had intervened at the last moment to stop him. In the end, Luan Ran was beaten into a fool by Mu Yun, and the empty mountain seal was luckily taken away by the sky. Now, he was still on guard against Mingyue Shen. Luan Ran might not be a match for Mingyue Shen, but he should be able to prevent Mingyue Shen from launching a sneak attack and kill Mu Yun alone. Alright, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Yun looked at Yu Qing Tian without fear in her eyes. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the crowd hurriedly retreated far away. Fortunately, this nebula was very spacious, so the crowd wasn't afraid. Yu Qing Tian, the young palace master of the demonic Jade Palace in the demonic Jade Small World, was the 72nd son of the demonic Jade Palace, and could be considered the most outstanding son. At the third level of the life and death realm, Yu Qing Tian's name could be said to have spread far and wide in the entire small world. As for Mu Yun, before the 5 elements small world, no one had heard of this name before. However, this guy seemed to be very famous in the 4 essences fiefdoms. As for how he became so famous, no one could say for sure. However, this person's fame was rising step by step. It was very inexplicable, but it was still fresh in people's minds. Many people didn't know why the two of them had a grudge against each other. However, in this nebula, one person's words could be heard by 100 people. After a while, everyone understood what had happened. Mu Yun has actually reached the 2nd level of the life and death realm. At this moment, among the crowd, Luo Shui, who came from the battle armor small world, was slightly astonished when she saw this scene. Yeah, when we first saw him, he was only at the 10th level of the feather immortal realm. Do Tiandu also said helplessly, now, this person has left us far behind. Facing this person, Do Tiandu didn't have any competition in his heart. Those who were saying that Mu Yun's realm was inferior to Yu Qing Tian's had no idea how long this guy had spent to reach the 2nd level of the life and death realm from the 10th level of the feather immortal realm. The few of them couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about what they were saying. Yu Qing Tian was at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. He was only one step away from comprehending the mysteries of the death realm. From life to death, he had reached the heavens in a single step. Therefore, compared to the first 3 levels of the life and death realm, the 4th level of the life and death realm was equivalent to crossing a natural chasm. If you hand over the empty mountain seal now, I can spare your life. Yu Qing Tian looked at Mu Yun with a serious expression on his handsome face. At this point, there's no need to say such words, right? Mu Yun smiled and said, let's see who will live and who will die. Very well. After Yu Qingtian finished speaking, he didn't waste any more words. At this time, any more words would be nonsense. Clang, all of a sudden, a long spear appeared in Yu Qingtian's hand. The body of the spear was close to 3 meters, and it was silver white. It complemented Yu Qingtian's outfit perfectly. Yu Qingtian's long hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at Mu Yun. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Sweeping snow. Yu Qingtian didn't waste any more words and directly swept out with his spear. The sharp spear radiance rose into the sky. Crackling sounds could be heard as the spear radiance drew out 1,000-foot-long airflow. The airflow swept wildly and floated up with the sharp spear radiance. 1 sword, 3 immortal vitality. Mu Yun didn't use any fancy moves and directly slashed out with her sword. The sound of the sword humming spread out in an arc. 1 sword, 3 immortals, 1 sword. At this moment, the sword technique that Mu Yun used was the real 9 heaven immortal vitality sword. Boom, in an instant, the sword arc and the spear radiance collided. Immediately, sharp radiance shook the entire star ocean. The two of them retreated at the same time, each taking 100 steps back. With this retreat, the difference between the two of them became clear. Those who looked down on Mu Yun immediately took her seriously. She was able to exchange a blow with Yu Qingtian, who was at the 3rd level of life and death realm. Moreover, she was only at the 2nd level of life and death realm. This level of strength was enough for people to take her seriously. Eh? Interesting. Seeing this, Wuji Star slowly opened his eyes with a hint of a smile. Compared to my brother, the two of them are too weak. Wuji Star said again, Yu Qingtian is indeed weaker. However, don't forget that Mu Yun is only at the 2nd level of life and death realm. With this reminder, Wuji Shui also reacted. Mu Yun was only at the 2nd level of life and death realm. If she was at the 3rd level of life and death realm like Yu Qingtian would be 1 step behind. However, even so, she didn't think that Mu Yun was stronger than her brother. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Epiphany Improvement not bad. When Yu Qingtian saw that Mu Yun was not sent flying, he was shocked. However, he smiled and said, it seems that I have underestimated you. You did not underestimate me. Mu Yun said proudly, you have overestimated yourself. You are trying to take advantage of me. Yu Qingtian was not angry. He snorted and took a step forward. Open axe pointing to the sky. Yu Qingtian seemed to have put all his strength into the long spear. The spear radiance gathered all his strength at one point and attacked Mu Yun. When Mu Yun saw Yu Qingtian's spear coming at her, she used her long sword to block it. The scales on her body rattled and it looked like an armor. It shone in 7 colors and she looked like an egg of a 7-colored sky dragon. Break! Can you break it? Mu Yun took a step forward and held her sword in front of her to block Yu Qingtian's spear attack. Clang, the clang was deafening. After the collision, the two figures did not separate. Instead, they were stuck together. The long spear and the long sword clanged. The sound made everyone feel as if their ears were about to explode. It was unbearable, however, the two figures were locked in a fierce battle and they could not extricate themselves from it. At this moment, the two's excellent swordsmanship and spear skills were fully displayed. At this moment, the two of them looked like grandmasters in swordsmanship and spear skills. Every stroke of the sword and spear was completely unintentional. However, when the sword and spear landed, the two of them seemed to be in sync. This kind of feeling was truly wonderful. 6 celestial vitality in 1 sword. Flood dragon roaring the sea. In an instant, 2 voices were heard and the two figures separated. Then, a roar that was as majestic as a tsunami shook the area. The entire sea of clouds was trembling. The two of them separated completely. The battle had been going on for some time. However, it seemed that Yu Qingtian could not do anything to Mu Yun. On the other hand, Mu Yun did not achieve a good result. The two of them were on par. Seeing this scene, everyone found it hard to calm down. Was it because Yu Qingtian was praised too much, or was it because Mu Yun was too powerful? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Weren't you too lazy to talk nonsense with me? Mu Yun smiled and retorted bluntly. Mu Yun, you're the one who asked for it. At this moment, Yu Qingtian seemed to be completely annoyed. He took a step forward. At this moment, the long spear in his hand suddenly disappeared. Demonic blood art, demonic blood movement. Yu Qingtian's clothes turned blood red in an instant. His entire body was like a cloud of devil qi as he charged towards Mu Yun. Magic. Seeing this, Mo Fan said disdainfully, "You humans only know how to imitate." This demonic technique was developed based on the battles of the demon clan. If you demons could imitate them, you would have already unified the entire small world. After hearing this, Mo Fan was speechless. The demon clan was indeed not good at imitating. Otherwise, they could totally imitate the alchemy and weapon refining techniques of humans. If they could create powerful weapons, armor, and elixirs, the demon clan could have unified the entire small world a long time ago. Moreover, the demonic blood art in the demonic jade small world can be said to be the supreme demonic technique in the thousands of small worlds. It's abnormally powerful. Even the awakened martial techniques of the demon clan's warriors cannot be compared to it. Who said so? However, although Mo Fan did not admit defeat, he could not help but agree with the power of the demonic blood art in his heart. The fact that the demonic jade small world could be ranked second was enough to show the power of the entire small world. Rumbling sounds could be heard from Yu Qingtian's body. At this moment, Yu Qingtian's blood seemed to be boiling. He directly threw a punch towards Mu Yun. Fight with all your might? Let's see who can win. In an instant, Mu Yun's hands retracted to her waist. Then I'll show you, my invincible weapon. Empty mountain seal, break. Originally, everyone thought that Mu Yun would use some martial technique. In the end, a stone seal appeared in her palm. It was the empty mountain seal. The moment he saw the empty mountain seal, Yu Qingtian hurriedly retreated. However, Mu Yun rushed forward. The empty mountain seal became a few hundred feet in size and smashed down from the sky. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang spread out. The deafening sound made everyone's teeth chatter. A cracking sound could be heard from the empty mountain seal. Mu Yun did not hold back and directly smashed the empty mountain seal onto Yu Qingtian's body. With this smash, the entire seal collapsed with a crackling sound. Yu Qingtian's figure was directly covered. I'll let you go down and play with those fire slaves. Mu Yun sneered. She raised the empty mountain seal and smashed it down with a loud bang. Boom! Yu Qingtian's figure was directly smashed into the ground by the empty mountain seal. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the moment Yu Qingtian's body landed on the ground, many figures on fire rushed to Yu Qingtian's side. On the ground, a wisp of fiery light was aimed at Yu Qingtian from within the star stone. Blood explosion. At the critical moment, Yu Qingtian activated some kind of secret technique. His entire body flew up like a falling meteor. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. Yu Qingtian's speed actually allowed him to escape the pursuit of the fire nether race below and return to the star sea. At this moment, everyone seemed to have seen Yu Qingtian's true strength. Good, you're very good. One of Yu Qingtian's arms drooped, and the surface of his body was pale. Obviously, the empty mountain seal had made him suffer a lot. On the other side, although Mu Yun had a smile on her face, she was also panting. Obviously, it was not as easy as it seemed to be to wield the empty mountain seal. Do you have any other ideas? Mu Yun looked at Yu Qingtian and ridiculed him. Since the day when his aura exploded, or to be precise, when he saw the crimson giant shadow, Mu Yun could feel that his entire body had undergone a huge change. He attributed this change to his aura, but in reality, it was his strength. When he was at the empty mountain, with his strength, he was definitely no match for Yu Qingtian. However, facing Yu Qingtian now, he was not afraid at all. You're not convinced that I defeated you with the empty mountain seal. I'll show you that even without the empty mountain seal, I can still kill you. As Mu Yun's voice fell, two palm prints appeared on her left and right hands. Earth annihilating palm. Heaven conquering palm. The 9 elements celestial destroying palm and the 9 nether palms suddenly appeared. Mu Yun was very familiar with the 9 elements celestial destroying palm after using these two martial techniques many times. As for the 9 nether palm, it was a palm technique that Mu Yun loved deeply in her previous life. The two martial techniques complemented each other well. You're dead. However, when he saw Mu Yun charging towards him and keeping the empty mountain seal, Yu Qingtian's lips curled into a sinister smile. If he had not used the blood explosion technique to escape, he would have been a corpse by now. Blood fiend stirring the winds and clouds. Yu Qingtian shouted in a low voice. 2 claws appeared between his hands. The claws looked like human hands, but they were extremely sharp. When he moved, there was a bloody smell that tore the space apart. The bloody claws appeared with an aura that made one's blood boil. The 2 palms against the 2 claws looked very powerful. The entire star sea was trembling at this moment. In this world, I'm the best. I, Mu Yun, am not inferior to you. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with pride. Her palms seemed to have increased explosively as she blasted towards Yu Qingtian. Bam bam bam, in an instant, the entire star sea was trembling. The trembling made one's mind waver. It was as if they were afraid that the collision between the 2 of them in the star sea would cause the entire star sea to shatter. Puff, however, before everyone's worries could be dispelled, the sound of someone vomiting blood was heard. Yu Qingtian fell from the sky. His whole body was covered in blood. He was completely crippled. Seeing this scene, everyone in the surroundings hurriedly retreated. How could this be? This thought did not only fall into everyone's mind. Even Mu Yun was a little surprised. The power of this attack was even more shocking than he had imagined. Strong, there was only one word to describe it, strong. Mu Yun stood quietly in the air without moving. At this moment, her entire body seemed to have sunk into the dust in the air. There was no aura at all. However, this state didn't last for long. Suddenly, Mu Yun opened his eyes. A powerful vitality spread out, 3rd level life and death realm. This kind of aura made everyone present feel incredulous. In this battle, she had defeated Yu Qingtian with thunderous means. Now, she had stepped into the 3rd level of life and death realm again. This guy's cultivation was soaring all the way. Dou Tiandu and the others were dumbfounded. They had seen with their own eyes that Mu Yun was only at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm. Among the top martial artists in the various small worlds, she was at the bottom. But now, she had reached the 3rd level of life and death realm, becoming the top martial artist in the various small worlds. How long had it been? It had only been a few months. It had only been this short period of time in the 4 origin fief. This level of improvement was simply unimaginable. Yu Qingtian, how are you? I'm fine. Yu Qingtian stood up with difficulty. He looked at Luan Ran and said, be careful. This guy's strength is very strange. The power that suddenly erupted is very strange. It seems to be from his bloodline. Bloodline, hearing this, Luan Ran looked at Mu Yun with a hint of caution. Bloodline was not something that was systematically studied in all the small worlds. However, although this thing was extremely mysterious and profound, it truly existed. It was unfathomable. I got it. Luan Ran stood up and looked at Mu Yun. A faint blue light flashed in his eyes and then disappeared. This Luan Ran is a little strange. Seeing this, Wuji Star suddenly spoke. Strange? How was it strange? Wuji Snow also looked at Luan Ran. In her eyes, Luan Ran's strength was not even comparable to Yu Qingtian's. Even if there was something strange about him, it did not matter. Mu Yun, I did not expect that today. You have grown from an ant to an elephant. Luan Ran looked at Mu Yun and laughed strangely. It's a pity that you have grown into an elephant, but I have grown from an elephant to a whale. As Luan Ran's words fell, a powerful aura rose, 4th level of life and death realm. You're so pathetic. Mu Yun's increase in cultivation realm had already surprised them. However, they didn't expect that Luan Ran's increase in cultivation realm would be so terrifying. 4th level of life and death realm, the difference between the 3rd and 4th level wasn't as simple as 1 level. It was like crossing a chasm. Seeing this scene, Limitless Star was also stunned. This Luan Ran had actually advanced to the 4th level of life and death realm. He had always been cautious of the others, but he didn't expect that Luan Ran would gain the upper hand unknowingly. Luan Ran, you swallowed the Oceanfall Divine Pearl? Wuji Star exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing this. That's right. Luan Ran snorted and said, Wuji Star, what kind of genius do you think you are? Are you the #1 genius in Wuji Small World? Nope. You're just showing off here. I hate your self-righteous attitude the most. Do you think you're outstanding? Luan Ran snorted and didn't even look at Wuji Star. His eyes fell on Mu Yun. Especially you. Luan Ran looked at Mu Yun and sneered. The empty mountain seal is very powerful, but it's a complete waste in your hands. Do you know that? Luan Ran's voice was filled with disdain. Today, I'll deal with you. As his voice fell, a small square barrier appeared between Luan Ran's hands. Reincarnation Realm Technique. The Reincarnation Realm Technique of Reincarnation Realm was an illustrious existence among thousands of small world alliances. It was known as the Four Great Mysteries along with Holy Light Small World's Great Illumination Art, Demonic Jade Small World's Demonic Blood Art, and Wuji Small World's Wuji Heavenly Heart Arts. Seeing Luan Ran's methods, everyone dodged once again. They didn't expect to see such a lively scene after entering the seal. Instead, they saw such an exciting battle. A true expert would never reveal himself until the very last moment. This was a battle between true experts. Luan Ran, you've really hidden yourself well. Looking at Luan Ran, Mu Yun's face revealed a trace of surprise. Brat, why are you so surprised? Didn't I just tell you that this guy has reached the fourth layer of life and death realm? Guei cursed inside the extermination immortal painting. I have my own plans. Mu Yun ignored him and looked at Luan Ran cautiously. At this moment, no one dared to be careless. As they watched the battle, their hearts were in their throats. At this point, the few big shots present still had the mind to fight among themselves. Instead of thinking about how to escape, they were thinking about how to kill their opponents. They were really magnanimous. The empty mountain seal once again appeared in Mu Yun's hands. Looking at Luan Ran, the smile in Mu Yun's eyes deepened. Laugh? In a while, I'll make sure you can't even cry. Luan Ran waved his hand. In an instant, the two small square barriers in Luan Ran's hand suddenly enlarged. In the instant that the barrier expanded, Luan Ran's body also immediately rushed out. Asterisk boom, asterisk a powerful explosion suddenly rang out. The moment the four boundaries flew out, they brought with them intense vibrations. The space along the way actually began to collapse, directly drawing a long line that was completely red in color. Get lost. The empty mountain seal once again appeared in Mu Yun's hands. The stone seal suddenly expanded. The entire stone seal suddenly expanded to 500 feet in diameter. Its length, width, and height also increased to several hundred feet in height. The stone seal smashed down, and a clanging sound rang out. The two square boundaries, which seemed to be only a few dozen meters in diameter, actually managed to resist the attack of the empty mountain seal. Even Yuqing Tian could not resist the empty mountain seal, but two simple four-sided enchantments were able to resist it. Break! With a loud shout, Yuqing Tian took a step forward. At this moment, the four barriers were blasted open, and he rushed out. A clanging sound rang out. The empty mountain seal was repelled at this moment, and it collided with Mu Yun. Seeing the empty mountain seal colliding with her, Mu Yun immediately moved out of the way. With one hand, she made a hand seal and kept the empty mountain seal in her hand. This was the first time she used the empty mountain seal, and it was repelled. Mu Yun clearly knew how tyrannical the empty mountain seal's attack was. Although she didn't have complete control over it, looking at Yu Qingtian's current appearance, it was enough to understand how tyrannical this seal was. The fourth level of life and death realm was indeed extraordinary. The 7 levels of life and death and the 3 rebirths were the comprehension of the profound meaning of life. Life encompassed too many things. The growth of plants and trees, the birth of babies, and the rebirth of broken fingers. The profound meaning of life was hard to explain, but it was truly related to a warrior's path of martial arts. The profound meaning of death was even more mysterious. What was death? Was the decay of the body for death? Was the fall of leaves for death? However, when the body decayed, it turned into all living things and dissipated from the world. However, it enriched the growth of maggots. When the fallen leaves returned to their roots, they turned into spring mud and hastened the next year's rebirth. Life and death were never two separate and independent existences. The 3 rebirths were comprehending life and comprehending life. The 3 rebirths were comprehending death and comprehending death. The last rebirth was the unification of life and death. However, Mu Yun understood that the transformation between life and death, the fourth level of life and death realm could be said to be a qualitative change in strength and reaction, as well as the mobilization of heaven and earth's Xianyuan. However, seeing Luan Ran's tyrannical cultivation base, the smile in Mu Yan's eyes grew wider and wider. What are you laughing at? Seeing the smile in Mu Yan's eyes, Luan Ran said coldly. I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. Mu Yan's smile grew even wider. You're the son of the overlord of reincarnation small world, but because you're a concubine, you've always been suppressed by Luan Wuchang. However, Luan Wuchang is dead, and you were almost crushed to death by me last time. But now, you feel that your strength has increased and you've reached the fourth level of life and death realm, but you still can't kill me. That's why I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. You're courting death. Mu Yun laughed again. Luan Ran, don't court death so easily. I, Mu Yun, am courting death. You have to be able to kill me first. I'll kill you right now. At this moment, Luan Ran only felt the anger in his chest. With a roar, he took a step forward. Quadrangular killing seal. Luan Ran shouted loudly, and a seal appeared between his hands. That imprint was originally a flat surface. However, the instant it flew out, it began to spread out and turned into a squarish hand seal. However, it wasn't over yet. That seal continued to spread and enveloped Mu Yan's entire body. Then, Luan Ran's body soared into the sky and sent out another palm strike. A light blue water droplet appeared in front of him. The moment the water droplet spread out, Luan Ran struck out with his hand, and the seal exploded with a loud bang. Azure water connecting the sky. With this shout, the blue seawater within the water droplet flew out with an astonishing momentum. However, the blue seawater that rushed out all fell into the boundary, and not a trace of it escaped. Then, Luan Ran directly controlled the boundary to shrink continuously. The clear surface of the boundary was filled with water mist, and Mu Yun was trapped tightly. Are you still so stubborn? Seeing that Mu Yun was trapped, Luan Ran sneered. I'm not stubborn anymore. Mu Yun laughed again. The three of you, come up. At this moment, Mu Yun no longer paid attention to Luan Ran. Instead, she turned around and looked at Miao Lingyu, Mo Fan, and the other two. Coming. Following Mu Yun's shout, 3 figures soared into the sky. These 3 figures directly rushed into the boundary, and the sound of the explosion immediately caused the boundary to tremble. What are you trying to do? Seeing that Mu Yun had pulled Miao Lingyu, Miao Xianyu, and Mo Fan into the boundary, Luan Ran was completely stunned. This guy wants to drag my companions down with him even if he dies? Young Master Luan Ran, many thanks. However, Mu Yun ignored Luan Ran, and the empty mountain seal appeared between her hands. The empty mountain seal directly expanded to 100 meters, and laid horizontally in the boundary. Luan Ran was originally controlling the boundary to shrink continuously, enveloping Mu Yun and crushing her into pieces. However, what kind of divine item was the empty mountain seal? Not to mention Luan Ran, who was at the 4th level of life and death realm, even if Luan Dongsung of the reincarnation small world was here, he wouldn't be able to crush it into powder. With a clatter, the empty mountain seal's shrinking trend was forcibly stopped. Mu Yun laughed again, and the 5 sky confining locks directly broke open the 4 corners of the empty mountain seal. The 5 sky confining locks increased in size, shooting straight into the sky. Dong dong dong, dull sounds rang out, and the 5 sky confining locks immediately turned 10 million meters long, piercing into the top of everyone's sea of stars. Charge! With a loud shout, Mu Yun used all her strength to quickly shrink the sky confining locks. Crackling sounds rang out, and the instant the 5 sky confining locks shrank, the empty mountain seal shot straight into the sky. Its speed became faster and faster, like a shooting star. Mu Yun, I really admire you. You can even think of such a method. Mo Fan, who was trapped in the empty mountain seal, laughed loudly. After defeating Yu Qing Tian, Luan Ran couldn't help but make a move. He'll definitely use the reincarnation world technique. This world technique is incomparably sturdy. Once it's trapped, it'll be extremely difficult to break it. Relying on the world technique, we'll be able to break through the barrier of the 4 origin sealed land and break out of this damned place. Kid, you're really quick-witted. Haha. Mo Fan followed the seal and left. However, the sound of laughter continued to spread from high up in the sky. Hearing this, Luan Ran's face turned ashen. Mu Yun had never intended to compete with him in the first place. Everything he had done was just a scheme against him. A scheme. He had used all his strength to attack and kill Mu Yun, but what was the result? It had all become Mu Yun's scheme. This fellow had long known how to escape. Damn it, Luan Ran shouted loudly. A deathly aura filled the air around him. He was like an enraged leopard, and no one dared to approach him. Mu Yun, I want your life. Luan Ran roared into the sky with a ferocious expression. You want my life? Wu Ji Star walked out at this moment and looked at Luan Ran with ridicule. Luan Ran, the next time you want someone's life, you'd better think about whether you want to send them on their way or send them on their way. Wu Ji Star's words seemed to have a double meaning, but the sarcasm caused Luan Ran to fall into a daze. Boom, however, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from the sea of stars above. 3 great secret treasures, 10 great venerables, but that was all. The 4-direction slaughter seal was extremely sturdy and had been forged by Luan Ran with all his strength. Its power was unparalleled. The entire boundary broke through the sea of stars. Everything gradually collapsed. The sea of stars gradually dissipated, and the boundary beneath everyone's feet also gradually dissipated. However, the 4-direction slaughter seal continued to surge upward, showing signs of breaking through the boundary of the 4-origin sealed land. Boom, another explosion took place as a ray of light appeared in the sky. Crack, 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 just as everyone looked up at the sky, the boundary beneath their feet began to crack faster and faster. Bang, suddenly, there was a loud bang. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shake. Fire, fire, fire slaves are coming. Following a miserable scream, thousands of fire slaves broke through the barriers and rushed in. Figures were sucked into the fire slaves and torn apart. Chaos is coming. Wu Ji Star sighed as he looked at the scene of devastation. The infernal race will probably become a nightmare for the next 100 years. Let's go. After saying that, Wu Ji Xing, Wu Ji Shui, and the others flew into the sky and headed upward. Mu Yun had borrowed Luan Ran's method to not only charge out of the sea of stars, but she had also blasted a hole in the boundary of the 4-origin sealed land. The 4-origin sealed land competition had been completely disrupted. Wu Ji Star's eyes flashed coldly as he looked back at the weaker cultivators below who were being torn apart by the fire slaves. He had to admit that Mu Yun's actions had greatly surprised him. It was true that this part of the universe was safe. However, Wu Ji Star couldn't find an exit or break through the boundary. Luan Ran's 4-direction slaughter seal alone would have been a fantasy to break through the boundary. However, Mu Yun had relied on this method to break through the boundary. The only explanation was that not only did Mu Yun know that the Sea of Stars was very safe, but she also knew where the weak points of the Sea of Stars were. That was why she had been able to break through the boundary in one strike. Wu Ji Star had to admit defeat when it came to such knowledge, scheming, and resourcefulness. In the entire Wu Ji minor realm, perhaps only Wu Ji Luyun could compare to this person. Wu Ji Luyun, you've also entered the 4-origin sealed land. But where are you? Wu Ji Star thought bitterly as he looked behind him. In this world, there were always people that you might not be able to catch up to even if you worked your entire life. However, he still had to work hard. Otherwise, even that glimmer of hope would be strangled by his own hands. Limitless Flowing Cloud was an opponent that Limitless Star could never surpass in his entire life, yet he had no choice but to work hard to chase after. At this moment, Mu Yun's Wu Ji. He was naturally aware of the weaknesses of the Starry Sea, and he was even more aware of the weakness of the seal within the 4 essences sealed land. It was not Mu Yun's style to do things without considering the consequences. Since it was his turn to be arrogant, Mu Yun decided to follow his wishes and play along with him. This was a good Wu Ji Emo. Wu Ji Luyun's Wu Ji Star was also very impressive. Brother Yun, you're really my brother. I admire you so much. Mo Fan looked at Mu Yun and laughed heartily. Get lost. Who wants to be brothers with a demon like you? You're ranked 9th in the giant demon small world, but your overall strength is one of the best in the entire small world. I don't dare to be brothers with you. As Mu Yun spoke, he looked at Mo Fan and his heart skipped a beat. Mo Fan, let me ask you something. What is it? Go ahead. Mu Yun said, the giant demon tribe shouldn't only be in the giant demon small world, right? There should also be people from the giant demon small world and other small worlds, right? For example, the pale yellow small world. Mo Fan was stunned when he heard this. Hee, Brother Yun, you know that the pale yellow small world isn't just a place that the giant demon small world is paying attention to. Many people are paying attention to it. After all, there are 3 great secret treasures there. It's related to breaking through the life and death realm and stepping into the human immortal realm. Who wouldn't care? 3 great secret treasures, breaking through the life and death realm and stepping into the human immortal realm. Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. In his previous life, he came from the pale yellow small world, which was one of the 3,000 small worlds now. However, he really didn't know about the 3 great secret treasures. Brother Yun, the giant demon tribe did arrange for some people to be there a few years ago. However, there was a problem later on. The passageway was blocked, so we lost contact. I really don't know how they are now. They are doing well. I was almost killed by them. What? Hearing this, Mo Fan immediately shouted angrily, a bunch of little brats. Wait until we, the giant devil clan, open up the passageway and enter. Big Brother Yun, tell me, who dares to make a move on you? I'll crush him to death. Master, I heard from grandfather that the pale yellow small world was later renamed to the 3,000 small worlds because of the 3 great secret treasures. Miao Xianyu suddenly said, 3,000 isn't referring to trees, but to the 3 great heavenly masters. 1,000 is an honorific. The 3 great heavenly masters? Mu Yun was surprised. 10,000 years ago, he was also a great heavenly master in the pale yellow small world. Why didn't they include him? How nice would it be to have 4,000 small worlds? I heard grandfather mention these 3 great secret treasures before. They were all famous experts in the pale yellow small world tens of thousands of years ago. I heard that when they went to the myriad great worlds later on, they were also very powerful people. Oh? Very powerful people? Mu Yun criticized in his heart. No matter how powerful they were, could they be more powerful than Mu Yun, as one of the immortal kings of the myriad great worlds, in charge of the Cloud region, one of the 10 major regions of the immortal world, and a major force in the Cloud Alliance? He had never heard of these 3 people. Which 3 people? Mu Yun asked. I know. At this moment, Mo Fan was the first to speak. I heard from the older generation that the 3 great secret treasures are the inheritances left behind by 3 seniors. One is Tong Tian, the other is Heavenly Sovereign Misery C, and the last is Sword Saint Wu Xian. All 3 of them are extremely powerful existences. Miao Xianyu nodded. She knew about the Heavenly Master of Misery C, but when were the Sect Master of Heaven and the Heartless Sword Saint? Moreover, her father said that he had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Master of Misery C. Could it be that her father had discovered the old haunt of the Heavenly Master of Misery C? If that was the case, were there only 2 great secret lands? It seemed that she had to ask her father about this matter when she returned. Mu Yun knew that Miao Qing had once brought Miao Xianyu to the pale yellow small world, and that the giant demon race had also planted pawns. It seemed that the various small worlds were very interested in the pale yellow small world. However, although the pale yellow small world was not as glorious as it used to be, the floating mountain was still connected to the immortal world. If these people went overboard, the floating mountain would probably get angry and call the boss above, and all of them would die. Things were not that simple. Get ready, we might be going out. Going out? Haven't we already come out? Mo Fan was puzzled. Mu Yun was speechless. When I said go out, I meant leave the 4 origin fief and go out. Boom, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out. The moment the explosion rang out, the 4 of them immediately felt as if everything around them was shattering and trembling. As rumbling sounds rang out, the sounds of explosions continued to spread outwards. Mu Yun could clearly sense that the 5 heaven imprisoning locks were breaking apart one by one under such circumstances, and they were completely reduced to scraps. With no other choice, Mu Yun summoned the spirit sealing cauldron and trapped the 4 figures inside to block the scorching spatial blades. Outside the 4 origin fief, numerous figures stood on the vast and boundless land. They sighed inwardly as they watched the specks of light gradually disappear in front of him. Old Emperor, there are less than 20,000 people left out of the original 110,000. It seems that the trial in the Four Origin Fief is going to be even worse than before. Saint Xianxia sighed as he watched the specks of light on the scoreboard disappear one by one. Since the competition was going on inside the Four Origin Fief, these old monsters were naturally waiting outside. If anything happened, they would be able to deal with it immediately. That's right. Diwen said helplessly, it seems that the casualties will be extremely heavy this time. Haha. Diwen, what do you think a kid at the 10th stage of the Feather Immortal Realm can do? Isn't it suicide? Just as the two were talking, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Luan Dongsong walked over and looked at Diwen. He chuckled and said, Brother Diwen, it seems that your Five Elements Small World is going to suffer heavy losses this time. I heard that the Purple Flame Small World, the Thunder Small World, the Tai Chi Small World, and the Maitreya Small World are going to join forces to eliminate your Five Elements Small World's disciples before fighting for the 10th place. Just relying on Mu Yun alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to salvage the situation, right? Moreover, their disciples are all at the first stage of the life and death realm. Hearing this, Diwen's face turned ugly. First stage of the life and death realm, he naturally knew the difference between the 10th stage of the Feather Immortal Realm and the first stage of the life and death realm. However, apart from Mu Yun and the Five Elements Stone Warehouse, no one else from the Five Elements Small World could participate in the battle. Moreover, the 10th place in the last 50 years was all due to luck. This time, he didn't think that Mu Yun could keep the top 10. He only thought that Mu Yun could survive. Luan Dongsong, I think you're worrying too much. Xianxia looked at Luan Dongsong and shouted, you should think about whether your reincarnation small world can keep the 4th place before you think about anything else. Don't worry. I think Xianxia should be worried about whether your Saint Light small world can keep the 3rd place. Just as the two big shots were talking, they started to quarrel. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Among the thousands of small worlds, those who held high positions were all very powerful. The 10 most powerful people in the entire alliance of small worlds were firmly remembered by people. The 10 life and death realm experts, the 10 had great significance. They were even called the 10 Great Venerables by hundreds of millions of martial artists. They were all at the 7th stage of the life and death realm, but these 10 people could kill a lot of people by themselves. They were unreasonably strong. First in points, Brother Diwen, don't worry. Xianxia looked at Diwen and snorted, some people just like to gossip. Even I find it embarrassing to be one of the top 10 sovereigns. Brother Diwen, you're also one of the top 10 sovereigns. Even if you can't get a ranking, no one will dare to mess with your 5 Elements Lesser World. Xianxia didn't know that Diwen was known as the 5 Elements Great Emperor and had been the king of the 5 Elements Lesser World for many years. He wasn't worried about the ranking, but about Mu Yun's life. The 5 Elements Sky Seal that Mu Yun had comprehended was too important to him. It was related to whether he could break through to the immortal realm and become one of the top immortals. Do you see Diwen's melancholy face? At this moment, the 4 leaders of the 4 lesser worlds stood together and laughed. Zitsongming sneered, less than 20,000 disciples are left of the 110,000 disciples. Those from the 5 Elements Lesser World are definitely all dead. That's right. Supreme Emperor Heaven of the Tai Chi Lesser World agreed, the 5 Elements Lesser World was just lucky to get into the top 10. Diwen should be satisfied. Ba. Our Maitreya Lesser World saw how anxious Diwen was, so we wanted to help them free themselves. Otherwise, the 5 Elements Lesser World will always be thinking about the top 10. The Maitreya Lesser World's Grandmaster put his hands together and smiled. The 3 of them were speechless when they saw the old bald donkey's shameless and pleased expression. Lei Kong's thunderous voice rumbled, the 4 of us have already discussed this. We will advance and retreat together. If any disciple gets into the top 10, our 4 small worlds will have more say in the top 10 small worlds. Of course. Zitsongming laughed, Diwen wants to rely on the 5 Elements Stone Storehouse and Mu Yun to stabilize his position in the top 10? That's wishful thinking. It's not just wishful thinking, it's, boom, just as everyone was discussing, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. The rumbling sound was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. What's going on? What's going on? The four elements realm has been broken? Everyone's attention was drawn to the source of the explosion. Wu Jiao took the lead and rushed out. Cough cough, cough cough. Brother Yun, you didn't say anything about breaking the seal of the four essences sealed land, did you? Master, you're too sudden. Fortunately, we all came out safely. This master of yours doesn't care about his life when he plays. I won't dare to do that again. 3 grumbling voices sounded. Hearing the 3 voices, everyone was completely dumbfounded. However, when Mo Fan, Miao Lingyu, and Miao Xianxia stood up and looked around, they were completely dumbfounded. The big shots from various small worlds stared at the 4 of them. It was like a pack of wolves staring at 4 little lambs. Some people were surprised, some were puzzled, and some were shocked. Spirit Jade, Immortal Language. Grandfather. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the crowd. Looking at Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianxia, he was pleasantly surprised. She was the current leader of the Heavenly Treasure Small Worlds Miao family. Miao Qing, one of the 10 Great Venerables, looked much more spirited and arrogant than when she was in Baiyun City. It was as if she was looking down on the world. Mo Fan. Demon Master. Mo Fan stood up and looked at the tall figure in front of him. He laughed and said, Demon Master, you're still waiting for me. I thought you would have thought that I was dead and gone home. Brat. The Demon Master was the overlord of the giant demon small world. He was the leader of the giant demon tribe. His real name was Mo Jialuan, and he was ranked 9th among the 10 Great Venerables. Demon Master, it's all thanks to Brother Yun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see you. Mo Fan turned around and wanted to pull Mu Yun up to greet the Demon Master. However, there was no one there. Eh? Where's Mu Yun? Where's Master? Where's Brother Yun? Looking at the empty space behind them, Mo Fan, Miao Lingyu, and Miao Xianxia were stunned. I'm under your feet. A helpless voice sounded from under their feet. At this moment, Mu Yun had smashed a deep hole in the ground. She was sprawled out in the deep hole. Mo Fan and the other 2 were standing on the deep hole. Master. Brother Yun. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them immediately moved aside and helped Mu Yun up from the ground. Mu Yun. However, just as Mu Yun stood up, Diwen walked out of the crowd excitedly and slapped Mu Yun on the shoulder. You brat, I knew you would come out alive. However, following Diwen's slap, a cracking sound was heard. Mu Yun's face turned as ugly as a pig's liver. She looked like she was completely crippled. Old D, if you use more strength, I'll be crippled, Mu Yun said with a grin. The spatial seals within the 4 essences sealed land were incomparably powerful. Mu Yun had used the powerful impact to cripple the 5 heaven imprisoning chains and damage the soul sealing cauldron. In the end, he had almost lost his life. These 3 heartless fellows were happy, but she was in a terrible state. Good brat, it's good that you're not dead. It's good that you're not dead. Ding, however, at this moment, a ding sound was heard from the spiritual chessboard in midair. The first place with more than 18,000 points suddenly lit up. The first place with 18,000 points had appeared. How could it be? How could the big shots not understand when they saw this scene? There were only 4 of them in the 4 origins sealed land. The first place with 18,000 points belonged to one of them. Ding, suddenly, another jingling sound rang out. The 6th place also rang. Ding, it rang again. The 8th place also rang. 1st, 6th, and 8th. The disciples of the 3 rankings had appeared at this moment. And those who came out were only the 4 people from the 3 small worlds. In other words, the 1st, 6th, and 8th place were their small worlds. Seeing this scene, Diwen, Miao Qing, and Mo Jialuan, 3 of the 10 Great Supremes, couldn't help but tremble. Grandpa, our points are 6th. Miao Lingyu smiled. Demon Master, mine, seems to be 8th. Mo Fan scratched his head and said. He clearly remembered that he was 11th before. How did he suddenly become 8th? Haha, good kid, I thought it was good enough that you could stay in the top 10. I didn't expect you to be 8th. Not bad, you didn't lose face this time. Mo Jialuan laughed loudly, but the others couldn't laugh. Diwen looked at Mu Yun, his hands trembling. If the 6th and 8th place came out, then wouldn't the first place be Mu Yun, 18,000 points, first place? It was actually the 5 elements small worlds, this Mu Yun that they never expected. Luan Dongsong was dumbfounded, Zi Songming was dumbfounded, the upper echelons of the 4 small worlds were dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Mu Yun, who was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, was first? No. No, suddenly, someone reacted and looked at Mu Yun with eyes full of madness. This kid was no longer in the Feather Immortal Realm. She was in the Life and Death Realm. She had actually reached the Life and Death Realm, and it didn't seem to be the first level? Mu Yun, you're first? You're first? I think so. Mu Yun coughed and said again. It didn't matter if she was first or not. She only felt that her internal organs were about to split open, and the pain was unbearable. This feeling was very unpleasant. You brat. Diwen patted Mu Yun's shoulder again. With a crack, Mu Yun's eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted. Everyone, please calm down. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. Wu Jiao Tian walked to the front and looked at Mu Yun and the others. The 4 of you, how did you break the seal of the 4 essences sealed land? Moreover, it's not time for the sealed land to be opened yet. Why did the 4 of you come out in advance? These words pulled everyone back to reality. That's right, it's not time for the sealed land to be opened yet. Why did these 4 fellows appear? Humph, could it be that you did something wrong, so you came out in advance? Luan Dongsong said with an unkind look in his eyes. Mu Yun, who came from the 5 elements small worlds, actually got first place. This was simply a great humiliation. Thinking of his boasting before and looking at the first light spot, Luan Dongsong felt as if he had slapped himself in the face. Luan Dongsong, you old ghost, stop chattering here. What's wrong? Your disciples from the reincarnation small worlds are qualified to get first place, but my disciples from the 5 elements small worlds aren't qualified? Diwen's temper rose when he saw Mu Yun appear. Diwen, they came out in advance. It's definitely against the rules. You should understand this, right? Zi Songming from the Purple Flame small worlds couldn't help but snort. Ba, nothing can be accomplished without rules. This old monk also agrees with benefactor Luan's words. Seeing this, Diwen finally understood that these old foxes were unconvinced from the bottom of their hearts. Mu Yun sneered in her heart. Come out in advance. If these fellows' disciples didn't come out in advance, these old things' hearts would probably be broken. Mu Yun, you should tell us what's going on. Wu Jiaoyun's attitude was neither arrogant nor rash. This number 1 supreme being from the alliance of thousands of small worlds did indeed have the bearing of a number 1 supreme being. Seniors, we are indeed safe and sound in the 4 essences fiefdom. Safe and sound, the few big shots were speechless. Safe and sound? Where did the 18,000 points come from? Picked up from the ground? However, Mu Yun's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, the Nether Flame race appeared later and all of us were trapped. It was only later that we thought of a way to forcefully break through the boundary and leave the 4 essences fiefdom. I believe that your disciples are also thinking of breaking through the boundary. Infernal race. As soon as these 3 words appeared, a cool breeze blew across the land. A clear rustling sound could be heard as an indescribable pressure spread out. Miao Lingyu, Miao Xianyu, and Mo Fan immediately felt an extremely oppressive aura. They didn't have any concept of the infernal race. However, they didn't know why these big shots from the various small worlds, whose lowest cultivation was at the 1st or 2nd layer of the life and death realm, had such heavy expressions. Big Brother Yun, is the infernal race that terrifying? Mo Fan lowered his voice and asked Mu Yun. What do you think? Mu Yun said in a low voice, if I'm not wrong, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a calamity in the thousands of small worlds. The people were in a terrible situation, and the small worlds almost turned into seas of fire and disappeared. All of this seemed to be caused by one person. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations breaking out of the seal, a member of the infernal race. Mu Yun's expression was solemn. In fact, the moment he saw the member of the infernal race, he knew that a catastrophe was inevitable in the thousands of small worlds. Wu Jiaoyan originally suspected that Mu Yun might have seen wrongly, but when he saw that Mu Yun seemed to have some understanding of the catastrophe from tens of thousands of years ago, he did not ask again. It's over. An elder of the Wuji Heavenly Palace suddenly said, "Our disciples are still inside. There are still 10 to 20,000 people inside." Hearing this, the big shots present immediately reacted. Boom, at that moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a figure rushed out of the seal again. Luan ran. "Father." Luan Ran was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were disheveled, his aura was unstable, and his face was pale. Good child. It's good that you're out." Luan Dongsang relaxed when he saw Luan Ran appear. Where's your big brother?" "Wu Chang? Big brother, he's dead." Luan Ran suddenly burst into tears as he said hatefully. He looked as if he was extremely vexed that he did not protect his big brother well. "What?" Luan Dongsang's aura erupted like a volcano that was about to erupt. His anger soared to the sky. Who killed him?" "Mu Yun." Luan Ran pointed at Mu Yun and shouted without hesitation. "Mu Yun?" Luan Ran could be said to be extremely shocking. When he threw out this sentence, it caused an uproar. Mu Yun killed Luan Ran, no matter how they looked at it, it was impossible. "Ranner, are you 100% sure?" "Father, I'm sure. Mu Yun killed big brother. All the cultivators in the Fororigin fief know about it. Yu Qing Tian was almost killed by this child, and we don't know if she's dead or alive." "What did you say?" As Luan Ran's words fell, before Luan Dongsang could do anything, a shout rang out. This person was tall and big, and his figure was slightly plump. His entire person had a comical aura, and he looked both domineering and cute. However, no one dared to laugh when they heard this shout. Who would dare to laugh at Yu Huiran, the palace master of the demonic jade palace of the demonic jade small world? He was the second strongest of the 10 great supremes. Of all the thousands of minor worlds, he was second only to Proud Heaven. Who would dare laugh at him? What happened to Qing Tian? Yu Huiran looked at Luan Ran and shouted angrily. Yu Qing Tian fought with Mu Yun and was almost killed by Mu Yun. I don't think he can come out now. Boom boom boom, the moment Luan Ran's words fell, a series of explosions sounded again. Xing Shuer. When Proud Heaven saw the two of them, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he trusted his two disciples, trust was one thing, and the actual situation was another. Now that the two of them had appeared, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xinr. At the same time, on the other side, Mingyue Shin also appeared in the Four Essences fiefdom. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Master. Looking at Xianxia, Mingyue Shin bowed respectfully. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Xianxia smiled as he looked at Mingyue Shin and nodded with satisfaction. On the other side, Boundless Proud Heaven pulled Boundless Star and Boundless Snow to the side. You two tell me the truth. Where is Lu Yun? We didn't see him. Wu Jixing said calmly, he disappeared after entering the Four Essences fiefdom. We didn't see him at all. I got it. Proud Heaven nodded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, seeing that Yu Qing Tian still hadn't come out, Yu Huiran was completely furious. Mu Yun, you bastard. If Qing Tian doesn't come out, I'll cut you into pieces. Yu Huiran, you're so arrogant. Diwen shouted, what? Do you think you can ignore the rules just because you're ranked second among the 10 great supremes? No one can say for sure what happens in the Four Essences fiefdom. Yu Qing Tian was unlucky to have died in there. Diwen, you old thief, why don't we try? Sure, let's try. I'm not afraid of you. While the two sovereigns were bickering, Mu Yun's gaze was on Luan Ran. Even if Yu Qing Tian was injured, with his strength and the secret treasure in the demonic jade small world, he should have been able to escape. Most likely, Luan Ran had done something. But at that time, it would have been chaos. Who would have cared about this? Mu Yun wasn't in the mood to care about this. He had killed a lot of people. Among the remaining people, there would definitely be a lot of people who would spread the news. There would probably be a lot of people who didn't like him and would put the blame on him. There was no way to guard against these things. The two of you. Seeing that Yu Huiran and Diwen were about to fight, Wu Jiao Tian said, we all abide by the rules of the competition. If we leave the Four Essences fiefdom and take revenge, what's the point of participating in the trial? The most important thing now is not to care about this. There are still 10 or 20,000 disciples inside. How do we save them? Save them? How? Yu Huiran snorted. Anyone over the age of 50 will die if they enter the Four Essences fiefdom. We can't enter at all, not to mention the Netherflame race. Most importantly, we don't know how many Netherflame race there are. Don't forget that tens of thousands of years ago, a single Netherflame race member appeared out of nowhere and almost destroyed thousands of our small worlds. Hearing Yu Huiran's words, everyone present sighed again. However, from time to time, the sound of something breaking through the air would descend from the sky. At this moment, some of the big shots of the small worlds had begun to pay attention to the disciples who had escaped. They wanted to know if there were any disciples from their small worlds left. However, these big shots were destined to make a large portion of the cultivators wait in vain. Stinky brat, did you really beat Yu Qingtian so badly that he can't get up? Diwen asked in a low voice. No, he was only slightly injured. However, I don't think he would have a problem escaping. If he hadn't appeared. Mu Yan looked at Luan Ran. You killed Luan Wuchang? Not bad. I was just lucky. That guy was injured and arrogant. It would have been difficult for him to escape. He wasn't the only one I killed. If I really want to count, 9 out of the 10 small worlds want to kill me. Diwen suddenly thought of the 5 elements stone warehouse and asked, what about stone warehouse? I don't know. When we entered the underground palace, this guy abandoned me. I was lucky enough to survive, but I didn't see 5 elements stone warehouse and the others. Mu Yan looked at Diwen and said without hesitation, you should be glad that I didn't see them. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Forget it, forget it. Life and death are up to fate. Fortunately, you are still alive. However, I'm surprised that you got first place. Mu Yan said again, it's only temporary. Those people from Limitless Sky Palace definitely have more points than me. It looks like I won't be able to participate in the arena competition this time. Let's think about how to deal with the infernal race. The infernal race is indeed troublesome. Diwen sighed. Back then, the infernal race was in chaos and thousands of small worlds almost collapsed. Moreover, it was all because of a single infernal race clansman. The strength of such a race is far from what we can deal with. Mu Yan also knew this. The infernal race's strength didn't lie in their vast population. On the contrary, this race reproduced extremely slowly. However, the formation of fire slaves made one infernal race clansman equal to hundreds of thousands of people. There was no limit to the number of fire slaves an infernal race clansman could assimilate. A single spark could start a prairie fire. Once it spread out, it was impossible to destroy. This was also the most terrifying aspect of the infernal race. However, there's no need to worry. Even if Limitless Sky Palace's points are first, they can take it. I don't care about the rankings. Your life is what I care about the most. I'm not gay. Scram. Diwen looked at Mu Yan and scolded jokingly. I know that you care about the 5-element sky seal. Don't worry. Once I comprehend it, I will tell you everything. Alright. The 5-element sky seal on Mu Yan was too important to Diwen. He had no choice but to do so. At this moment, figures began to emerge from the Four Essences fiefdom. However, there were a total of 20,000 people. In the end, only about 2,000 disciples appeared. The others had all disappeared. Seeing that there were no more figures emerging from the fiefdom, Limitless Proud Sky's expression turned heavy. There were still many disciples from Limitless Sky Palace inside. We can't wait any longer. Limitless Proud Sky said. We all know how terrifying the infernal race is. If that person comes out with the fire slaves, I'm afraid the thousands of small worlds will suffer once it spreads. No, we can't. Yu Huiran looked up and shouted. Qingtian hasn't come out yet. He hasn't come out yet. We can't seal this place. Yu Huiran, watch your words. Limitless Proud Sky shouted. My Limitless Sky Palace also has disciples inside. We don't know if they're dead or alive. However, if we continue to wait here, it's possible that, boom, as soon as Limitless Proud Sky finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion. Within the four essences sealed land, bright red flames slammed into the ceiling mark. Roar, a roar that sounded like both a man and a beast echoed. Crack, 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 following that, cracking sounds were heard. An opening suddenly appeared in the seal. The beast is about to break out. Everyone, attack together with me. Attack. As soon as Limitless Proud Sky finished speaking, he led the charge. Bang bang bang, however, right at that moment, a series of banging noises suddenly rang out. Trembling noises could be heard from the ground. Numerous small holes could be seen in the sealed land. Woo woo, wailing sounds could be heard, and one figure after another crawled out from the small hole. Fire slaves, tens of thousands of fire slaves crawled out of the small holes. They were all like humans, using all kinds of martial skills to attack. The only difference was that these fire slaves were covered in flames. They were unstoppable. Boom, at this moment, the huge figure in the seal struck out again. A deafening explosion rang out. Hurry and stop that infernal. Limitless Proud Sky couldn't be bothered with anything else. He directly rushed forward. The people behind him also followed. Yu Huiren, Saint Xianxia, and Luan Dongsong, the three supremes, followed. Diwen, Mo Jialuan, and Miao Qing were also unwilling to fall behind. 5 Poison Small Worlds 5 Poison Sect Master, Du Wanshan. 4 Corner Small Worlds Azure Dragon School, Black Tortoise School, Vermilion Bird Palace, and White Tiger Mountain Sect Master, Fong Tong Kong. Battle Armor Small Worlds Heaven Battle Sect Master, Battle Cloud Peak. At this moment, the 10 Supreme Being experts lined up in a line and rose into the sky. These are the 10 Supremes? There are thousands of 7th level life and death cultivators here, but these 10 are the strongest. Everlasting Sky sealing 9 spirits array at the same time, the big shots of the various small worlds also rushed into the sky. This was not the time to hesitate. They had to rush in. Otherwise, they would be the first to suffer once the Netherflame race appeared. Therefore, they were even more anxious than the 10 major small worlds. Boom. Boom, however, even though the crowd immediately acted to stop him, a figure still managed to shatter the seal with a single claw strike. The Netherflame race had appeared, boom. 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 Everyone's ears were filled with thunderous explosions. A figure that was about 3 meters tall and looked similar to a human stood in front of everyone. What is this? Mo Fan, Miao Xianyu, and the others were stunned when they saw this. Mo Fan was speechless. A monkey? At this moment, the Netherflame race's entire body was covered in shining red hair that was more than 100 meters long. It fluttered in the wind and flames lingered around its body. The Netherflame race's body was similar to a human's. It was just that he was a meter taller, had more hair, and was a little longer. Most importantly, the Netherflame race's person had a tail on his butt. A tail, isn't that just a monkey with fire all over its body? Is it really the Netherflame race? Mo Fan was completely speechless. Mo Fan turned around and looked at Mu Yun and the others. This guy looks like an ordinary monkey, roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded. The Netherflame race's person roared directly. Crack. 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 A hole that was 1,000 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in the seal. The ground cracked inch by inch at this moment. Rocks tumbled and heaven and earth shook. The entire ground completely collapsed at this moment. Before Mo Fan could finish his sentence, his entire body was sent flying. Mo Fan, this guy isn't a monkey. The Netherflame race was naturally not a monkey. This race's body shape was indeed very similar to a monkey's, but their combat strength and explosive power were completely different. Moreover, the Netherflame race grew up in a nest of fire from a young age. It could be said that their entire body, from their hair to their blood, was filled with violent fire energy. This kind of giant beast was a complete killing machine. Be careful. Mu Yun pulled Miao Lingyu and Miao Xianyu up. A crack that was 100 feet wide suddenly appeared on the ground. It could not even be called a crack. Are you okay? Yes. Miao Xianyu nodded when she saw the crack that looked like a giant mouth. At that moment, the elders and the utmost exalts of the small worlds had already rushed up to them. Bang! Mo Fan's figure's body. This is the Netherflame race. Mo Fan cursed angrily. Damn it, I almost fell to my death. Be careful of your nonsense. That guy will kill you directly. It can't be? Mu Yan looked up and heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Inferno race have been living in a world of fire since they were young. They can be said to be the darlings of fire. Their techniques are powerful, and unless one is an immortal, no one can suppress them. Even an immortal might not be able to do so. Mu Yan came from thousands of large worlds and naturally knew that there were differences in the immortal realm. However, the Netherflame race also had differences in strength. Fortunately, the one in front of them was not a member of the Netherflame race's royal family. Otherwise, they would have all died here today. Asterisk roar, asterisk at this moment, a loud roar sounded from above. Figures rushed up and retreated. Nearly 10,000 powerhouses suppressed the Netherflame race behind the barrier. 3,000 to the east, 3,000 to the west. The rest stand in the center and attack from the left and right. The people in the center will attack together with me. Yes. Wu Jiaoyan's majesty was fully displayed. Thousands of life and death realm experts of the older generation charged out. Behind them, the 2,000 people who had survived finally understood what kind of opponent they had faced when they saw the Netherworld race's members. Many people felt that they were lucky to be able to survive. Mu Yan stood at the back and watched everything. She sighed in her heart. In her previous life, this thing was just a matter of moving her fingers. Now, after her rebirth, even though she had cultivated to this level, she still didn't have the strength to resist such a thing. Mu Yan, I really have to congratulate you for getting first place. At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded. You're not bad either. Mu Yan smiled faintly. I can represent the reincarnation small world and get 7th place. 7th, Mu Yan clenched her teeth, which made Luan Rant's face turn ashen. The reincarnation small world had been 4th the last time, but now, they were 7th. If there's an arena battle, I'll let you know the power of a 4th level life and death realm expert. Mu Yan, you'll die a horrible death. Oh, right. Mu Yan didn't argue. She looked at Luan Ran and said, Thank you for saving my life, young Master Luan Ran. If not for your 4-way samsara, I might not have been able to come out. Thank you very much. You, what are you trying to do? Looking at Luan Ran, Mo Fan snorted. We're outside the 4-origin fiefdom now. If you make a move on Big Brother Yun, I won't let you off either, let alone Supreme Emperor Diwen. Seeing Mo Fan's serious expression, Mu Yan smiled faintly. Luan Ran alone wasn't enough to make her feel fear. Mu Yan, you seem to be from the pale yellow small world, right? Luan Ran looked at Mu Yan and suddenly said, You're not from the 5 elements small world. You're from the pale yellow small world. The pale yellow small world is a fascinating place. I think the 10 great small worlds will be interested in it. Oh, that's not right. Luan Ran said again. It shouldn't be just the 10 great small worlds. It can be said that thousands of small worlds will be interested in it. What are you trying to do? No. It's not what I'm trying to do. Luan Ran chuckled. It's those big shots. They should be trying to do something. Luan Ran laughed and turned to leave. Sooner or later, you'll die in my hands. Yes, sooner or later, Big Brother Yun will kill him. Mo Fan looked at Luan Ran's departing figure and snorted. This guy, no matter how I look at him, he's asking for a beating. Instead of thinking about this now, why don't you hurry up and think about how to resist the Netherfire tribesmen? Mu Yan said speechlessly. Resist? Is there a need for us? Mo Fan pursed his lips. Look at those big shots. They're enough. If they can't do it, then we get lost. Boom, however, before Mo Fan could finish his sentence, a loud roar was heard. The mountains and rivers collapsed once again, and figures were sent flying into the air. They could no longer stay on the ground. Get lost, who shouted that? Bang bang bang. Before anyone had time to think, the 3,000 figures in the east were sent flying by a slap from the dark fire race. Slapping sounds could be heard at this moment. "Mo Fan, you'd better shut your stinky mouth." Miao Lingyu shouted angrily when she saw that the situation was not good. I didn't say anything." Mo Fan was also speechless. However, if even these peak life and death experts couldn't restrain this guy, then who could stop this big guy? "A bunch of ants," the Netherfire tribesman suddenly said. "My name is Huowu. You ants haven't even reached the immortal realm. How dare you try to seal me? The myriad worlds will belong to the Netherfire tribesmen. If you surrender, I can consider not cremating all of you as long as you're willing to submit to me." Cremation? Submit to you? There was no need to have such unrealistic dreams. Tens of thousands of years ago, a Netherfire tribesman appeared in my myriad worlds, but in the end, he was still killed by the joint forces of the human race. What can you do? Wu Jiao Tian looked at Huowu and said proudly. But what price do you ants have to pay? Huowu snorted. Do you remember how many myriad worlds were destroyed because of this? Now that I'm here, all of you, either submit or die. Dream on. Wu Jiao Tian snorted coldly and stepped out. His aura rose between his hands. Everyone, help me. All right. No problem. Seeing Boundless Proud Heaven rush out, the other Supremes also stepped out. Wuji Heaven sealing 9 spirits array. With a roar, Wu Jiao Tian's aura burst out. At this moment, it seemed like Wu Jiao Tian was the only one left in the world. Everyone else paled in comparison. Open! With a roar, Boundless Proud Heaven took a step forward, and a violent power erupted from his body. Suddenly, the thousands of cultivators behind Limitless Proud Heaven struck out with their hands, and the crackling power exploded out in all directions. Between heaven and earth, in front of Wu Jiao Tian, a cobweb-like power gradually condensed. The inexplicable power was like the blood vessels of a human body, winding and densely packed. Under such circumstances, Wu Jiao Tian seemed to have become the master. Is this your so-called power? Looking at Wu Jiao Tian's posture, Huowu laughed. Lowly humans, you will never understand why the human race is always weaker than the other races. As Huowu's words fell, he took a step forward. His 3-meter-tall figure stood straight. Gradually, the fiery red hair on his body was completely ignited at this moment. A rumbling sound came from his limbs and 8 meridians. His body was constantly growing at this moment. The rumbling sound was like thunder from the 9th heaven, spreading completely. Netherfire transformation. Huowu bellowed and took a step forward. Kacha 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 sounds rang out from his limbs and bones, and his entire body grew taller. Suddenly, Huowu, who was originally 3 meters tall, grew to 300 meters in size. Oh my god, how is this a monkey? This is a giant ape. Mo Fan could not help but mutter. Giant ape, how is this a giant ape? As Mo Fan's words fell, Huowu's body grew again. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and Huowu's body grew to a height of 1,000 meters before finally stopping. Is this the true appearance of this big guy? Mo Fan shouted in shock. Mo Fan was not the only one who was shocked. At this moment, all the trial takers standing in the air had their mouths wide open as they watched this scene unfold before them. All of you must die. At this moment, Huowu let out a roar and stomped his feet. Boom! With this stomp, the giant net that was originally firmly erected in front of everyone seemed to be pressed down by a towering mountain. Suddenly, thousands of warriors took a step back. Ants should have the awareness of ants. Reverse restraint. Wu Jiao Tian, what's going on? Yu Huiran shouted in anger. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Even though Wu Jiao Tian had good self-restraint, he could not help but shout at this moment. It was not that Wu Jiao Tian did not try his best, but the everlasting heaven sealing 9 spirits great formation was already the most powerful martial skill he could use. This great formation had been passed down in the everlasting heaven palace for 10,000 years. It was definitely one of the best sealing great formations in this world. However, it was only limited to this world, after escaping from this world, his attack was not that strong. Haha. Ants, what can your attacks do to me, huh? Huowu laughed loudly, his eyes full of arrogance. It was not that he was arrogant, but in his eyes, these people in front of him could not cause him any harm at all. Don't just stand there. Once you've recovered, come and help. Wu Jiao Tian could not help but shout as he looked at the 2,000 disciples behind him. Yes. Swoosh. 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 Over 10,000 life and death realm experts gathered together to help Wu Jiao Tian set up the Great Formation. However, even with all their help, Huowu's attack was still very domineering. Gradually, everyone's defense became weaker and weaker. Crack, just as everyone was attacking with all their strength, cracking sounds suddenly came from the everlasting heaven sealing 9 spirits Great Formation. The several meter-thick power threads that looked like the meridians of a human body actually showed signs of collapsing at this moment. It's over, we can't hold on anymore. Seeing this, Mo Fan could not help but mutter. Stop talking. Miao Lingyu snorted and said, if you keep talking, I'm afraid all of us will die here. It can't be, right? I don't want to die. Eh? Where's Mu Yun? Miao Xianyu looked to her side and found that Mu Yun had disappeared. Over there. Mo Fan's eyes were sharp. He immediately found that Mu Yun was not at the back, but walking forward instead. This guy, what is he trying to do? Seeing Mu Yun walking forward, Miao Lingyu and Mo Fan were stunned. Eh? Mu Yun, what are you doing here? Seeing Mu Yun suddenly appear, King Yi suddenly shouted, this is not where you should be. Hurry up and leave. Let me help you. Mu Yun said solemnly with a solemn expression. Help? Don't make things worse. King Yi's was in a rush. Crack crack, however, at that moment, the Great Formation in front of Wu Jiao Tian looked like it couldn't withstand the pressure any longer. It looked like it was about to collapse. Cracks were spreading all over it. What is Mu Yun trying to do? Upon seeing this, Mo Fan and the other two were completely stunned. Even if he wanted to die, there was no need to be in such a hurry, right? Ignoring King Yi's yelling, Mu Yun walked over to Proud Sky and whispered into his ear. No one could clearly hear what the two of them were talking about. However, after Mu Yun finished speaking, Wu Jiao Tian looked at Mu Yun solemnly and finally nodded slowly. Everyone back off. Wu Jiao Tian shouted in a low voice. What, back off, what are you trying to do? If you back off now, wouldn't that be a dead end? I asked all of you to back off. Wu Jiao Tian said again, do you think there is a way out if you stay here? This Huowu will break this Great Formation in the end. If any of you have a way to deal with this guy, I can let you take over. Wu Jiao Tian waved his hand. Seeing Wu Jiao Tian's arrogant expression, everyone lowered their heads. If even Wu Jiao Tian could not do anything, then there was no need to mention them. Wu Jiao Tian was known as the strongest honorable in thousands of small worlds, and it was not nonsense. Fine, I'll back off. Yu Huiran said with an unfriendly expression. He snorted and took a step back. King Yi's looked at Mu Yun and gave her a reassuring smile. Finally, he nodded and retreated. However, he did not retreat too far away. If anything happened to Mu Yun, he could guarantee that he would rush over immediately. At the same time, the others also gradually withdrew. Wu Jiao Tian was right. Even if they all gathered here, they could not stop the Huowu's pace. It was better to see what Mu Yun said to Wu Jiao Tian just now. Back off? Are you sure you can do it? Of course, I'm 100% sure. If Senior joins hands with me, we will definitely break through. Mu Yun smiled faintly, and no one could tell whether she was happy or angry. Seeing this scene, Boundless Proud Heaven couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This brat, what exactly gave him such a confident attitude? 4th level life and death realm strength. There were a lot of 3rd level life and death realm martial artists here. Did this kid still have a trump card? Senior, you need to cooperate with me. The moment Mu Yun's words fell, she opened her hands. The sound of flowing water suddenly rang out. Seeing Mu Yun's action, some of the martial artists present could not help but laugh. Water, they naturally knew the principle of water restraining fire. There were tens of thousands of people here, and there were powerhouses proficient in the power of water. However, they found that ordinary water could not suppress the Huowu at all. Even if some experts subdued some strange water, they could only be considered to be on par with the Huowu. They could not suppress him at all. It was true that water could restrain fire, but when the fire reached a certain level, water could only be sacrificed. They thought that Mu Yun had some method, but they did not expect that after holding back for a long time, it turned out to be this. Everyone could not help but show a touch of disappointment. "Senior, let's start." However, Mu Yun did not care what they thought at this moment. With a command, Wuji Ao Tian directly rushed out. The Wuji Heaven Sealing 9 Spirits Great Array, which had lost the support of everyone and was about to break, was once again supported by Wuji Ao Tian alone. However, without the support of thousands of people, this great array was obviously supported by Wuji Ao Tian alone. It could not withstand it at all. Cracking sounds continued to ring out. Seeing this scene, Proud Heaven Wuji was supporting the array by himself, but Mu Yun was standing on Proud Heaven Wuji's back, unmoved. "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" Wuji Ao Tian could not help but say, "I can't hold on for long." "I know." Mu Yun was still motionless. "Hee, I didn't expect you to believe the words of a little brat. Can he trap me? Dream on." Huodi's claw directly pounced on the Wuji Heaven Sealing 9 Spirits Great Array, and the cracking sounds became even louder. At this point, it was useless to say anything more. The entire Great Array was clearly on the verge of breaking. Cracks appeared on the Great Array, which was like a human's meridians, spreading to the hands, feet, chest, then neck, and finally, gradually rushing towards the forehead. "Kid, you're just a little bit away. If you don't do it, it's all over." Wuji Ao Tian's forehead was already covered in sweat. At this time, if it was anyone else, they would have been completely unable to hold on. However, he was Wuji Ao Tian after all, and he was still holding on. Crack, in the end, all that was left of the formation was the top of the head. However, the cracking sounds only rang out for a moment, and Mu Yun moved. With this move, Mu Yun's entire body completely fluctuated. Gradually, splashing sounds rang out from within his body. The black water flow sounded from every corner of his body. The moment the water flow sounded, Mu Yun flew out completely. The moment he flew, the water flow in his body turned into silk threads. Those silk threads entwined and scattered towards the great array, which was like the top of a human's head. The thin water flow was like a silk thread, breaking with a pull. However, even so, Mu Yun did not panic at all. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a beauty, concentrating on carving a phoenix that belonged to him. Ding! The moment the water flow poured into the Wuji Heaven Sealing 9 Spirits Great Array, a tinkling sound rang out, and those thin silk threads squeezed into the great array. Those meridians that looked like humans' broken meridians were poured in by the water flow, and they made a cheerful tinkling sound. The great array was repairing itself. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. What was this? The great array that was supposed to break in the future was repairing itself just because Mu Yun poured a little water in? At this moment, Huowu also realized that something was wrong. However, he grabbed the great array with both hands and exerted more and more strength. Chi. However, at this moment, a sizzling sound rang out. The moment the flames on Huowu's hands touched the great array, they began to emit white smoke. Those flames gradually extinguished, and his hair began to fall off. The great array had returned to normal. Not only could it resist him, it even began to restrain him. How can this be? Seeing this scene, Huowu broke out in a cold sweat. However, before the cold sweat could form, it was extinguished by the flames on his body. How can this not be? Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. The sound of water flowing rang out. In the sky, it was as if billions of jellyfish were spreading their tentacles, spreading out one by one. The moment the jellyfish spread out, Mu Yun's hands danced. Those water lines all obeyed his command and spread out according to the established trajectory. At this moment, Wuji Ao Tian was surprised to find that the great array seemed to be changing. No, to be precise, it was rebirth. Senior, now is not the time to be in a daze. Mu Yun turned around at this moment. His face was frighteningly pale, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Oh, good, good, good. Wu Jiao Tian reacted and directly mobilized the true essence in his body. The light of the great array suddenly shone. How can this be? Impossible, impossible. Hua Wu's two palms were incomparably huge, and he directly slapped the great array. However, a sizzling sound rang out. At this moment, his hands were once again filled with smoke and were extinguished by the water flow. The flames were extinguished, and the piercing pain made Hua Wu feel his head swelling. No, I can't be trapped here, I can't. Hua Wu roared angrily. His hands paid the price of pain as he slapped the great array. Come and help. Mu Yun turned around and suddenly shouted. What are you all doing? Help. Wu Jiao Tian couldn't help but shout. Swoosh 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 sounds rang out. Everyone reacted from their daze and hurriedly pushed the great array one by one, covering the sealed area. As long as Hua Wu was sealed in the great array, it was absolutely safe. Ranking determination immediately, silhouettes gathered again. However, this time, the great array before them was not only resisting the Hua Ho, but also suppressing and restraining the Hua Ho. At this moment, they were in the dominant position to control Hua Wu. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a sense of pride and heroism in their hearts. Damn it, damn it. Hua Wu powerlessly discovered that no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't overcome the joint attack of everyone. He could only admit defeat. However, all of this was because of a kid who was not even an ant in his eyes. I will remember you, I will remember you. When I get out, it'll be the day you die. I'll definitely be the first to kill you. Remember this, my name is Hua Wu. Sooner or later, all of you will be exterminated by me. All of you will die. As the array gradually closed, Hua Wu's voice that was filled with hatred continued to ring out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, the problem was temporarily solved. Mu Yun's body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Miao Xianyu and her sister immediately went forward and caught Mu Yun's body. At this moment, looking at Mu Yun was simply abnormally terrifying. At this moment, it was not enough to describe her face as pale as a sheet of paper. What was even more terrifying was that Mu Yun's entire body was convulsing slightly, and her entire body was sweating profusely. Master, how are you? Miao Xianyu said anxiously. I'm fine, it's just that. I've used up too much energy. Don't talk for now. Swallow this pill. Yes. After receiving the pill from Grandmaster Miao Qing, Mu Yun smelled it and swallowed it without hesitation. She began to recover slowly. Is it finally settled? Miao Lingyu muttered to herself as she looked up at the four essences sealed land that was hovering in the air like a human seal. Solve it? Miao Qing shook her head with a bitter smile. The spell formation was only temporarily sealing the four essences fiefdom. Within the next 50 years, the fiefdom would open again, and Hua Wu would be able to emerge. Moreover, who knew what would happen in the next 50 years? Maybe Hua Wu could directly break through the array, and they wouldn't be able to stop him. Nothing could be said for certain. However, at this moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Everlasting Ao Tian stood in place, gradually recovering from the exhaustion in his body. However, his eyes kept glancing at Mu Yun from time to time. Limitless heaven sealing 9 spirits grand array, no one was clearer than him about the mysteries of this array formation. However, he understood earlier that just relying on this spirit formation alone was utterly unable to trap Hua Wu. However, Mu Yun's appearance and Mu Yun's methods had broken through the great array. But, how was this possible? No matter how powerful Mu Yun was, she was only at the 3rd level of life and death realm. Her knowledge was limited, so it was impossible for her to determine the risks of this great array. However, the truth was that this fellow had not only determined the risks of the formation, he had even changed the formation. That was right, change. Thinking of this, Wu Jiao Tian looked at the scale of the array and was stunned. Mu Yun was indeed changing the array. Gradually, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. However, as the overlord of the limitless small world, he hid his shock very well. Everyone. After a full 2 hours, Wu Jiao Tian finally spoke. Everyone, Hua Wu is a member of the infernal race. With our methods, it's impossible to kill him. Therefore, we can only temporarily seal him. However, this fellow is a thorn in our hearts. If we don't get rid of him, we won't be able to feel at ease. Wu Jiao Tian took a deep breath and said, therefore, I think it's time for everyone to think of a way to get rid of this fellow. Of course, this matter can't be completed overnight. Everyone, go back and make your own preparations. This Wu may break through the Great Array at any time. When that time comes, I'm afraid all of us will experience a catastrophe. Yes, that's right. Supremacy Ao Tian is right. Yes. Therefore, everyone must be very careful. Wu Jiao Tian's words immediately garnered everyone's support. Right now, they were all gathered here. There was simply no way out. However, it was simply impossible to leave this place. Instead of waiting here, they might as well return to their small worlds and slowly plan. Then, the four essences sealed land trial. I don't think it's appropriate to hold the arena battles now. In that case, let's arrange the rankings according to the points of each small world. Wu Jiao Tian said. Naturally, no one objected. At this moment, everyone began to tally up. Fortunately, after the great battle, the surviving genius disciples of each small world were tabulated. Soon, the results were out. In first place, Wuji Small World. In Wuji Small World, Wuji Xing and Wuji Shui had a total of 32,000 points. Moreover, there was another disciple who had more than 10,000 points. In the end, they had a total of 44,000 points. In second place was Mu Yun from Five Elements Small World with 18,000 points. In third place was Ming Wuxin from Holy Light Small World with 13,000 points. In fourth place was Tian Bao Small World with 12,600 points. In fifth place was Luan Ran from Reincarnation Small World with 11,000 points. In sixth place was Five Poisons Small World with 9,900 points. In seventh place was Wenning Small World with 8,700 points. In eighth place was Mo Fan from Giant Demon Small World with 7,700 points. In ninth place was Chao Tianming from Sky Nether Small World with 7,100 points. In 10th place was Do Tiandu and the others from Battle Armor Small World with a total of more than 3,000 points. In the top 10, there were two new small worlds. They were Wenning Small World and Sky Nether Small World. The strength of these two small worlds was indeed tyrannical. However, what was surprising was that MOU Small World, which was once ranked second, and Square Small World, which was ranked seventh, were not on the list at all. But the most surprising thing was the Five Elements Small World. In terms of individual points, Mu Yun had obtained first place. However, there were many geniuses in Wuji Small World, and her total points of 44,000 were too terrifying. Humph. After the ranking ended, Yu Huiran directly left. Yu Qingtian's death could be said to be a huge loss to MOU Small World. They didn't even reach the top 10. It was a huge loss. Yu Huiran naturally blamed all of this on Mu Yun. In Square Small World, Fang Tongkong's expression was also extremely ugly. He originally thought that it wouldn't be difficult to maintain the ranking this time, but not only that, they didn't even have a chance at 10th place. Especially the geniuses from Square Small World, none of them survived. At this moment, investigating this matter naturally wouldn't work. However, Fang Tongkong was confident that when everyone dispersed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out who it was. The grandiose Four Essences fiefdom trial by fire had finally come to an end. But after the fiefdom trial ended, the true chaos was like a stone pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. As time passed, half a year had passed since the Four Essences fiefdom trial. At this moment, in MOU Small World, Yu Huiran was wearing a black robe and standing in front of a pitch-black hall. He looked down at the hall with a cold expression. Have you found out? As the wind whistled, a figure knelt on one knee. Yu Huiran spoke indifferently. I found out. Young Master's final battle was indeed with Mu Yun, and he was seriously injured by Mu Yun's empty mountain seal. But according to the situation at that time, young Master should have no problem escaping the seal, but I don't know why. It's very simple. Yu Huiran snorted. Because someone attacked Qing Tian during the chaos. In that case, the person who killed young Master wasn't Mu Yun. That's right, it wasn't him. Yu Huiran's voice was cold. Even if it wasn't him, Qing Tian was attacked because he was injured. No matter what, he and the person who attacked him can't live. I understand. But during this period, I'm guessing that old bastard Diwen is always on guard. It'll be difficult to kill him, but didn't he come from Song Huang's small world? Palace Lord, you mean, Song Huang's small world has existed for the longest time among all the small worlds. It's a magical place filled with too many legends. It's said that during the ancient God Clan War, a great battle took place in Song Huang's small world. God Clan? Hearing this, the person behind Yu Huiren couldn't help but shudder. What was a god? No one could explain it clearly. It might just be a name, or it might be a real god. Immortals were already existences that they looked up to, let alone gods. In Song Huang's small world, there are 3 great secret treasures. We can't leave any of them behind. Now, it's time to set out. Palace Lord, you mean to enter Song Huang's small world now? That's right. Yu Huiren nodded. Huowu is about to descend into chaos. Perhaps there's a chance of survival. Once we open the 3 great secret treasures in Song Huang's small world, if we have an immortal artifact, we might be able to eliminate Huowu. I'll make the arrangements now. Don't be hasty. Yu Huiren suddenly said. It's not just our MOU small world that's interested in Song Huang's small world. The other small worlds are also very interested. If we don't take the lead, no one knows what Song Huang's small world is like now. Is it stronger or weaker than it was 10,000 years ago? Palace Lord, the overall strength of Song Huang's small world's martial artists is inferior to any of the 10 great small worlds. What do you know? Yu Huiren shouted. 10,000 years ago, there was a 7th-layer life and death realm ancestor of the demon race, ranked 3rd among the 10 great supremes. After painstaking efforts, he managed to gain a foothold in the pale yellow small world. However, just as he wanted to exterminate the human race in the pale yellow small world, he was killed by a single person. Later, the passage he opened was also destroyed by that person. Now, the demon race wants to open another passage and rescue their own kind in Song Huang's small world. Although the giant demon race's performance in the 4 origin fiefdoms isn't outstanding, in terms of overall strength, they're not inferior to our MOU small world. 3rd among the 10 great supremes, this ranking was enough to see the tyrannical strength of this demon race member. But he was still killed. Moreover, he was killed when the demon race was so strong. It was enough to see that this guy's strength was among the top 3 of the 10 great supremes. It wasn't impossible for him to be ranked first. It's said that this guy is also called Muyun. Moreover, he's respectfully called Venerable Cloud. He's as annoying as Muyun. Yu Huiren sighed and said, the 3 great secret treasures have been immersed in them for tens of thousands of years. A few years won't matter. We'll wait for the right time and see who will take the lead. Yes. Seeing Fire Dancing Phoenix again at the same time, in the 4 corner small world, the 4 corner small world looked completely different from the other small worlds. The square sky and the earth were different here. The sky was square, and the earth was square as well. If one stood at the center of the world and looked around, one would see 4 huge pillars piercing straight into the clouds. These 4 huge pillars looked very neat, and they were located in the north, south, east, and west directions. They were the origin of the 4 corner small world's name. Majestic palaces were built on the surface of the 4 huge pillars. These palaces were all suspended in the air, with only one side leaning against the pillar. It looked rather peculiar. At this moment, 5 figures stood within 100 zhang tall palace on one of the huge pillars in the north. In the depths of the palace, an imposing figure lowered his head and held his forehead with his hand. He seemed very irritated. This person was the ruler of the 4 corners small world, the 5th of the 10 great supremes, Fang Tongkong. This time, I've called the 4 of you here to show you how useless the geniuses you've nurtured are. Fang Tongkong rose from the ground and waved his hand, causing 4 illusionary figures to appear before the group. In the first illusion, Bai Leng and Muyun fought. In the end, Bai Leng was killed by Muyun. On the other hand, the second, third, and fourth mirages recorded the same scene, but from 3 different angles. In the scene, Muyun killed 3 people cleanly without the slightest hesitation. Did you see that? After the illusion ended, Fang Tongkong roared. Looking at the four people below, he suddenly yelled, I, Fong Tong Kong, founded the Azure Dragon School, White Tiger Mountain, Black Tortoise Gate, and Vermilion Bird Palace. What did I rely on to unify the four-corner small world? Powerful strength. Fong Tong Kong yelled, Qing Peng, Xian Tian, Zhu Yan, Bai Ren, which one of you can explain to me why Mu Yun, who was at the first level of life and death realm, was able to kill Bai Leng, who was at the second level of life and death realm? When Mu Yun reached the second level of life and death realm, Qing Nidian and the other two joined hands, but were still easily killed by him. Simply trash. Fong Tong Kong roared. Immediately, the four figures flew out of the hall like kites with their strings cut. They landed on the square outside the hall. However, the four of them remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to even stand up. Outside the main hall, some of the disciples who saw this scene immediately kowtowed and knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Get in here. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? After a while, Fong Tong Kong's voice resounded in the hall. Four figures hurriedly entered the main hall. No one dared to resist the wrath of this supreme being, who was ranked fifth in the thousands of small worlds. Now, tell me, what should I do? Reporting to Sovereign, that Mu Yin came from the Tsang Huang small world. This point is basically confirmed. The leader of the Azure Dragon School, Qing Peng, said, this time, we will directly invade the Tsang Huang small world. Mu Yin must have a base there. If we attack his base directly, he will not be able to resist at all. This kid has the empty mountain seal in his hands. If we can obtain it, that's right. We are willing to be your lackeys. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. We will definitely, alright, all of you shut up. Fong Tong Kong said impatiently, if you want to show your loyalty, you should say less. Bring out more decent disciples. Only then can you repay me. Yes. Get out of here, all of you. Prepare to open the passage into the Tsanghuang small world. Tell those little fellows to hurry back. Qing Nidian and the rest are not here. These fellows have at least participated in the Four Essences fiefdom battle. They are enough to deal with Mu Yun. Yes. The few of them gradually left. Seeing the four of them leave, Fong Tong Kong slumped in the main hall, his eyes full of fatigue. Mu Yun, damn it. A low murmur sounded, and the throne under Fong Tong Kong gradually changed shape, achoo. After a sneeze, Mu Yun rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. Little fool, what's wrong? Are you sick? I see you sitting on the roof day and night to cultivate. You should take care of your body. Come, drink a bowl of chicken soup to get rid of the cold. 5 elements small world, fire element mountain. On the peak of the core disciples mountain, Mu Yun sat in front of the table with a pair of chopsticks in her hand and chuckled. Seeing Mu Yun sneeze, Aunt Lin hurriedly said. Mother, I told you. Big brother Yun is very powerful now. Niawa rolled his eyes and said, even the mountain master said that he is no match for Big brother Yun now. Sick? If Big brother Yun is sick, even a bowl of chicken soup will be useless. Brat, you know so much. How dare you roll your eyes at me? Now that you are powerful and have become an inner mountain disciple, your mother is useless, right? Mother, I'm not. Big brother Yun, how dare you quibble? Before Aunt Lin could speak, Mu Yun took the lead and scolded jokingly. If you don't treat Aunt Lin like a Buddha, I will snatch her away and make her my mother. Nyo don't regret it. Good for you, Big brother Yun. You are clearly bullying me. I can't beat you. If you want to snatch her away, I can't do anything. Alright. Stop joking. You are all my good children. Nyewa is, and so are you, little heir. Aunt Lin smiled and said, hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Such a strong fragrance. I can smell it from afar. Aunt Lin, you have to add a pair of chopsticks for me. Miss Woofing is here. When Aunt Lin saw Fire Dancing Phoenix, she hurriedly got up and added a pair of chopsticks. She chuckled and said, come and eat. Seeing his mother busy, Nyewa wanted to say that people with cultivation levels like Mu Yun and Fire Dancing Phoenix didn't need to eat at all. On the contrary, eating omnivorous food would cause impurities in the heaven and earth quintessential essence absorbed by their bodies. However, when he saw Mu Yun glaring at him, Niuhua tactfully shut his mouth and lowered his head to eat. When did you come back? Looking at Mu Yun, Fire Dancing Phoenix asked. Yes, it's been a while. However, I have been in the Five Elements Divine Palace to settle some matters. I just returned to the sect about a month ago. Mu Yun said with a smile. Fire Dancing Phoenix was wearing a light red short skirt today. She sat on a short stool and bent her legs, revealing her perfect curves. Her upper body was straight, and her armor perfectly accentuated her perfect figure. There was a trace of fatigue on her face. Clearly, Fire Dancing Phoenix had just returned from outside. I was out on a sect mission. I happened to be out for a month. I heard that you were back, so I came to take a look. Fire Dancing Phoenix no longer looked like a spoiled princess when Mu Yun first met her. Instead, her face turned red when she said this. Yes. You must be tired too. Eat more. As Mu Yun spoke, she picked up a drumstick for Fire Dancing Phoenix and smiled. Aunt Lin made it. It's very delicious. Yes. Her perfect figure was displayed in front of Mu Yun. However, Fire Dancing Phoenix realized that when Mu Yun looked at her, there was no trace of improper thoughts in her eyes. Could it be that I'm not attractive? Fire Dancing Phoenix was a little disappointed. It was a simple meal, but Fire Dancing Phoenix appeared to be absent-minded. After the meal, Mu Yun told her about the dangers in the forge and fiefdom and the chaos caused by the Fire Dancing Fiends. In the end, he gave Fire Dancing Phoenix some pointers on cultivation before she reluctantly went down the mountain. Standing outside the hall, he watched the delicate figure walk down the mountain step by step. Her perfect back view was especially moving under the sunlight. Is she beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. Then, Brother Yun, just take her as your woman. How great would that be? Great? Mu Yun turned around and looked at Niuhua. She chuckled and said, Is it great? I happen to be free today. Let me see how powerful this inner mountain disciple of yours is. Again? Niuhua was completely dumbfounded. When Mu Yun first returned, she said that she was guiding him in cultivation, but in the end, he was bedridden for 7 days. Although he felt that all the hidden injuries in his body had disappeared after 7 days, and his cultivation had inexplicably increased greatly, those 7 days were simply torture. Scared? Don't talk nonsense if you're scared. Mu Yun said helplessly. It's good for a beauty to enjoy it, but if you enjoy it too much, it will become a kind of responsibility. She and I are destined to be people from 2 different worlds. Why should I give her hope and thoughts? This doesn't sound like something a young and hot-blooded man should say. At this moment, an old laugh suddenly sounded. Elder Fen, you're teasing me again. Mu Yun turned around and smiled bitterly as she looked at Elder Fen, who had just woken up on the rocking chair. Mu Yun wasn't clear about Elder Fen's identity and status in Fire Traveling Mountain. She only saw Elder Fen move the rocking chair and sit there to bask in the sun from sunrise to sunset. He was quite carefree. Teasing? Why would I tease you? Elder Fen chuckled. If this old man was your age, I would definitely have no reason to reject a woman who sent herself to my door. Sometimes, rejecting is a kind of good intention, but accepting is another kind of good intention. Perhaps she doesn't want to spend the rest of her life with you, but just wants to spend a night with you? Elder Fen, do you really think that a fugitive like me, who might not have a tomorrow after today, is an emperor? Doting on a concubine doesn't mean that after doting on this side, you'll throw away the other side. Kid, you're not an emperor, but you're better than an emperor. Elder Fen chuckled. You have worries in your heart now, so you're unwilling to accept. When you have no worries in your heart, you'll definitely be a fickle person. When Elder Fen said this, Mu Yun was speechless. In his previous life, as an immortal king, he controlled the life and death of hundreds of millions of immortals. However, he was wholeheartedly focused on the Tao, so he really didn't have much of an idea about women. Now that he had experienced this life, he suddenly realized that his master, who was known as the #1 fairy in the immortal world, had silently protected him for so many years and helped him build the Cloud Alliance step by step. He really should have been more decisive back then. I was really a blockhead back then. Mu Yun slapped his thigh and said in annoyance. The number one fairy had been by his side for so many years, but he actually didn't touch her. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. What? Elder Fen was stunned by Mu Yun's baffling words. Ah? Nothing, nothing. Elder Fen scolded jokingly and said, I heard that you encountered the Netherfire race this time? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Supremacy Miao's arrival. Not only did I meet a member of the Netherfire race, but I also fought with him. Mu Yun said solemnly, the Netherfire race only has one word to describe them, strong. Old Fen nodded his head when he heard those words. Although he said so on the surface, Mu Yun was secretly disdainful. Strong, the Netherfire race was considered a low-class race in the thousands of great worlds. They were so arrogant in a minor thousand world. The Netherfire race could only be arrogant in a minor thousand world. However, Mu Yun sighed helplessly. Although he looked down on Huowu, there was nothing he could do. Huowu was an overlord in the thousands of minor thousand worlds. According to the ancient records, the Netherfire race has lived in a fire since they were young. They live in a world of fire. Moreover, they love fire very much, especially the heavenly fire. After he said that, Elder Fen looked at Mu Yun with a profound gaze. I know. Mu Yun chuckled. Even if I don't have the heavenly fire, Huowu won't let me go. After all, I was the one who locked him in the cage. I'm afraid the first thing he'll do when he comes out is to skin me alive. Kid, you know yourself well. Elder Fen scolded as he pointed at Mu Yun. Buzz, at that moment, a buzz sounded in Mu Yun's heart. It's the Imperial text, right? Elder Fen asked as he looked at Mu Yun. Yes, I asked him to help me find the entrance to the Pale Yellow Small World. There might be news now. The Pale Yellow Small World, Elder Fen sighed and said, that's a very beautiful place, a very beautiful place. Mu Yun was stunned. In his impression, the 3,000 minor thousand worlds were just like that. What was there to be beautiful about? Elder Fen, I don't know when we'll meet again after this farewell. I'll leave Niuhua and his mother to you, Elder Fen. Mu Yun stood up and cupped his hands. Don't worry. I'll help you take care of them. Yes. Mu Yun stood up and looked at the entire fire element mountain, feeling emotional. It had been several years since he arrived in the Five Elements small world. Back then, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Niuhua had saved him. Later on, he entered the fire element mountain and recovered his strength step by step. Unknowingly, he had already reached the third level of life and death realm. Third level of life and death realm. I wonder if those people in Pale Yellow Small World have been living happily these years. There were also his friends, lovers, and relatives. Were they doing well? Back then, he had been inexplicably sent out. Now, it was time to go back. However, this time, Mu Yun's horizons were broadened once again. The thousands of small worlds were in chaos. The Pale Yellow Small World was once ranked number 1, but it was later sealed and isolated from the outside world for tens of thousands of years. Once all the small worlds opened the door to the Pale Yellow Small World, would the Pale Yellow Small World be able to withstand such an impact? Looking at the mountain ranges, Mu Yun's figure soared into the sky. Standing high in the sky, she laughed loudly and left. Have they left? Let's go. Fire Qilin looked at his daughter and said faintly. Fire Dancing Phoenix smiled bitterly and said, he will eventually become a legendary figure. It's a pity that I can't keep up with his footsteps. Hearing this, Fire Qilin didn't say anything, but let out a long sigh. Like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, roaming the sea. Mu Yun had truly begun her journey. Inside the 5 Elements Divine Palace. Mu Yun, you're back. Seeing Mu Yun return, Diwen laughed loudly and said, your good friend came from afar to see you. Treat her well. Good friend? Master. Mr. Mu. Right at this moment, 2 voices rang out. They were Master Miao Qing and Miao Xianyu. Master Miao, Xianyu. Mu Yun didn't expect the 2 of them to come here. She was very surprised. Master Miao? Diwen chuckled and said, in the entire alliance of small worlds, apart from the 10 venerables, only you can call Master Miao. right? Then Herbals meow. Then Herbals meow. Master Miaoqing was also one of the 10 venerables. Thinking about it, Heavenly Treasure Small World could be said to be the wealthiest of the alliance of small worlds. It communicated with the transactions of thousands of other small worlds. Without a powerhouse guarding it, Heavenly Treasure Small World was a fat piece of meat. Who would dare to submit to it? Great Emperor, please don't tease me. Miaoqing chuckled. She looked at Mu Yun and said, don't you want to return to Pale Yellow Small World? If you trust this old man, I can bring you back. Right now, every small world is actively guarding against the infernals that may appear at any time. Thus, some people are eager to expand their strength while others are eager to search for treasures. Pale Yellow Small World has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, but cracks have gradually begun to appear. There are still small channels. However, if the martial artists of other small worlds want to enter, they will have to spend a great deal of effort. They will need to open the channel step by step. I estimate that the fastest will take a year, and the slowest will take more than 10 years. Mu Yun's guess wasn't wrong. The threat of the infernals made everyone feel a sense of danger. And after being sealed for tens of thousands of years, Pale Yellow Small World was now a fat piece of meat among the various large and small worlds. The attraction of the 3 great treasures and the threat of the infernals caused them to begin to feel restless. Pale Yellow Small World was like a treasure trove placed there. Who would want it? Now, it was time to take the treasures. If they didn't take the treasures, they might not be able to resist the infernals disaster. But if they took the treasures, they might be able to resist it. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said, I haven't gone back in several years. It's time to go back and take a look. Those people who wished for me to die might be surprised to see that I'm not dead. Perhaps? Grandmaster Miaoqing chuckled. Hold on. Diwen stood up and smiled. Boy, if you go back like this, I won't feel at ease. Let Ba Tian and Luo Tian go back with you. After all, I have to oversee the 5 elements small world. The 2 of them and Venerable Miao should be safe. All right. Ba Tian, Luo Tian. Diwen looked at the 2 of them and said, remember, when I'm not around, obey Mu Yun's orders. Understand? Yes, Patriarch. Yes, Patriarch. The 2 of them bowed at the same time and nodded in response. Can we set off now? Yes. Sister, I also want to go to the outside world to take a look. Are you going to leave me behind? However, just as Mu Yun nodded, a charming voice suddenly sounded. Jiao, hearing this voice, Mu Yun patted her head helplessly. She had forgotten about her. Jiao, I might not be safe this time, so you should wait for my news here first. Mu Yun truly cared for Jiao. Back then, this fool was reborn for his son. Naturally, he did not want the same thing to happen again. I'm not going to drag you down. Jiao pouted. Moreover, your strength might not be comparable to mine now. If you're not safe, I will run. Don't tell me you're going to abandon me here? Jiao blinked her eyes. Her delicate expression was like a femme fatale, making one's heart ache. One could not help but want to hold her in their arms and protect her. All right. I've seen you like this too many times. Don't try this on me. Mu Yun ignored her. You're really not going to bring me along? No. I'm about to undergo the 4th transformation. If you don't bring me along, what if I die? 4th transformation was the 4th level of the life and death realm. This little girl's advancement was too fast. Even if the 9-tailed fox was an immortal beast, it shouldn't be so powerful, right? All right. Mu Yun looked at Jiao and said helplessly, but you better remember, don't put on a pitiful look in front of me. I know your tricks. How do you know? Mu Yun immediately shut up and snorted. Don't worry about it. I just know. If Jiao was really about to undergo the 4th transformation, then he really needed to bring her along. He placed her in the 5 elements small world to keep her safe. Now, it seemed that although it was not safe for her to stay by his side, the 4th transformation was even more dangerous. Mr. Mu, is there anyone else you want to bring along? Seeing the 2 of them flirting like a couple, Master Miaoqing asked meaningfully. No, no. Humph, master, you really have a lot of romantic encounters. Miao Xianyu snorted. Looking at the enchanting Jiao, she directly left the hall. A voice came out of Miao Xianyu's mouth again. It seems that Instructor Qin has met a lot of opponents over the years. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. Instructor Qin? Who is Instructor Qin? Is she as beautiful as me? Jiao turned to look like a little girl and said, Don't tell me she's your wife? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and walked out of the hall. Miao Qing smiled bitterly and followed her. Heaven-devouring ancestor and heavenly King Luo also hurriedly followed. Both of them were the mainstays of the Five Elements Divine Palace and were at the 6th level of the Life and Death realm. Together with Miao Qing, who was one of the 10 Great Supremes, although there were only 6 of them, it was not a problem for them to defeat thousands of soldiers and horses. At this moment, 6 figures stood in the square of the Five Elements Divine Palace. Diwen stood in front of the hall and the array was activated again. The 6 figures disappeared from the array and left the 5 elements small world. The feeling of the sky and earth spinning came again. However, at this moment, the few of them were all very strong. This little bit of spinning wouldn't cause too much harm to them. Let's go to the Heavenly Treasure Small World first. Then, through the Heavenly Treasure Small World, we will be teleported to the spatial crack where Xianyu and I entered the Heavenly Treasure Small World. From there, we will enter the Heavenly Treasure Small World. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. However, Miao Xianyu did not make a sound along the way and looked sullen. Jiao did not care and kept teasing Miao Xianyu. This gave Mu Yun a headache. If Jiao really went to the Heavenly Treasure Small World, she would have to waste her breath again. In the space teleportation formation, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the scene in front of them changed abruptly. What entered their eyes was a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There were pavilions, terraces, and towers, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. It was a wonderful sight. Between the mountains, trees, and rivers were completely natural. The streams meandered, and the pavilions did not look very tall. They looked like small homes. Grandpa, Mr. Mu. Miao Lingyu had been waiting at the teleportation formation for a long time. Lingyu, arrange accommodation for Mr. Mu and the other guests first. Miao Qing turned around and looked at Mu Yun. From my Heavenly Treasure Small World to the spatial crack outside the Heavenly Treasure Small World, it still needs some time to prepare before it can be activated. Mu Yun, stay here for a few days. No problem. She had walked step by step for a few years. A few days would not make a difference. There are many new things in my Heavenly Treasure Small World. If you like, you can let Xianyu take you to have a look and choose a few. Thank you, Senior. Come with me. Miao Xianyu glared at Mu Yun and snorted. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I am worried about them. What can I do to her? Jiao smiled mischievously. She looked completely different now. Mu Yun said helplessly, after so many years, why hasn't your temperament changed at all? Do you know what I was like in the past? Mu Yun was at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say. She just pointed at Jiao's head and wanted to hit her. However, when she saw Jiao's pitiful look, she stopped. I must have owed you in my previous life. Mu Yun was taken aback when he heard this. It seemed that she really owed her in her previous life. Master, this place is the medicine cattail of my Miao family. Tianbao Small World is famous in the Alliance of Small Worlds. Not only is business good, but this place is also very suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Moreover, there, and there. Miao Xianyu pointed at several places and her mood gradually improved. She smiled and said, these are the places where some sacred beasts are raised. And here, it's the place where medicinal herbs are collected and packaged. Look over there, it's the sacred beast jade camel sheep. The wool produced from this sheep can prolong an ordinary person's life if they wear it. Along the way, Miao Xianyu kept introducing Mu Yun. As if she was in her own place, she gradually became lively. Master, this is the martial arts practice field of my Miao family's disciples. They walked past a mountain and stood at the top. Below, there were several figures fighting back and forth between the mountains. The martial arts practice field was very interesting. It was on a flat ground between several mountains. It occupied a few miles in length and width. Moreover, the shouts of the disciples' training were blocked by the mountains and couldn't be heard by the outside world. Sister Xianxia. As soon as the three figures stepped onto the top of the mountain, a surprised voice sounded. Sister Xianxia, I heard that you came back long ago, but you have been in seclusion. I didn't expect to see you today. A young man in a white robe looked at Miao Xianxia in surprise and smiled. Senior brother Lu Ming. Miao Xianxia smiled when she saw the young man. These two are, oh, this is my master, and this is my master's friend. Miao Xianxia looked at Jiao and her tone obviously changed. Master? Hearing Miao Xianxia's introduction, the young man frowned. Senior brother Lu Ming, I'm just bringing Master and Miss Jiao to take a look. You can go do your things. Hee, since you are little sister Xianxu's master, our Miao family will naturally treat you with great hospitality. I will accompany you to take a look, said Miao Xianxia. Xianxia, 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 Xianxia. Xianxia, Xianxia, Xianxia. Miao Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said, forget about sparring. We're just here to watch. Jiao whispered into his ear, it looks like someone cares a lot about your precious disciple and wants to show you his might. Xianxia, Xianxia, Xianxia. However, many years ago, the Heavenly Treasure small world had several great families that existed side by side. But now, the Miao family was the sole overlord. Mu Yun wanted to know just how strong the Miao family disciples were. Xianxia Xians. Mu Yun did not avoid it at all and walked down the mountain. Seeing Mu Yun walk into the martial arts practice field, a smile appeared at the corner of Dear Cry's mouth. Master, I'm sorry. Dear Cry didn't mean anything else. It's fine. Before Miao Xianxia could speak, Jiao spoke first, of course your master won't blame you. It's rare for someone to be interested in you. Seeing how you treat your master so warmly, those hot-blooded youths naturally want to embarrass your master. Shut up. Mu Yun was speechless as she looked at Jiao. Alright, I won't say any more. You should worry about your obedient disciple. Jiao snorted and walked to the back. She placed her hands behind her back and began to walk leisurely. Master, I'm sorry. It's fine. Mu Yun looked ahead and said with a smile, it's just a casual exchange of blows with them. If they really make me unhappy, don't worry. Master knows how to hold back. Yes. At this moment, Dear Cry had already walked to the center of the training field. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Dear Cry's voice was neither loud nor soft, but the entire training field could hear it clearly. Dear Cry, what the hell are you doing? Yeah. Patriarch asked us to train here. These kids aren't easy to control. I asked you to stop for a moment because I have something to say. Dear Cry chuckled and said, our Miao family's second miss has returned. I'm afraid you haven't seen her for a long time, right? As Dear Cry's words fell, he stepped aside. Miao Xianxia and the other two walked over from behind. This is our second Mississippi. This is the second Mrs. Master, and this is the second Mrs. Master's friend. Dear Cry introduced Mu Yun. Looking at the few people behind him, the expression in his eyes was self-evident. Senior brother Lu Ming, senior brother Zhang Hai, senior brother Tuoba Yi. Looking at the three people standing opposite her, Miao Xianxia nodded slightly. Xianxia, it's good that you're back. You've been participating in the Four Origin Fiefdom battle and made us worried. A young man nodded and said, you've been back for half a year, but I haven't seen you come out. Second layer life and death realm, not bad. Senior brother Zhang Hai, you're making fun of me again. Of course not. The 2-meter-tall young man full of strength smiled and said, 50 years ago, when I participated in the Four Origin Fiefdom battle, I hadn't reached life and death realm yet. Yes, Zhang Hai is right. Xianxia, your talent is very good. You have to work hard. You've really brought honor to our Heavenly Treasure Small World's Miao family by taking 4th place this time. It's all thanks to Master. Miao Xianxia lowered her head and smiled, if it weren't for Master's help, my sister and I would have been 9th or 10th at most. Seeing Miao Xianxu's expression, the few people present had their own thoughts. Lu Ming, Zhang Hai, Tuoba Yi, didn't the three of you also participate in the Four Origin Fiefdom battle 50 years ago? This Mr. Mu is very strong. You should give it a try. Dear Cry suddenly chuckled at this moment. Good, good. It's really boring to fight with them all day long. Mr. Mu, let's have a contest. Zonghai, why are you in such a hurry? I'll go first. Tuobayi turned to look at Mu Yun and said, Mr. Mu won't refuse, right? The two of you. Lu Ming also spoke at this moment, let me go first. Suddenly, the three of them started to fight. Seeing this scene, Miao Xianyu's face flushed red, feeling very embarrassed. These three guys did participate in the Four Origin Fiefdom battle 50 years ago. Although 50 years had passed, the three of them were still in the third level of life and death realm. But Miao Xianyu was still quite clear about their strength. Fight with Mu Yun, even if the three of them fought together, they still wouldn't be Mu Yun's match. Stop fooling around. I just brought Master here to have a look. You guys can continue with your work. Oh, Xianyu, it's not that I want to scold you, but are you afraid that we'll break your fair and clean master? Zonghai chuckled and said, don't worry, I know my limits. Yes, it's just a competition. Yes. No. Miao Xianyu suddenly shouted, I'm afraid that master will hurt you. Hearing this, the few people present were stunned. Haha, Dear Cry was the first to laugh and said, Xianyu, are you worried that we'll hurt your master? That's why you said that, right? Xianyu, you're in the wrong here. It's really not like that. Miao Xianyu was really about to cry. These three blockheads were indeed powerful in the Miao clan. But in the alliance of small worlds, the three of them weren't enough. Why were they trying to be heroes here? Alright, Xianyu, stop talking. It's just a competition. Look at what you're saying, it's as if we're bullying your master. Yes, besides, if the old patriarch knows that we bullied your master, won't he punish us? We know what we're doing. Yes, it's just a competition. Let's see what this kid is capable of to be your master. The three of them spoke one after another. Miao Xianyu was completely speechless. Yes, Xianyu. Suddenly, Mu Yun said, it's just a competition. You senior brothers look very enthusiastic. It's good for everyone to casually exchange martial arts experience. Master, Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun and said, Master, you have to be gentle. Yes. Seeing Mu Yun walking forward, Miao Xianyu's heart was in her mouth. Don't worry, this guy will be fine. I think he seems to have touched the profound of death. He shouldn't be far from the fourth level. I'm not worried about Master. Miao Xianyu said helplessly, I'm worried about them. How could Miao Xianyu not know how terrifying Mu Yun was? How long had she been in the Four Origin Fief? Mu Yun had reached the third level of the life and death realm from the 10th level of the feather immortal realm. In this half a year, Mu Yun's strength had improved greatly. How could these three be her match? However, at this moment, the three of them were obviously going to compete. The crowd in the martial arts field gradually dispersed. A competition between life and death realm experts was not something they could resist. It was better to hide as far away as possible. Mr. Mu, right? Tuobayi, will be the first to challenge you. Tuobayi took a step forward and shouted. His aura skyrocketed. Looking at this person's physique, he was probably someone with a strong body. Mu Yun wanted to say coolly, the three of you can come at me together. However, thinking that this was the Miao family, he swallowed his words. Please. Mu Yun stood in place with one hand behind her back. She looked at Tuobayi with a smile on her face. Tuobayi, was born with divine strength. I cultivate the invincible metal elemental body to forge myself into an iron body. Therefore, strength is my forte. Mr. Mu, be careful. Alright. As soon as Tuobayi finished speaking, he took a step forward. Primordial Chaos Heaven Battle Fist. With a roar, Tuobayi threw a punch at Sumo. Boom, in an instant, there was a loud explosion between heaven and earth. Following this, a wail of anguish could be heard. At this moment, Mu Yun directly reached out and grabbed Tuobayi's palm tightly. Although Tuobaye's fist looked much bigger than Muyan's palm, it was actually blocked by Muyan's palm. Moreover, it was wailing like a pig being slaughtered. What was he doing? Tuobaye, you are really a disgrace. Zonghai could not stand it any longer. With a flash, he appeared in front of Muyun. Infinite collapse. Zonghai stretched out his hands and clanging sounds could be heard. Zonghai flew out like a meteorite and crashed into Muyun. 3-body protection. With a shout in her heart, 3 layers of protection appeared on the surface of Muyun's body. Zonghai's hands directly attacked the 3-body protection. Clang, with a loud clang, Zonghai's face turned from red to white, then green, then purple, and finally back to red. Ah. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Deadly Sword Heart. What's your name? Tuobaye looked at Zonghai and asked. I'm in pain. Zonghai's face was pale, and the veins on his arms were bulging. However, even with all his might, he could not break through Muyun's protective chi. The 2 of you, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Finally, Lu Ming attacked. At this moment, they could not care less about attacking one by one. If this carried on, they might be the ones who would be embarrassed. 9 Heavens Imperial Spirit. Lu Ming shouted and spun his body. Rich true core strength spread out from his body. The quintessential essence formed a powerful quintessential essence tornado that enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. The 1,000-meter-tall quintessential essence tornado howled as it charged towards Muyun. Earth Annihilation Palm. Seeing the tornado coming toward her, Muyun's expression did not change, and she struck out with her palm. Boom, as the sound of the clapping stopped, a figure took a step back. Lu Ming stumbled and fell to the ground, leaving a mark that was 100 meters long. 2 cracks were left on the floor. Seeing this, the surrounding people were completely stunned. They knew that the martial arts practice field was made of the best green glass flower mound. As for the flower mound, even if they attacked it with all their might, they would not even leave a mark on it, let alone a crack. Wasn't this too perverse? Lu Ming's hands were numb, and his legs were in extreme pain. What kind of monster was this guy? The 3 figures stood together and looked at Muyun. The battle intent in their eyes grew stronger. Attack together. At this moment, they could no longer care about their reputation. If they lost to Muyun, it would be truly embarrassing. Eh? They are attacking together. Seeing this, Jiaoer smiled. The 3 figures formed a triangle and blocked everything in front of Muyun. Earth Annihilation Palm. However, at this moment, Muyun did not show any mercy and struck out with her palm. There was a loud bang, followed by a series of thuds. The 3 figures retreated and fell to the ground on all fours. Senior brother. Seeing the 3 people fall to the ground, Miao Xianyu's expression changed. She looked at Muyun mockingly and hurried over. Senior brothers, are you all right? Looking at the 3 of them, Miao Xianyu asked with concern. What could happen to us? The 3 of them immediately stood up. Zonghai couldn't help but chuckle. Still trying to show off? Looking at the 3 of them, Miao Xianyu said angrily, I already said that you guys are no match for him. Even Yuqing Tian was no match for the reverend priest back then. After half a year, the reverend priest is even stronger. How can the 3 of you beat him? Kill? Tuobaye widened his eyes in disbelief. Yuqing Tian is no match for him? The 3 of them looked at each other, completely speechless. My little ancestor, why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Ming said bitterly. Zonghai said helplessly, Junior sister, if you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have fought with him. Yuqing Tian. That guy is a monster. At this moment, Tuobaye was speechless. Muyun looked at Dear Cry on the other side and said with a smile, do you want to give it a try? No need, no need. Dear Cry was sweating in his heart. He was only at the 2nd level of life and death realm. Give it a try? Wasn't that courting death? Alright, don't think that I don't know what you guys are thinking. The chaos of Fire Worm hasn't started yet. You guys should supervise the training of those brats. Miao Xianyu said in a lecturing tone. Sister, you're back. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the uproar. This person appeared silently as if he didn't exist at all. If he didn't speak, everyone would have thought that they had encountered a ghost. Brother. Seeing the person, Miao Xianyu trotted over and said with a smile, Brother, you've been cultivating in seclusion every day. I've been back for half a year and you still don't know. Is that so? The young man smiled and said, Do you think I don't know you? You've been back for half a year and I haven't seen your face. I don't know what you're thinking. Miao Xianyu blushed and said, Brother, this is the master I told you about before, Mu Yun. Mu Yun, this is my brother, Miao Qingyun. Mu Yun, I've heard of your name. Looking at Mu Yun, Miao Qingyun had a smile on his face. Miao Qingyun looked like a weak scholar. Standing there, he didn't have a trace of domineering aura. Instead, he gave off a very amiable aura. Hello. Mu Yun nodded. Mu Yun judged that this person's aura should be at the 4th level of life and death realm. After reaching the 3rd level of life and death realm, Mu Yun could sense it. Between the 3rd and 4th level of life and death realm, that trace of perception could be easily detected. He had already begun to integrate the profound meaning of death into his martial arts, but he still lacked some maturity. Life and death realm wasn't like the 10th level of feather immortal realm, which required a huge amount of accumulation to cross to the next level. Those with good talent might be able to break through 2 levels in one day, while those with poor talent might be stuck at the 1st level for the rest of their lives. Mu Yun's talent was needless to say. Coupled with his previous life's cultivation experience and knowledge, it wasn't difficult for him to cross the life and death realm. Otherwise, Tuoba Yi and Zhang Hai took 50 years to reach the 3rd level of life and death realm, while he reached the 3rd level of life and death realm in less than a year. This was the gap. The gap between talent and comprehension. However, although life and death realm didn't require a huge amount of accumulation, a martial artist's body realm would undergo an earth-shattering change. Therefore, the gap between each level of life and death realm was too big compared to feather immortal realm. Seeing your performance just now, you should be a swordsman who uses a sword, right? Miao Qingyun looked at Mu Yun, full of expectation. It's over. Hearing her brother's words, Miao Xianyu suddenly had a bad feeling. This elder brother of his was a sword maniac. If he knew that his master was also a swordsman, he would definitely ask for advice. Her brother was different from Lu Ming and the other two. He was a veteran expert of the 4th level of life and death realm, and was considered a famous young expert in the entire Small World Alliance. If they fought, the result would be hard to say. That's right. Coincidentally, so am I. Miao Qingyun said with a smile, in that case, how about I exchange pointers with Mr. Mu? Sure. Without any hesitation, Mu Yun spoke without hesitation. Miao Xianyu felt helpless. They still had to fight, both of them were proud sons of heaven. Miao Qingyun definitely wouldn't submit to Mu Yun, and Mu Yun wasn't the kind of person who would admit defeat. The result of this fight would probably be extraordinary. Everyone, back off. Miao Xianyu suddenly said, Everyone, back off the martial arts practice field and activate the martial arts practice field's defensive array. What? Activate the martial arts practice field's defensive array? Are you kidding me? Hearing Miao Xianyu's words, everyone was dumbfounded. This was simply a joke. The martial arts practice field's defensive array was usually activated when the Miao family held a major competition to ensure that the spectator seats wouldn't be damaged. Activate it now? Was it necessary? Go quickly. Seeing Dear Cry standing there in a daze, Miao Xianyu urged, Don't blame me for not reminding you. If the two of them fight, it'll be too late even if you want to back off. Okay, I know. Although Dear Cry agreed verbally, he was reluctant in his heart. Miao Qingyun could be said to be the most talented person in their Miao family. She was also famous among the young generation of the entire Small World Alliance. Moreover, she was at the 4th level of life and death realm. No matter how powerful Mu Yun was, she was definitely not her opponent. If one of them was at the 3rd level of life and death realm and the other was at the 2nd level of life and death realm, Dear Cry might look forward to it. He was looking forward to the fight between the two. Mu Yun might have a chance to have an accident. However, Miao Qingyun was at the 4th level of life and death realm, and was a powerful swordsman who had comprehended sword heart. Could Mu Yun beat her? The difference between the 3rd and 4th level was like heaven and earth. Although he was doubtful in his heart, Dear Cry still went to open the defensive array. At this point, the surrounding crowd had all retreated outside the martial arts practice field. The two figures standing in the huge martial arts practice field were as small as 2 stones. Draw your sword. Actually, I still want to compete with you in other aspects. But since you want to compete in sword skills, let's compete in sword skills directly. Mu Yun smiled slightly, and the sky chime sword appeared in her hand. Broken sword? Seeing this scene, Miao Qingyun frowned. This sword is called the Sky Chime Sword, a 4th-grade void immortal artifact. It was originally a broken sword, but this is its complete appearance. Mu Yun smiled slightly. I understand. Miao Qingyun nodded and said, my sword is called the Flawless Sword. It's 3 feet and 6 inches long, a 4th-grade void immortal artifact. Although my realm is higher than yours, our swords are equal. Okay. Seeing Miao Qingyun's serious look, Mu Yun's fighting spirit also burned in her heart. After recuperating for half a year, she really had not fought with anyone properly, let alone practiced sword skills properly. Today, she could fight to her heart's content. As soon as the sword was drawn, the two figures moved at the same time. Tuobayi, don't you think Xianyu is making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a competition. Is there a need to activate the defense array? Zhang Hai pursed his lips and said, I don't believe that their attacks can break the defense array. Boom, in an instant, an explosion sounded. Immediately after, a sword aura was shot directly in the direction of the two. The sword aura directly attacked the defense array, and a buzzing sound was heard. The defense array fluctuated for a while, but eventually calmed down. Looking at the sword aura that was close to breaking the defense array, Zhang Hai immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tuobayi, wait here. I'll activate the second defense array. At this moment, on the martial arts practice field, the two figures directly collided with each other, and violent sword aura directly shot up to the sky. The crackling sound made everyone present feel as if their bodies were being driven by the sword aura. The black dots that looked as weak as stones converged, but they were able to erupt with earth-shaking power. It was really unbelievable. However, looking at the two of them exchanging blows, the crowd was speechless. Nirvana Sword Heart. Absolute Sword Heart. 2 low roars sounded at the same time, and the two figures collided at this moment. My life-severing sword heart comes from my life. When my sword strikes, it severs not only the life of my opponent, but also my own life. Pressing forward courageously is the core of my sword heart, said Miao Qingyun. Nirvana Sword Heart, everything returns to nothingness, everything returns to nirvana. Great! Haha. Miao Qingyun seemed to have felt the horror of Mu Yun's sword heart, and she laughed out loud. Kill! The two figures rushed out, and the sound of swords clashing rang out again. At this moment, to the disciples, the solid granite ground seemed to have turned into tofu. Usually, they would not be able to make a splash with their punches, but the two of them could directly burst it into pieces with their swords. Let's decide the outcome with one move. Perfect Sword Heart? Looking at Mu Yun, Miao Qingyun said in surprise. Aren't you the same? Mu Yun replied with a smile. Until now, their swordsmanship was still on par. However, the two of them were very attached to this feeling. They wantonly brandished the swords in their hands. That kind of sword chi attack that reflected the brilliance of the opponent made them feel satisfied in their hearts. Absolute Heaven Slash. Immediately, Miao Qingyun took a step forward. Her entire body flew up to a height of 100 feet and slashed down with her sword. Seeing this scene, Miao Xianyu became even more nervous. What the F***ck? Brother Qingyun actually used the Absolute Heaven Sword technique. He's ready to go all out. Forget it. The Absolute Heaven Sword technique is Brother Qingyun's trump card. He's ready to do a good job. It can't be, right? Mu Yun's swordsmanship is also so powerful? The word also immediately made Tuobayi and the other two look at each other, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. They were all at the 3rd level of life and death realm, but Mu Yun was like a strong man at the 3rd level of life and death realm, and they were like babies at the 3rd level of life and death realm. The gap was too big. Can the three of you shut up? Miao Xianyu's heart clenched as she looked at the three chattering. They didn't have the dignified appearance of an instructor at the martial arts practice field and said impatiently. The three of them looked back inexplicably and finally nodded to each other. The three of them stepped out and walked to the lower row of the audience seats and began to discuss again. Seeing this scene, Miao Xianyu's face was full of sweat. Are you worried about your master or your brother? Jiaoer's soft and boneless voice faintly sounded at this moment. Of course I'm worried about both. Miao Xianyu couldn't help but say, Master is very powerful, but brother is at the 4th level of life and death realm. Although the two of them are just exchanging pointers, I still know brother's strength. Moreover, brother is a sword maniac. Once they get serious, don't worry. Seeing Miao Xianyu's nagging appearance, Jiaoer smiled and said, Your brother lost. Impossible. It's up to you to believe it or not. Jiaoer faintly smiled. She sat down and stretched her body. Her face and curves that could cause one's blood to boil caused a large number of disciples present to blush and bend down. Sister Jiaoer, you seem to be very familiar with Master. Did you know each other before? Perhaps? Jiaoer smiled and said, I don't have any impression of your master, but your master seems to dote on me a lot. Pain, hearing this word, Miao Xianyu felt her heart tighten. Little girl, the pain I'm talking about is protection and love. However, it's still different from the love a man has for a woman. Is that kinship? Not really. Jiaoer smiled again and said, I can't say for sure. I don't know what kind of relationship it is. It doesn't seem like it's the concern of a lover. It doesn't seem like it's the concern of a family member either. However, I have a feeling that this fellow owes me something. Feel guilty? Who knows? Jiaoer giggled and said, In any case, your master will definitely be a powerful figure in the future. If he's willing to protect a weak girl like me, why wouldn't I let him protect me? Furthermore. And what? Nothing. You'd better watch the two of them quickly. Be careful of who gets hurt. Jiaoer muttered to herself in her heart, Furthermore, I have a feeling that I seem to have seen him somewhere before. At this moment, the battle in the field had already reached its climax. Between the two figures, the speed of their swords became faster and faster, and the sword technique became more and more mysterious. Some disciples could no longer keep up with the rhythm of their battle. They even felt that the sword had just been swung, but the next moment, the second sword chi had already been released. They did not even see how many times the two of them had exchanged blows. One sword, 3 celestial core power. Sky-destroying slash. Clang, two sword chis that were hundreds of feet long suddenly collided, and the two figures immediately separated upon contact. One sword, 6 celestial core power. Sky-uprooting slash. Boom. Roars and explosions rose and fell one after another. At this moment, the two of them were completely bloodthirsty. They attacked each other without holding back. One sword slashed down, the other sword slashed out. The entire martial arts practice field had already been completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were completely stunned. Was this the power of a swordsman? Miao Qingyun was a legendary genius disciple in the entire Miao family. However, Mu Yun, who had appeared now, was able to fight with this legend for hundreds of rounds without being defeated. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the battle would last for a day and a night. Miao Xianyu stood up and said nervously, We can't fight anymore. If we continue, something will happen. It's best not to stop them now. Jiaoer's soft and boneless palm rested on Miao Xianyu's shoulder, and she smiled slightly. This battle is extremely rare for the two of them. It's not only a test of their strength, but also a test of their temperament. Hearing this, Miao Xianyu was stunned. 1-9 celestial core power. Sky thunderbolt slash. Two explosive roars sounded at the same time. Mu Yun took a step forward and stood in the air. The broken sword in her hand was emitting a dazzling light at this moment. The 9 celestial core power condensed into a sword light at this moment, rushing to the top of the defensive formation and slashing out. At the same time, Miao Qingyun bent her body and suddenly straightened her body. The flawless sword in her hand was emitting a dazzling light at this moment. When the sword was out, she moved, and the killing intent exploded. The slash fell directly. The two streams of sword chi collided with each other. Boom, with a crackling sound, the two-sword chi completely exploded at this moment. Boom. 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 The muffled explosion sound suddenly spread throughout the defensive formation. The two figures were submerged in the sword light. Crack, however, at this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the defensive formation. F*CK, the defensive formation is about to break. Seeing this scene, Tuobayi suddenly cursed. Fortunately, I'm quick-witted and activated the second defensive formation, otherwise, boom. However, before Tuobayi could finish his words, a roar suddenly sounded at this moment. At this moment, the two defensive formations were completely cracked. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. It's all broken. Miao Xianyu immediately shouted, quickly. Retreat. All disciples, retreat to the mountainside. Actually, even without Miao Xianyu's words, those disciples had already retreated. At this moment, no one was in the mood to watch anymore. Was this still a F*King spar? This was simply a life and death move. Even so, everyone was still concerned about the outcome of the battle. Clang clang clang, however, before the smoke could disperse, a series of clanging sounds suddenly rang out. The two of them were still fighting. When he looked over again, he saw two figures flying up and down on the training field. Sword chi crisscrossed. However, when they saw this, everyone discovered that the ground of the martial arts practice field had already been completely turned into powder. Pieces of the cracked ground were scattered all over the place. It's over. How many spirit crystals did it cost to repair the martial arts practice field? Zonghai was dumbfounded. Are you worried about repairing the floor now? Tuobayu was speechless. The cost of 2 defensive arrays is huge. The two of you are really too much. Lu Ming was speechless. The cost of repairing the Flower Hill martial arts practice field and the defensive array is not small. However, shouldn't we be concerned about how long they are going to spar for? The three of you, shut up. If the three of them continued, Miao Xianyu really suspected that she would explode. If you have time to gossip here, why don't you go and see if any disciples are injured? Hearing Miao Xianyu's words, the three of them immediately shut their mouths. Miao Xianyu was the living treasure of the Miao family. Who didn't pamper her and contradict her? Without the need for the old patriarch to do anything, a large group of people would drown in her saliva. Haha. Awesome. This battle is the most enjoyable battle that I, Miao Qingyun, have had in decades. Same to you. The radiance of the sky chime sword in Mu Yun's hand became brighter and brighter. On the other side, the flawless sword in Miao Qingyun's hand seemed to be connected with her body. She was even more excited. At this moment, even the sword's blood began to boil. Mu Yun, let's decide the outcome with one move. Miao Qingyun laughed loudly. Indeed, it's time. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The sky chime sword immediately guarded in front of her chest. Mu Yun waved her hand, and 9 origin balls suddenly appeared. On the other side, cracks appeared on the surface of Miao Qingyun's flawless sword. The sword was buzzing at this moment. Sword of heaven and earth, extermination of heaven and earth. The vigorous true origin completely erupted at this moment. Miao Qingyun flew up into the sky directly. The flawless sword was crackling and rattling, which made people's hearts tremble. 1,000-meter-long sword radiance spread out with Miao Qingyun as the center. Seeing this scene, the crowd found it hard to imagine how Miao Qingyun could unleash such a powerful sword aura. Was this boundless sword origin really something that a human could control? However, it was no longer the time for the crowd to ponder. The sword radiance of the 1,000-meter-long sword condensed and appeared directly, even blocking the light of the sun. Exhaling slightly, Mu Yun sent the 9 origin balls directly into the skychime sword. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded, and the crackling and rattling sounds completely sounded at this moment. The tip of the skychime sword actually gradually recombined, and a complete longsword shape appeared. Triple Guai sword. With a low shout, Mu Yun pointed her longsword at Miao Qingyun. A sword aura appeared at the tip of the sword, which was extremely similar to the one sword of 3 celestial origin that Mu Yun used previously. Immediately after, another sword aura appeared. One sword of 6 celestial origin sword aura appeared once again. Then, the third sword aura, one sword of 9 celestial origin sword aura appeared. The three-sword auras started from 100 meters long, and eventually condensed to 1,000 meters long. The three-origin sword aura was not only origin chi, but also the complete fusion of the first three sword moves. Boom, the sword auras condensed, and a loud explosion sounded. The sound of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning completely spread from Mu Yun's sword. Mu Yun, victory or defeat depends on this sword. Victory or defeat depends on this sword. Seeing Miao Qingyun's excited and impatient expression, Mu Yun also smiled slightly. Miao Qingyun, you've lost. Lost? I don't think so. Miao Qingyun chuckled and took a step forward. As she took a step forward, her long sword fell, and the sound of the sword reverberated through the sky. At this moment, the crowd only felt their heads buzzing, and their ears and noses were ringing. You don't believe me? No way. From the middle of the mountain to the peak, oh my god, is she still human? Tuoba Yi, Zhang Hai, and Lu Ming were completely stunned as they watched the battle between the two. However, they were not the only ones who were stunned. Zhang Hai. Ah? I feel that we should go further up. I'm afraid that the explosive power of the sword chi will not only spread to the middle of the mountain. Hearing this, Zhang Hai and Lu Ming looked at Tuoba Yi with disdain. I'm not afraid, I'm just, Tuoba Yi quickly explained. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Hai and Lu Ming had already started walking towards the peak of the mountain. Hey, the two of you, at least wait for me. However, at this moment, no one else was in the mood to wait. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Even Jiao had a serious look on her face. It seemed that the battle had exceeded her expectations. Clang, in an instant, Miao Qingyun's vertical sword chi slashed through the air. At the same time, the sword chi in front of Mu Yun was also broken apart. The two huge swords collided in the air. Boom, there was a loud explosion and the entire sky was filled with sword radiance. Sword chi scattered in all directions and the crackling sound made one's chest feel stuffy. However, at this moment, the two swords were still in perfect condition. Break! Miao Qingyun's face turned red as she tried her best to suppress her long sword. However, at that moment, Mu Yun simply raised his sword to block the attack and swept it away. Miao Qingyun's long sword was placed in front of her, but it was suppressed by Mu Yun's sweep. Boom boom boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Mu Yun raised her sword and slashed at Miao Qingyun's long sword. Instantly, the long sword suppressed Miao Qingyun. With just this horizontal slash, the 1,000-meter-long sword chi burst out with unparalleled killing power. There was a cracking sound and the mountains surrounding the martial arts practice field were flattened by Mu Yun's sword chi from the middle of the mountain. This sword made a circle around Miao Qingyun's body. At the same time, it also cut the surrounding mountain peaks into two halves from halfway up the mountain. Sections of the mountains were directly shattered. However, just as Mu Yun's Heaven's Cry sword was about to flatten the last mountain peak, Miao Qingyun stomped on the ground. She raised her sword vertically and forcibly blocked Mu Yun's momentum. Just a little bit more and his sword chi would shatter. On the other side, when Tuoba Yi and the other two reached the top of the mountain and turned around, they were completely dumbfounded. At that moment, as far as the eye could see, the surrounding 100 mountain peaks had all been flattened. Only one mountain peak, which was also the last mountain peak, was still intact. However, the horizontal sword chi had already reached the mountainside where they were at. As long as Miao Qingyun was unable to resist, the mountain they were on would definitely be sliced off. Hold on, you must hold on. Seeing Miao Qingyun forcefully resisting Mu Yun's attack, Tuoba Yi and the other two immediately begged for help. If they could not hold on, the three of them would be directly sent flying and touch the sect protection array. Then, they would really be dead. At that moment, looking at the safe crowd at the mountainside below, the three of them felt a wave of regret. Why did they come up here for no reason? They were simply looking for trouble for themselves. However, the three of them were standing at the top of the mountain. How could they know the feelings of the disciples at the mountainside? The sword chi of the long sword could be said to be flying past their heads. If it went down a little bit more, they would be directly cut in half at the waist. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just watching a spar and they almost lost their lives? This was too terrifying. Everyone felt a chill above their heads and could not help but exhale a breath of cold air in their hearts. The mountainside that they were at now had become the top of the mountain. The position did not change, but their status seemed to have risen. Seeing the two sword chi opposing each other, Miao Xianyu's heart was in her throat. However, even so, the two of them were still holding on. Nirvana sword heart is indeed powerful. Life-severing sword heart is even more fearless. At that moment, the two of them smiled and spoke at the same time. However, the moment they spoke, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Two big shots, what kind of situation is it now? How can you still be chatting? Clang, suddenly, the sword chi separated and the two of them immediately took a step back. However, they did not stop for a moment and directly charged out again. Boom, immediately, the two figures completely collided. At that moment, the crackling sound completely spread out. Within the mountain, smoke was everywhere. It directly spread into many sword chi and gradually dissipated in the end. At the end of the spar, the shock did not seem to be that intense. Instead, it was shocking. However, an observant person would be able to discover that the scattered sword auras in the sky were currently entangled with each other. In fact, a slight spatial distortion had even appeared. The sword auras collided with each other under the spatial distortion. It was a long while later before they finally came to a stop. Finished fighting, seeing this scene, everyone immediately let out a breath of relief. Boom, however, at that moment, in the sky, at the top of the Great Sect Protection Array, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. The moment the huge black hole appeared, a rumbling sound directly spread out. Run quickly. Seeing this scene, Miao Xianyu suddenly shouted. Originally, they thought that the matter was over. Who would have thought that at the final moment, there would be such a huge collision? If it completely exploded, at least half of the disciples present would be injured. Buzz, however, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He directly waved his hand and a handprint appeared out of nowhere. The black hole that was about to break open gradually shrunk at that moment and gradually changed. In the end, there was a slight buzzing sound in the huge palm and it disappeared. Grandfather! Old Patriarch! Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, everyone simultaneously lowered their heads. You two stinking brats, are you trying to destroy my Miao family? Miao Qing looked at the martial arts practice field below and smiled bitterly. Grandfather! Master Miao! In response, Miao Qingyun lowered his head in shame. Mu Yun, on the other hand, smiled awkwardly. I only wanted to fight with Mu Yun, but I didn't expect. What's the result of the fight? Miao Qing looked at Miao Qingyun and smiled slightly. I lost. What? Miao Qingyun lost. Hearing this, the disciples on the mountaintop suddenly burst into an uproar. In the Miao family, in the heavenly treasure small world, Miao Qingyun was the strongest among the younger generation. No one could compare to him. Even he lost to Mu Yun, how was that possible? Yes, my grandson, Miao Qing, is naturally able to withstand failure. Miao Qing praised. Alright, the two of you should recover. Miao Qingyun, the loss of the martial arts practice field will be borne by you alone. Master Miao, you're exaggerating. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, I sparred with Miao Qingyun in swordsmanship, and we were evenly matched. How can you say that I lost? Brother Yun, you don't have to cover up for me. Miao Qingyun calmly stretched out his palm. At this moment, blood was dripping from his sleeves. The flawless sword in his right hand was completely stuck to his palm. He wasn't holding the sword, but the sword was sticking to him. A loss is a loss. Moreover, even if we fought to a draw in swordsmanship, I know that Brother Yun's strongest point isn't swordsmanship. In a true battle of life and death, we wouldn't have reached this stage. Miao Qingyun calmly said, moreover, I've been using my authority all this time. Compared to Brother Yun's third-level life and death realm, I've only barely managed to reach this stage. Miao Qingyun was already so calm. If Mu Yun insisted that they fought to a draw, it would seem like he was being pretentious. This battle is to my liking. Mu Yun raised his sword and saluted. Haha, my comprehension of swordsmanship has deepened in this battle. Many thanks, Brother Yun. The two looked at each other and smiled. There was no false affection between them. Mu Yun was overjoyed. This Miao Qingyun was a genuine swordsman. Along the way, he had only seen two swordsmen like him. One was his disciple, Moyang. Although this kid didn't seem serious, his obsession with swordsmanship was very deep. Every time he touched a sword, he would be extremely focused. The other person was Sky Sword Mountain's young lord, Zhou Zijian. After not seeing Zhou Zijian for a few years, Mu Yun wondered how Zhou Zijian's dual wielding had progressed. Without comparing strength, Mu Yun really wanted to exchange a few moves with him in terms of swordsmanship. The battle was over. Only at this moment did the crowd finally dare to let go of their worries. From then on, the Miao family's martial stage's defensive array was increased to 3 layers. At night, the Miao family's main hall was filled with singing and dancing. In order to welcome Mu Yun, Grandmaster Miao Qing held a feast. Mu Yun, come, let's have a drink. All right. After the battle during the day, Mu Yun looked lively and lively. Miao Qingyun had also recovered. As the master of the heavenly treasure small world, the Miao family naturally had a lot of elixirs. With just a few elixirs, the two of them could recover. Haha, kid, when I saw you in Baiyun City back then, I felt that you were not a fish in a pond. A person of the true dragon will rise to the heavens when he meets the wind and clouds. It seems that I was right back then. Grandmaster Miao, you flatter me. In fact, Mu Yun also saw that Grandmaster Miao was not ordinary back then. However, his realm was too low at that time. He had good eyesight, but he didn't have the strength. He couldn't see the deeper layer at all. At this moment, Mu Yun and Miao Qing were sitting in the seats of honor. The disciples below were drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was lively. Grandmaster Miao, Xianyu is the reincarnation of the 9 spirits Green Lotus. He has the soul of the immortal flower sealed in his body. Back then, you brought him into the small world. Did you ask an expert to help you? Miao Qing was slightly stunned when she heard Mu Yun mention this. You also know the secrets of the Eastern Wilderness? Yes. Mu Yun nodded. The Tianyun continent consisted of the Central Region, the Eastern Wilderness, the Southern Wilderness, the Northern D, and the Western Desert. Mu Yun had once been the imperial preceptor in the Eastern Wilderness. He had only glimpsed a small part of the underground world under the Great Desolate Mountain. However, the old man and the fire dragon had left a deep impression on him. Moreover, the old man had left a green light on his chest. Later on, when he was fighting with Yun Lang, if it wasn't for the green light's miraculous effect, he would have died. However, he didn't know who the old man was. Back then, I was hiding in Baiyun City. I wanted to see the amazing place called the God-burying mountain range tens of thousands of years ago. However, later on, I accidentally found the Great Desolate Mountain in the eastern wilderness of the Tianyun continent. However, the senior back then thought that I had some connections with someone, so he gave me an opportunity to save Xianyu's life. In the end, I also left the small world. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 10 Little Supremacies, why? Mu Yun was puzzled. That senior gave me a message, the pale yellow small world is not a place you can encroach on. It's best if you don't come. Mu Yun was even more puzzled when he heard this. The Southern Cloud Empire was only a corner of the Tianyun continent. It was very remote, and Baiyun City was even more remote in the Southern Cloud Empire. What kind of place was the God Burial Mountain range tens of thousands of years ago? Moreover, the old man and Guei obviously knew each other in the underground world under the Great Desolate Mountain. Mu Yun could roughly guess Guei's identity. However, since that old man knew Guei, he must be an extremely powerful almighty, or even a giant from the ancient times. However, how could such a person be willing to hide in a world like the Eastern Wilderness? The Tianyun continent was just a continent in the pale yellow small world. It was nothing. Now that she thought about it, that old man's identity was definitely not ordinary. Mu Yun did not have any clues about this. However, Guei seemed to know everything, but she was unwilling to say anything. Mu Yun. Miao Qing looked at Mu Yun and said carefully, thousands of small worlds are just a corner of the world. The truly vast place is in an even vaster world. I'm afraid it's very difficult for me to see that place in my life. However, you have a very big chance. Of course I want to go, Mu Yun reacted and hurriedly corrected herself. I will definitely explore the vaster world. Yes. Looking at Mu Yun, Miao Qing chuckled and said, "You are not bound by a world. I only hope that you can help Xianyu when she needs you in the future." "Of course." Mu Yun said seriously, "She is my disciple. Of course I have to take good care of her." "Good, very good." "Haha. These little rascals, with me here, they don't dare to play freely. On the other hand, you and I are chatting happily. Alright, I will leave first. You can play with them." "Okay." After Miao Qing finished speaking, she stood up and left. The atmosphere in the hall instantly changed. "Retreat, retreat. Retreat now." Tuobayi stood up and stopped the singing and dancing. He laughed and said, "Old patriarch is here. I don't dare to drink. We're all young people now. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk. Come on, Tuobayi. Do you think I don't know how much you can drink?" Zhang Hai clicked his tongue and said, "If you don't use your true essence to force the wine, do you dare to have a competition between men with me?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" The two of them immediately started drinking. This wine was not an ordinary wine. Instead, it was a fresh wine brewed from spirit flowers. It tasted the same as ordinary wine, but it was extremely beneficial to cultivators. It was also a precious item. "Brother Yun, let me toast you." Miao Qingyun stood up and said straightforwardly, "But let's say this first. Today, no one can use true essence to dissolve the wine. Otherwise, it won't be considered cheating." "No problem." After drinking it in one gulp, Mu Yun only felt a spicy sensation drifting through her throat. However, after the spicy sensation dissipated, her entire body felt warm and comfortable. Although this wine was different from immortal wine, it was extremely good. "Come, let's continue." Miao Qingyun laughed heartily. She was very happy. "Brother Yun, I originally thought that among the 10 great venerables in the Alliance of Small Worlds, there are also some in the 3rd or 4th layer of life and death realm. I've always asked myself where the gap between us is. Today, after seeing you, I finally understand." 10 great venerables? Miao Xianyu said, "Master, you still don't know that the Alliance of Small Worlds refers to an alliance of thousands of small worlds. The 10 great small worlds are the leaders, and the Wuji small worlds are always the leaders. Among these thousands of small worlds, the strong ones are like the Wuji small worlds, with countless life and death realm experts. The weak ones don't even have a single life and death realm expert. In the Alliance of Small Worlds, the 10 great venerables are the strongest 10 people. However, these 10 people refer to the peak guardians of various small worlds. For example, my grandfather. However, they are all heroes of the older generation. If there is an older generation, there will naturally be a younger generation. The so-called 10 great venerables refer to the more outstanding sons of heaven of the younger generation." Mu Yun was stunned again. Sons of heaven? The children of the heavens, in other words, the beloved children of the heavens. To be able to be called the 10 great little exalted, all of them are extremely talented. Their talent and strength are all first-rate. That's right. Miao Qingyun smiled and said, "I, Miao Qingyun, admit that my sword skills are superb. It's a pity that I'm not among the 10 great venerables. However, after seeing Brother Yun today, I know that if I'm among them, then the title of 10 great venerables will not be so convincing." "Brother Qingyun, you're too modest." Miao Qingyun waved her hand and said, "No, no, no. With your talent and strength, it's more than enough to be among the 10 great venerables." "Then, who are the 10 great little venerables?" Mu Yun asked again. Miao Xianyu replied with a faint smile. "Master, let me put it this way. Do you still remember Wu Jixing from the Wuji small world who is participating in the 4 origin fief?" "Of course not. I still remember that guy who stabbed me in the back." Miao Xianyu didn't answer, and said again, "Master knows this person, but you might not know that there's another person who is participating in this competition. His name is Wu Ji Luyun. This person's talent and strength are far above Wu Jixing." "There's such a person?" "He should be the person who has been ranked second in the previous rankings." "It should be." Miao Xianyu smiled and said, "This person's strength is above Wu Jixing. Many people don't know about this. However, this person has always acted unconventionally. Even Wu Ji Ao Tian couldn't control him. Therefore, very few people know about him. However, his strength is not to be underestimated. This person is one of the 10 Great Venerables? That's right. He's ranked 10th. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Wu Jixing was at least at the 4th level of life and death realm. However, Wu Ji Lu Yun, who was more powerful than him, should also be at the 4th level of life and death realm. But even so, this guy was only ranked 10th, then, what kind of abnormal talent was the one in front of him? However, although Wu Ji Lu Yun is ranked 10th, it's enough to be proud. After all, he's not even 50 years old. The top 9 are basically people from the 10 Great Small Worlds. Moreover, they're all people who participated in the 4 Origin Fief trial. Each of them is very famous. For example, Wu Jiling Tian, who is ranked 1st, participated in the 4 Origin Fief trial on behalf of Wu Ji Small World A. 100 years ago. He alone obtained 50,000 points, which is more than the total points of all the survivors in the trial ground. There's also the second, Yulan Tian from MOU Small World. He participated in the trial 200 years ago and was ranked 1st. This is also the only time MOU Small World surpassed Wu Ji Small World. Miao Xianyu suddenly said, "By the way, Master, this person is Yu Qingtian's brother. Master must be careful of him." N. The third is Xianxia from Holy Light Small World. This person is a descendant of the 3,000 saints and seems to have a special liking for Mingyue Xin. Miao Xianyu said in a strange tone, "He probably knows about your relationship with Mingyue Xin. This guy is not someone Luan Ran can compare to." I understand. N. Mingyue Xin? What's the relationship between Brother Yun and Mingyue Xin? Miao Qingyun suddenly said at this moment, Mingyue Xin is the #1 beauty of the Small World Alliance's younger generation. She's very famous. There are many people who like her. Brother, you're drunk. How am I drunk? This is just the beginning. Looking at the brother and sister, Mu Yun smiled bitterly in her heart. This was bad. The top 3 of the 10 minor venerables were all ruthless people with unknown cultivation bases. She had offended 2 of them in one breath. It seemed that she would not be safe after returning to Tsanghuang Small World. As for the 4th to the 9th, she did not know which Small World's geniuses would be there. There should be 4 Directions Small World, 5 Poisons Small World, Reincarnation Small World. It seemed that she had offended more than half of the 10 minor venerables before meeting them. Mu Yun, tell me, what's the relationship between you and Mingyue Xin? Miao Qingyun came up with a cup of wine and laughed. You didn't sleep with her, did you? If that's the case, I think that old Saint 3000 will be mad. No, there's also Xianxia. She'll probably chase you all over the world. Haha, hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Mr. Mu, today, do you know that your sword was only a hair's breadth away from the 3 of us? If Brother Qingyun had not blocked it, the 3 of us would have been dead. Come, drink with us to calm down. At this moment, Tuoba Yi and the other 2 stumbled over and laughed loudly. Suddenly, the scene was completely out of control. Everyone gathered together and shouted. No matter if they knew each other or not, they held hands and sat there chatting. They talked about the women they had chased and their experiences of escaping from danger. At night, the moon hung high in the sky. The noise in the hall gradually weakened. Mu Yun woke up from the table and looked at the large group of people who were lying around and smiled bitterly. It was a crazy night. Standing up, Mu Yun found that Tuoba Yi was still lying on the table, pulling Zhang Hai who was fast asleep. He was talking about the appearance of the 38th woman he had slept with and how beautiful she was. Passing through the crowd, Mu Yun came out of the hall. Her figure flashed and flew to the highest palace. She lay on the roof and looked at the starry sky. Every time he felt a little lonely, he would lie on the roof and look at the starry sky. For many years, it had been this habit. He couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of his past. He thought of the days when he first created the Cloud Alliance, drinking with Xie Qing, Hao Tingfei, Zhong Hao, Han Hui, Sun Yanzhou, and the others. They killed enemies together, fought together, and developed the Cloud Alliance into the overlord of one of the 10 major regions. The majestic leader of the Cloud Alliance, the immortal King Mu Yun who made people tremble in fear, and his master, Meng Zimo, who had always been willing to be the unknown donor behind him. Master, brothers, I will go back soon. I will definitely go back. Wait for me, especially my beautiful master. My alchemy skills have declined. When I go back, I will need you to teach me step by step, beautiful master? What beautiful master? Hand by hand? Looking at your wretched smile, I think you want to kiss me, right? Suddenly, a voice sounded above his head. Jiaoer held her cheeks with both hands. Her beautiful face had turned into a silly fox. She stared at Mu Yun and giggled. Jiaoer, can you stop fooling around? Mu Yun stretched out her hand speechlessly, wanting to push Jiaoer away. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Spatial Vortex. Mu Yun blushed and asked awkwardly, why didn't you dodge? Why should I dodge? Jiaoer was puzzled. It doesn't seem like the first time you touched this, right? Did you remember something? Mu Yun suddenly asked. Jiaoer snorted. No, but I didn't know either. I felt that you seemed to run to the roof when you were happy and lay there for an entire night, looking at the starry sky. When you were unhappy, you also ran to the roof and looked at the stars for an entire night. How strange. Jiaoer, seeing Jiaoer's adorable expression, Mu Yun couldn't help but hug her and pat her head. In this life, I, Mu Yun, will not let you die for me. In this life, Mu Yun would never let anyone die for her. No one, Jiaoer revealed a smile as she was hugged by Mu Yun. Her heart seemed to have completely calmed down at this moment. After staying in the Miao family for more than 10 days, Master Miao Qing finally came to inform Mu Yun that everything was ready and they could set off. Miao Qing personally escorted them. The two patriarchs, 5 elements Luo Tian and 5 elements Ba Tian, were inseparable. Jiaoer stood beside Mu Yun. Master, take care. Okay. Mu Yun rubbed Miao Xianyu's head and said with a smile, cultivate well. The next time we meet, you might be more powerful than me. I will definitely. Brother Yun, when we meet again, I will definitely spar with you again. Miao Qingyun looked at Mu Yun and smiled. The two of them shook hands. Miao Qingyun greatly admired Mu Yun's knowledge and experience during these days of interaction. If Mu Yun hadn't returned to the pale yellow small world, Miao Qingyun really wanted to chat with her for several years. 5 figures stepped into the teleportation array. After this farewell, it was unknown when they would meet again. However, Mu Yun's heart was filled with excitement. Soon, she would be able to see her old friends. Are you guys alright? The teleportation formation opened, and the 5 figures disappeared into it. The teleportation formation stretched for thousands of miles, heading towards a distant place. The pale yellow small world was located in the east of the alliance of thousands of small worlds, while the heavenly treasure small world was located in the west. It could be said that the entire alliance of small worlds was traversing between the two small worlds. It should take at least half a day for us to reach the place where the spatial rift is. Therefore, I will first tell you about the terror of the spatial rift. Miao Qing said as they traveled. I'm sure all of you are well aware of how powerful the space blade is. The spatial crack is where the spatial seal of the pale yellow small world has been broken for tens of thousands of years. However, although it is broken, the area is not large. But don't underestimate it just because it's not that big. Spatial blades. The smallest ones are a few meters long, while the largest ones are tens of thousands of meters long. And the most terrifying one is the spatial blade stream. Those spatial blade stream are all small spatial blades. They might only be the size of a finger, but they can instantly penetrate all of your defenses. As Miao Qing spoke, her eyes were filled with astonishment, as if she had recalled a period of time in the past. We understand. N. Heavenly King Luo, Patriarch Heaven Devouring, Mu Yun, and Jiaoer all nodded. Especially Mu Yun. The closer they got to the pale yellow small world, the more uncontrollable the excitement in his heart became. We're here. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. The scene before their eyes suddenly changed, and the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. In an instant, a few figures appeared in a layer of gray space. Only a faint light could be seen around them, blocked by the dense fog. Is this outside the pale yellow small world? Mu Yun asked as she looked at the scene before her. That's right, it's here. Miaoqing pointed at their feet and said, "The spatial rift is here." The few of them looked down and realized that a wisp of light had appeared in the gray chaos beneath their feet. It was only enough for one person to bend down and enter. "Let's go." Miaoqing nodded. She took the lead and entered the crack. At the same time, Mu Yun and the rest followed behind. Master Miaoqing was in front, Mu Yun and Jiao were in the middle, and Heavenly King Luo and Patriarch Heaven Devouring were at the back. Buzz, however, just as they entered the spatial rift, a buzzing sound rang out. Instantly, a sharp spatial blade that was more than 100 meters long charged towards them. The spatial blade did not have any color. However, as it moved at a high speed, it brought along a gust of wind that could be clearly sensed by anyone. Humph. Seeing the spatial blade, Master Miaoqing waved her hand and clawed at it. Bang, a loud bang was heard, and the spatial blade immediately exploded. "Everyone, be careful. We are now considered to have entered the pale yellow small world. However, we can only enter the small world after passing through the spatial blade in the spatial rift." "All right." Immediately, the 5 of them tried their best to stick together and check their surroundings. After all, Master Miaoqing had been here before and was experienced. With a wave of her hand, she led the group forward. From the initial few hundred meters long spatial blade, it gradually grew to a few thousand meters in the end. The 5 of them even encountered spatial blades that were more than 10,000 meters long. However, as time passed, even great Master Miaoqing began to feel powerless. The terrifying power of these spatial blades was evident. Fortunately, Master Miaoqing was with them this time. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if the 4 of them could pass through. Mu Yun had already taken out the soul-sealing cauldron and it slowly rotated above them. "Mu Yun, your little cauldron is quite useful. It helped us block many spatial blades along the way." Heaven-devouring Patriarch looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. "Yes, this cauldron is." Bang. On the other side, Mu Yun had just nodded and was about to brag about the power of the soul-sealing cauldron. However, before she could finish speaking, a spatial blade fell from above their heads and smashed down. The soul-sealing cauldron blocked the spatial blade and immediately tore it apart with a clang. Seeing this, Mu Yun opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. The others also wanted to laugh but were holding back their laughter. Jiao, on the other hand, could not stop giggling. "Be careful." At this moment, Grandmaster Miaoqing let out a deep shout and took a step forward. Heaven-devouring Patriarch and Heavenly King Luo hurriedly followed and stood in front of Mu Yun. Boom boom boom. "Oh no, it's the spatial blade. Protect yourselves." As Miaoqing finished speaking, she stepped forward. A faint silver light appeared and formed a shield that enveloped all of them. Immediately after, Mu Yun heard a loud boom in front of her. Spatial blades that were like bees and ants almost caused the space to distort as they charged toward them. Seeing this, Mu Yun was extremely shocked. To think that there would be such a tyrannical spatial blade outside this small yellow world. It was simply unbelievable. The countless spatial blades rushed to the front and collided with Master Miao's shield. The front of the shield even started to collapse slightly. "Is this the power of the spatial blade?" Jiao asked with a serious expression. Mu Yun said, "The few of us would probably be turned into dregs in a single move against the truly powerful spatial blades. How can we form a shield?" Mu Yun is right. Master Miaoqing said, "There is a terrifying spatial blade between the Small World Alliance and the Great World. Even those powerful immortals will die if they are not careful, let alone us. Everyone, be careful. We have to move against the spatial blades now. Otherwise, our passports will be destroyed sooner or later. We can only wait for death." "All right." As Master Miao finished speaking, he held his hands in front of him. The silver shield also moved forward bit by bit. At this moment, one could see that the front of the shield was facing the spatial blades. The signs of collapse were becoming more and more obvious. Woo woo woo, however, just as they were moving forward, a series of sounds suddenly rang out. Those sounds came from the depths of the shield. It was ear-piercing and was getting closer and closer. "Oh no." Master Miaoqing's expression changed when he heard that sound. Even Mu Yun was shocked. "Spatial whirlpool. Spread out." At this moment, they could no longer care about the spatial blades. The spatial whirlpool was formed by the spatial blades. Once they were sucked in, the 5 of them would definitely die. They had to spread out. Otherwise, they would all die. Master Miaoqing was furious. He had never imagined that there would be a spatial whirlpool here. Swoosh 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 sounds rang out. 5 figures flew out of the silver shield and into the air. Boom, in the next moment, the spatial whirlpool was tens of thousands of feet tall. It attacked the air and shattered the silver shield. Mu Yun raised his hands and held the longsword in front of him. Clanging sounds were heard as the spatial blades clashed with the longsword, producing clanging sounds. Heaven and earth convergence. Master Miaoqing used her ultimate move and formed a ball of light in front of her. When the spatial blades collided with the ball of light, they immediately spread out and scattered in all directions. Gather around me. All right. Swoosh 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 sounds rang out as 3 figures approached Master Miaoqing. They were Heavenly King Luo, Heaven-devouring Patriarch, and Jiao. They're here. Mu Yun shouted. She raised her sword and approached Miaoqing. Woo woo woo, however, at this moment, a spatial whirlpool appeared again. Damn it. The moment the spatial whirlpool appeared, Mu Yun immediately retreated. Miaoqing and the other 3 also hurriedly retreated. The rumbling sounds caused the distance between the 5 of them to widen again. The moment the spatial whirlpool disappeared, the 5 of them were about to approach again. However, the spatial whirlpools appeared more frequently. The 5 of them split into 2 teams. Miaoqing and the other 3 were in one team, while Mu Yun was in the other. Gradually, the distance between them increased. Gradually, Miaoqing and the other 3 could no longer see Mu Yun's figure. However, the number of spatial whirlpools increased. This won't do. We have to get out. Otherwise, we will die if we stay here. Master Miaoqing sighed. But Mu Yun, don't worry. Mu Yun is stronger than we imagined. He can definitely avoid the spatial whirlpools and spatial blades. Let's get out first. Otherwise, if the spatial whirlpools increase in number, we might not be able to get out even if we want to. This is the only way. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Heaven's Eye. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun was resisting the spatial blades by herself and constantly dodging the spatial vortexes that appeared. Damn it, is it easy to return home? It's fine if spatial blades appear, but now, even spatial vortexes have appeared. Are they playing with me? Mu Yun cursed in a low voice, but on the other hand, she was constantly approaching the front. Now, no one could rely on this. She could only rely on herself. There was only one last step left in her journey. Mu Yun did not want to die here at this moment. Mu Yun, don't you find it strange? Guiyi's voice sounded at this moment. It's very strange. A spatial vortex actually appeared in this place. Although it's very weak, it shouldn't appear here. Mu Yun said in distress, back then, I encountered a spatial vortex in the myriad great worlds. No, no, no. I'm not talking about this. Don't you feel that the trajectories of these spatial blades and spatial vortexes are very strange? I think there must be a rare treasure ahead. Rare treasure? Mu Yun was about to vomit blood. There's a rare treasure in this place? What rare treasure? Mu Yun was speechless. Could it be spatial blades? Forget it if you don't believe me. Hearing the ridicule in Mu Yun's words, Guiyi snorted and said, anyway, I can't get the treasure. It's none of my business. Alright, alright. Then tell me. What rare treasure is it? Mu Yun finally compromised. Facts proved that every time he argued with Guiyi, the one who was right in the end was Guiyi. This shabby place seemed to only have spatial blades, but there might be other good things. If he obtained it, it would be a pleasant surprise. Kid, you comprehended the concept of wind and subdued a wind source. That's why you can move around here with ease. Don't forget that the so-called spatial blades are actually the ultimate profundity of wind. They are gathered by the wind. If you encounter something good, you might be able to condense spatial blades. When that time comes, you can imagine how exciting it will be when you fight against your enemies. It's very exciting. My death will be even more exciting. Are you that afraid of death? Nonsense. You're not afraid of death, so you're dead. Although she was arguing with Guiyi, Mu Yun still followed Guiyi's directions. Gradually, Mu Yun also discovered something strange. Although the spatial blades and spatial vortexes were spread out over a large area, they seemed to have come from the same direction. The further she went, the denser the spatial blades and spatial whirlpools became. However, Mu Yun also knew that she was getting closer and closer to the center. He wanted to see what exactly was at the core of this place. Charge. A cold glint flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. Seeing that the front seemed to be the origin, she immediately activated her explosive speed and rushed forward. Boom. 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 Mu Yun's ears were filled with buzzing sounds. She couldn't hear anything at all. Poochie poochie, suddenly, under such an all-out attack, a hole appeared in Mu Yun's defense, and a few bloodstains appeared on her arm. However, Mu Yun did not care about this and only rushed forward. Kill. With a roar, Mu Yun directly executed the Nine Heavens Celestial Essence Sword technique. Her long sword slashed out and clashed with the spatial blades. I'm almost there. Seeing the spatial blades almost 100 meters away, Mu Yun's eyes lit up, and she charged forward. Buzz, however, at this moment, just as Mu Yun was about to charge out, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a ray of light suddenly flashed in the originally dark place in front of her. Under that light, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. An eye, however, what kind of eye was that? It was long, at least tens of thousands of meters. Just by opening a small gap, it was hundreds of meters tall. At this moment, one could see that the spatial blades had appeared from the opening and closing of the eye. I'll roast it. Mu Yun stood on the spot, completely dumbfounded. She even forgot about the pain of the wind blade scraping her body. Gue. Old tortoise, what eye is this? Slowly, Gue exhaled and said slowly, the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Even as an immortal king, he had never known about this kind of thing. What was the Eye of Heaven? Run. What? I told you to run quickly. If you don't want to die, run with all your strength. Damn it, I knew you didn't ask me to come here for anything good. Mu Yun did not say anything else and ran away. I also didn't expect the Eye of Heaven to exist here. I should have thought of it earlier. At this moment, Mu Yun ignored Guiyi's muddle-headed words. She turned around and hurriedly ran back. However, how could she run away at this moment? The moment Mu Yun turned around, the eye suddenly opened, and a powerful suction force spread out. When that powerful suction force approached Mu Yun's body, she gave up all resistance. This was because Mu Yun felt that even if she used all her strength, she would still die. With a buzz, Mu Yun's entire body was sucked into the Eye of Heaven and disappeared from this space. At the same time, on the other side, Miaoqing appeared on a tall mountain with Luo Tianwang, the heaven-devouring patriarch, and Jiao. Phew, Miaoqing took a deep breath and sighed. We're finally out. It seems that something must have happened in this spatial rift. When I came here previously, there were no spatial blades or spatial vortexes. What about Mu Yun? Jiao asked worriedly. Mu Yun will be fine. Miaoqing said firmly, this kid has many tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he has comprehended the concept of wind and subdued the source of the wind. With his movement technique, there won't be any problems. I just don't know where this kid will come from. I was only a little familiar with the Southern Cloud Empire back then. I really don't know what happened to this kid after that. Let's find a place to set up camp first. When this kid comes out, he should contact us. Luo Tianwang chuckled. I don't want anything to happen to him. Otherwise, the great emperor will definitely not let us off. However, Jiao looked up with worry in her eyes. However, at this moment, Mu Yun really had tears to cry. Old turtle, I shouldn't have listened to you. Where are we now? The Eye of Heaven. What is the Eye of Heaven? Mu Yun stood in a vast white world and said in frustration. His home was right in front of him, but now he was trapped in this unknown place. It made him want to die. Don't be so anxious. Guiyi finally did not argue this time. She patiently said, the Eye of Heaven is an eye born by the heavens. To be precise, it's just a stone. It's just a slightly strange stone. It was just a stone, a single stone had sucked him in. This stone was truly ordinary. What's the use of this stone? As you can see, Guei said, it can form wind blades. No wonder there are such strong wind blades and spatial vortexes in this small world. So it's because of the Eye of Heaven. Mu Yun, your chance has come. What chance? Take this Eye of Heaven. What? Take it? Mu Yun rolled her eyes and said, you're really ambitious. I've been walking here for a day and a night, right? Other than the vast expanse of white and a little yellow, there's nothing else. Who said there's nothing? Look ahead. Isn't it all gray? Following Guiyi's finger, Mu Yun looked ahead. It was really gray. F***ck. Mu Yun suddenly reacted and said, are you telling me that I walked from the pupil to the eyeball? If that was really the case, then Mu Yun estimated that he would have been able to circle the entire azure yellow small world in one day and one night. However, in the Eye of Heaven, he had only walked from the pupil to the eyeball. What exactly was this Eye of Heaven, an eye born by the heavens, the heavens? Could it be the 9 heavens? Mu Yun was completely stunned. Continue walking. Don't stop. You'll know when you reach the core of this eye. Now, she could only listen to Guei. Mu Yun did not know where she was at all. She did not understand this so-called Eye of Heaven at all. After walking for another day and night, Mu Yun finally felt that a different color had finally appeared in this gray world. Blood. We're here. When they reached here, Guei hurriedly asked Mu Yun to stop. The celestial extermination painting turned into a golden light and appeared directly outside Mu Yun's mind. The celestial extermination painting turned into a figure. He was dressed in white and his face was blurry. His hands were behind his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like the person Mu Yun saw in the Divine Space Treasure Cave. The figure floated in front of Mu Yun. He looked ahead and did not speak for a long time. Guei did not speak, and neither did Mu Yun. In the end, Guei could not help but turn around and look at Mu Yun. Kid, don't you think that I'm very handsome like this? Hearing Guiyi's baseless words, Mu Yun rolled her eyes and was speechless. Tell me, what did you find? You really don't know how to appreciate it at all. I admire your grandma. Mu Yun scolded, your face is blurry. What can I see? Just by looking at the outline of your face, can I tell if you're handsome or not? Guei shook his head helplessly. He turned around, looked ahead, and floated over. At this moment, what appeared in front of Mu Yun was a blood-red world. It changed from white to gray, and then to blood-red. Mu Yun felt that she seemed to have first reached the eye, then the eyeball. Now, she seemed to have reached the core of the eyeball. You said that I can subdue this heaven's eye? Mu Yun looked ahead and shook her head. Don't say that I can subdue it. It's already good enough that it doesn't play me to death. Don't you still have me? Guei pursed his lips and said, with me here, what are you afraid of? I'm only afraid with you here. Mu Yun said helplessly. But what exactly is the heaven you mentioned? You'll know in the future. Could it be the ruler of this world, the heaven that commands the gods? Is it a person or something? You'll know in the future. Could it be someone even more powerful than the first divine emperor? That would be shocking. To be able to call itself the heaven, how powerful must it be? Is it even stronger than the gods? You'll know in the future. Mu Yun asked one question after another. Guiyi's answers were very uniform and very standard. Then can you tell me now how to subdue this heaven's eye? You'll know in the future. Ahem. Guei suddenly coughed and said, I've been confused by you. This heaven's eye is damaged and hibernating here. It's simply a great opportunity for you to encounter it. If you don't subdue it now, even if you become an immortal king in the future, it will be impossible for you to subdue it. How was that possible? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Spiritual Rain from Heaven. He knew very well how powerful an immortal king was. Guiyi's words meant that even an immortal king would not be able to shake the true power of Heaven's eye. This was simply inconceivable and unimaginable to Mu Yun. Are you lying to me? Mu Yun exclaimed as he looked at Guei. What are you doing? You scared me. Guei suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Yun mockingly. His eyes were full of complaints. However, after shouting, Guei turned around again and looked ahead. Mu Yun was no longer in the mood to play around. His eyes were fixed on the depths of the blood ball. The crackling blood surged in the depths of the blood ball, giving off an extremely excited feeling. Do you see it? Guei suddenly spoke. I don't see it. Mu Yun shook his head slightly. However, at this moment, a vigorous aura arose in his heart. Gradually, his eyes began to turn red. Guei could tell that something was wrong with Mu Yun's words. He turned around and was stunned when he saw Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were red, and traces of meridians had appeared on his body. Those meridians seemed to be about to burst out of Mu Yun's body. That was all. However, Mu Yun's body was gradually growing taller at this moment. His original height of 1.78 meters seemed to be about to break through at this moment as he continued to expand. Damn it, I should have thought that the bloodline in this kid's body would definitely not be able to hold back when he encountered Heaven's Eye. Guei suddenly scolded himself for being stupid. His figure flashed and he immediately appeared in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun, don't look anymore. Guei shouted, don't look anymore, do you hear me? Otherwise, you'll die. However, at this moment, Mu Yun stood on the spot. His eyes were so red that they almost formed a beam of red light that shot into the sky. Ah, with a roar, Mu Yun took a step forward. Crackling sounds could be heard as his body completely exploded. Suddenly, Mu Yun's body grew several hundred meters tall, turning into 1,000 feet tall. However, the clothes on Mu Yun's body were torn apart, and a blood-red armor appeared on the surface of her body. The blood-red armor covered Mu Yun's entire body. A blood-red cloak suddenly appeared behind Mu Yun's back. Mu Yun was 100 feet tall. Her body was tall and straight, and her skin was blood-red. She looked like an ordinary person, but her height was like a small mountain. I knew it. This kid is one of the shepherds. As Guei cursed, he turned into a golden light and entered Mu Yun's mind. Mu Yun, calm down. Your bloodline and current strength are not enough for you to transform into a god. Stop now. Otherwise, you will die when your essence blood is used up. Don't be bewitched by this Heaven's Eye. However, Mu Yun turned a deaf ear to the voice that came from the bottom of her heart. Boom, taking a step forward, Mu Yun grabbed the blood-red ball of Heaven's Eye with both hands. There's no other way. Seeing this, Guei cursed. I don't want to die with you. Now, we can only see if you can subdue this Heaven's Eye in your current state. As soon as Guei finished speaking, a buzzing sound could be heard, and a golden light spread out around Mu Yun's blood-red body. Blood-red armor, blood-red eyes, blood-red long hair, and blood-red cloak. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a majestic blood-red god of war standing proudly. The golden light spread out on the surface of his body and enveloped him, forming a thin layer of protection. Guei was extremely vexed at this moment. He originally planned to use his divine ability and cooperate with Mu Yun to subdue the Heaven's Eye. This Heaven's Eye was in a deep slumber. With his ability and Mu Yun's help, although subduing it was risky, he was at least 70% confident. However, he forgot about Mu Yun's identity. At this moment, he accidentally triggered Mu Yun's bloodline and caused such a mutation. Now, he could only do his best with Mu Yun as the leader and support Mu Yun. I hope you have a good life. Guei sighed helplessly and collected his thoughts. At this moment, Mu Yun felt as if his head was about to explode. His body began to grow, but blood rushed to his head, and he completely lost all his thoughts. However, his eyes were red. The moment he lost his ability to think, Mu Yun looked at the blood-red ball in front of him, and a sense of hunger appeared in his abdomen. That sense of hunger caused him to completely collapse. Eat. With a roar, Mu Yun took a step forward, grabbed the blood-red ball with both hands, and began to swallow it bite by bite. F***ck. Seeing this scene, Guei was completely dumbfounded. He ate, this kid actually ate it. Did he not want to live anymore? However, Mu Yun did not care about this at this moment. The aura of hunger surrounded his body, and the blood-red ball was completely devoured by him in no time. The feeling of emptiness and hunger disappeared, but Mu Yun felt as if his body was about to explode. He was stuffed, the feeling of his body about to explode made him completely collapse. Kacha, 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 and Mu Yan's body rose again. From a height of 300 meters, he rose to a height of 500 meters before gradually stopping. What's going on? At this moment, even Guei was not sure. Although he knew a lot about that clan, he had never seen such a scene. What's more, Mu Yun had swallowed the core of the Heaven's Eye. Wouldn't the sky explode and die? Mu Yun was completely crazy at this moment. In the Heaven's Eye, he threw punches and kicks without any pattern. He was like a lunatic, waving his arms and legs. However, at this moment, Mu Yun felt as if his body was about to explode. Waves of energy needed to be vented. Gradually, the Heaven's Eye began to vent, and violent energy began to be released. At the same time, in the entire 3,000 small worlds, torrential rain poured down from the sky. The torrential rain was mixed with the sound of thunder. One by one, figures began to take shelter from the rain. On the southern sea's Fallen Soul Island. After several years of development and expansion, the Fallen Soul Island was once again rebuilt. However, due to the unity of the Blood Alliance, pavilions, terraces, and towers could be seen everywhere on Fallen Soul Island. Tall buildings could be seen even from several kilometers away. This time, in the depths of the Fallen Soul Island, a figure stood quietly in a pavilion. Xianxia was dressed in a long black dress, which accentuated her curvy figure. Her fresh and refined appearance was always so attractive. A deep longing expression appeared on her slightly thin face. How long have you been gone? 10 years? Are you pregnant? Xianxia looked at the majestic rain and thunder and muttered to herself, this world is so big, and there are 3,000 small worlds. Where exactly are you? Xianxia looked at the heavy rain, her eyes full of grief. Yuner! At this moment, a shout sounded. Wang Xingyao was dressed in a plain white short skirt, a pair of silver boots, and a tight-fitting top. Her long hair was spread out, and she was still as pure and charming as a few years ago. However, there was a tinge of redness on her pure and charming face. The panting Wang Xingyao ran to Xianxia, unable to contain her excitement. She looked at Xianxia and said, Yun, look. It's raining. It's raining. Seeing that Wang Xingyao was still as impatient as a child, Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Xingyao, according to the time we spent together with brother Yun, I should call you sister Xian. However, look at you. You don't look like a sister at all. Isn't it very common for it to rain? Moreover, you are now an array master at the Spirit Array Grandmaster level in the Blood Alliance. How would your honorable followers feel when they see you like this? Hearing Xiaoyun's words, Wang Xingyao blushed. What sister? Brother Yun hasn't returned yet. The Black-Scaled Wolf King, Mr. Black-Scaled, and Tian Wuyan from the Heavenly Elixir sect are both alive and well. Brother Yun must still be alive. Wang Xingyao complained. Who knows, he might have another woman outside. I don't care about that. I only hope that he can return safely. Yuner, you can't say that. If you say that, who knows how many women he will bring back with him. Xiaoyuner looked out the window and sighed. Sister Mengyao went out to look for brother Yun. I don't know where she is now. Sister Mengyao is still pregnant. I don't know if she has given birth yet. I always feel that brother Yun is different from ordinary people. Sister Mengyao is the Ice Phoenix spirit, the spirit of a divine beast. I can understand that. However, this child is too difficult to give birth to. Xiaoyuner found it hard to understand. It was just that not long after Mu Yun disappeared, Qin Mengyao insisted on going out to look for Mu Yun. However, after a few years, there was still no news. She couldn't help but worry. Aya. Wang Xingyao suddenly clapped her hands and opened her mouth wide. What's wrong? I'm here to tell you that it's raining. It's raining. Wang Xingyao said again. Xian, it's just raining, it's raining. Spirit rain. This is the spirit rain that the heavens have bestowed upon us. What a heavy rain. What powerful heaven and earth spirit energy. What kind of spirit energy is this? I can feel that these raindrops directly turn into the true essence in my body and nourish every meridian in my body. What powerful energy! Before Xiaoyuner could finish her sentence, the Blood Alliance's Qingyuan suddenly stepped out from below the loft. Looking at the sky full of spirit rain, they were so excited that their bodies trembled. Everyone began to walk towards the majestic rain and carefully felt the strengthening of their bodies. Yuner, do you see this? This is the heaven and earth spirit rain. It's not an ordinary rain. Come. As Wang Xinya spoke, she pulled Xiaoyuner out of the loft with one hand. In an instant, the boundless rain directly drenched the two of them. At this moment, Xiaoyuner felt the strength in her body unceasingly rising, unceasingly increasing. Spirit rain from the heavens, was he coming back? Xiaoyuner shouted, everyone in the Blood Alliance, listen to my command. Come out, and soak in the rain. Actually, there was no need for Xiaoyuner to give the command. Thousands of people in the Blood Alliance had already walked out of their houses and stood on the square, feeling the abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. This was a gift from the heavens. This was the birth of a prosperous era. At this moment, not only the 72 islands in the South Sea of the 3,000 small worlds, but also the entire central region, the 100,000 mountains of the sorcerer tribe, the southern region where the demon tribe was, the western region where the 7 great forces were, and even the core of the Tianyun continent, the middle region, and the southern Cloud Empire were all raining heavily. However, everyone welcomed this downpour with excitement. This was a feast from the heavens. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 streams of light under the great desolate mountain in the eastern wilderness, the thick fog did not disperse. The spirit rain fell on the great desolate mountain and dissipated. The other place was the Bayun mountain range outside Bayun city. A thick black fog had appeared on the Bayun mountain range and shrouded the entire mountain range. The people of Bayun city no longer dared to go to the Bayun mountain range to collect herbs and hunt spirit beasts. Not only that, but during the celebration, some people saw that the North Cloud mountain range, which had been gloomy for the past few years, was dyed blood red by the rain and the mist that covered the mountains and plains. From dozens of miles away, the entire Bayun mountain range looked as if it was on fire. Even the sky and earth had turned blood red. However, no one was surprised by this sudden change. In the past few years, the Bayun mountain range had become more and more abnormal. They had already gotten used to it. The heavy rain lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. During these 9 days and 9 nights, everyone in the entire 3,000 small worlds, including the dogs raised by ordinary people, stood in the rain without eating or drinking. They felt the blessings of the heavens. However, during these 9 days and 9 nights, Mu Yun stayed in the eye of heaven without eating or drinking. He wantonly vented for 9 days and 9 nights. At the last moment, Mu Yun seemed to have completely vented all the energy in his body. Only then did he slowly stop. The blood-red cloak fluttered without wind. His proud figure stood in the sky, the bloodlust in Mu Yun's eyes did not dissipate. Mu Yun, stop quickly. Stop quickly. Guiyi's voice made Mu Yun gradually feel that something was wrong. Where is this? Why am I here? The blood-red glow in his eyes began to dissipate. However, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He saw that there seemed to be 3 streams of light spreading in front of him. Mu Yun really wanted to grab the streams of light. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch them at all. However, those 3 rays of light disappeared into the heaven's eyes. However, Mu Yun clearly felt that he could see the direction of the 3 streams of light. The first stream of light flew to Blood Slaughter Island, one of the 72 islands in the southern sea of the 3,000 small worlds. The second stream of light rushed into the 100,000 mountains of the eastern sorcerer tribe. The third stream of light went straight to the center of the 3,000 small worlds, the floating mountain. The 3 streams of light flew in 3 directions in 3,000 small worlds. Mu Yun, wake up, Guiyi kept slapping Mu Yun's face. However, he wasn't corporeal. The slaps only hit the air. Huh? Where is this? Slowly, Mu Yun opened his eyes and discovered that he was lying in a forest. Most importantly, he was completely naked, and even his brother was shivering in the cold wind. F***CK. Mu Yun got up in shock. He looked at the illusory Guiyi and shouted, "Good for you, old tortoise. I didn't expect you to be such a person." You've been coveting my beauty for a long time, haven't you? Now, you're actually plotting against me while I'm asleep. I was blind to believe you. Pfft. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Gui spat out a mouthful of saliva. However, the saliva just drifted away like the air. You heartless person. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Why are you still nagging here? Gui shouted angrily, I covet your beauty? What kind of woman have I not seen before? Why would I fancy you? Mu Yan's expression was strange. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. You've seen and tasted all kinds of women, but someone as handsome as me, boundlessly handsome, and infinitely charming, fine. Shut up. Gui couldn't stand Mu Yan's narcissistic expression. He turned into a stream of light and entered the chart of celestial extermination. His communication with Gui relied on the true soul in his soul sea to communicate with the chart of celestial extermination. Fortunately, I'm careful. Every time I exercise with my wife, I cut off the connection. Otherwise, I don't know how much you've taken advantage of me. You, fine. Don't be envious of me. When I become an immortal king in the future, I'll definitely find a rare treasure of heaven and earth to create a physical body for you and return your origin. At that time, I'll see how handsome you are. I'll definitely be more handsome than you. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief and didn't quarrel with Gui. Now, we're in the 3,000 small worlds, right? Mu Yan exhaled slightly as she looked at the forest beside her. She was full of joy. However, when she thought of the heaven's eye that she saw earlier, Mu Yan suddenly said, that's not right. Old tortoise, what about the heaven's eye? Could it be that you couldn't beat that thing, so you took me and ran away? Ran your ass. Gui snorted and said, don't you know what you've done? What did I do? Mu Yan was speechless and said, I only know that when I saw that ball of blood, I felt the blood in my body boil. It was very uncomfortable. Then, I felt very hungry. Then, I ate a lot and felt very full. Then, when I woke up, I found that you had stripped me naked and left me here. I'll say it again. No, it was me who stripped you naked. Gui gritted his teeth and said, moreover, you have to know that I'm not interested in your body. You were crazy before, but now you're pushing it away completely. I went crazy? Mu Yan shook his head, but he felt a pain in his head. However, at this moment, he felt as if there was something extra in his mind. When the soul power touched, there was a boom. In an instant, an explosion sounded in his mind. At this moment, Mu Yan felt as if his entire body was about to explode. He couldn't see anything clearly. However, a deathly aura enveloped his entire body. Under this change, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with ecstasy. The profound meaning of death, the fusion was successful. This quiet change made Mu Yan's body tremble uncontrollably. The fourth level of the life and death realm was actually reached inexplicably. Fourth level of the life and death realm, even Gui was quite surprised when he saw this scene. He also didn't expect that Mu Yan would actually break through to the fourth level of the life and death realm at this moment. However, at this moment, Mu Yan didn't forget himself. All the profound meaning of death gathered in his body. Mu Yan hurriedly looked at his soul sea again. At this moment, there was a void in his soul sea, and in that void, soul power was constantly roaming. However, within the soul power, there was a true soul figure sitting proudly. It was Mu Yan's true soul body. Above the true soul's main body, an eye floated quietly. Heaven's eye. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan was stunned. Did he really subdue Heaven's eye? However, at this moment, Heaven's eye looked only the size of a palm. It floated above Mu Yan's true soul, motionless. It was like a Buddha sitting in silence, not stirring up dust. On top of Heaven's eye, the immortal extermination painting slowly opened, emitting a faint golden light. When it entered Heaven's eye, it seemed to be purifying Heaven's eye. What are you doing? Seeing the immortal extermination painting's action, Mu Yan said faintly. I'm purifying this guy. Gui was speechless. You don't have to worry about this first. Carefully comprehend the life and death ultimacy in your body. Now that you have reached the fourth level of life and death realm and comprehended the first level of death, you can now combine life and death. Try it first. As for Heaven's Eye, I reckon you can now grasp some power from it. However, there are more surprises later. Later? Yes. All you need to know is that the Heaven's Eye is very, very powerful. How powerful? Mu Yun was puzzled. Is it more powerful than the immortal extermination painting? Of course not. Guai said disdainfully. However, this eye will be of great use to you in the future. You have picked up a great bargain. Although Heaven's Eye is not as powerful as the immortal extermination painting, it is a first-class treasure in the world. In the future, you will understand more about the magic of this thing. Mu Yun nodded and did not ask any more questions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. Anyway, now that she had arrived at the 3,000 small worlds, it was only a matter of time before she returned to the Blood Union. Right now, she could prepare to combine the life and death ultimacy. The fourth level of the life and death realm consisted of 3 levels of life and death, and the last level was the combination of life and death, breaking through the shackles. However, when she reached the 4th level, the combination of life and death could actually begin to be used. However, this combination was only preliminary, but the effect was significant. When Mu Yun calmed down, she waved her hand, and a swoosh sounded in front of her. At this moment, a sharp spatial blade suddenly slashed out. This spatial blade was different from the spatial blade of the 8th level of the Feather Immortal Realm who had comprehended the law of space. With a wave of her hand, a hole appeared in the space, and the pitch-black spatial blade directly tore the space apart. So powerful. This is the powerful power of Heaven's Eye. You can slowly comprehend it in the future. Guai said. This is only the initial power. Previously, in the space crack, the spatial blade and the spatial vortex appeared from Heaven's Eye. You can use this to comprehend it. Amazing. Mu Yun could not help but try it out happily. This was much more powerful than the simple spatial control of the 8th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. After a short attempt, Mu Yun completely calmed down and began to comprehend. In the life and death realm, what one needed to improve was not a powerful accumulation, but comprehension. As long as one comprehended the true key, it would not be difficult to break through. However, what surprised Mu Yun was that this comprehension made her feel as if she had grown eyes in every part of her body. She could see everything clearly. The fusion of her thoughts and body was unexpectedly smooth. She had never had such a feeling before. A bright light appeared in her eyes, and Mu Yun's entire body tensed up. Her temperament quietly changed. In front, chase. At this moment, a roar sounded. The voice was hoarse and low, and it was clearly not human. A wave of demonic chi rolled, and a dozen figures chased after it. Senior Sister Bai, you go first. I'm not going. You go first. I'll stop Demon Emperor Luodi. You go quickly to the Blood Alliance and tell them that the demon race is attacking our Sky Sword Mountain. Go quickly. No, Senior Sister Bai, we are weak and slow. When we arrive, it will be too late. You go, we'll stop them. My name is Mu Yun, damn it. Seeing the demonic chi chasing after him, Bai Tujian immediately turned around and fled. 10 years had passed since Floating Mountain's encirclement of Blood Union. In these 10 years, Blood Union had grown stronger. Whether it was alchemy, refining, or formations, many outstanding figures had appeared. Now, they were famous in the 3,000 small worlds. After the Heavenly Sword Mountain was destroyed, the Mountain Master led the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Mountain back to the western region to rebuild the Heavenly Sword Mountain. In these 10 years, Sky Sword Mountain could only be said to have just started. However, 10 days ago, the demonic race suddenly launched an attack on Sky Sword Mountain. Their momentum was unstoppable. Fortunately, after 9 days and 9 nights of spirit rain, Sky Sword Mountain's disciples were struggling at death's door. However, this spirit rain not only allowed them to return to their peak, but also allowed many of them to break through. Only then did they regain their strength. The old Mountain Lord, Tian Yuzi, had already retired. The current Mountain Lord was the former young Mountain Lord, Zhou Zijian. In these 10 years, Zhou Zijian's dual-wielding sword had shaken the 3,000 small worlds. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, reaching the first layer of life and death realm. He could be considered an expert in the 3,000 small worlds. However, the demonic race had come with great momentum this time. They had many experts, and 3 life and death demonic emperors. The famous demon emperor Chuck personally led an army. His arrival was sudden and caught everyone off guard. The Sky Sword Mountain was unable to resist. Therefore, at this moment, Zhou Zijian thought of blood union and asked for reinforcements. In these 10 years, Bai Tujian's strength had also increased unceasingly. She had even broken through in the rain a few days ago. Now, she was at the 6th layer of Feather Immortal Realm Undying Body. However, there were several demonic emperors behind her. Their leader, Roddy, was a high-level demonic emperor of the demonic race, and was at the 9th layer of Feather Immortal Realm. She was simply not his opponent. Miserable screams resounded behind her. Bai Tujian's eyes were filled with tears. Flee endlessly, flee to Blood Union and ask for reinforcements. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Bai Tujian's mind. Back then, the Sky Sword Mountain was also in trouble. While she was running away, she had met that figure. Where was he now? Mu Yun, will you appear again? This thought suddenly popped up in Bai Tujian's mind. In the blink of an eye, this thought disappeared. Mu Yun had disappeared from the 3,000 small worlds for many years. How could she appear at this moment? Little girl, are you still running? It was at this moment that the demonic chi in front of him rumbled as a figure suddenly appeared. Xianxia. When he saw this devil emperor, Bai Tujian immediately raised his sword and attacked. Little girl, you can't beat me, Xianxia chuckled and pounced out with its demonic claw. Demonic chi that was dozens of meters long condensed into a demonic claw that slammed onto Bai Tujian's sword. With a bang, Bai Tujian immediately retreated. However, all of a sudden, a blade appeared behind him. With a puchi, that blade slashed down on Bai Tujian's back. Blood dripped out of the wound. Shan, who told you to hurt her? It's such a pity to hurt such a delicate beauty. Xianxia looked at a demon warrior and snorted discontentedly. Senior brother sect leader, I've let you down. Seeing the two attacking from the front and back, Bai Tujian knew that there was no hope for him to escape. He raised his sword and slashed at his neck. TSK. It's such a pity for such a delicate beauty to die here. With a ding, the long sword in Bai Tujian's hand was knocked out of his hand. A huge figure strode over. Luo Di, Xianxia, and Shan were the 3 famous devil emperors of the devil race. They were also Chuck's 3 capable subordinates. Many Sky Sword Mountain disciples had died at their hands. Bai Tujian, right? He's a famous elder of Sky Sword Mountain. Luo Di chuckled. You're so beautiful. Why do you want to commit suicide? Serve our brothers well and make sure you don't die. Then, we'll bring you back to Sky Sword Mountain and make that young sect leader of Sky Sword Mountain give up completely. You're right. Ordinary human women are too weak. They can't withstand the power of our giant demon race after a few rounds. Cultivators are better. At least we can play with them. Cultivators in the heavenly immortal realm are even better. They won't die no matter how we play with them. Their bodies are also very strong. Xianxia and Shan looked at Bai Tujian with excitement in their eyes. That's right. It's such a waste to let you devil race men play with such a beautiful woman. If we want to play with her, it should be us humans playing with her. However, as soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, a mocking voice suddenly sounded from a huge tree. A figure was sitting on a branch with his back leaning against the tree. One of his legs was stretched out, while the other was swinging back and forth in the air as he said with a smile. Luo Di and the other 2 immediately tensed up when they saw the figure that suddenly appeared. Some of the devil race warriors behind them were also glaring covetously. However, when Bai Tujian saw the figure, he immediately froze on the spot and remained motionless. Who are you? Luo Di's eyes were cold as he stared at the youth. Me? I'm Mu Yun. It's just that I haven't been around for many years. I don't know if anyone still remembers me. Mu Yun? Luo Di sneered. There are many people named Mu Yun. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and get lost. If you're not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, get lost immediately. If you are, then stay. I hate giant demon warriors the most. Emofan is fine, but you guys are too weak. Every time you see a woman, you can't move, right? Mu Yun held a blade of grass in her mouth and smiled. At least change your routine. Don't have to be the hero saving the beauty every time. Mu Yun, the devil race has attacked the western region. Burning Cloud Valley has already been destroyed. Now, Senior Brother Sect Master is doing his best to resist the devil race in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Are you still leisurely here? Bai Tujian shouted. Hurry up and report to the Blood Alliance. Senior Brother Sect Master, Mu Yun looked at Bai Tujian and smiled. It seems that Zhou Zijian has discovered his talent in two-handed swordsmanship. Not bad, he's already the sect master. Bai Tujian was anxious. Seeing Mu Yun, she was naturally overjoyed. However, she suddenly thought of something. Before Mu Yun left, she was at the 7th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. In the past few years, even if her talent was outstanding, she might only be at the Life and Death Realm. She might not put the people in front of her in her eyes, but this time, it was Demon Emperor Chuck and 2 other Demon Emperors who came. With just Mu Yun alone, unless she directly used some secret technique like a few years ago, Mu Yun would disappear for who knows how long. Now, the Blood Alliance's request for reinforcements was clearly the best. You still have the mood to joke, of course not. Mu Yun raised her hand and said, it's just that I heard that Zhou Zijian became the sect master, so I'm happy for him. Alright, let's go now. Go where? Even if they wanted to leave, they had to deal with these devil race people in front of them first. But Bai Tujian turned around and saw that Roddy, Xianxia, and the others were all standing on the spot, motionless. Their eyes were wide open like puppets. Don't worry about it. Mu Yun said with a smile, you, on the other hand, are heavily injured. Open your mouth. Bai Tujian opened her mouth very cooperatively, and a pill directly entered her body. In an instant, Bai Tujian felt that her body was full of vitality, and her realm was stabilized again. Me? Mu Yun urged, alright, let's go quickly. Weren't you urging me just now? Why are you being so wishy-washy now? Don't you and me. Let's go. Mu Yun pulled Bai Tujian up and took a step forward. Her figure had already appeared several miles away. A cool breeze blew between the mountain streams. Plop. 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 The dozen or so devil race warriors fell to the ground one by one, and they were completely silent. Blood flowed out from their necks, chests, and between their thighs. You really didn't die. Bai Tujian looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, but it's not bad. Since you disappeared, the entire Blood Alliance seems to have been injected with chicken blood. The speed of their rise is simply astonishing. They can't wait to split one day into 2. Is it that terrifying? Mu Yun was actually not worried that they would be worried about her. Back then, she had planted the life and death seal on Tian Wuyan and He Lin. If she died, the 2 of them would immediately die, and the people of Blood Alliance would definitely know. Therefore, although a few years had passed, they should know that she was still alive. Blood Alliance has now become a force that is on par with Floating Mountain. Now that you're back, it seems that it's time for Floating Mountain to end. Of course. Thinking of Floating Mountain, Yun Lang's figure appeared in Mu Yun's mind. She would definitely not let off a disciple who killed his master. I'm also relieved that Blood Alliance as well. However, there's one thing that worries me the most. My child, is it a boy or a girl? I don't know. Bai Tujian said bitterly. After you disappeared, Qin Mengyao also left Blood Alliance. He said that he was going to look for you, but there's been no news from him for a few years. Maybe what? Maybe like you, he's no longer in the 3,000 small worlds. Hearing this, Mu Yun blamed herself endlessly in her heart. Because of her, Yaoer had suffered again this time. However, she was pregnant with the child. Had she given birth yet? How could she safely establish herself in other places by herself? This time, she could be said to have walked around the various small worlds. Mu Yun knew about the geniuses and experts of the Small Worlds Alliance. Most importantly, Yaoer had the body of the Ice Phoenix's spirit, and she was pregnant with a child. Everything was uncertain. Hearing this, Mu Yan's mood instantly became very bad. What's going on with the demon race? 10 days ago, the demon race's army suddenly attacked Burning Cloud Valley. In a night, everyone in Burning Cloud Valley died, and no one escaped. Then, the demon race attacked my Sky Sword Mountain at lightning speed. Caught off guard, Sky Sword Mountain suffered disastrous losses. I originally wanted to go to Blood Alliance to ask for help, but unfortunately what? Isn't it more convenient to meet me than to go to Blood Alliance? Bai Tujian smiled bitterly. This time, 3 demon emperors of the demon race took action. Chuck personally led them. This person is at the 3rd level of Life and Death realm. Oh? Chuck? Dual Sword Paragon. He clearly remembered that it was this guy who had dragged him into the small world back in the central region. He didn't expect that today, when he returned to the 3,000 small worlds, his first opponent would be Demon Emperor Chuck, who had once captured him. Let's go. Mu Yan faintly smiled. Chuck is very powerful. He's at the 3rd level of Life and Death realm. Are you listening to me? I'm listening. You're still going? Why don't I go get reinforcements while you go support senior brother Zhou? No need. Why? It's simple. Because I'm stronger than him. As Mu Yan's words fell, she pulled Bai Tujian and sped up again. At the same time, outside Sky Sword Mountain, the scene was the same as 10 years ago. Outside Sky Sword Mountain, dark figures surrounded the entire Sky Sword Mountain. However, the difference was that the ones besieging Sky Sword Mountain this time weren't the 3 great clans, but the demon race. The demon race that had always dominated the southern region of the 3,000 small worlds. What was even more different was that the one guarding Sky Sword Mountain this time was the 2-handed swordsman Zhou Zijian, who had made a name for himself in the past 10 years. Outside Sky Sword Mountain, the demon race's army was vast and mighty. Lord Chuck, Sky Sword Mountain has sent out a total of 10 squads. We've already stopped 9 of them. The last squad is personally led by Roddy. I believe they'll be back soon. In front of the mighty army, a man over 5 meters tall stood proudly. This man's body was tall, and his 4 limbs were thick and solid. He looked even more majestic. Very good. Chuck nodded and said, We've received news that our giant demon small world is about to open a passage to the pale yellow small world. Therefore, the demon emperors decided to launch a surprise attack at this moment. We're preparing to unify the pale yellow small world and give Lord Patriarch a pleasant surprise. We must let Lord Patriarch know how great the strength we have accumulated in the 10,000 years we have spent in the pale yellow world. We must let our giant demon family know how great of a contribution we have made here. Yes. As Chuck's words fell, he looked at the thick fog in front of him and revealed a complacent expression. Xiong Ming, Xiong Bao, do you see? Humans are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. Haha. Lord Chuck is right. I wanted to see just how powerful this so-called 2-handed swordsman is. Who knew that he would only shrink back and not come out? Beside Chuck, a man with a stocky build laughed loudly. That's right. It seems like a month is enough to wipe out the humans. When the lords arrive, we will definitely be able to tell them this great news. All right. Chuck laughed heartily and said, In that case, pass down the order, prepare to attack. Yes. Yes. The 2 demon emperors turned back and immediately began to pass down orders. At the same time, in Sky Sword Mountain. On the main peak, Sky Sword Peak, many figures stood. Zhou Zijian was wearing a long white robe. He had an imposing appearance as he stood at the peak of the mountain. He looked into the distance. Black chi filled the sky as 3 powerful auras rose from the ground. He sighed in his heart. Husband. At this moment, a jade-like arm went through Zhou Zijian's arm and supported him. Zhu, why did you come out? When Zhou Zijian saw his wife walking out of the main hall, he looked slightly worried. It's windy outside. Let's go back. Zhou Zijian looked at Jia Zhu's slightly bulging belly and said with concern, For the sake of our child, you should also take care of yourself. Husband, you're too careful. Jia Zhu touched her belly and chuckled. After all, I'm at level 10 of the heavenly celestial stage. Even if I'm pregnant, it won't be a problem for me to kill the enemies. Moreover, Qin Mengyao is pregnant. Didn't she risk her life to find her husband? Qin Mengyao? When Zhou Zijian mentioned this name, a figure appeared in his mind. He was wearing a black martial attire and holding a long sword as if he was in control of the entire world. That kind of heroism, that kind of elegance. Qin Mengyao has the Ice Phoenix divine spirit in her body. She's already different from ordinary people. It's said that the divine phoenix can only give birth to a descendant after 10,000 years. I think Qin Mingyao's child won't be born without 10,000 years. Moreover, Mu Yun can't be judged by ordinary people's standards. Two long swords appeared in Zhou Zijian's hands. Back then, Mu Yun's casual words prompted me to abandon my single-handed sword and start practicing the double-handed sword. That's how I became the double-handed swordsman, Zhou Zijian. Moreover, it was because of her that you were able to let go of everything, be with me, and have a family. Zhou Zijian kept his long swords and held Jiazhu in his arms. He smiled and said, I originally thought that it would be enough to take care of the two of you, protect my little family, and protect the Sky Sword Mountain in my life. Unfortunately, now that the demon clan has invaded, I'm afraid this small wish can't be fulfilled. It won't be. Jiazhu looked at Zhou Zijian and said, You can do it. Looking at his wife's determined eyes, Zhou Zijian nodded. However, Zhu if anything happens to the front mountain, I won't. Jiazhu said again, I won't go anywhere. I'll only wait for you here. You have to remember that it's the two of us who are waiting for you. Woo woo woo, right at that moment, outside Sky Sword Mountain, a series of whining noises could be heard. The demon clan had begun to attack the mountain. Elders of the Sky Sword Mountain, Tian Jianzi, all disciples, follow me to the front mountain. Zhou Zijian said proudly with both swords in his hands. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Figures flew into the air and rushed toward the front mountain's array. You can do it. Jiazhu looked at Zhou Zijian's departing figure and said again, Child, I believe in your father. At the same time, the demon clan army had already begun to break the array. Chuck, aren't you demons a little too arrogant? At this moment, a shout rang out. Zhou Zijian took the lead, leading a group of people out of the mountain. Haha. Zhou Zijian, you're finally willing to come out? Demon Emperor Chuck had a mocking smile when he saw Zhou Zijian appear. Chuck, are you very proud of yourself? Zhou Zijian snorted and said, The demon clan knows that you're powerful, but if you think you're powerful, why do you have to be so despicable and shameless? Do you demons dare to openly fight against us humans? Why wouldn't we dare? Chuck chuckled and said, It's just that fighting in the open isn't as straightforward as fighting in the dark. It saves time and ends the battle quickly. I don't want to see the so-called two great human forces, Floating Mountain and Blood Union, when Lord Patriarch arrives. Don't worry. After I destroy you, Floating Mountain and Blood Union will come one by one. There's no hurry. Destroy my Sky Sword Mountain? You're talking big. Chuck chuckled and said, Naturally, I know of your dual sword prowess, Zhou Zijian. That's why I came prepared. You're worthy of the title of Dual Sword Paragon. Warriors of the Demon Clan, heed my command. Leave no one alive from the Sky Sword Mountain. Yes. Leave no one alive? Chuck, your Demon Clan's confidence is too inflated. A sword shadow descended from the sky. A white cloak tore through the air and descended. Father. Tianyuzi, you're not dead yet? Looking at the figure that appeared, Chuck chuckled and said, But you're useless here. Old thing, your potential has reached its limit. You're only at the second layer of life and death realm. How can you be my opponent? Your Sky Sword Mountain only has 2 life and death realm martial artists. Apart from you and Zhou Zijian, who else is there? Us father and son are enough. Tianyuzi roared and slashed out with his sword. I'll leave Zhou Zijian to you too. I'll deal with this old thing. Chuck sneered and took a step forward. His majestic body erupted with berserk energy. Battle cries resounded at this moment. Withering sword heart, chop. At this moment, Tianyuzi's entire body was bursting with intense sword light as he slashed at Chuck. Seeing his father make a move, Zhou Zijian felt guilty. Back then, during the battle between Blood Union and Floating Mountain, his father had suffered from a hidden injury. Even now, there were still hidden injuries. Therefore, he was only at the second layer of life and death realm. Now, he had to face Chuck, who was at the third layer of life and death realm. It was too far-fetched. Dual Sword Paragon, your opponent is us. Xiong Bao and Xiong Ming attacked at the same time, wrapping around Zhou Zijian. Die. Seeing the two charging over, Zhou Zijian's dual swords appeared in his hands. At this moment, he was no longer in the posture of a white-robed hero. Instead, he was like a god of death descending from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, battle cries and loud roars resounded. Outside the 10,000 Swords Mountain, blood gradually spread. Tianyuzi, you have hidden injuries, and your cultivation base is lower than mine. How can you fight me? Chuck chuckled. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with Tianyuzi. Instead, he was stalling for time. Since you're still jumping out, I'll let you see how your son dies in front of you. Isn't it good to experience the feeling of a white-haired person dying before his own? Chuck's punches and palms were all suppressing Tianyuzi. At this moment, Tianyuzi was being wantonly humiliated. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. On the other side, Zhou Zijian was facing Xiong Ming and Xiong Bao, and was in an even more perilous situation. Xiong Ming was at the second layer of life and death realm, while Xiong Bao was at the first layer. With the two joining hands, Zhou Zijian could only defend, unable to attack. Hee, you two, stop playing around. Hurry up and kill him. All right. Since Chuck had spoken, the two naturally didn't dare to disobey. With a loud explosion, Xiong Ming and Xiong Bao stood directly in front of Zhou Zijian, forming a 100-meter gap between the two. Xiong Bao let out a low roar and punched the ground, sending a powerful force towards Zhou Zijian. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zijian turned around, and his two-handed sword left his body and shot towards Xiong Bao. You want to stab me? Child's play. Xiong Bao chuckled and blocked with his arms. With a loud clang, the long sword was immediately sent flying. Do you have any other moves? Xiong Bao looked at Zhou Zijian and chuckled. Moves? Of course. Zhou Zijian sneered and raised his sword again, charging at Xiong Bao. Falling rain slash. With a slash, a sword light several hundred meters long shot towards Xiong Bao. Seeing this sword, Xiong Bao chuckled and took a step forward. Falling roar. Opening his mouth, a roar resounded, causing the air around Zhou Zijian to explode. This roar directly blocked Zhou Zijian's body, preventing him from advancing. I'll send you to heaven again. Xiong Bao chuckled and punched out with both fists. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studiosets going to choke me to death. Zhou Zijian, who was charging towards Xiong Bao, suddenly threw out the long sword in his hand. A buzzing sound rang out. Unknowingly, the sword that had been deflected away had been attracted by Zhou Zijian's sword and had directly turned around to return to him. The two long swords slashed towards Xiong Bao one after another. I've been tricked. Zhou Zijian had been luring him to attack. Don't be afraid. I'm behind you. Seeing this, Xiong Ming, who was behind Xiong Bao, chuckled and rushed out. Behind me? I'm going to kill you. Seeing that Xiong Ming finally moved, Zhou Zijian's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Twin heaven and earth slash. The two long swords were not in Zhou Zijian's hands at all. However, the swords carried a strong murderous intent. It was as if Zhou Zijian was holding them in his hands. They formed a spiral and slashed towards Xiong Ming. After luring the enemy, he continued to lure the enemy. When Zhou Zijian attacked Xiong Bao, he had set up an illusion to make Xiong Bao think that he was coming for him. He had set up the scene of the two swords attacking together. However, when Xiong Ming attacked to protect Xiong Bao, the person that Zhou Zijian wanted to kill was not Xiong Bao, but Xiong Ming. Damn it. Seeing that the two swords changed direction at the critical moment and attacked him, Xiong Ming cursed and retreated quickly. He had just used up all his strength and did not dare to take the two swords head-on. However, the moment Xiong Ming retreated, the two spiraling swords collided. With a cracking sound, they shattered into pieces and disappeared. Fake. Seeing this, Xiong Ming and Xiong Bao were completely stunned. Brother, watch your back. However, at that moment, Xiangbao suddenly roared and rushed towards Xiongming. With a turn, the two long swords came for him. Left with no choice, Xiongming could only raise his arms and hit the two long swords. Poochie poochie, at this moment, Xiongming's arms fell off one after another, completely chopped off at the roots. A cry of agony could be heard. Brother! Seeing this, Xiangbao immediately helped Xiongming up, his eyes bloodshot. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xiangbao, don't be rash. Xiongming's face instantly turned pale as he pulled Xiangbao back. When Zhou Zijian performed this set of swordsmanship, it was obvious that he had planned everything beforehand. The dual-sword paragon saint was indeed worthy of his reputation. Puff, right at that moment, the sound of someone vomiting blood was suddenly heard. Father! Seeing the falling figure, Zhou Zijian's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly went to catch him. The moment he hugged his father's body, Zhou Zijian felt a muffled force coming from above. Without any hesitation, Zhou Zijian threw a punch forward. With a resounding boom, Zhou Zijian's body was smashed right into the ground. Boom, a loud explosion was heard once again as the two figures fell to the ground. Father! Zhou Zijian felt as if his arms were filled with lead at this moment. However, this kind of pain could not compare to the blood on his hands, which made his heart ache. At this moment, there was a bloody hole in Tianyuzi's abdomen. The wound was so terrifying that it made one shiver. Humph! Seeing the father and son, the anger on Chuck's face grew. I wanted to play with you guys, but it seems like there's no need for that now. Tianyuzi stood up directly, and his aura soared from head to toe. Humph, demons, if you want to destroy my Sky Sword Mountain, you have to be able to bear the price. Tianyuzi's aura was high, and the bloody hole in his abdomen could be seen clearly. However, he still stood proudly. Father! Zijian, the older generation established Sky Sword Mountain. Can we protect it? We can. Zhou Zijian's eyes were filled with the light of death, and he held his long sword tightly with both hands. Good. Since that's the case, you and I will kill until the sky turns dark. All right. As soon as Tianyuzi finished speaking, he flew up. Blood flowed out, but he did not care at all. A glint flashed across Zhou Zijian's eyes, and his killing intent was unparalleled. One old and one young. You guys don't know what's good for you. Chuck snorted and took a step forward. Scram! That punch was thrown directly at Tianyuzi. A tyrannical force condensed into a ray of light that was thousands of meters long between the two, and like the tail of a comet, it slashed at Tianyuzi. Father! Bang! In an instant, that punch sent Tianyuzi's figure flying, crashing into the Sky Sword Mountain's defensive array. Ka sounds echoed one after another. It's your turn. Chuck was at the third level of life and death realm. Among the demon emperors of the giant demon clan, he had an extremely high status. Tianyuzi was at the second level of life and death realm, so he was no match for him. At this moment, Zhou Zijian's charge was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, even if it was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, Zhou Zijian still had to charge, because there was no way out. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Chuck sneered and stretched out a claw. With a clang, that claw was blocked by Zhou Zijian's two swords. However, in Chuck's eyes, this level of blocking was completely negligible. He exerted more strength, and with a cracking sound, Zhou Zijian's entire body was wrapped by the demonic qi. Sky Sword Mountain Sect Master? Prepare to die. Chuck snorted and punched at Zhou Zijian, who was wrapped in the huge claw. Don't. However, right at this moment, a tender voice suddenly rang out. A figure appeared directly and stood proudly in front of Zhou Fitness. He threw out both fists and punched towards Chuck's punch. Zhu, run. Run. Seeing this scene, Zhou Zijian's eyes turned scarlet, and his aura rose sharply. However, even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't break free. You've come to die? I'll fulfill your wish, poor couple. No. Seeing Chuck's fist coming down, Zhou Zijian felt as if his heart was about to shatter. Bang! In an instant, the sound of a fist exploding rang out, and a black mist exploded in the air. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned silent. Dang dang dang, however, when that fist landed, Zhou Zijian immediately felt the bindings on his body lighten. He struggled free and looked forward. At this moment, Chuck actually stumbled back 100 meters. His face turned red, and only then did he regain his footing. What happened? Cough cough, cough cough. Suddenly, amidst the dust, a coughing sound rang out. I'm choking to death. A voice said in dissatisfaction, Zhou Zijian, I just came back, and you're already showing off your love for a couple here. Is it really okay? Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Looking at that figure, Zhou Zijian and Tianyuzi were both stunned. Why, are you excited to see me? Mu Yun smiled and said, but the way you two are showing off your love is a little sad. You brat, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Zhou Zijian looked at Mu Yun and suddenly smiled. Hey, take good care of your wife. You have 2 lives. Thank you. There's no need for thanks between us. Mu Yun smiled slightly and waved her hand. A green light flew directly to Tianyuzi on the other side. Sect leader Tianyuzi, this is a hollow immortal pill. I paid a huge price to get it from the celestial treasure small world. Hurry up and eat it, don't waste it. Okay. Without saying a word, Tianyuzi swallowed the pill, and his expression immediately became better. Mu Yun? Chuck steadied himself and looked at the young man in black clothes in front of him in disbelief. Aren't you dead? A demon emperor immediately said in a low voice, My lord, the woman. Beside him is Baitujin. She's not dead, but Roddy hasn't returned to report. Back then, your claw didn't kill me directly. Now, you can't kill me even if you want to. Mu Yun turned around and looked at Chuck. Chuck was tall, more than 5 meters tall. His small arms were as thick as the thighs of some strong warriors. His skin was dark, and his mouth was full of white teeth. It was especially obvious. Arrogant. Chuck snorted. Back then, when you fought with Yun Lang, he didn't kill you. Instead, his body was destroyed. How embarrassing. But it just so happens that our demon race is also very interested in you. You, the descendants of the 18 demon gods, dare to call yourselves the demon race? Mu Yun laughed mischievously. Don't make a fool of yourself here. I think you haven't even contacted the patriarch of the giant demon small world, right? Mu Yun dared to say this because of Mo Fan. Later, she heard Diwen say that Mo Fan was the son of one of the demon race's 10 great venerables, Mo Jieluan. If this kid returned to the giant demon small world and got in touch with the giant demon race of the 3,000 small worlds, these demon emperors wouldn't do such a thing. You know the patriarch and the others? Chuck looked at Mu Yun and said in disbelief, It seems that I have to capture you alive and let the other demon emperors interrogate you. Just you? Are you worthy? How dare you talk to Lord Chuck here? You're courting death. Xiong Bao growled and stepped forward. Xiong Ming's arms had been cut off by Zhou Zijian. At this moment, he was vexed. Seeing Mu Yun appear, with his life and death realm, how could he be afraid of Mu Yun? The one courting death seems to be you, Mu Yun faintly smiled and stepped forward. Bang, in an instant, a rumbling sound rang out. Mu Yun directly grabbed Xiong Bao with her Jinyuan claw, making him unable to move. So strong, seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Xiong Bao was at the first level of life and death realm. Apart from the sect master and old sect master, who could resist him, but now, Mu Yun actually grabbed Xiong Bao with her claw. This was simply inconceivable. Let go of me, let go of me. Let go? Didn't you want my life? Mu Yun looked at Xiong Bao and chuckled, directly clenching her fist. Cracking sounds rang out, and Xiong Bao's body suddenly shrank, his bones crackling. Mu Yun's tyrannical strength was completely revealed. Husband, seeing Mu Yun's action, Jiazhu was startled. Back then, when she saw Mu Yun in Heaven-Chosen Mountain, Mu Yun was very weak in front of her. But now, it seemed like she didn't even have the qualifications to look up to Mu Yun. He has become stronger again. How could Zhou Zijian not be surprised? In the past 10 years, his improvement could be said to be terrifying. But he was still inferior to Mu Yun. Every time this guy appeared, he would always give people a pleasant surprise, or even, a fright. In the end, Xiongbao's body turned into a cloud of blood without any resistance and directly exploded. Seeing this scene, Chuck knew that he was no match for Mu Yun. For armies, Chuck, I still remember the kindness you showed me back then. Retreat, retreat. Almost in an instant, Chuck let out a loud shout and his figure flashed, directly fleeing into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Seeing Chuck running away, Mu Yun sneered. Bang! Suddenly, Chuck, who had flown 10,000 meters away in the blink of an eye, crashed into a barrier with a bang. Trapped? A chill spread through Chuck's heart. I've learned some new means over the years. It's a good opportunity to give them a try. Mu Yun took a step forward, and a buzzing sound gradually sounded around her. Swish 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 sounds rang out. In an instant, sharp spatial blades quietly spread out with Mu Yun as the center. Disperse, quickly disperse. Seeing this, Chuck couldn't help but shout. It's too late. Mu Yun put her hands down, and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Streaks of sharp spatial blades spread out with Mu Yun as the center like thousands of soldiers and horses. Poochie poochie, in an instant, Mu Yun's spatial blade was like a meat grinder, spreading out among the crowd. The churning machine continued to erode the formation of the demonic race army. There were screams, wails, cries, and curses. One after another. At this moment, the area outside the Sky Sword Mountain had turned into hell. Fear was the only thing left in everyone's heart. Chuck was completely stupefied when he saw with his own eyes how Mu Yun slaughtered the devil army like ants. My lord, save me, save me. Puff, run. Run. At this moment, the entire demon race army was in complete chaos. Killing to stop killing had always been Mu Yun's method. Instead of making the enemy feel grateful, it was better to make the enemy feel terrified. I'll kill you. Seeing this, Chuck was completely enraged. Fight? Can you afford it? Mu Yun immediately flew up and unsheathed her sword. Heaven's cry sword, heaven's cry. With a swoosh, Mu Yun directly slashed out with his sword in the first exchange. Chuck looked at his head leaving his body. That empty and desolate sword heart caused his entire body and soul to completely collapse. Until his death, he still couldn't understand why. Why was it like this? Once the sword was out, Chuck was dead. Mu Yun retracted her sword and landed. There are only some small fries left. I think it's just nice for your disciples to train. Not bad, right? Mu Yun flew down, her black robe without a trace of blood. The sharp murderous aura also dissipated. A strand of long hair fluttered gently in front of his forehead, making him look like a young master from an aristocratic family. Mu Yun is back. Of course not. Zhou Zijian brandished both his swords and gave the order. Instantly, the Sky Sword Mountain disciples were filled with hot blood. They poured it into their swords and charged forward. Mu Yun's strength had given them too much of a shock. His swordsmanship shocked them even more. Killing Chuck with one strike. What kind of strength was this? What kind of sword technique was this? The performance of the strong could always make people's blood boil. At this moment, the blood of the people of Sky Sword Mountain began to boil. Seeing the defeated demon race warriors, Zhou Zijian patted Mu Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, "You're finally back. I knew that you would come back. However, I didn't know that you're going to be a father soon." Mu Yun smiled as he looked at Jia Zhu. "I still have to thank you." Zhou Zijian smiled. "If it weren't for your battle back then, Zhuer wouldn't have left the floating mountain sect to be with me. No matter what, it's fine as long as the ending is perfect, isn't it?" "Yes." Looking at Mu Yun, Zhou Zijian laughed. His eyes were filled with joy. Although he wasn't a brother with Mu Yun, they were closer than friends. This feeling was very good. Senior Tian Yuzi. Mu Yun cupped his hands and looked at Tian Yuzi. "How is the hollow immortal pill?" "It's very special." Seeing the wound on his abdomen heal, Tian Yuzi smiled. "Kid, you're really capable. It's good that you're very good. Otherwise, I would have to settle the score with Master Miaoqing." Achoo! At this moment, in an empire's palace in the 3,000 small worlds, Master Miaoqing suddenly sneezed in the emperor's bedroom. "It's definitely Mu Yun scolding me. Master Miaoqing scolded as she looked at the emperor, who had already wet himself in fear. Master Miao, we can't do this. Luo Tianwang said helplessly. Over the past few days, starting from the Nanyun Empire, we've asked dozens of emperors, big and small, but there's no news of Mu Yun at all. That's right. The 3,000 small worlds are so vast. Where are we going to find her? Patriarch Heaven Devouring sat on the dragon throne and said helplessly. Miaoqing said with a bitter face, this area is the closest to where we landed. If Mu Yun appeared, he should be in this area as well. Who knows where that brat landed? The emperors of the secular world have the greatest authority. The fastest way to find out is to ask the emperors. Are you sure you can ask them? Jiaower chuckled as she looked at the emperor, whose face was already as pale as ash. Master Miaoqing was also helpless. The auras on their bodies were too powerful. Some of these emperors were directly captured when they were attending morning court. Some were directly captured when they were indulging in their concubines. Some were directly lifted up when their dreams came true. Every one of them treated the four of them as immortals and were scared out of their wits. I don't think we can continue searching like this. Jiaower smiled and said, Mu Yun was forced to leave the 3,000 small worlds previously. I'm afraid she has a force in the core of the 3,000 small worlds. It's more appropriate for us to go there and take a look, right? That's the only way. Master Miaoqing sighed and left. Seeing the four figures leave, the emperor, who had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, slowly raised his head. When he saw that there was no one in the bedroom, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, his crotch was already wet. 3000 Small Worlds, Western Region, Sky Sword Mountain. I didn't expect this. Tianyuzi looked at Mu Yun and was still shocked. After so many years, you. Even I can't resist you now. Senior, what are you saying? Mu Yun chuckled. Now that I'm back, it's time for some changes to our pale yellow small world. Pale yellow small world? Tianyuzi and Zhou Zijian were stunned. Tens of thousands of years ago, the 3,000 small worlds weren't called the 3,000 small worlds. Its original name was Pale Yellow Small World. Moreover, this place is coveted by thousands of small worlds. I believe that it will be chaotic soon. Mu Yun gave a simple introduction. The demon race this time is just the beginning. Senior, Zijian, it's best that the two of you leave Sky Sword Mountain temporarily and go to the Blood Alliance. I won't let anyone be in danger this time. Yes. Zhou Zijian nodded and said, the demon race destroyed Burning Cloud Valley at lightning speed. The Valley Master of Burning Cloud Valley, Fen Jiutian, was buried in the valley. Now, they are targeting our Sky Sword Mountain. I reckon that the Floating Mountain and the Blood Alliance are the places that the demon race will focus on this time. The southern region should be relatively safer. Mu Yun nodded and said, after all, the demon race in the northern region has to go through the Floating Mountain and the major forces in the central region if they want to spread. Yes. Looking at Zhou Zijian, Mu Yun said again, not bad. All these years, the title of Dual Sword Paragon has landed on your head. Compared to you, this title is just an empty title. Zhou Zijian looked at Mu Yun and said, during the time that you were away, the Blood Alliance has undergone tremendous changes. Your two wives are incredible. Previously, when Qin Mengyao was here, the Blood Alliance flourished in her hands. After Qin Mengyao left, the dominance that Xiaoyun and Wang Xingya displayed was also amazing. Oh, right, and your two disciples, Qi something and that swordsman Moyang, are really amazing. Oh? Qi Ming and Moyang? That's right. Zhou Zijian chuckled and said, they are two incredible young talents. These two are real geniuses. I didn't expect that the two disciples that you took in Baiyun City back then could have such achievements. Of course, I have a good eye. Mu Yan's eyes were filled with pride as she chuckled and said, I don't have any problems here for the time being. You should return to the Blood Alliance first. The reason why those people can come to this day is all because of you. You are their backbone. Mu Yun nodded and said, if you have thought it through, you should come to the Blood Alliance as soon as possible. The pale yellow small world is going to be chaotic. You are not only carrying your own life. All right. After bidding farewell to Zhou Zijin, Mu Yun did not head directly to the Blood Alliance. Instead, she flew in the direction of the burning Cloud Valley. She had to see if the Demon Clan still had a backup plan. Otherwise, if she left and the Demon Clan came back and besieged the Sky Sword Mountain again, it would probably be an even stronger attack. Mu Yun only stopped after traveling hundreds of thousands of miles further north of the burning Cloud Valley. It seems that not all of the Demon Clan's troops are in the western region. Nodding, Mu Yun headed directly to the southern region. At the same time, in the entire 3,000 small worlds. In the central region, countless Demon Clan's troops were marching towards the central region. Report. Lord Xianxia, Lord Zhaku has not replied yet. How is the situation in the western region? In front of the Demon Clan's army, a figure rushed over and knelt down with cupped hands. Eh? In front, a figure with a height of nearly 10 meters turned around and shouted with a thunderous voice, "This Zhaku, the western region is the easiest to deal with among the other 4 regions. Even the burning Cloud Valley has been uprooted. The Sky Sword Mountain, 7-Star Sect, and Holy Sparrow Sect are on par with the burning Cloud Valley. As for the Jin clan, Lin clan, and Shi clan, they were almost completely uprooted 10 years ago. This guy is really unreliable. Xianxia, don't talk about him anymore." A man with a height of 10 meters laughed and said, "Zhaku is now at the 3rd level of life and death realm. No one in the western region is his match. Don't worry about him." And Wild Bear, Jerry, and Jess led their troops around the southern region and finally arrived at the southern region. Are they in position? Wild Bear smiled and said, "They are both at the 6th level of life and death realm. No one in the Blood Alliance is their match. There shouldn't be any problem." Good. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Lewis and Corkins led their troops to the sorcerer tribe. These lowly humans should know the power of our demon clan. It's so good to see you again." The passage to the giant demon small world had been quiet for many years, but now, it suddenly appeared. It should be about to be opened. As the commander of the pale yellow small world, he had to make some achievements. Because of that despicable venerable cloud, the passage was broken and they lost contact with the giant demon race. Today, they were conserving their strength. The only person who could threaten them in the entire pale yellow small world was the Floating Mountains Mountain Lord, Yun Lang. This was the time for them to blow the horn of counterattack. Xianxia was confident that he was at the 7th level of life and death realm. With Violent Bear, a 7th level life and death realm expert working together, the super forces of the central region led by Floating Mountain would not be able to resist. The army in the South Sea region had already secretly passed through the central region and started advancing. With Jerry and Jess, 2 6th level life and death realm demon emperors, there was no problem. In addition, the 100,000 mountains of the east, Louis and Corkins were at the 5th level of life and death realm. No one could stop them. How could the sorcerer progenitor stop them alone? Everything was under his control. Giant demon race, in order to return to the arms of the Lord Demon Race, charge. With this order, the army of tens of thousands of demon race soldiers split up and headed toward the various forces of the central region. At this point, the flames of war had been ignited between Myriad Formation Sect, Armament Sect, Limitless Demon Sect, Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, Zhu Family, Black Moon Sacred Ground, and Floating Mountain. At the same time, under the leadership of the 2 demon emperors, Lewis and Corkins, another army of the demon clan marched towards the sorcerer tribe in the 100,000 mountain range in the east. Corkins, the 100,000 mountains terrain is complicated. We'll split the army into small groups to deal with the scattered tribes of the sorcerer tribe. This time, we have to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the sorcerer tribe will be familiar with the 100,000 mountains, and we'll have a hard time. Don't worry, Brother Louis. We'll be the first to get the credit. In the future, when we see the Lord Patriarch, the rewards will be great. Good. Louis laughed. Now, everyone, listen to my order. 100 people in a small group, 1,000 in a medium group, and 10,000 in a large group. We'll break up the sorcerer tribe. Yes. The majestic army directly charged into the forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. Meanwhile, in the southern sea region, one by one, the giant warships headed toward the southern region. At this moment, in front of the leading ship, there were two figures looking at the sea with smiles on their faces. Jieli, I heard that Fallen Soul Island is the leader of the 72 islands in the South Sea. In the past 10 years, the Blood Alliance has grown stronger. What do you think is so good about the Blood Alliance? Hee, Jessie, you don't know. Jieli, who was over 7 meters tall, chuckled and said, I heard that Mu Yun has 3 wives. 2 of them are currently on the island. It is said that one of them is delicate and lovely, while the other is pure and lovely. Moreover, one of them is the young saintess of the profound moon holy land, and the other is the proud daughter of the myriad array sect. She is now an array master. Under the leadership of these 2 people, in addition to the talents recruited by Mu Yun, the Blood Alliance has flourished in the past few years. However, although the Blood Alliance is strong, the real backbone strength is some young geniuses. They are still inferior to us. This time, I fought hard to attack the Blood Alliance. I want to see how powerful Mu Yun's 2 wives are. Hearing this, Jessie laughed and said, You want to see how powerful they are in bed, right? You know me well. Haha. Accompanied by loud laughter, the majestic demon army, which consisted of thousands of warships, headed directly toward the 72 islands in the South Sea. At this moment, the entire 3,000 small worlds were completely engulfed in the flames of war. However, at this moment, Mu Yun began to head toward the southern region from the western region. In less than half a day, Mu Yun was filled with excitement as she looked at the boundless sea. Others would not be able to understand the feeling of a wanderer returning to his hometown. Her speed became faster and faster. Mu Yun was almost using the ultimate wind ultimacy. She could not wait to return to Fallen Soul Island immediately. Everyone, are you okay? I, Mu Yun, am back. After saying this, Mu Yun left an afterimage on the spot and completely disappeared. At the same time, in the Blood Alliance, Xiaoyuner stayed in her room and dealt with the daily affairs. Second Masteress, regarding the dispatch of the artificers in the Blood Alliance, as well as the daily training, I have already decided on a plan with Elder He Yan. Oh, Su Xiaoming of Armament Sect is here. He said that he wants to discuss the recent cooperation with the Blood Alliance. Amen. Xiaoyuner nodded and said, Qi Ming, you can handle this matter. Me? Qi Ming was stunned and said, I have only been in the Blood Alliance for a few years. I'm afraid that I don't have enough experience. It's alright. Elder He Yan has already told me that he wants to step down and give the position of Artifact Pavilion's Pavilion Master to you. Xiaoyuner smiled and said, if he was not worried about delaying your artifact forging, he would have done so long ago. Elder He Yan is just flattering me. Don't be so humble. Xiaoyuner praised, Big Brother Yan's eyesight is indeed not bad. Your artifact forging skills are exactly the same as his, and your progress is even more shocking. Right now, even Su Xiaoming is saying that he will be surpassed by you very soon and is lamenting his inferiority. It's all thanks to the contract diagrams that Master left behind. Qi Ming smiled slightly and was extremely humble. Second Masteress, I just can't stand this Qi Ming brat acting like a gentleman all day long. It makes others say that he is like Master, but I am not. Qi Ming smiled again and said, Master is indeed very humble. Who said that? Master is stuffy. His head is filled with sinister tricks. You two have no respect for your elders. Xiaoyuner scolded with a smile, be careful not to let him hear you. He will punish you immediately. Moyang, I heard from Sister Yao that you were the most troublesome student in Brother Yun's class in the past, right? Cough cough, a real man does not talk about his past achievements. A real man does not talk about his past achievements, Moyang smiled awkwardly. Alright, the two of you hurry up and settle the things on hand. I am very busy here and have no time to chat with the two of you. Okay, this disciple will take his leave. This disciple will take his leave. The two figures immediately retreated out of the room. Second Masteress, you said that Master is back. Are you going to reward him with a big hug or a misty rain? Xiaoyuner lowered her head to settle the work on hand when a voice suddenly rang out. The two of you, this kind of question, Qi Ming and Moyang actually dared to ask such a frivolous question. They were becoming more and more unruly. Xiaoyuner was about to fly into a rage, but the moment she raised her head, she was stunned. A figure was standing in front of her desk. His head was lowered and his eyes were fixed on her. That face had a hint of youthfulness and the vicissitudes of life, and there was a faint smile on it. His long hair was tied into a bun at the back of his head. There seemed to be a signature strand of hair in front of his forehead that covered his eyes. His originally slightly fair skin now seemed to have a healthy bronze color, but it was not obvious. Their eyes met. She could feel the scorching gaze of the person in front of her. That depends on whether your master wants a hug or a misty rain. Xiaoyuner held back the tears in her eyes. She raised her head and looked at the person in front of her. She said angrily, "But if he comes back, I will definitely give him a good beating. Only then will I not feel wronged for all the hard work I have suffered these few years. In that case, I will give you a good beating first." In a flash, Mu Yun came directly to the front of the desk and pulled the beautiful body into his arms. Feeling the familiar fragrance of her hair, Mu Yun said softly, "It's so good to be able to see you again." "Me too." Xiaoyuner originally thought that she would be very calm when she saw Mu Yun again. But at this moment, she only felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Even she could clearly feel the intense vibrations. Mu Yun lowered his head and looked at Xiaoyuner's pale face. His heart ached as he said, "It's been hard on you. What do you think? Now that you are back, all this hard and tiring work has to." However, before Xiaoyuner could finish her sentence, a wave of warmth swept over her. "Big baddie, stop." Xiaoyuner suddenly pushed Mu Yun away and said, I'm nervous." "Nervous about what?" Mu Yun chuckled and said, "You were nervous at the beginning, but you will get used to it in a while. I think Yaoer will not give birth to the child she gave me if I don't wait a few more years. So, you have to give birth to one for me first." Without another word, Mu Yun slowly took off Xiaoyuner's clothes. The two figures collided fiercely. In the room, the things on the tables and chairs suddenly became a mess. However, the two of them did not care at this moment. Their crazy thoughts turned into the most direct and effective expression as they collided fiercely. The entire room began to become a mess. Dong, as the cup broke on the ground, a knock suddenly sounded at this moment. "Sister Yuner, what's going on in your room?" Outside the room, Wang Xinya's voice was filled with curiosity. "What's making a crackling sound? Are you unhappy?" Xiaoyuner hurriedly stopped Mu Yun and said, "It's Xianxia. This little girl, I couldn't find her all this while. Now, she has walked right into the trap." "You found her first?" Xiaoyuner immediately pouted. "Of course not." Mu Yun hurriedly said, "Between the two of you, I was trying my luck." "Then what should we do now?" Xiaoyuner's face flushed red and said, "I don't want to, that's easy. Go and open the door." "Now?" "Yes." Seeing Mu Yun nod, Xiaoyuner put on her clothes and went to open the door. With a thud, Wang Xingya suddenly rushed in at this moment. "Sister Yuner, what are you doing?" Wang Xingya pouted and said, "It's been so long. Why aren't you opening the door?" "I thought something had happened." However, the moment Wang Xingya finished speaking and walked into the room, she was dumbfounded. This room was Xiaoyuner's office. It had a table, chairs, a reception room, and a lounge. Everything was available. However, at this moment, the room was in a mess. On the floor, on the table, everything was a mess. Even the bed was a mess. End of chapter 749. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.